Eerie resurrection nightmare. Ghost no female. Protagonist slow pace. The three laws of malevolent spirits. First, ghosts cannot be killed. Second, each ghost has a pattern of killing. If one could discern the pattern, an ordinary person may survive. Third, the only beings capable of dealing with ghosts are other ghosts. The nightmare ghost, which lulls one into a stupor, ensnared in an inescapable realm of darkness. The fifth entity, who taps on shoulders in a bidirectional game of four corners. The bell ringer, who tolls the hour amidst the fog-laden streets, a harbinger of doom. The childhood game of tossing heads, known as head tossing. The red high heels, which compel one to dance incessantly upon dawning. The ghost bride, whose presence incites a night march of 100 spirits in Lantern Village. In the Special Operations Bureau of Hangzhou City, a young man with deep dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot scara sits before a camera, calmly addressing the lens. I am Wang, one of the 7 members of the Special Operations Team for the supernatural containment of Huagua. I regret to inform everyone that the malevolent spirits have awakened. If you wish to survive, remember one thing. Never relinquish the hope of living. Setting of the malevolent spirit resurrection, not fan fiction. Chapter 1. What I am about to say, do not fear. Volume 1. Mastering Ghosts with a slow pace. Prologue. This is a nightmare. Everything is an illusion. Do not trust anything. Officer, my name is Wang. What I am about to say, do not be afraid. In the dead of night, a youth, covered in blood and panic, sits before 2 police officers at the Daxing Street police station. The officers perceive the immense fright etched on the boy's face. They speak softly to comfort Wang. Wang, we are police officers. We are not afraid. Please go on, says Wang, rubbing his face, remnants of terror still flickering in his eyes. I was pursued by a malevolent spirit. Upon hearing this, the officers straighten their postures. The tall, lean officer asks gravely, which malevolent spirit? It is not a specific one, Wang earnestly explains. It is a malevolent spirit that can draw one into dreams and kill within them. The stout officer swiftly sketches on an A4 paper before him. Moments later, he lifts the paper. Wang looks over. It depicts a seductive figure, adorned with horns on her forehead, scantily clad. Not a Western succubus. She is enveloped in black mist. Swish, swish, swish. The stout officer raises another sheet. This time, he draws a figure with a black upper body and a lower half of swirling black mist. Wang, somewhat exasperated, responds, that is not the eternal nightmare from League of Legends. It has a complete body. The lean officer takes the sketch, adds 2 legs to the figure, and presents it to Wang. This Wang feels a wave of frustration and strives to clarify. The malevolent spirit, akin to the specters in strange tales from a Chinese studio, the superstitious kind. Before he can finish, laughter erupts. He freezes, staring at the chuckling stout officer. You don't believe me? The officer quickly suppresses his laughter, covering his mouth, stammering. Another uncontrollable laugh escapes. Wang turns to the tall officer. You don't believe me either? The lean officer covers his face, his shoulders trembling in a bid to compose himself. After a few seconds, he lowers his hand, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. Wang, please tell us what exactly happened. Wang observes their reactions, fully aware that they do not believe his encounter with the ghost. Yet, he understands their perspective. Normal individuals, having never experienced supernatural events, would find it hard to accept the existence of ghosts. He can only hope that the facts he shares will convince the 2 officers. The events leading up to this began tonight, in a development site within the new district of Hangzhou City. To meet deadlines, a portion of the workers remain on site late into the night. The clattering of excavators and machinery fills the air. Wang, that will be all for today. Let's call it a night. Zhang Shuren, sporting a full beard, approaches Wang, patting him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. The summer vacation is almost over. You can leave the site tomorrow. Don't worry, with me here, your wages are secure. Wang is brought to the site by Zhang Shuren. He knows that Wang is working here during the summer break. With the end of summer, Wang must return to school. The wages for construction workers are typically not paid immediately. However, Zhang Shuren has familial ties with Wang's family. Thus, he intends to advance Wang's wages. He has prepared the money, which is waiting in their dormitory to be handed over to Wang shortly. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Wang expresses his gratitude. Yet, he remains unaware of Zhang Shuren's intention to advance his wages. Zhang Shuren has cared for him greatly over the past 2 months. Wang feels immense gratitude towards him. Just as the two are nearing the dormitory, a sudden uproar arises from nearby. Both Zheng Shuren and Wang, intrigued, glance in that direction. Under the glare of the construction lights, Wang sees a crowd gathered around an excavator several dozen meters away. They huddle close, occasionally gasping in surprise. What's going on? Zheng Shuren, thinking an accident has occurred, hurriedly makes his way over. Though weary, Wang's curiosity compels him to follow suit. Upon reaching the excavator, they overhear the chatter of the crowd. How could a coffin be excavated here? Goodness, a corner of the coffin has been dug up. This is an ominous sign. What omen? It's perfectly normal for a construction team to unearth something. Has Zhou Gong been notified? They have been notified. Zhou Gong and Qianzong have replied and are on their way here. Wang pushes through the crowd, peering into the deep pit. In the glow of the surrounding lights, he sees a half-exposed coffin beneath the mechanical arm of the excavator. A section of the coffin is broken. It is evident that the excavator operator accidentally breached the coffin. However, he likely did not realize it was a coffin at the time. Most likely, after clearing the surrounding earth, he only recognized it once half of the coffin was revealed. Then he called for others to come over. Wang is a materialist and does not believe in the supernatural. There is a saying, every grave you fear is a person longed for by others. Regarding the coffin, he does not share the same dread as the surrounding workers. This is peculiar. How could there be a coffin here? Zheng Shuren furrows his brow. Unlike Wang, he holds it can choose not to believe, but must show respect attitude towards certain supernatural matters. Just as he is about to suggest everyone leave the area, a worker suddenly exclaims in surprise. Hey, why can't the flashlight beam penetrate? This bold individual, while others are still discussing, takes the initiative to shine his flashlight at the coffin. Wu Laosi, what are you doing? Zheng Shuren's expression hardens as he scolds a middle-aged man across the pit. What are you doing, fooling around and shining a light at the coffin? Wu Laosi, taken aback by Zheng Shuren's outburst, retorts, why are you yelling? Just take a look yourself. Wu Laosi lifts his flashlight again, aiming it at the significantly damaged coffin. The light really doesn't penetrate. The crowd is drawn in by Wu Laosi's words, involuntarily gazing at the broken coffin. The coffin is less than 5 meters from Wu Laosi. Yet, under the powerful beam, the hole in the coffin appears pitch black, revealing nothing within. It is as if a strange force is consuming the light. Wang glances at the flashlight in Wu Laosi's hand. It is a high-powered flashlight. Do not speak of 5 meters. Even at 10 or 20 meters, one could illuminate an expanse in the darkness. Moreover, it is not solely the flashlight. The headlights of the nearby excavator fail to penetrate the coffin's depths. This defies logic, Wang murmured, stroking his chin contemplatively. As the crowd engaged in discussion, the excavator's headlights flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. In the moment preceding the light's demise, Wang, who had been fixated on the coffin, observed a wisp of black mist emanating from a crack. Once the dark vapor dispersed, it swiftly enveloped the entire construction site. Every illumination device began to flicker before succumbing to darkness within mere seconds. In the span of a few breaths, an inky blackness enveloped the surroundings. The only source of light remained the flashlight in Wu Laosi's hand. Yet for reasons unknown, this powerful beam could scarcely illuminate beyond 5 meters. The sudden turn of events rendered all the workers near the pit momentarily dumbfounded. During their bewilderment, Wang faintly detected a putrid odor accompanied by chilling gusts of wind, as if a decayed corpse lingered nearby. Coupled with the black mist he had just witnessed, a shiver coursed through him, leaving his scalp tingling. Could it be that we have truly encountered ghosts? Chapter 2. The Haunted Wall. What on earth has happened to the construction site lights? Have they all gone out? Is there a power outage? What is that odor? My friend, what have you consumed for it to smell so foul? Goodness, I can smell it too. It is truly unbearable. In the darkness, murmurs arose from the surrounding workers. Most remained oblivious to the peculiar circumstances. Wu Laosi even took out his phone to call Zhou Gong, inquiring about the power situation. Strange. Why has my excavator stalled? Wang Jianmin, the excavator operator, climbed into the machine in the pitch blackness. However, as he settled into the seat, preparing to restart the excavator and illuminate the surroundings, he felt as though he were sitting upon a person. The sensation beneath him was stiff and icy. Simultaneously, he detected a strong stench of decay and mildew. It appeared as though a cold, decomposed corpse lay atop the excavator's driver's seat, and Wang Jianmin was positioned directly on it. He even felt the corpse beneath him attempting to raise its arms, as if to embrace him. Ah! Wang Jianmin wanted to scream, but was suddenly struck by the horrifying realization that he could not open his mouth to utter a sound. His entire body was unresponsive. He wished to leap from the excavator, yet his form remained firmly seated. In a state of sheer terror, Wang Jianmin's eyes widened. He could see Wu Laoxi outside, still holding the flashlight that emitted a faint glow, along with a small light beside the excavator. Yet, he was unable to call for help, and no one noticed his plight. A ghost. There is a ghost. Wang Jianmin felt an icy chill envelop him, as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. His predicament could only be explained by an encounter with the supernatural. It must be that coffin. Wang Jianmin immediately recalled the open coffin he had unearthed. Coffins are meant to contain corpses, and here he was, sitting atop one. This corpse must have emerged from the coffin. Grandfather, spare me. I did not intend to disturb your peace. Please forgive me, and I shall surely burn incense and paper for you in return. Wang Jianmin had unearthed the coffin and even damaged it. Thus, he believed the spirit within had come to seek him out. He wished to plead for mercy, but no words escaped his lips. Tears of terror streamed down his face. Wang Jianmin fervently wished for someone to notice his distress. However, it was only when too cold. Rigid hands grasped his own and began to constrict around his throat that anyone might have noticed something amiss. Outside the excavator, Wu Laoxi put down his phone, cursing under his breath. Damn it, how can there be no signal? He shone the flashlight around, realizing that what had once illuminated a great distance now only reached 10 meters. This is eerie. Wu Laoxi removed his hard hat and scratched his bald head. The sudden darkness, the impenetrable blackness of the flashlight, the chilling wind, and the stench of decay combined with the recently unearthed coffin sent a shiver down his spine. At this moment, both the superstitious and the skeptical felt a twinge of fear. Many began to feel their way in the dark, preparing to leave the site. Shi Wang, where are you? The anxious voice of Zheng Shuren called out to Shi Wang, as the surrounding darkness enveloped them. Zheng Shuren was concerned for Shi Wang's safety. Just then, a white light appeared beside him, followed by Shi Wang's voice, Uncle Zheng, I'm here. With a sigh of relief upon seeing Shi Wang's terrified expression illuminated by the light, Zheng Shuren said, You clever boy. As Shi Wang activated his phone's flashlight, Zheng Shuren did the same. However, under the oppressive darkness, their lights barely illuminated a 1-meter radius. What's wrong? Are you scared? Zheng Shuren, noticing Shi Wang's pale countenance, attempted to reassure him. It's just a power outage. It will be resolved shortly. Despite feeling a tinge of fear himself, Zheng Shuren hoped to calm Shi Wang. Yet, Shi Wang's expression remained troubled. He cautiously urged Zheng Shuren to distance themselves from the pit where the coffin lay and the excavator. Uncle Zheng, I believe we've encountered something malevolent. A hint of fear tinged Shi Wang's voice. When Uncle Wu shone his light on the coffin, I saw a dark mist rising from within. Then, everything just went dark. It seems to be inside the excavator now. I saw it. Zheng Shuren's heart raced at Shi Wang's words. He patted Shi Wang's shoulder, saying, What nonsense are you spouting? You saw nothing. Let us just go back and sleep. With that, he pulled Shi Wang along, their weak flashlight beam guiding them toward the dormitory. Their steps quickened. Shi Wang closely followed Zheng Shuren, glancing back frequently. He had just seen Wang Jianmin climb onto the excavator. He distinctly heard Wang Jianmin exclaim, Strange, why has my excavator stalled? Normally, Wang Jianmin would restart the machine and turn on the headlights. Yet, after climbing aboard, the excavator remained dormant. Instead, the foul odor around them intensified, as if the source of the stench was nearby. Curious about Wang Jianmin's actions, Shi Wang took out his phone and directed the flashlight toward the excavator. The driver's cabin was elevated above the ground. Although Shi Wang stood right beside the excavator door, the light from his phone failed to penetrate the cabin. Nevertheless, he did perceive something unusual. He caught sight of 2 feet within the cabin. One foot was clad in a brandless sneaker, filthy and motionless. The other appeared to be a swirling mass of black mist, seemingly lacking substance, also remaining still. Shi Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he confirmed he was not mistaken. He quickly distanced himself from the excavator and returned to Zheng Shuren's side, urging the latter to leave. He had no intention of assisting Wang Jianmin. If what he had seen in the excavator's cabin were merely a figment of his imagination, there was no need for aid. However, if the malevolent entity had indeed infiltrated the excavator, fleeing was the only prudent choice. Shi Wang understood his limitations. He was not equipped to confront a ghost. As fate would have it, this spirit seemed to have targeted Uncle Wang, likely because he was the one who had disturbed the coffin. Perhaps resolving this matter would alleviate the crisis. This was Shi Wang's initial thought. However, After walking for a few minutes, Zheng Shuren finally sensed something was amiss. Wang, our dormitory is less than 100 meters from where the incident occurred, right? Zheng Shuren asked, his voice trembling. Yes. Wang nodded. Am I just overly anxious? It feels as though we've traveled a great distance. No. We've definitely walked at least 300 meters, Wang replied, using the light from his phone to survey their surroundings. I noticed something was off earlier and began counting my steps. We've taken 520 steps. Both men felt a rising sense of urgency, quickening their pace with strides measuring 50 to 60 centimeters. 520 steps amounted to roughly 260 meters. However, this count only began after Wang detected the anomaly. Considering the distance they traveled prior to counting, they had undoubtedly traversed at least 300 meters in the darkness. Zheng Shuren was taken aback by Wang's calmness in this situation. Could it be that we've taken a wrong turn? His teeth chattered as he spoke. He mimicked Wang, shining his phone's light frantically around them. They inspected their surroundings, but found no signs of anything sinister or unusual. Yet, Wang's heart raced. He had heard of this phenomenon before. The haunted wall. Chapter 3. The ghost has arrived. Uncle Zheng. Do you think we are experiencing a haunted wall? Wang halted, realizing that continuing onwards served no purpose. They were unaware of their whereabouts, and indeed, Zheng Shuren felt an overwhelming sense of panic. At the age of 45, this was his first encounter with a ghost. If it were a thug, Zheng would have had the courage to confront him, but now he was faced with a specter. He did not collapse in fear solely because Wang was by his side. Suddenly, the notification sound from Wang's phone startled both of them. As they glanced at the screen displaying battery remaining 10, Wang's heart sank. In this eerie environment, the light from the phone was their only solace. If they were to be plunged into complete darkness, even their own imaginations could drive them to madness. Wang, turn off your phone's light, Zheng Shuren advised. Having noticed the notification, his own phone still had 30 left, enough to last a while longer. Wang nodded in agreement. Once the light from Wang's phone extinguished, the two were left with only one source of illumination, reducing their visible range significantly. In the oppressive darkness, even the shadows cast by the building materials at their feet evoked a sense of unease. Zheng Shuren glanced at his phone, still devoid of signal, and took a deep breath to steady himself. Wang, did you notice where anyone else might have gone? We've been walking for a while without encountering anyone. Not even a sound, Zheng inquired. Wang sighed in response. Uncle, we seem to be trapped in a ghostly maze. Even if a worker were to appear, would you dare approach him? Why not? Zheng Shuren initially retorted, but suddenly grasped Wang's implication. You mean to say that the ghost might disguise itself as a worker? Wang's hypothesis filled Zheng Shuren with dread. You unfortunate child, my courage is limited, so do not frighten me further. After saying this, Zheng scrutinized Wang, his gaze laden with concern. Wang, noticing Zheng's apprehension, chuckled resignedly. Uncle Zheng, if I were a ghost, would you still be alive? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zheng Shuren suggested. Perhaps we should establish a code or signal. In case we accidentally become separated, we could use it to identify each other. Wang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let us not. I believe ghosts would not be easily outsmarted. Instead, we should focus on finding a way out of this maze. Being trapped in this place was not a sustainable situation. If their phones ran out of battery, their predicament would become even more perilous. It was indeed time to act rather than remain passive. Zheng Shuren, gritting his teeth, led Wang further into the dense black fog. Wang was also deep in thought, recalling supernatural tales he had previously encountered, searching for a solution to their ghostly predicament. According to what he remembered, a ghostly maze was created by a vengeful spirit confounding a person's senses, causing them to believe they were walking in a straight line while they were merely circling in place. By employing certain techniques or following the guidance of a sage, one could escape such a trap. However, Wang possessed no such knowledge, and there were no sages to guide them outside. Both he and Zheng Shuren could only attempt various methods, including turning in circles or walking along steel pipes in a straight line. Yet, after trying every approach, none yielded any results. As time wore on, the stench of decay in the surrounding air intensified. It seemed they were also accompanied by vague sounds of footsteps nearby. Wang, why do I feel as if something sinister is approaching? Zheng Shuren's legs began to tremble. He felt as if countless ghosts were watching him from the surrounding darkness. Wang swallowed hard, gripping a steel pipe, over a meter long, which he had picked up during their attempts to break free from the maze. Uncle, do you think ghosts fear physical attacks? How would I know? My legs are shaking so much. Do I look like a man who has faced a ghost? Despite his words, Zheng raised the steel pipe in front of him. Regardless of whether ghosts feared physical confrontation, the steel pipes in their hands were their only potential weapons against malevolent spirits. "Oh ancestors, please bless us. I promise to burn more paper offerings for you later. Jade Emperor, God, Jesus, Dijia, if you help us through this ordeal, I will burn incense for you daily." Zheng Shuren had already begun to close his eyes in prayer. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept past him, as if something were breathing on the back of his neck, prompting him to open his eyes wide. The sudden sound of footsteps sent shivers down both their spines. As the footsteps grew clearer, Su Wang realized something was approaching. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe, his breath halting in tension. Judging by the sound, the footsteps were only 4 or 5 meters away, drawing closer. Under normal circumstances, the flashlight on Zheng Shuren's phone would easily illuminate the figure approaching them. However, now, even a meter away was swallowed by darkness. As the footsteps neared, the foul odor of decay intensified. Su Wang could almost envision a cold, rotting ghost standing a few meters away, staring relentlessly at them. Under such pressure, his hands trembled. Zheng Shuren was equally unnerved. They were fortunate to have each other, allowing them to maintain a semblance of calm. Had they been alone, they would have long fled in sheer panic. The footsteps abruptly ceased, halting just beyond the reach of Zheng Shuren's phone light. Utilizing the illumination, both men could see a vague, indistinct figure ahead. Is it a ghost? Su Wang poised the steel pipe forward, ready to strike. Zheng Shuren felt his heartbeat quicken. He gritted his teeth, wanting to extend his hand forward to shine the light on the figure. Whether it was human or ghost, he wanted it revealed in the light. However, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. Fear held him back from extending his hand. If it were a person, it would not remain silent at this moment. Zheng was certain that the indistinct figure before them was a ghost. What would happen if the light fell upon it? He had no way of knowing. At least the specter had yet to attack them. Su Wang shared a similar thought, though the ghost stood before them. It had not yet made a move. If the enemy does not act, neither shall we. Both men remained fixated on the hazy figure in the darkness, their bodies frozen like statues. However, the ghost remained motionless, standing at the boundary between darkness and light, with the stench of decay growing ever stronger. Yet, after a tense half-minute, the ghostly figure suddenly vanished, and the foul odor diminished somewhat. Su Wang and Zheng Shuren exchanged glances, both feeling a mix of relief and confusion. The ghost had clearly approached, so why had it retreated? Zheng Shuren glanced at the steel pipe in his hand and murmured, "Could it be that it truly fears physical attacks? That seems illogical." Su Wang furrowed his brow, lost in thought. He suspected Zheng's theory was flawed. But why had the ghost come so close, done nothing, and then left? Su Wang vaguely sensed that if they could uncover the reason behind this, they might escape this predicament. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed around them once more, and this time there were many, at least 4 or 5 individuals. Before either Su Wang or Zheng Shuren could react, something approached within a meter of them. The shadow remained hidden in the darkness, but the light from Zheng's phone revealed several grayish-white arms extending from the surrounding darkness. The arms were covered in corpse-like blotches and exuded a foul odor of decay. A rigid, pallid hand reached out towards Shi Wang's face. Damn it! Shi Wang transformed his fear into fury, channeling all his strength to thrust the steel pipe forward. Chapter 4. The living Shi Wang plunged the steel pipe into the darkness ahead. A muffled thud echoed. He felt a tremor in his hands, realizing that the pipe had seemingly struck a wall. Despite gritting his teeth and exerting more force, the shadowy figure remained unmoved. Instead, the hand had already extended to Shi Wang's face. It was grayish, stiff, and emanated a foul, decaying odor reminiscent of a corpse's hand. This is bad. Shi Wang's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. The entity in the darkness possessed a corporeal form, yet he was unprepared for the magnitude of its strength. The stench of decay wafted closer to his nose. In the next moment, Shi Wang felt he would be seized by that dead hand. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the being lurking in the shadows, he instinctively understood that being caught was far from a good outcome. At a critical moment, Zheng Shuren yanked Shi Wang backward. The grayish hand grasped at nothing. However, it continued to advance, accompanied by more hands pressing in from the surroundings. This is truly horrifying. Zheng Shuren, his scalp prickling, swore as he pulled Shi Wang to flee. Just before several arms encircled them, they escaped into an open space. Yet, in the enveloping darkness, they could see nothing and could hardly run. Shi Wang glanced back, but was met with the same oppressive blackness. He could not discern whether the ghastly figures were in pursuit. "Uncle Zheng, let us pause for a moment." Once they stopped, they immediately gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting their bodies. Having frequently worked at construction sites, the short sprint had not drained their stamina, It was purely the fright that had overwhelmed them. Was that a ghost? Zheng Shuren swung his arms to illuminate the area with his phone's light, his ears attuned to the surroundings. Probably, Shi Wang replied uncertainly. But it's definitely not human. I jabbed the steel pipe at its chest, yet its body remained unaffected, as solid as a stone. In that moment, Shi Wang had not considered the shadowy entity as human. However, he also did not expect it to possess such otherworldly attributes. The steel pipe he wielded for self-defense had proven completely useless. After a brief moment of silence, Shi Wang, his face darkened, reasoned, the footsteps we heard earlier, along with the arms exposed in the light, indicate one significant fact. There may be more than one ghost in this place. Zheng Shuren swallowed hard. After a moment, he slammed the steel pipe onto the ground, producing a resonant clang. What kind of misfortune is this? Just as Zheng Shuren finished cursing, a voice suddenly resonated ahead. Zheng Shuren? The voice was laced with confusion. Both Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren jumped, startled by the unexpected sound. Zheng Shuren instinctively grabbed Shi Wang, ready to flee. But Shi Wang felt a strange familiarity in the voice. Uncle Zheng, that sounds like Uncle Wu. Before he could finish, the voice of Wu Laosi cautiously emerged from the darkness. Zheng Shuren? It's me, Wu Laosi. If it's really you, just make a sound. Zheng Shuren hesitated to respond immediately, instead glancing at Shi Wang for a quiet discussion. Shi Wang, could this be a ghost masquerading as Wu Laosi to deceive us? He recalled terrifying tales of the supernatural. It is said that 3 flames burn above a living person's head and shoulders, preventing ghosts from attacking. If you hear someone calling your name on a dark road, never turn back. Otherwise, you extinguish those flames and become vulnerable to the spirits. Shi Wang pondered for a moment and shook his head. Based on our prior experience, if a ghost intended to attack, it would have done so directly, without hesitation. Moreover, the stench around us is not as potent as before. It should indeed be Uncle Wu. This last point was Shi Wang's main argument against the notion that the figure was a ghost. However, he considered it mere speculation and suggested avoiding contact. Zheng Shuren contemplated this, finding Shi Wang's reasoning sound. Having encountered a ghost, he trusted no one but Shi Wang, who remained by his side. However, while they chose not to acknowledge Wu Laosi, the latter was certain that the voice he had heard belonged to Zheng Shuren. As Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren prepared to depart, a bright light suddenly pierced the darkness. It illuminated Zheng Shuren's face, causing him to squint and shield his eyes with his hands. Haha, Qianzong, see, I told you it was Zheng Shuren. Wu Laosi shone his powerful flashlight on Zheng Shuren, laughing heartily. Shi Wang also raised his arm to shield his eyes. Though he could not discern the situation around Wu Laosi, he heard a series of footsteps approaching. There seemed to be quite a few people. Wu Laosi, lower the flashlight. Zheng Shuren felt he had encountered genuine living beings. He shouted at the figure, and the light shifted downwards. When Wu Laosi and his entourage reached Zheng Shuren, Shi Wang realized that at least 10 individuals accompanied Wu Laosi, including their supervisor, Qian, a middle-aged man with a round belly and black-framed glasses. Qianzong? Zheng Shuren exclaimed. Glancing between Qian and Wu Laosi, confusion etched on his face. What are you all doing together? Shi Wang observed the group. Besides Wu Laosi and Qian, there was Zhou Hua, also known as Zhou Gong, along with a cluster of workers. He noted that while the expressions on their faces were tense, they did not exhibit signs of terror. It seemed they had not encountered any spectral attacks. Upon hearing Zheng Shuren's question, Wu Laosi smirked and replied. Qianzong came to discuss the coffin issues. What is strange about him being here? Now tell me, why were you fooling around earlier? Why didn't you respond when I called you? Wu Laosi's tone was aggressive. Zheng Shuren bristled with indignation. What do you want me to say? There are ghosts about. And you think I would know it was you calling me instead of a ghost trying to ensnare me? Ghosts. Wu Laosi turned to exchange glances with the other workers, suddenly bursting into laughter. Old Zheng, come on now, how can you be so timid? It's just a power outage at the site. And you're claiming it's a haunting. What's wrong? Did you see a coffin and get scared? Zheng Shuren's face turned ashen at Wu Laosi's mockery. Are you out of your mind? Do you think I'm joking? Shi Wang and I just encountered a ghost. Qian, who had been silent until now, cleared his throat and chastised. Old Zheng, what kind of society are we in? Saying such things only invites ridicule. Chapter 5. Alive Father, Save Me. Zheng Shuren's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Wang frowned and inquired of Qian. Qianzong, haven't you noticed anything amiss? Amiss? Qian cast a sidelong glance at Shi Wang, his face stern. Do not overreact just because a coffin was unearthed. Think positively. Encountering a coffin means fortune. What abnormalities could there possibly be? Qian's response confirmed Shi Wang's suspicions. This group had not faced any ghosts. They remained oblivious to the lurking dangers in the dark. This was not merely a matter of perspective. Zheng Shuren pointed at his phone, then gestured toward Wu Laoxi's powerful flashlight. All the light here doesn't reach far. Is that normal? Zheng Shuren believed he had pinpointed the issue, expecting the others to understand. However, he underestimated their imaginations. Wu Laoxi exclaimed, "What is so unusual about it? It's just foggy around here." On a foggy day, even in broad daylight, visibility was severely limited. Indeed, just moments ago, when we accompanied General Qian to inspect the coffin, the mist had grown increasingly dense. A worker standing behind Wu Laoxi finished speaking and squinted his eyes as he let out a long yawn. They were currently near the coffin pit, which meant Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren had made a circuit and returned. However, Shi Wang was somewhat puzzled. In such darkness, how had Qian Wen and Zhou Hua managed to navigate from the office to the coffin pit? Chief Engineer Zhou Hua glanced at his wristwatch and bowed slightly before Qian Wen, stating, "Mr. Qian, you have inspected the coffin, but the site is currently without power, making all arrangements inconvenient. Perhaps you should return to rest while I contact the repair crew." Qian Wen nodded in agreement. In that case, everyone. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through the area. The temperature plummeted, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. Accompanying this was a foul, putrid odor. Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren, standing opposite Qian Wen, widened their eyes in shock. Their position allowed them to see a dark figure emerging beside the worker behind Wu Laoxi. In the next moment, the worker collapsed to the ground. Under the illumination of the lights, they could see the worker's sun-baked skin rapidly transforming from a deep brown to a ghostly gray, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Upon hearing the commotion, Qian Wen and Zhou Hua turned around. At first glance, they spotted the worker lying on the ground. But their attention was soon drawn to the dark figure beside the fallen worker. The shadow seemed to devour all light when Wu Laoxi shone his flashlight upon it. They could only discern a dark, human-like silhouette, emanating a black mist and a heavy stench of decay. The entire scene filled Qian Wen and the others with a profound terror, as what was unfolding before them transcended their comprehension. Wu Laoxi, who had been so boisterous moments ago, stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear, for the malevolent spirit was merely 2 meters away from him. An overwhelming dread engulfed him, and the sheer horror caused him to lose control of his bladder. Yet, at that moment, no one paid any heed to his predicament. Ghost. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into terrified screams, scattering in all directions. As Qian Wen turned to flee, he recalled the words of Zheng Shuren and Shi Wang. They had not lied. There truly was a ghost. But the two who had stood before him moments ago had vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the apparition, Shi Wang had instinctively pulled Zheng Shuren back, and now they had distanced themselves significantly. Hearing the screams behind them, Zheng Shuren cursed, "A bunch of fools. I told you, but you wouldn't listen." At that moment, he felt a sense of vindication, but it quickly faded. This marked the second time he had encountered a vengeful spirit, and the fact that so many had witnessed it confirmed that his previous sighting had not been a mere illusion. "Shi Wang, did that ghost just kill someone? Do you think we can survive this?" Zheng Shuren spoke as they ran, but he received no response from Shi Wang. He aimed his phone's light towards Shi Wang, and in the glow, he saw Shi Wang's brow furrowed in deep thought, quietly murmuring to himself. Strange. The ghost that had just appeared was unlike the one that had attacked them earlier. The arm of the murdered worker had turned gray, resembling the spirit that had assailed them. Could it be that the entity that had attacked them was not a ghost, but rather a victim of the true ghost? Shi Wang constantly reflected on everything that had transpired since darkness fell, recalling all the details. "Shi Wang, what's wrong?" Zheng Shuren halted. Concern etched on his face as he observed Shi Wang lost in his musings. Just as Shi Wang was about to share his thoughts with Zheng Shuren, they heard footsteps approaching from behind. Their hearts raced, and as they prepared to quicken their pace, a powerful light drew nearer, accompanied by several jubilant voices. "It's Zheng Shuren. Thank goodness, we've found you. Don't run, wait for us." A panting Qian Wen, his belly protruding, dared not slow his pace. Zhou Hua, moving faster than Qian Wen, reached Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren first. Normally, Zhou Hua would defer to his superior, but in a moment of life and death, he had no intention of lagging behind. Wu Laoxi came rushing over too, gripping the arm of a burly worker and refusing to let go, insisting that he be taken along. Wu Laoxi's legs had turned to jelly from fear. Had he not clung to someone, he doubted he could have moved at all. The four of them gathered around Zheng Shuren, gasping for breath. They had indeed not encountered a ghost until now, and they regretted not heeding Zheng Shuren's earlier warning. "Zheng Shuren, my dear brother, what is happening?" Qian Wen, breathless, grasped Zheng Shuren's hand, shedding all pretense of authority. "Please tell us, why has a ghost appeared? How can we survive its attack?" The others turned to Zheng Shuren, their faces filled with hope. Earlier, he had spoken of ghosts and claimed that a vengeful spirit had attacked them. They had just witnessed the ghost claim a life in an instant. If Zheng Shuren and Shi Wang had survived the ghost's onslaught, they must possess some means of doing so. At least, that was what Qianwen believed. Zheng Shuren, hearing this, appeared speechless. Mr. Qian, how could I possibly have the ability to survive a ghost's attack? I too wish to understand what is happening. His words caused Qianwen's smile to falter. Wu Laoxi rushed to Zheng Shuren, wearing a sycophantic grin. Zheng Gu, are you still upset with me? Zheng Shuren shook off Wu Laoxi's grasp and replied firmly, do I look like someone who can contend with a vengeful spirit? Zhou Hua, equally astonished, chimed in. But you just said that a ghost attacked you and your younger companion. Chapter 6. The patterns of ghostly killings if you have no means to deal with it. How did you manage to survive? In response to the leader's inquiry, Zheng Shuren shrugged. Zhou Gong, I am perplexed as well. Oh no. Hearing that Zheng Shuren was also at a loss, the burly man who had dragged Wu Laoxi along collapsed onto the ground. We've encountered a ghost. We are all doomed. It's all Wang Jianmen's fault. If he hadn't dug up the coffin, we wouldn't have encountered a ghost. I can't die. I have a 3-year-old son. Someone save me. The burly worker broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Zheng Shuren, witnessing this, intended to offer some comfort. However, before he could take a step forward, a new calamity struck. In the beam of Wu Laoxi's flashlight, a human-shaped, ghostly figure cloaked in black mist suddenly appeared before the burly worker. The crowd had not seen the figure's approach. It seemed as if it had always been there. A chilling, horrifying sensation coursed through them, causing everyone to shudder. And they even forgot to breathe. The surrounding silence appeared to alert the burly worker to the abnormality. Slowly he raised his head, his tear-blurred vision focusing on a rigid shadow whose features were obscured. The stench of decay assaulted his nostrils. Before he could react, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Qianwen, gazing at the ghostly figure mere feet away, pressed his hands tightly over his mouth to stifle a scream. After claiming a victim, the ghost slowly turned away. For reasons unknown, Shi Wang, unable to see the ghost's face or sense its gaze, felt as if the specter was watching him, or perhaps Zheng Shuren. Just when Shi Wang believed he could not escape this fate, the ghost vanished once again. Thud! Wu Laoxi, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, this time losing control completely. The others felt their strength drain away. They stared at the now gray-skinned, burly worker, their hearts filled with dread. Faced with the malevolent spirit, the group found themselves utterly defenseless. Each time the spirit manifested, an inexplicable death befell one of them, leaving them bewildered as to the cause of demise. Would the next victim be one of us? Zhou Hua's face was drenched in cold sweat, his trembling voice laced with terror. The specter had already claimed 2 lives before their very eyes. Yet they remained clueless as to how it executed its victims, whether it was the previous workers or the robust man now lifeless on the ground. Each had perished in an instant. If they could not escape, they would inevitably share the same grim fate. Amidst the rising panic, Shi Wang's gaze flickered with a glimmer of understanding. He had begun to theorize about the spirit's methodical selection of its targets. But could it truly be so? As he stared at the corpse on the ground, a sense of despair washed over him. In such extreme circumstances, Shi Wang could not be entirely certain his hypothesis was correct. In fact, he secretly hoped he was mistaken. If true, it would signify an impending doom for them all. While Shi Wang pondered, he suddenly witnessed the motionless body of the deceased worker convulsing unexpectedly. To the horror of the remaining few, the pallid corpse swiftly crawled towards Zhou Hua, grasping his ankle with a vice-like grip. Zhou Hua, caught off guard, attempted to flee. But the grip of the corpse was astonishingly strong. He felt as though his ankle might be crushed, rendering him unable to break free. Help me, Zhou Hua cried out. But as he struggled, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The corpse seized the opportunity, rapidly climbing on top of him. Zhou Hua felt as if the weight of the corpse was akin to that of a mountain, rendering him completely immobile. With eyes wide in terror, he could only watch as the lifeless form loomed over him. When Zhou Hua was attacked by the corpse, he did not succumb immediately. Yet, none of the others dared to rescue him. Wu Laoxi and Qianwen hastily fled, and as Wu Laoxi passed by Shi Wang, he roughly seized Shi Wang's shoulder and pulled him backward. In the face of danger, the only priority was to run faster than the others, a sentiment Wu Laoxi firmly believed. You scoundrel! Zheng Shuren shouted angrily at Wu Laoxi's retreating figure as Shi Wang stumbled. But Wu Laoxi had already vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Shi Wang, are you all right? Zheng Shuren exhaled in relief upon seeing that the corpse was still entangled with Zhou Hua and had not turned its attention to Shi Wang. Shi Wang, observing the corpse just half a meter away, quickly got to his feet and distanced himself. Once he was more than a meter away, the pallid body, along with Zhou Hua beneath it, was shrouded in thick darkness, only the sounds of Zhou Hua's desperate pleas resonating in the air. "I'm fine," Wang replied, his tone despondent, not due to Wu Laoxi's treachery, but because he had come to comprehend their dire predicament. "If you're fine, let's move quickly. Why are we still here?" Zheng Shuren urged, pulling Wang along. However, Wang shook his head. "Uncle, we can't get out." Zheng Shuren, undeterred, forcibly dragged Wang away, scolding him. "You little rascal, what kind of defeatist talk is that? I brought you to this site. I won't let anything happen to you, even if it costs me my life." A warmth spread through Wang's heart. He neither struggled against Zheng Shuren's grip nor took the initiative to move forward, allowing himself to be towed deeper into the shadows. "Uncle, this isn't defeatist talk. Please listen to me." Seeing Zheng Shuren searching for a path with his phone's light, Wang sighed. "We have fallen into a ghost wall. It's easy to enter, but impossible to escape. Qian Shuwen and Zhou Hua came in from the outside, but now they are likely trapped as well. One of them is currently being suppressed by the spirit. From my observations, there are two types of ghosts within this wall." Wang held up 2 fingers to Zheng Shuren. "One is the black mist ghost from the coffin, which, upon appearing before someone, causes an instant death. The other type is the ghost transformed from those killed by the black mist ghost. We almost fell victim to this second group earlier. While they may not cause immediate death, they are not something we can handle." Zhou Hua, pinned beneath the corpse, demonstrated that these peculiar entities could not be understood through normal reasoning. "Moreover, Uncle, I've detected a pattern in how the black mist ghost kills." As Zheng Shuren searched for an escape route, he nodded in agreement. "A pattern in how ghosts kill? Tell me more." "It's simple. Close your eyes." Wang exhaled heavily. "The moment you close your eyes, the ghost is attracted to you, leading to an instant death. Sooner or later, we will have to close our eyes. Our bodies will tire, we will grow weary, we will inevitably succumb to sleep. Even if we evade the corpse ghost's assault in the darkness, we will draw the black mist ghost near and meet the same fate." Zheng Shuren halted in his tracks. "Close our eyes? Have you lost your mind? We've blinked countless times on this journey and are still alive." Zheng Shuren was skeptical. "Uncle, it's not blinking, it's closing your eyes." Wang pressed on. "Do you remember when we first encountered the black mist ghost? What were you doing at that moment?" "The first encounter with the black mist ghost?" Zheng Shuren recalled, and suddenly his expression changed. I was praying for our ancestors' protection, beseeching the deities while my eyes were indeed closed. Then the ghost appeared before us." Chapter 7. Is there a way to survive? Initially, Zheng Shuren thought Wang was speaking nonsense. How could there be a pattern to ghostly killings? However, after Wang's analysis, he began to believe. Wang continued. "The second time we encountered Qianzong, the victim had yawned and closed his eyes before being killed by the ghost. The third time, which is now, the worker who came with Wu Laoxi was sitting on the ground, crying with his eyes shut. The ghost came again and killed him." Zheng Shuren's face paled further upon hearing this revelation. Did that mean he had already caught the ghost's attention? He had closed his eyes while praying, inadvertently drawing the ghost nearer. Yet it was the pallid corpses that attacked him instead. "Uncle, based on my hypothesis, you likely met the conditions for being killed by the ghost. The only explanation is that your time with your eyes closed wasn't sufficient. However, we are definitely being targeted by the ghost. The second type of ghost has been pursuing us relentlessly." As soon as Wang finished speaking, footsteps suddenly echoed nearby. Zheng Shuren tensed up immediately, raising his phone to illuminate the source of the sound. Moments later, a lifeless, pallid corpse appeared just a meter away from him. The instant he saw the ghostly hand reaching for him, Zheng Shuren felt a jolt of fear. This cursed environment made it impossible to see clearly just beyond a meter. By the time he noticed, there was little time left to react. Yet Wang remained vigilant, quickly yanking Zheng Shuren back. Just in the nick of time, Zheng Shuren narrowly avoided the grasp of the corpse ghost. However, he caught sight of the face across from him. It was Wang Jianmin. Wang raised an eyebrow. Wang Jianmin was the excavator operator who had unearthed the coffin and even broken it open. According to Wang's deduction, he was likely the first worker to fall victim. When the black mist began to spread, Wang had witnessed Wang Jianmin encounter the ghost. "Run." Zheng Shuren had no time to reminisce with Wang Jianmin and quickly pulled Wang to the side. As they fled, they suddenly heard a terrified scream pierce the darkness. "Don't come closer. Don't come closer." Zheng Shuren's expression shifted. That voice sounded like Qian Wen's. It seemed Qianzong had also encountered the corpse ghost. Encountering the specter of the black mist renders any sound utterly impossible. Once ensnared by the pale, lifeless forms, escape becomes a mere fantasy. The terror one must endure is so profound that one might prefer a swift demise at the hands of the black mist specter. With no path forward, we must alter our course. Zheng Shuren resolved to avoid the vicinity where Qian Wen lingered. As time progressed, anguished cries for help intermittently pierced the air, indicating that, without triggering the conditions for the black mist specter to strike, an increasing number of souls had already fallen prey to the corpse specters. The current count of these ghastly beings had likely reached a despairing threshold. The construction site was teeming with not merely dozens of onlookers near the coffin pit, but rather 300 to 400 individuals. The more Wang pondered, the deeper his despair grew, for he could not fathom a solution. After fleeing for a while, the two men realized they might have become encircled. Running forward, they soon heard commotion ahead. Retreating, they quickly detected footsteps behind them. No matter which direction they chose, left or right, they were relentlessly driven to change course by the corpse specters, who regarded any movement in the darkness as a potential threat. After nearly half an hour of frantic escape, Zheng Shuren was gasping for breath, yet they found themselves hopelessly lost, returning once more to the coffin pit. There, beside an excavator, Wang spotted Wu Laosi, frantically waving a flashlight in distress. "You're here too," Zheng Shuren exclaimed, storming towards Wu Laosi, whose skin bore the hue of the living. However, upon noticing the sharp rebar in Wu Laosi's grip, Wang swiftly restrained Zheng Shuren. Wu Laosi, upon seeing Zheng Shuren, leveled the rebar threateningly. "You fool! You've drawn the ghosts here. I'll deal with you first." An abnormal rage emanated from Wu Laosi. Ordinary citizens of the modern metropolis typically lack the audacity to commit murder, yet Wu Laosi exuded the aura of one who had crossed such a threshold. Wang glanced at the sharp rebar and cautioned Zheng Shuren, "Uncle Zhang, be careful. This one is not to be trifled with." Wang was not afraid of Wu Laosi. He remembered how the latter's reckless actions nearly cost him dearly while fleeing. Yet, Wu Laosi wielded a weapon. While the steel pipes that Zheng Shuren and Wang had previously carried had long been discarded, such implements proved useless against the specters, cumbersome in their weight. "Damn it," Zheng Shuren muttered under his breath, retreating to the side of the excavator. The beam of Wu Laosi's flashlight illuminated a broader area than his phone. Both parties stood on either side of the light source, attuned to the sounds around them, while remaining wary of each other. "That son of a..." Zheng Shuren leaned against the excavator, panting, lighting a cigarette, and inhaling deeply. Were it not for Wu Laosi's weapon, he would have charged at him without hesitation. Wang, with his head bowed, seemed lost in thought. After a moment, Zheng Shuren exhaled smoke through his nostrils and broke the silence. "Wang, is there truly no way out?" Wang shook his head. "Your mind is sharp. If even you see no way forward, then it must be true." A sigh escaped Zheng Shuren's lips. Without Wang's presence, he would have perished long ago. The sound of footsteps echoed once more, this time dense and nerve-wracking, heralding the approach of at least 20 or 30 specters. Wang quickly assessed their numbers. Zheng Shuren took a deep drag from his cigarette. He had contemplated various ways to meet his end throughout his life, but never had he imagined it would be at the hands of a ghost. "Honestly, I do not wish to die. I feel I have yet to live fully. My daughter is of an age akin to yours. I yearn to witness her wedding. Should I perish, Aunt Wang's days ahead will surely be fraught with hardship. And you, I feel I owe you an apology. If I hadn't dragged you to this site, you would not be ensnared in this predicament. Now, it seems we are both to perish here. Damn it." Zheng Shuren cursed under his breath, flicking the remaining cigarette, but into the inky depths of the coffin pit. "I came here by choice. This has nothing to do with Uncle Zhang." Wang fixated on the glowing ember as it vanished into darkness, suddenly struck by a thought. "Enough of this defeatist talk. I do not wish to die." On the other side, Wu Laosi was becoming increasingly agitated. "I refuse to believe that in such an expansive site, every soul has succumbed to the ghosts. Surely someone in the company has noted the oddities. Perhaps the police are already preparing to rescue us." Zheng Shuren scoffed. "What good is the police? We're dealing with ghosts. You might as well suggest summoning a Taoist priest." Wu Laosi paused, then gritted his teeth. "Then there must be priests outside aiding us. Otherwise what? Are you suggesting we venture out and confront them? Or curse the higher-ups after death?" Zheng Shuren's words ignited Wu Laosi's unstable emotions. "Zheng Shuren, do you wish for death?" Wu Laosi brandished the rebar, glaring fiercely at Zheng Shuren. He lacked the courage to confront the specters, but possessed ample resolve to face a fellow human. Zheng Shuren, resigned to his fate, prepared to engage Wu Laosi in a brawl. Yet, at that moment, Wang suddenly interjected, "I have conceived a means to survive." Chapter 8. 5 seconds. A means to survive. Upon hearing these words, both Zheng Shuren and Wu Laosi were filled with excitement. "What is it? Speak quickly." Wu Laosi, flashlight in one hand and rebar in the other. Rushed to Wang's side. Zhou Gong is dead. Qian Zong is dead. At this juncture, what are you still concealing? In a desperate bid for survival, Wu Laosi aimed the rebar at Wang's head, his voice a low growl. Speak quickly. Zheng Shuren stepped protectively in front of Wang, his eyes wide with fury. If you dare harm Wang, I will end you. The footsteps surrounding them grew ever closer, and Wu Laosi, his eyes bloodshot, shouted, "Let us see who meets their end first. If you do not divulge the means to survive, neither of you shall escape." Wu Laosi was not inclined to await his fate alone. In his previous encounter with the corpse specter, he had stabbed Qian Wen in the leg with the rebar in a bid for survival, leading to the latter's capture. Having reached this point, Wu Laosi was resolute. If these two disregarded him, he would ensure they did not survive either. Life was precious, and no one desired death. Zheng Shuren felt the same, primarily concerned for Wang's safety. Wu Laosi, calm yourself, he urged, gesturing to their surroundings. If Wang claims to have a solution, then surely he does. Do not act foolishly at this moment. The footsteps had drawn alarmingly close. The beam of Wu Laosi's flashlight revealed flickering figures on the edges of the light. Zhou Hua, Qian Wen, and Wang Jianmin were among them, but their expressions were now vacant, their gazes hollow. All were clad in ashen gray, exuding an odor of decay and death. These were no longer the workers or executives Wang had known. They had transformed into specters. Several corpse specters emerged into the light, but the illumination only lingered upon them for a fleeting moment. The next instant, a terrifying phenomenon transpired, the light emanating from Zhou Hua, Qian Wen, and the others abruptly extinguished. No, it wasn't he merely extinguished. The range of the flashlight in Wu Laosi's hand was being constricted. In this eerie confrontation, the flashlight's brilliance was ultimately overwhelmed. The process of dimming was not swift. Darkness encroached upon the light gradually, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Yet, given the current circumstances, the light would be entirely consumed by darkness in less than 2 minutes. At this moment, Wu Laosi was trembling with fear, his face devoid of color. Escape? The corpse spirits moved with a rigidity that made it impossible for them to catch a nimble individual, were it not for the influence of the black mist. However, the footsteps in the darkness were chaotic and uneven. No one could ascertain how many spirits lurked in the shadows. Unless one were extraordinarily fortunate, it was inevitable to encounter a corpse spirit while attempting to flee. Zheng Shuren was also filled with trepidation. He contemplated that rather than facing the corpse spirits and gradually succumbing to fear, it might be better to confront the black mist spirits directly. At the very least, being killed by a black mist spirit would be instantaneous. Damn brat. What do you have in mind? Speak up. Wu Laosi's voice trembled, tinged with desperation as the light source dimmed to a mere 4 meters. It was only the stiffness and rigidity of the corpse spirits that had spared them. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have already been seized by the advancing spirits. Their only means of refuge now lay in climbing onto the excavator or jumping into the coffin pit. Damn it. Did you bring these spirits here? Wu Laosi spat, his patience wearing thin. You have 3 seconds left. If you waste any more of my time without explanation, I will send you to your death. In that moment, Wu Laosi had a realization. If he had charged out immediately before the encirclement formed, perhaps he would have had a chance at survival. Seeing Wu Laosi's state, Wang felt a weight in his heart. It was evident that Wu Laosi did not wish for Wang and Zheng Shuren to escape unharmed. Wu Laosi had lost his sanity and was truly capable of murder. Having come this far, Wang could not afford to lose his last opportunity due to Wu Laosi, not even at the cost of a minor injury. Confronting the uncanny could be an unstable matter. 3, 2, 1. As Wu Laosi was about to thrust a sharp steel bar forward, Wang hastily interjected, "Close your eyes, or pray to our ancestors for protection." Zheng Shuren and Wu Laosi both widened their eyes in unison. Huh? Close my eyes. Zheng Shuren recalled Wang analyzing that such an action might trigger the killing instinct of the black mist spirits. Yet now, Wang claimed it was a means to survive. Could it be? Zheng Shuren suddenly understood. You little brat, are you deceiving me? Wu Laosi certainly would not easily believe Wang's words. Just as he was preparing to act, Wang hurriedly explained. What good would it do me to deceive you now? Remember what we discussed about encountering the black mist spirits? You should also know that whenever a black mist spirit appears, someone must die. Yet, Zheng Shuren and I are unharmed. Wu Laosi paused his movements. Indeed, Zheng Shuren had mentioned this before. At that time, he had pressed the 2 for a way to survive the encounter with the black mist spirits. Didn't you say there was no way? Wu Laosi's voice still held a hint of skepticism. Wang quickly clarified, at that time, there truly was no way. But I have just deduced something. The black mist spirit was merely a meter away from us, and I could smell its putrid odor. However, when Zheng Shuren closed his eyes and prayed to our ancestors, the black mist spirit did not attack us. The beam from Wu Laoxi's flashlight illuminated Shi Wang, obscuring Wu Laoxi's features, but from Wu Laoxi's halted actions, Shi Wang sensed his lingering doubt. Wu Laoxi was not easily convinced by such abstract reasoning. Nevertheless, Shi Wang continued to persuade him. Now that the spirits have emerged, praying to our ancestors may indeed be effective. It is the only possibility I can think of. Wu Laoxi's eyes brightened. Indeed, why didn't I think of that? The spirits have already appeared, so what is implausible about our ancestors providing protection? Yet, he wondered, could his ancestors truly safeguard him? Yes, they surely can. Zheng Shuren nodded vigorously, affirming, when descendants encounter difficulties, how could our ancestors merely watch from below? During Qingming and the New Year, we burned so much paper, it wasn't for naught. I have personally verified its effectiveness. As long as you close your eyes and inwardly pray for our ancestors' protection, you shall be saved. With our ancestors present, the black mist dares not attack. And these corpse spirits certainly do not. Be sincere and keep your eyes closed a little longer. As he spoke, Zheng Shuren closed his eyes, fervently chanting for ancestral protection. Wu Laoxi observed Zheng Shuren's actions and glanced at the dimming light. The corpse spirits were now less than 3 meters away from them. Damn it. We've delayed too long. Wu Laoxi felt that escape was now utterly impossible. He glanced once more at Zheng Shuren, who was now at this critical juncture. Surely wouldn't he trivialize his life? What if it truly worked? Shi Wang had a point. The spirits had appeared. Why couldn't the ancestors protect their descendants? To put it bluntly, weren't ancestors just spirits themselves? Done. Wu Laoxi hastily closed his eyes, whispering, ancestors. I Wu Si. Shi Wang counted silently in his mind for 4 seconds before urgently tapping Zheng Shuren, signaling him to open his eyes. He then heard Wu Laoxi's murmured prayers and began to count anew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As 5 seconds elapsed, the atmosphere turned chillingly cold. The situation before them left Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren breathless. Before Wu Laoxi, the black mist spirit materialized. Everything unfolded precisely as Shi Wang had surmised. Chapter 9, The Signal. Upon the appearance of the black mist spirit, Shi Wang wasted no time and leapt into the coffin pit alongside Zheng Shuren, positioned beside the excavator. Wu Laoxi remained with his eyes closed in prayer. However, as the temperature plummeted and a bone-chilling sensation permeated the air, a strong stench of decay infiltrated his nostrils, prompting Wu Laoxi to realize that something was amiss. He opened his eyes. The black mist spirit loomed before him, causing him to gasp in shock. Why? Wu Laoxi could not comprehend. Zheng Shuren had done the same, yet he remained unscathed. Why had the black mist spirit singled him out? Despite Wu Laoxi's desire for revenge against Shi Wang, the opportunity had vanished. Upon seeing the black mist spirit, his pupils lost focus, and he collapsed to the ground. He was dead. In the face of the uncanny, humans are so fragile. After the black mist spirit claimed Wu Laoxi's life, it walked away with a stiff gait. Yet after taking only a few steps, it suddenly halted, turning to gaze into the deep pit where the coffin lay. With a rustling sound, Wu Laoxi, who had just fallen lifeless, stood once more. Compared to before, his skin had turned a ghastly gray, reeking of decay that accompanies long-dead corpses. The corpse spirit of Wu Laoxi rose, stiffly twisting its neck before joining the other corpse spirits as they silently jumped into the coffin pit. The pit was small, quickly filled with the corpse spirits. Should Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren be discovered, they would be found and killed in an instant. Yet peculiarly, the corpse spirits stood mechanically within the pit, resembling wooden stakes. There was no movement, no sound. Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren seemed to have vanished from this world. Bang! After a few seconds, a dull thud resonated from within the coffin that had a corner broken. Where am I? Shi Wang rubbed his forehead, anxiously surveying his surroundings. Unfortunately, darkness enveloped him entirely. Zheng Shuren. His voice echoed out, but received no reply. Shi Wang's expression shifted as he realized he had become separated from Zheng Shuren. How could this happen? Something felt off. Upon witnessing Wu Laoxi summon the black mist spirit, he had immediately jumped into the coffin pit with Zheng Shuren. Shi Wang's earlier claim of having a means to survive was no fabrication. He simply did not wish for Wu Laoxi to know. The latter had nearly jeopardized Shi Wang's life previously, and Shi Wang had no intention of saving him now. Let Wu Laoxi confront the corpse ghost, experiencing the utmost terror before meeting his demise. Such is the fitting retribution he deserves. However, Shi Wang harbored concerns that allowing the other party to remain alive could lead to dire consequences. Thus he deceived Wu Laosi into summoning the black mist ghost, resulting in an instantaneous death. The method conceived by Shi Wang was, in fact, a coffin, with the capabilities of the black mist ghost. It should not have waited until now to wreak havoc. It ought to have long since become a figure in urban legends. Perhaps it previously refrained from harming others not out of desire, but due to an inability to do so. In other words, the black mist ghost was likely sealed away in the past. It was only when Wang Jianmin unearthed the coffin and breached it that this malevolent spirit was released. This coffin, capable of imprisoning vengeful spirits, might just be the key to survival. This was what Shi Wang conveyed to Zheng Shuren after he entered the coffin. Yet, to Shi Wang's astonishment, shortly after entering, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Zheng Shuren was nowhere to be seen. Gritting his teeth, Shi Wang retrieved his nearly depleted phone, activating the flashlight to survey his surroundings. To his surprise, upon illuminating the area, he noted a remarkable change. The light was no longer subdued by the darkness. With the aid of his phone's flashlight, he could clearly discern his surroundings. The range of illumination was normal. The light was unaffected. Shi Wang scanned the vicinity. There were excavators and large pits, but no coffin in sight. Where could it be? His expression shifted drastically. The coffin was the vessel that imprisoned and sealed vengeful spirits. If it was missing, wait, the ghost seemed to have vanished as well. Shi Wang suddenly realized that there was nothing around him, nor was there any corpse ghost. Everything felt as though it were a dream. Am I dreaming? He sensed that everything was amiss. No, the eerie atmosphere and his recent experiences were certainly not a figment of his imagination. After some contemplation, he proceeded toward the workers' quarters. Having traversed a distance of over 100 meters, he encountered the disorienting phenomenon of the ghost wall, where he and Zheng Shuren had walked several hundred meters without returning. Yet now, in less than a minute, he found himself at the entrance to the workers' dormitory. As he approached, he noticed that the door was ajar, and light spilled out from within. Remaining vigilant, he searched for a steel rebar over a meter long and grasped it tightly. He was apprehensive that upon opening the dormitory door, a horde of corpse ghosts would rush out, or perhaps he would encounter the chilling black mist ghost. However, with no other options and no other sources of light around, he resolved to discover what lay within. Taking a deep breath, he kicked the door open forcefully. The metal door swung wide, and through the illuminated interior, he beheld Zheng Shuren seated on the bed. Zheng Shuren stared blankly at the doorway, seemingly taken aback by Shi Wang's sudden entrance. "What are you doing?" Zheng Shuren exclaimed upon seeing Shi Wang. "Why kick the door open when you could have just walked in?" Shi Wang was momentarily stunned at the sight of Zheng Shuren. "Uncle Zheng, how are you here?" Zheng Shuren's eyes widened. "It's already time for bed. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Where have you been? Why are you back so late? Are you not going to sleep?" Shi Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Zheng Shuren's demeanor. He quickly withdrew his feet from the threshold, gripping the rebar tighter. Just moments ago, they had encountered a ghost, yet Zheng Shuren spoke as if nothing had transpired. Something was profoundly amiss. Zheng Shuren, noticing Shi Wang's retreat, approached with an irritated expression. "You little rascal, get in here and sleep." Shi Wang dared not enter. The situation Zheng Shuren had feared might have indeed come to pass. The Zheng Shuren before him was likely a ghost in disguise. "Uncle Zheng, what is our relationship?" Shi Wang inquired, stepping back cautiously. Zheng Shuren chuckled. "Have you taken some strange medication today? Your mother and my wife were classmates. 2 months ago, your mother fell gravely ill and was hospitalized. The surgery drained your family's savings, and my family even lent you some. You sought me out to work at the construction site during your summer vacation to earn money. We aren't closely related, but in terms of seniority, you should call me uncle. Enough with the nonsense. You need to get some sleep. You leave tomorrow." The information Zheng Shuren provided was entirely accurate. Among everyone at the construction site, only Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren possessed this knowledge. This indicated that the Zheng Shuren before him was indeed genuine. The prior events felt like a mere dream. Had Shi Wang truly thrust the rebar into Zheng Shuren's body, he would have unwittingly committed fratricide against his benefactor. Gradually, Shi Wang's wariness subsided. How could he let his guard down? The secret signal. Shi Wang remained vigilant, directing the rebar at Zheng Shuren as he asked, "What was the secret signal we agreed upon?" Earlier, Zheng Shuren had worried that a ghost might disguise itself as a human to launch a surprise attack, and he wanted to establish a secret signal with Shi Wang. But Shi Wang had declined. Now, however, he brought it up. Zheng Shuren had approached to within 3 or 4 meters of Shi Wang when he heard the question and scratched his head. "Didn't you say the secret signal was pointless? You never shared it with me." Upon hearing Zheng Shuren's response, Shi Wang lunged forward, thrusting the rebar toward Zheng Shuren's throat. Chapter 10, The Third Type of Ghost. The sharp rebar easily pierced Zheng Shuren's throat. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Yet, from his mouth, he incessantly repeated, "Shi Wang, what are you doing? Shi Wang, what are you doing?" Indeed, he was not human. A shiver ran down Shi Wang's spine, and he quickly retreated a few steps. Despite having a gaping wound in his neck, he could still speak steadily. This was no ordinary person. Shi Wang's certainty that the Zheng Shuren before him was a fabrication stemmed from the fact that the secret signal was discussed only after Shi Wang had encountered the ghost. Just moments ago, when Shi Wang opened the door, Zheng Shuren had appeared completely unperturbed, as if the ghostly encounter had never occurred. This created a significant inconsistency. How could a Zheng Shuren who hadn't encountered a ghost know that Shi Wang had previously mentioned not using the secret signal? Run. Shi Wang cast one last glance at the writhing Zheng Shuren on the ground before turning to flee from the dormitory entrance, sprinting toward the construction site's exit. With the ghost wall no longer a concern, his priority was to escape the site. At the entrance, two bright lights illuminated the surroundings. Before Shi Wang could reach the gate, he spotted a familiar figure standing there. "Shi Wang, where are you off to at this hour?" Zhou Hua, holding a flashlight, gazed curiously at Shi Wang. "You should hurry back to sleep." Shi Wang slowed his pace. Zhou Hua had been overpowered by the corpse ghost and should have perished. The Zhou Hua before him was undoubtedly a counterfeit. Hesitating for only a moment, Shi Wang gripped the rebar and charged toward the gate. Zhou Hua's expression shifted, and he immediately raised his hand to block Shi Wang's path. Unfazed, Shi Wang gritted his teeth and thrust the rebar forward. Blood gushed from the wound on Zhou Hua's body as Shi Wang pushed his struggling form aside, not pausing for a moment as he strode through the construction site gate. Shi Wang didn't look back. The atmosphere in this place was exceedingly eerie. He could not ascertain whether leaving the site would prove beneficial. Upon exiting, he discovered that his phone had regained signal. Filled with joy at the sight of the signal on his phone, he prepared to call for help. However, just as he did, the screen's brightness suddenly dimmed. With a jolt, the phone vibrated and shut down due to low battery. Cursed be. Shi Wang felt a surge of frustration. Why couldn't he hold on just a little longer? He could not give up here. Uncle Zheng might still be in danger. He needed to summon help. Though the phone powered down, the streetlights outside continued to shine brightly. Shi Wang sprinted down the road, fervently hoping to encounter normal human beings or find a place to report the situation. The construction site is not far from the residential area. After running less than a kilometer, Shi Wang turned two corners and suddenly came upon a police station, Daxing Police Station. The bold, illuminated characters invigorated Shi Wang. He was nearing the end of his ordeal. He quickened his pace, and upon reaching the exterior of the police station, he spotted two officers in the security booth, one short and stout, the other tall and lean, both in their 30s, covered in blood. Shi Wang rushed to the booth and shouted, "Officer, I need to report a crime." The two officers exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious, and promptly ushered him inside the station. "What happened?" one inquired. After collecting his thoughts, Shi Wang began to speak. "Officers, my name is Shi Wang. Please, do not be alarmed by what I am about to say. It is quite extraordinary." As he narrated his tale, he became parched, and the officers poured him a glass of water. However, as he set the cup down, he accidentally spilled some. Yet, he paid no mind to the water on the table. Instead, he anxiously addressed the tall officer. "Have you ever dealt with supernatural occurrences? If not, I recommend escalating this matter. If ghosts truly exist, I doubt I am the first to encounter one. The authorities must have encountered them before. Perhaps even established specialized units to address such phenomena." Shi Wang eagerly awaited the officer's response. The tall officer furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the validity of Shi Wang's claims. While the short officer poured him another cup of tea, Shi Wang instinctively murmured his thanks, but then he froze. The water he had spilled earlier had mysteriously vanished. This was impossible. He abruptly stood, bewildered. How could water dry so quickly? There were no traces left on the floor, as if no water had ever been spilled. At that moment, the short officer reached for the bloodied steel rebar beside Shi Wang. "Let us handle this," he said. Shi Wang leapt to his feet, gripping the rebar tightly, eyeing the short officer warily. "You are not police," he exclaimed, retreating to distance himself from them. He scanned the precinct, muttering, "This cannot be a police station. What are you truly?" Initially, upon seeing the police station, Shi Wang had let his guard down. However, having previously experienced a ghostly assault, he remained observant. Upon reflection, he noted many inconsistencies regarding the two officers. In the dead of night, encountering a bloodied individual wielding rebar, their first instinct should have been to subdue him, yet they had engaged him in conversation for far too long. It seemed they were waiting for him to relax. Unfortunately, the vanished water had reignited his vigilance. The officers, seemingly oblivious to Shi Wang's concerns, repeatedly insisted, hand over the rebar. As they spoke, tendrils of dark energy emanated from their bodies. Damn it, this place is haunted. Shi Wang turned and bolted from the station. However, upon exiting, he found a throng of people gathered outside, all clad in construction garb. Among them were Zheng Shuren and Zhou Hua, both bloodied, Wu Laosi, holding a flashlight, Wang Jianmen, with a stiff expression, and Qian Wan, looking irate. Beyond the immediate group, shadows of more figures were approaching. If Shi Wang lingered any longer, the area would surely be teeming with people. What was happening? He glanced back at the two officers emerging from the station and, gritting his teeth, charged outside. Wu Laosi attempted to stop him, but was pierced through the eye by a piece of rebar. Yet, he still reached out toward Shi Wang, showing no sign of pain. These spirits were not the black mist type, nor the corpses. They were a third kind of ghost, one that Shi Wang could confront. Though he could not destroy them, he had some means of defense. He forcefully pushed Wu Laosi aside and broke through the encircling crowd. Shi Wang soon realized their movements were sluggish, and they did not pursue him with speed. He quickly left them behind, but with each passing moment, despair set in. Eventually, his strength would wane, and these spirits would come for him, leading to his demise. Calm down, calm down. Shi Wang wiped the blood on his clothes, taking a deep breath. Was the influence of the ghosts expanding, or had he been trapped in this supernatural loop all along? He was now over 1,000 meters from the construction site. Could the ghosts reach this far? If so, many residents must have been transformed into corpse-like spirits while they slept. Yet, he saw none. The entities following him were not corpse spirits. They were the third type. After pondering for a moment, Shi Wang realized something troubling. He had nearly forgotten about the chase. Given the reality of the black mist spirits, he should have been hiding in a coffin with Zheng Shuren, not in this predicament. The more he thought about it, the more disconcerting it became. The coffin. Looking at the street illuminated by streetlights, he inhaled deeply. The coffin saved me from being killed by the ghosts. But now it is hidden by them. I must find that coffin. The hope of survival lies within the construction site. Chapter 11. The Ghostly Blockade. With this realization, Shi Wang halted. When he escaped the police station, he instinctively fled away from the construction site. Now he had to turn back. However, the road behind him was likely teeming with the third kind of ghost, and the sides were enveloped in dark, dense forest. Thanks to the streetlight's glow, he could see the mist swirling within the trees, a blood-red haze. His instincts warned him that the blood mist was even more perilous. The third kind of ghost on the road was the weakest. He could not give up. Shi Wang took a deep breath, recalling his ailing mother, his gaze resolute. I must return alive. As he resolved to go back, a multitude of swaying figures appeared on the road behind him. They were closing in rapidly. Shi Wang cursed under his breath, then stretched his neck, wrists, and ankles, bracing himself to confront the approaching spirits. Perhaps due to his brief respite at the police station, he did not feel excessively fatigued, only mentally drained. The sound of rebar scraping against the ground echoed sharply. Shi Wang, come back to sleep. The voices of over 50 individuals echoed, calling his name. As they approached, the streetlight illuminated their vacant, expressionless faces, resembling puppets. Sensing Shi Wang's presence, the vengeful spirits quickened their pace. Come on. Shi Wang gripped the rebar tightly, assessing the formation of the spirits before him. Taking another deep breath, he prepared himself. Although the number of spirits was substantial, they were not clustered tightly together, leaving gaps between them. This presented an opportunity. With a swift motion, Shi Wang accelerated, evading the grasp of a nearby spirit, weaving through the openings between them. Soon came the second and third entities, and Shi Wang remained wholly focused, concentrating all his energy on a singular objective, to traverse through the horde of malevolent spirits and return to the construction site. The urgency of his escape weighed heavily upon him. A moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable doom. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, clung to his brow. With every spirit he bypassed, Shi Wang felt as though he was narrowly escaping death. Before long, he found himself amidst the throng of apparitions. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Two spirits overlapped ahead of him, obscuring his vision of a lurking specter behind. As he dashed forward, he was confronted by a ghost bearing the visage of Wu Laosi. Shi Wang, it is time to sleep. Wu Laosi's expressionless face called out, extending a hand to grasp Shi Wang. Go to hell. Without hesitation, Shi Wang hurled the rebar in his grip towards Wu Laosi. A dull thud echoed as the spirit fell to the ground, blood streaming from its forehead, staining its face. Yet, Wu Laosi struggled to rise, repeatedly uttering, Shi Wang. It is time to sleep. As Shi Wang passed, he thrust the rebar into Wu Laosi's chest before continuing his evasive maneuvers. Any normal individual suffering such a wound would require immediate medical attention to survive. However, Shi Wang was acutely aware that the fallen Wu Laozi would pose no further threat. In mere moments, he would rise anew, just as Zheng Shuren and Zhou Hua had before him. Get out of my way. Spirits continued to surge forth, attempting to obstruct his path. Shi Wang charged forward with unwavering resolve. Each spirit that dared to impede him fell victim to his rebar, incapacitated. The spirits moved with a stiffness that granted Shi Wang the advantage. With a final kick, the last spirit was sent tumbling to the ground and bloodied. He finally burst through the throng. Shi Wang, it is time to sleep. The pursuing spirits behind him had shifted their focus, relentlessly chasing him down. A glance over his shoulder revealed the menacing specters, and gritting his teeth, he sprinted towards the construction site. Had he not honed his physical abilities over the past 2 months on the job, he doubted he could have escaped. His sun-kissed arms bore the evidence of his exertion. Muscles taut and ready. He felt invigorated, capable of enduring further trials. As he contemplated this, his steps felt lighter. Soon, he arrived once more at the site of the police station. Yet, what he beheld was starkly barren. Nothing remained. Shi Wang scrutinized the area, confirming it was indeed the prior location of the station, easily identifiable by the nearby road S-bend. Yet, the police station had vanished. He inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. This place was fraught with peril. Had he not been vigilant enough to leave the station in time, would he have vanished alongside it? Shi Wang, it is time to sleep. The ominous voice of the pursuing spirit echoed once more. He turned to glance back, unwilling to linger further. On the path ahead, a few scattered spirits searched for him, but their numbers were manageable, allowing him to evade them with ease. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shi Wang found himself back at the construction site. Upon observing the entrance, his eyes widened in despair. This was utterly maddening. The entrance was now densely packed with people. Or rather, spirits, a throng of hundreds converging in this place. Previously, under the pressure of fear, Shi Wang had managed to flee the site. Now, to re-enter, he would have to contend with countless apparitions. These spirits were likely the souls of workers who had perished at the site. They possessed the trait of immortality. With merely a piece of rebar in his possession, how could he hope to breach the defenses of hundreds of spirits? Shi Wang stood frozen for a moment, despair creeping into his heart. Yet, he soon regained his composure, gripping the rebar tightly and muttering, "The more you prevent me from entering, the more it signifies that something of great importance lies within." Shi Wang refrained from charging towards the entrance. Reason dictated that an assault against the horde would be suicidal. However, the spirits would not simply wait for him to enter. As he beheld the gathering, they began to advance towards him, their expressions cold and apathetic, chanting in unison, "Shi Wang, it is time to sleep." Any timid soul witnessing this scene would likely be paralyzed with fear. While Shi Wang did not succumb to terror, his countenance was grim. With spirits ahead and pursuers behind, he needed to devise a plan. Otherwise, he would either be ensnared by the horde or forced to retreat and confront the spirits pursuing him once more. The latter option seemed futile. The path to survival surely lay within the construction site. Shi Wang cast his gaze towards the dense forest shrouded in mist. The woods enveloped the site. Perhaps he could navigate through them to circumvent the spirits and find a way to scale the wall. Yet, the crimson mist exuded an ominous aura. As he approached within 5 or 6 meters of the blood fog, a strong stench of blood assaulted his senses, a chilling sensation penetrating to his core. There are spirits. Instantly, Shi Wang deduced that within the fog lurked malevolent entities. He was unaware of their nature, but regardless, he sought no encounter with them. Yet, he found himself with little choice but to take the risk. Resolute, he stepped into the mist. The sound of scraping, akin to sharpening blades, reached his ears. Upon entering, Shi Wang expected his vision to be impaired, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Clarity enveloped him as though in daylight, revealing everything distinctly. To his horror, he beheld a scene that would haunt him. A pool of thick blood reached up to his heels, countless terrified heads submerged within it. It was not only at his feet. The entirety of his view was filled with heads. Many of these had begun to decay, the stench of rot pervading the air. Not far ahead, a figure sat beside a whetstone, sharpening a massive ghostly blade, and what sent shivers down Shi Wang's spine was that this figure was headless. Chapter 12. The Headless Spirit and the Shadowy Spirit. In a pool filled with severed heads, a towering headless figure sharpened its knife. Shi Wang observed streams of blood cascading from the neck of the headless spirit, dripping onto the blood pool below. It became evident to him that the blood pooling at his feet was likely that which flowed from the headless spirit itself. As for the countless heads bobbing in the pool, they were likely the result of the headless spirit's gruesome handiwork. In this bizarre bloodied realm, Shi Wang, a being of flesh and blood, felt entirely out of place. He was somewhat grateful for having previously encountered the shadowy spirit and the corpse spirit. Otherwise, the overwhelming shock of this head-filled pool would have rendered him unconscious. Thanks to his fortified mental resilience, he managed to suppress a scream as he met the gaze of the heads floating at his feet, their eyes staring back at him. Isn't this the forest? What on earth is happening here? Wang thought as the situation surpassed his expectations. Entering the woods had not allowed him to circumvent and scale the wall into the construction site. It appeared he had instead entered another realm, surrounded solely by blood pools, severed heads, and the headless spirit. There was not a single tree in sight. The sharpening sound persisted, yet the headless spirit rose to its feet. What manner of phenomenon is this? Wang was momentarily bewildered. The headless spirit ceased its sharpening, yet the sound continued. Soon, he had no time to ponder the mystery of the sharpening noise, for the headless spirit turned to face him. Despite its lack of a head, Wang felt as though it had locked onto him. The headless specter lifted its foot, causing ripples to spread across the viscous pool of blood. The head that was crushed beneath its enormous foot was first submerged, only to be subsequently obliterated. The ghastly blade, dragged through the sanguine depths, stirred the blood around it. This was dire. Wang's eyes widened in alarm. The approach of the headless ghost certainly boded no good. It likely had its sights set on Wang's own head. What to do? He glanced back, only to discover an endless expanse of blood behind him. The path he had taken had vanished. Recognizing this, Wang's complexion turned ashen. Faced with such a bizarre predicament, a single misstep could plunge him into irretrievable despair. Had he known that entering the dense forest would lead to such an encounter, he would have opted to forcefully breach the construction site's entrance instead. At the very least, the specter blocking the door was manageable. However, the headless ghost before him was a formidable adversary, and Wang doubted he could withstand even a second of its assault. It was undoubtedly on par with the ghost of Black Mist. Wang was bewildered as to why he was encountering so many legends of the supernatural this night. Yet, he needed to devise a means of escape. He took 2 steps back, realizing he was trapped within the blood-soaked confines. His mind began to race with urgency. The sound of squelching blood beneath heavy feet drew nearer. The headless ghost moved slowly, yet each step covered several meters. The distance between it and Wang was rapidly diminishing. When the headless ghost drew within 10 meters, Wang noticed its towering stature, standing at nearly 2 meters. It was formidable even without a head. The ghastly blade it wielded was grotesquely oversized, comparable to Wang's own body. Goodness! Would such a weapon not be excessive for my execution? Wang's face turned pale as he prepared to retreat. Yet suddenly, a multitude of bloodied hands erupted from the pool, ensnaring his legs and rendering him immobile. Several arms extended 2 to 3 meters from the blood, pressing down on his shoulders with a crushing force. What? Wang found himself powerless against the eerie strength of the bloodied hands, his body bending under the pressure, forcing him to kneel in the sanguine depths. The pool bubbled and churned, streams of rising blood twisting and flowing before him. In a mere 3 seconds, a wooden yoke formed from the blood, its surface inscribed with the character for decapitation. At that moment, Wang resembled an ancient condemned prisoner awaiting execution. As various strange phenomena manifested around him, the headless ghost suddenly appeared beside Wang. It reached for the blood-formed board on his back. Once the blood board was removed, it splashed down upon Wang's head. With this act, the headless ghost seemed to complete its preparations for execution, raising its enormous blade to strike at Wang's neck. Just as the blade was poised to descend, Wang, eyes tightly shut, mentally counted down the final number, 5. 5 seconds. Closing his eyes would attract the ghost of Black Mist. If he kept them shut for a certain duration, the ghost would strike. 5 seconds was the time Wang had determined through experiments with Wu Laosi. Upon being seized by the blood-formed hands, he realized he could not resist the headless ghost. In a final gamble, he staked his life on this fleeting moment. As the 5 seconds elapsed, a path enveloped in black mist materialized within the blood-soaked space. Simultaneously, numerous rigid figures emerged from the mist. The sound of their footsteps echoed across the pool. Wang's ears perked up, detecting the commotion around him. Concurrently, the bloodied hands gripping his legs and shoulders lost their strength. Yet, he did not dare to open his eyes. Just moments prior, he had recalled another detail. Those who had been slain by the ghost of Black Mist first closed their eyes, drawing its attention. However, they did not perish immediately. They died only upon opening their eyes to behold the Black Mist ghost. Wang, though spared from decapitation by the headless ghost, had not yet succumbed to the Black Mist ghost. He was determined not to open his eyes and face the specter, only to be instantly dispatched. The fact that he remained alive indicated something significant. Shi Wang's mind was exceptionally clear at that moment. The headless ghost and the black mist ghost were locked in combat, unable to divert their attention. Indeed, the situation was as Shi Wang surmised. Were he to open his eyes, he would witness a figure radiating black energy standing directly before him. The instant he opened his eyes, he would see the black mist ghost. While the headless ghost struck a blow upon the black mist ghost's head, it seemed that the blow had injured the black mist ghost, which ceased emitting its dark aura, becoming immobilized. However, the headless ghost was swiftly besieged by other spirits emerging from the mist, enveloping it. As for Shi Wang, though he kept his eyes shut, he seized the opportunity to crawl away as his body regained its freedom from the bloodied hands. The sounds surrounding him comprised not only the grinding of blades, but also the footsteps of the ghosts that had entered the blood-soaked realm alongside the black mist ghost. With no obstacles in his path, it was evident that the two ghosts were engaged in a fierce struggle. This was a stroke of fortune amidst his misfortune. Seizing this moment, he must escape. Gritting his teeth, Shi Wang crawled swiftly in the direction of the footsteps. As he crawled, he often brushed against floating heads and was occasionally kicked by the encroaching spirits. A chill ran through him, yet he continued to reassure himself. Do not dwell on it. Do not dwell on it. Soon, the sticky sensations on his hands faded, replaced by the solid feel of the ground beneath him. The sounds of footsteps and blade grinding had ceased. Had he escaped? Shi Wang pondered for a few seconds before summoning his courage to open his eyes. Upon seeing a road illuminated by streetlights, tears of joy nearly spilled from his eyes. There was no time for hesitation. The coffin. He needed to rush to the construction site and locate the coffin. Without pausing, Shi Wang dashed toward the site. Near the entrance of the construction site, no spirits obstructed his path. He swiftly deduced that the black mist ghost had led those spirits into the headless ghost's blood-soaked domain. Did the corpse spirits and the third type of ghost also obey the black mist ghost's commands? However, it seemed that the corpse spirits and the third type could not appear simultaneously. What exactly was the black mist ghost so terrifying? Moreover, it could infiltrate the headless ghost's territory. Was the headless ghost capable of contending with the black mist ghost? Shi Wang dared not linger. Summoning all his strength to rush into the construction site, making his way toward the coffin pit. Just as he leaped into the coffin pit, less than half a minute passed before the blood-red mist outside the construction site abruptly vanished. Before it disappeared, the black mist ghost emerged from within. Yet it no longer emanated its dark aura, and no throngs of vengeful spirits followed in its wake. The instant it exited the blood-red mist, the black mist ghost's figure dissipated into nothingness. Shi Wang had kept his eyes shut for 5 seconds, triggering the curse of the black mist ghost. Now, the ghost sought to claim his life. The moment their eyes met, Shi Wang would perish instantly. Furthermore, due to the nature of the curse, the black mist ghost could teleport right beside him. Chapter 13. If I am a ghost, then who am I? End of Volume 1. A surge of astonishment coursed through him, swiftly followed by elation. This shape is a coffin. Shi Wang's calm deduction proved accurate once more, and he had triumphed in his gamble yet again. He located the crack in the coffin and slipped inside. The moment he entered, a green glow caught his eye amidst the darkness. Suddenly, memories flooded back. Upon seeing the green radiance, Shi Wang widened his eyes in shock. He crawled closer, using both hands and feet, approaching the source of the light. At the head of the coffin, a long strip of jade emitted a luminous glow. Judging by its shape and placement, it was a jade pillow. Enveloped in its light, a chilling aura of dread enveloped Shi Wang. Gazing at the jade pillow, he murmured to himself, I remember now. Uncle Zheng and I slipped through the crack in the coffin to escape the corpse ghost. It was upon touching this jade that I suddenly found myself in this realm. What exactly is this object? Shi Wang pondered the events that had transpired thus far. After entering the construction site area, initially, he was not besieged by corpse ghosts, nor was he oppressed by the black mist. Later, a third type of ghost, controlled by the black mist, emerged in increasing numbers. Simultaneously, there were headless ghosts, equally terrifying, that were not under the black mist's influence. Under Shi Wang's command, the headless ghost and the black mist ghost even clashed. First, the fog of ghostly barriers dissipated. Then, the immensely powerful, robust corpse ghost vanished, transforming into a being vulnerable to steel reinforcements. Shi Wang squinted, analyzing calmly. Although this is still a construction site, the power of the black mist ghost here is diminished. This should be related to my interaction with the jade. Yet, whether the jade pillow is benevolent or malevolent, Shi Wang could not ascertain. It had brought him to this ghostly place, where he had narrowly escaped death multiple times. Furthermore, He believed he was no longer in the original world. The construction site, police station, and forest he saw might all be illusions, akin to a nightmare experienced in slumber. Shi Wang's brow furrowed tighter as he scrutinized the jade pillow. Just as he contemplated, the temperature around him abruptly dropped. A wave of chill enveloped him. This familiar sensation made Shi Wang instantly realize that the black mist ghost had arrived. Had the headless ghost not eliminated it? The moment this thought crossed his mind, a shadow, entirely shrouded in darkness, appeared before him. The distance between Shi Wang and the black mist ghost was merely a couple of fist lengths. In such close proximity, he nearly gasped in shock. The stench of decay invaded his nostrils. The face before him, cold, pale, and rigid, exuded an aura of death that left Shi Wang in a state of disbelief. That face seemed familiar. His pupils contracted as he beheld something unfathomable. This ghost bears my visage. Under the illumination of the jade pillow, Shi Wang was certain of his observation. The black mist ghost bore Shi Wang's face. Am I a ghost? Shi Wang's mind teetered on the brink of collapse. If the ghost is me, then who am I? Before Shi Wang could delve deeper into this contemplation, he noticed the eyes of the Shi Wang before him, tightly shut, flicker as if they were about to open. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of dread gripped him, nearly paralyzing his breath. I am doomed. I am doomed. I am doomed. Without any rational explanation, Shi Wang felt an instinctive certainty. Once the Shi Wang before him opened his eyes, the true Shi Wang would perish. All of this seemed to unfold slowly, yet it transpired in an instant. Due to the curse upon Shi Wang, as the black mist ghost emerged from the blood mist of the headless ghost, it instantly approached him, ready to open its eyes. Shi Wang surmised that the black mist ghost's method of killing differed slightly from reality. Anyone who kept their eyes closed for more than 5 seconds would become the black mist ghost's target. However, upon arriving at its target, it was not the target's opening of their eyes that triggered the killing mechanism. Instead, it was the black mist ghost opening its eyes that set off the deadly pattern. In other words, when confronted by the black mist ghost, as long as one keeps their eyes shut for 5 seconds, survival is nearly impossible. Unless one possesses the ability to prevent the black mist ghost from opening its eyes. Shi Wang achieved this by leveraging the power of the headless ghost. Yet now, he faced the imminent threat of the ghost's second eye-opening murder. Just as the ghostly Shi Wang began to open its eyes halfway, Shi Wang felt as if an invisible hand grasped his heart, as if he were on the verge of death. In that critical moment, his hand brushed against the jade pillow before him. Seeing the ghostly Shi Wang materialize, Shi Wang instinctively reached out to touch the jade pillow, propelled by muscle memory. This was a decision made by his subconscious in a moment of urgency. Faced with the specter of death, with only a jade pillow nearby, regardless of the outcome, at least he would not come out empty-handed. And at the instant Shi Wang made contact with the jade pillow, a miracle occurred. The ghostly Shi Wang, with a vacant expression, fully opened its eyes. Yet, Shi Wang did not perish. A chilling aura surged from the jade pillow, coursing through Shi Wang's entire being. As for the ghostly Shi Wang, under the jade's green light, it transformed into wisps of black mist. The ghost has been vanquished. Shi Wang stared, astonished, at the jade pillow in his grasp. Before he could revel in his triumph, the swirling black mist around him suddenly seemed to come alive, infiltrating through his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears. In that instant, Shi Wang felt as though his head might explode, and his eyes rolled back in agony. The intense suffering caused his veins to bulge grotesquely across his body. The veins on his face twisted like serpents, horrifically contorted. Shi Wang was compelled to bash his head against the surrounding coffin to divert his focus. Countless incoherent whispers echoed in his mind, loud and cacophonous. It felt as if someone had unleashed a writhing centipede within his brain. It was as though someone wielded a power drill against his skull. It felt as if someone had pried open his skull cap and was scooping out his brain with a spoon. In the throes of torment, Shi Wang even contemplated surrendering to death, resigning himself to an end. Yet, every time this thought crossed his mind, memories of his family surged back. I cannot die. I must not die. Shi Wang emitted a primal roar. Regardless of the agony his body endured, his hands instinctively clutched the jade pillow radiating green light before him. I must not die. Shi Wang suddenly opened his eyes, his visage contorted in rage as he let out a deafening shout. Zheng Shuren, nestled in the corner of the coffin, jolted at Shi Wang's commotion. Upon regaining his senses, Zheng Shuren instinctively slapped the back of Shi Wang's head. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chapter 14, Possession by a Ghost. Preface. Losing one person is not terrifying. What is terrifying is the emergence of an additional one. Who is the intruder? Shi Wang's furious roar was silenced by the slap. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving, and turned to face Zheng Shuren, who was bathed in a green glow. What the hell are you? Human or ghost? Zheng Shuren's expression darkened at the question. Do you think I am human or ghost? Beads of sweat trickled down Shi Wang's face. He hastily wiped his brow. After a moment, he realized that the green glow on Zheng Shuren's face stemmed from the jade pillow nearby. However, after Shi Wang regained consciousness, the jade pillow's radiance was gradually waning. Hey! Zheng Shuren's face transformed into a mask of panic as he observed the dimming jade pillow. Shi Wang, come quickly and see what's going on. We are sheltered here from attacks, all thanks to this jade pillow. If it goes dark, check if it's broken. Can it be repaired? Shi Wang looked at the dimming jade pillow and then at the flustered Zheng Shuren, murmuring, what on earth is happening? He sensed an additional presence within his mind. A ghost. That ghost has entered my brain. Terror washed over Shi Wang's face. He sprang to his feet, only to collide with the coffin lid. My head. The pain compelled Shi Wang to clutch his head, closing his eyes and inhaling sharply. Suddenly, a wave of black mist surged from his body, quickly filling the coffin. As the radiance of the jade pillow dissipated, Zheng Shuren, who had activated his phone's flashlight, realized that visibility was rapidly diminishing. It was over. Zheng Shuren had been fixated on the jade pillow and had failed to notice the emergence of black mist from Shi Wang's form. He gazed at the dark haze within the coffin, mistakenly believing it was due to the jade pillow losing its protective effect. The malevolent spirit was about to breach their sanctuary. Was there truly no escape? A sense of despair washed over Zheng Shuren's face. Throughout the night, Shi Wang had repeatedly led him away from the clutches of vengeful spirits. As a student, Shi Wang had deduced the patterns of the spirit's killings and had even discovered the safety of the coffin. Yet, the malevolent spirit was simply too terrifying. Now, their last refuge was gone. I'm sorry, my wife, my daughter. Shi Wang, I apologize to you as well. If there is a next life, grant me the privilege of being your father. I shall make amends. Zheng Shuren whispered to himself when suddenly, a long, resonating gong sound pierced the air. Bang! The sound, so near, caused Zheng Shuren to shudder. It seemed to emanate from right beside Shi Wang. Yet in the darkness, he could see nothing. Shrinking into a corner of the coffin, trembling incessantly. After the gong sound, Zheng Shuren heard the melody of a flute. Lacking musical talent, he could still discern the chaotic notes, devoid of rhythm, as if played without any skill. Tap, tap, tap. The third sound was that of footsteps, 2 feet seemingly dancing, producing a high-frequency tapping noise. However, the 3 sounds gradually diminished, as if retreating. Zheng Shuren clamped his mouth shut, fearing to make even the faintest sound. How could there be the sound of a gong, flute, and dancing in this haunted place? What else could it be but spirits? He crawled in the dark to Shi Wang's side, gently patting him to check on his condition. Shi Wang, clutching his head, opened his eyes to look behind him. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed the resurgence of black mist around him. Instinctively, he feared the return of the malevolent spirit. Yet in the next moment, the surrounding black mist unexpectedly infiltrated his body. He felt the chilling presence within him. As Shi Wang fully absorbed the black mist, the dark coffin was once again illuminated by the light from Zheng Shuren's phone, and the two faced each other. Gulp! Zheng Shuren, his face twitching with fear, instinctively swallowed. He looked at Shi Wang and stammered, "Who are you?" "Uncle Zheng, it's me, Shi Wang." Shi Wang sensed something was amiss within him and felt a wave of unease. But Zheng Shuren was even more anxious. "Nonsense. I don't recognize a Shi Wang who can absorb black mist. Is that something a human can do? Isn't the black mist created by the malevolent spirit? You must be the black mist spirit." Zheng Shuren's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank. He suddenly dragged out a long wail, bursting into tears. "Oh, my dear nephew, how did you end up ahead of me? My cough, nephew." Zheng Shuren's weeping was heartfelt, tears and snot mingling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh dear, stop crying. It sounds like a funeral dirge." Shi Wang covered Zheng Shuren's mouth. "We are not out of danger yet. What if you attract the corpse spirit?" Zheng Shuren stiffened, too afraid to move. Seeing Zheng Shuren fall silent, Shi Wang removed his hand, wiping it in disdain on Zheng Shuren's short sleeve. "Uncle Zheng, I don't know what has happened to me, but I can assure you, I am still Shi Wang." He then recounted the events that transpired since they were separated. Zheng Shuren had initially regarded Shi Wang with suspicion, but as Shi Wang narrated his tale, Zheng Shuren quickly became immersed in his perspective. Upon learning that Shi Wang had discovered the police were spirits in disguise, he wiped the sweat from his brow, murmuring, "If it were me, I might have perished here." When Shi Wang recounted the moment he was beheaded by the headless spirit, only to be saved by the malevolent spirit's arrival, Zheng Shuren wiped his sweat again, muttering, "If it were me, I wouldn't have survived this place." Finally, when Wang described how he discovered the concealed coffin and, in a stroke of luck, touched the jade pillow just as the black mist spirit awakened. Zheng Shuren sighed. Goodness, if it were me, I would have likely died from fright. Let alone think to touch the jade pillow. After their lengthy discourse, Zheng Shuren began to believe that Wang was not a spirit. The spirits they had encountered before lacked Wang's eloquence. Furthermore, spirits moved rigidly, their expressions lifeless, solely fixated on annihilating their targets. If Wang were a spirit, he would not have remained passive until now. When they had hidden in the coffin, those corpse spirits had lingered outside but never entered. Upon seeing the glowing jade pillow within the coffin, Zheng Shuren deduced it must possess the power to restrain spirits. He resolved to touch the jade pillow and instructed Wang to remain still as long as he drew breath, regardless of the circumstances. Little did he know, Wang had remained still for over 10 minutes. Unexpectedly, he had been dragged to another place by a spirit. Zheng Shuren stroked his chin, nodding repeatedly. No wonder black mist was seeping from you earlier. It seems you were possessed by a spirit. Once we get out, we must find a master to exorcise the evil. Wang, who had been observing his hands, paused at Zheng Shuren's words. Uncle Zheng, how long was I lying there? Zheng Shuren glanced at his phone and replied, about 15 to 16 minutes. Wang immediately furrowed his brow. The time since he and Zheng Shuren had separated had to have been at least half an hour. How could it only be 15 or 16 minutes? After pondering for a moment, Wang suddenly conceived an explanation. Could it be that I had entered a dream? The flow of time in dreams differs from that in reality, hence the discrepancy. Wang now comprehended what kind of spirit resided within him. Close your eyes, sleep. Open your eyes. No wonder the spirits I encountered constantly urged me to sleep. A nightmare spirit, perhaps. Another mystery lingered regarding the jade pillow. He had not entered a dream through a spirit, but rather through the jade pillow. Was it due to the jade pillow's sealing of the nightmare spirit? Moreover, the spirits encountered in the dream were not solely the nightmare spirit. Excluding the third type of spirit controlled by the nightmare spirit, there was also the terrifying headless spirit. With so many spirits in the surrounding woods, there could very well be others. Earlier, when the black mist was released, Wang had also heard the sounds of gongs, flutes, and footsteps. Those sounds seemed to have emanated from within him. To unravel all of this, he first needed to understand the spirit within him. At this moment, Wang's thoughts mirrored Zheng Shuren's. Once they exited, they would seek out a truly skilled master, devising a plan to confront the spirit within. However, before they could make their exit, a flurry of footsteps approached the coffin from outside. Someone stood at the coffin's edge, knocking on the lid. What are you still doing inside? Come out. Chapter 15, Wang Gang. Wang and Zheng Shuren exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. There was someone outside. Just as they were unsure of the identity of the voice's owner, a blinding light suddenly pierced through the damaged section of the coffin. We belong to a special unit of the state. Those inside, you are safe now. Please come out and cooperate with our work. The voice resonated once more. Yet, having endured so much, Zheng Shuren could hardly trust the voice from outside, especially after hearing Wang's account of the spirit police. Although hiding in the coffin was uncomfortable, it had at least kept them safe. Wang, please don't be deceived by those outside. Zheng Shuren grasped Wang, his face marked by vigilance, and said, surely, the sounds outside are not the wails of spirits. Wang hesitated as well. After all, something had just escaped from his body. Who could say what kind of malevolent entity it was? However, upon observing the beam of light streaming in, the surrounding atmosphere felt less cold and eerie. Uncle Zheng, there are no ghosts outside, Wang declared as he first emerged from the coffin. Upon his exit, he was confronted by a gruesome sight. The area around the coffin pit was littered with corpses. Bodies, pale and lifeless, lay sprawled in disarray. The stench of decay assaulted Wang's nostrils, nearly inducing him to retch. His complexion turned ashen, and he quickly covered his nose. The illumination equipment was concentrated near the coffin pit, its glaring brightness forcing him to shield his eyes with one hand. Turn off the lights, he commanded. And with that order, he sensed the light in one direction extinguish. As he lowered his hand to look, he saw a row of soldiers, armed and equipped, standing above the coffin pit. The insignia PCSD adorned their uniforms. And who was that? The speaker was a man positioned among the soldiers, clad in a long trench coat, wearing a flat cap, sunglasses, and a mask. Even his hands were gloved, rendering him entirely concealed. It was August, and such attire seemed decidedly out of place. Just a moment, Wang thought, though he felt that these individuals were not ominous. Zheng Shuren, following Wang, clambered out. Oh my God! Zheng Shuren gasped, horrified by the sight of the corpses, and instinctively clutched Wang. The remains belonged to construction workers, and it was evident from their positions that they had gathered around the coffin. Had it not been for the jade pillow inside the coffin, the two would surely have been dragged out by these spectral figures. The commander of the Special Forces, Wang, scrutinized the two with eyes concealed behind sunglasses before gesturing for his subordinates to bring them up. Subsequently, Wang escorted Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren to the office of the construction site manager. "Make yourselves comfortable," Wang instructed as he entered the room without removing his hat or mask. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang. I understand that you have experienced quite a fright, but please rest assured, those entities have departed. I merely wish to ascertain some details from you two." Wang cast a glance between the visibly anxious Zheng Shuren and the composed Shi Wang before solemnly stating, "After all, you two are the only living souls remaining on this site tonight." "Only us two?" Zheng Shuren echoed, momentarily stunned. Though he had anticipated the demise of most in the presence of spirits, the reality of being the sole survivors among hundreds left him incredulous. "Indeed, it is just the two of you," Wang confirmed. Though Shi Wang could not see his expression, the gravity in Wang tone was unmistakable. "Your survival should allow you to rest, but I genuinely need to understand what transpired here in order to take appropriate measures." With a clap of his hands, a woman with short hair and a pleasant demeanor entered, placing 2 servings of food before Zheng Shuren and Shi Wang, followed by 2 cups of hot water from a nearby dispenser. The aroma of the food made Shi Wang's mouth water, and Zheng Shuren's stomach audibly growled. They had expended considerable energy while evading the spirits. "Let us converse over a meal," Wang suggested, prompting Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren to accept without further hesitation. As they ate, Shi Wang recounted the events of the night. Zheng Shuren merely nodded in agreement. However, Shi Wang withheld certain details. He did not mention the circumstances of Wu Laoxi's death, nor did he elaborate on their entry into the coffin, omitting the subsequent events. He refrained from discussing the headless ghost encountered in his dreams or the nightmare spirit that had invaded his body. He dared not speak of such matters. Throughout the conversation, Wang had revealed his affiliation with a special government agency, confirming Shi Wang's suspicions. The existence of ghosts was not unprecedented, nor was their propensity for violence. The state had established a corresponding department. Consequently, Shi Wang feared that if he disclosed his possession by a ghost, he might be deemed a specter himself and subsequently imprisoned or even executed. Of course, there was the possibility of receiving treatment. But Shi Wang was unwilling to take that risk. If he were to perish, what would become of his mother, who had just undergone surgery? Zheng Shuren listened in silence, fully aware that Shi Wang had saved him multiple times that night. Their bond, forged through shared peril, rendered Zheng Shuren resolute in supporting Shi Wang at this critical juncture. "The wall of ghosts, the shadowy mist ghost, the corpse ghost," Wang mused, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "You encountered a disturbance at 9 o'clock, and now it has just passed midnight. In a mere 3 hours, hundreds have perished. The moment a ghost appears before a person, that individual is doomed. The terror is profound. The shadowy mist must be the ghost's domain. A ghost with a territory that can instantaneously manifest and kill, moving at will, yet capable of claiming only one victim at a time. Its threat level can only be classified as B grade. The precise classification is left to the command center. However, my subsequent troubles will be considerable." Wang rubbed the back of his neck in frustration. A B-grade classification indicates a lower level of danger, but it merely serves to differentiate the severity of malevolent spirits. The shadowy mist ghost is inefficient in its killing, thus categorized as B-grade. Nevertheless, its ability to kill upon sight presents a formidable challenge for containment. It may very well cost Wang dearly. Listening to Wang soliloquy, Shi Wang suddenly inquired, "Are there many ghosts?" He had gathered that the government had established a hierarchy for these entities, with the shadowy mist ghost designated as B-grade. Wang lifted his head, intrigued by Shi Wang's composure. This young man seemed remarkably calm. Given Shi Wang's account, it was evident that seeking refuge in the coffin was his idea. As for the jade pillow mentioned by Shi Wang, it had been retrieved by the soldiers. It bore a trace of supernatural energy, but was now merely an ordinary jade pillow. Wang speculated that the coffin and the jade pillow might have been intended to seal away the shadowy mist ghost, inadvertently disturbed by the construction crew. No, the number of ghosts in this world is not vast. Otherwise, chaos would have already ensued. Wang shook his head, then shifted the topic, but currently, they are few. Yet, across the globe, malevolent spirits are gradually awakening. As time progresses, their numbers will swell, making human existence increasingly precarious. Wang words sent a shiver down Shi Wang's spine. Zheng Shuren, equally incredulous, exclaimed, We must find a way to eradicate them. We cannot allow their numbers to grow. One ghost is already terrifying enough. Apart from Wang, Zheng Shuren could scarcely fathom anyone surviving an encounter with two specters. In light of your survival from this supernatural incident, I am willing to share some information. Wang Gang was particularly interested in Wang. Believing his calm demeanor suited the PCSD, he raised a finger, addressing Wang. First, ghosts cannot be killed. Chapter 16. Just turned 18. The revelation that ghosts are indestructible sent a chill coursing through Wang. He had first-hand experience of their horror, having flirted with death on numerous occasions. Such an existence, if it cannot be vanquished, does it not imply that encountering it essentially leads to a dead end? Furthermore, spirits adhere to distinct rules of murder. If one can evade these rules, survival is possible. At this juncture, Zheng Shuren abruptly gazed at Wang, his eyes brimming with incredulity. Zheng Shuren's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. Wang's hypothesis regarding the murder patterns of spirits was indeed accurate. Remarkable. Thirdly, the only entities capable of confronting a spirit are other spirits. Wang Gang continued. These are the three fundamental rules of spirits discovered through the sacrifices of many of my colleagues. Wang, luck holds no sway against the laws of spirits. The fact that you survived this supernatural incident indicates your significant potential. Much of the information regarding spirits remains classified, and I cannot disclose more. However, I can offer you a position in a special agency, granting you the privilege of knowledge. Are you willing? Enter a special agency? Wang queried, perplexed. What is its purpose? Wang Gang shrugged and gestured towards the door, stating, to handle supernatural incidents and safeguard the lives and properties of citizens. In simpler terms, it involves dealing with malevolent spirits. As soon as Wang Gang finished speaking, Zheng Shuren hurriedly interjected, no. Wang Gang turned to Zheng Shuren, visibly displeased. However, Zheng Shuren's subsequent remarks left Wang Gang speechless. School is about to commence, and Wang must return to his studies. Wang Gang tilted his head, scrutinizing Wang before inquiring, how old are you? Just turned 18. Wow. Wang Gang turned to his female assistant, perplexed. Are 18-year-olds already working on construction sites? The assistant appeared speechless. While 18 signifies adulthood, it still feels rather young. Wang Gang had previously assumed Wang merely had a youthful appearance. He had not anticipated that he was genuinely so young. Entrusting such a young individual with supernatural matters seemed quite unreasonable. Yet, the very fact highlighted Wang's immense potential. Well, let it be for today, Wang Gang sighed regretfully, instructing his assistant to arrange for Wang and Zheng Shuren to rest. After the two departed, Wang Gang stepped outside to observe the soldiers still collecting bodies, and his expression darkened. If I encounter the black mist spirit, will I be able to confront it? Shouldn't I inform the higher-ups in advance to cultivate a reserve commander for Dahang City? What Wang Gang did not know was that Wang had not fully explained the murder pattern of the black mist spirit. The prerequisite for its deadly encounters is that the target must close their eyes for 5 seconds. However, Wang Gang believed that meeting the black mist spirit was rather unlikely. At least not at this moment, for the black mist spirit resided within Wang's very being. At the Orange Hotel, Wang Gang's assistant, Liang Ruo, arranged accommodations for Wang and Zheng Shuren. Gazing out at the bustling street, Zheng Shuren ended a video call with his wife, finally coming to terms with his survival. He did not disclose to his family that he had encountered a spirit. However, having experienced the supernatural event, Zheng Shuren had gained profound clarity. Standing before the window with his hands clasped behind his back, he mused, Wang. I used to obsess over earning more money to provide a better life for my family. Although our living conditions cannot be deemed affluent, we are at least free from want. Yet, I remain unsatisfied, still yearning to earn more while I am able. In retrospect, how much money is truly sufficient? I suddenly realized that simply waking up each day to see the sun is already quite a blessing. In the same room, Wang merely rolled his eyes at Zheng Shuren's sentiments, choosing to count the stack of cash in his hands instead. Before departing, Zheng Shuren remembered to settle Wang's wages. One foreman had perished on the construction site, yet others remained. However, given the multitude of casualties among the construction crew, it was unlikely that even the major contractor would honor Zheng Shuren's salary. Nevertheless, he still prioritized paying Wang. Dear nephew, how do you maintain such composure? Zheng Shuren gestured toward Wang. We just narrowly escaped the supernatural ordeal, and you are counting your few thousand yuan? With a swift motion, Wang tucked the money under his pillow, covered himself with the blanket, and prepared to sleep, replying, one must eat, after all. Zheng Shuren paused momentarily. Wang's home situation was indeed dire. He sighed. Just as previously stated, his own family was not wealthy either. He had helped as much as he could. There was little more he could do. By the way, Wang, About that nightmare spirit, shill. Before Zheng Shuren could finish, Shi Wang gestured for silence. He then typed a message on his phone, not sending it to Zheng Shuren, but tossing the device over for him to read. Beware of recording devices and cameras. Shi Wang had carefully considered the situation, fearing that Wang Gang's personnel might have installed surveillance in the hotel to verify whether they were concealing any information. Shi Wang's vigilance was not unwarranted. He harbored a genuine issue. The nightmare spirit, which had claimed hundreds of lives, was currently residing within him. Upon being alerted, Zheng Shuren recognized the gravity of the situation. He deleted Shi Wang's message and typed a new one. Zheng, it must be dealt with. Shi, let's first rid ourselves of Wang Gang's people. Shi, one more thing, I will close my eyes. Check if there are any changes in me. If there are, call out to me immediately. Zheng Shuren understood Shi Wang's concern that closing his eyes might summon the black mist. When in the coffin, Shi Wang had inadvertently closed his eyes for over 5 seconds after bumping his head, resulting in a surge of black mist within him. However, after numerous experiments, they had not observed any abnormalities. Zheng, nephew, all is well. Shi, I seem to no longer sense the nightmare spirit within me. Could it truly be gone? Zheng, why not let you sleep first? I will keep watch. Shi Wang did not wish to overexert Zheng Shuren, but it appeared they had no other choice. He needed to ascertain his condition after falling asleep. Currently, Zheng Shuren was his only reliable ally. Shi, then I shall burden Uncle Zheng. I am exceedingly tired. I will sleep for 2 hours, and then you may wake me. As he settled down, fatigue washed over him. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Shi Wang put down his phone and almost instantly fell asleep. Zheng Shuren sat cross-legged on the other bed, turning on all the lights in the room. Nephew, rest assured. If anything goes awry, I will wake you at the first sign. The phone's alarm rang. Shi Wang instinctively opened his eyes and grabbed his phone to silence the alarm. Moments later, his awareness fully returned. He gazed out at the bright sun, abruptly sitting up from the bed. Did I sleep through the night? Shi Wang rubbed his eyes and glanced at Zheng Shuren, who lay sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly. Shi Wang felt a twinge of exasperation. You were supposed to keep an eye on me. Relieved that no issues had arisen during the night, Shi Wang knew he would have been at a loss on how to explain to Aunt Wang had Zheng Shuren encountered any trouble. However, it seemed that there was no longer any abnormality within him, unlike before when he could distinctly sense the otherworldly presence within his body. Unable to explain the situation, Shi Wang regarded it as a positive development. He had no desire to become entangled with spirits. Shi Wang woke Zheng Shuren, preparing to wash up and have breakfast. Upon waking, Zheng Shuren insisted, I merely dozed off for a moment. I wasn't asleep. As they exited the hotel, Wang Gang's people did not appear. They merely regarded the two as survivors of a supernatural incident. Moreover, Shi Wang's cooperative demeanor ensured that Wang Gang would not make things difficult for them. Shi Wang, do come to my home sometime. I will have your aunt prepare something delicious for you. Before parting ways, Zheng Shuren invited Shi Wang to visit. Shi Wang stood at the door, collected his thoughts, and entered with a bright smile. I'm back. Grandson is back. A frail voice echoed from within the house as an elderly figure emerged from the master bedroom. My dear grandson, how have you become so tanned? Upon seeing Shi Wang, her smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. The summer break is inherently marked by sweltering heat, and after spending so long at the construction site, his once fair skin had turned a golden hue. The work was arduous, yet the earnings were substantial under the guidance of Zheng Shuren. Otherwise, the pay would have been meager. Grandma, Shi Wang rushed forward to embrace the elderly woman. After his mother's surgery, she had recovered well, and to save money, they decided to move back home. Shi Wang needed to work at the site, so he brought his grandmother from the countryside to care for his mother. He then went to check on his mother in the bedroom. Mom, I miss you so much. Upon seeing her son, Xian Min's face brightened. My dear son, I miss you too. You've become quite tanned. Wait a moment, I'll prepare something delicious for you. Grandma cheerfully headed to the kitchen. Subsequently, the family enjoyed a delightful meal together, after which Xian Min urged Shi Wang to rest. Although Shi Wang was about to start his final year of high school, Xian Min did not want him to feel overwhelmed. Son, just study normally. Don't overexert yourself. I understand. With less than 5 days until school commenced, time flew by. During this period, Shi Wang's health remained stable. However, he spent considerable time online searching for information about the supernatural, though most of it was mere fabrication. Even when genuine accounts surfaced, he found himself unable to discern their authenticity. Perhaps it was better to steer clear of the supernatural and lead a normal life. Shi Wang thought. But as Wang Gang had remarked, the spirits were awakening across the land. Some matters would inevitably come knocking at the door, and evasion was futile. Chapter 17. The absence of positive individuals. Time swiftly passed, and the new academic year began for the final year students. In Class 16 of Experimental School Number 3, the first day was designated for registration, meaning no classes were held during the day, but an evening class meeting was scheduled. Wang, is that for real? How did your skin change so drastically? His deskmate, Zhu Xiaofu, had not stopped talking since he laid eyes on Wang. Compared to before the summer break, Wang appeared transformed, both in appearance and demeanor. His sun-kissed skin was evident, but as for his demeanor, the incident with the vengeful spirit, Wu Laosi, could be considered a direct consequence of Wang's actions. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse or anxiety. After all, Wu Laosi was destined for demise. Yet, Wang had indeed taken a life and confirmed the existence of spirits in this world. Having endured so much, he had become profoundly introspective. We agreed to be the handsome boys together. How did you turn into Peng Yuyan? Zhu Xiaofu felt betrayed. Oh, come on, chubby, you're hardly a handsome boy. A girl with long, straight black hair seated behind them rolled her eyes and pretended to gag. Wang used to be the handsome boy. Now he is the three-part hairstyle version of Peng Yuyan. You're at best the three-part hairstyle version of Sammo Hong. After teasing Zhu Xiaofu, Su Yujin patted Wang's shoulder and mischievously inquired, so, are you aiming for a tough guy image now? Roll up your sleeves. Let me see if you have abs. The girls at Su Yujin's table perked up at this, stealing glances at Wang. Could you shut your mouth for a moment? Wang retorted, brushing off the tiny hand on his arm. He glanced at the girl behind him, with her long black hair, bright eyes, and radiant smile. She certainly possessed the beauty of a school belle, provided she kept silent. Zhu Xiaofu often suggested that Su Yujin should simply become mute. Her popularity would undoubtedly soar. The trio continued their banter until the bell rang. However, being the first class of the new school year, the chatter persisted until the homeroom teacher arrived. Su Yujin recounted how she had helped middle and elementary school students with their summer homework during the last 2 days of vacation, earning herself nearly 500 yuan. Zhu Xiaofu scoffed, recalling how he had spent 20 yuan on scratch cards at the mall yesterday and won 500. How do you have such good luck, you fatso? Su Yujin responded, mildly exasperated. She then turned her gaze toward Wang. Did you encounter anything interesting over the summer? Interesting experiences? Wang had spent his summer laboring at the construction site and had nearly lost his life there. There was nothing amusing about it. However, he asked, Su Yujin, Zhu Xiaofu, do you believe in ghosts? The three fell silent for a brief moment. Come on, man, what era are we in? Don't be superstitious, Wang Ge. Zhu Xiaofu clearly held disbelief. Telling ghost stories, huh? I'm all in. Su Yujin immediately propped her chin on her hands, eagerly waiting for Wang to continue. Observing their reactions, Wang realized convincing them of the supernatural would be challenging. Yet, it was understandable. If someone had previously told him that ghosts existed, he would have deemed them insane. Oh, the homeroom teacher is here. Someone exclaimed, breaking the chatter. The once noisy classroom fell silent as a tall, thin man with glasses entered. He wore a plaid shirt tucked into his trousers, paired with black sandals and blue sheer socks, and carried a thermos in his hand, classic attire for a middle-aged man. Su Yujin couldn't help but comment softly. The homeroom teacher, Yin Feng, surveyed the students and cleared his throat. Class, your final year is the most pivotal year of your lives. Just as Yin Feng began to speak, the lights in the classroom suddenly went out. A power outage? We didn't receive any notice. Yin Feng looked around the dark classroom, where only a few screens lit up. Everyone, hand over your phones. Upon hearing Yin Feng's command, the students, who had been secretly using their devices, froze. The glow from the phone screens was glaringly conspicuous in the darkness, and Yin Feng's sudden approach left everyone momentarily stunned. After collecting the phones, he prepared to step outside and investigate the situation. Wang felt an aversion to dark environments, possibly due to his experiences at the construction site, which had left him with an acute sense of alertness. At that moment, goosebumps prickled his arms, and he sensed something was off. A sudden jolt of unease coursed through him. Could it be that he was about to encounter a ghost? Hadn't Wang Gang said the chances were slim? How could he face such a situation on the very first day of school? Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from outside. The anguished cry seemed to signal the sighting of something terrifying, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it, including Yin Feng, who had just reached the classroom door. What is happening? He exclaimed. Outside, it was pitch black. Yin Feng switched on his phone's flashlight and made his way toward the source of the scream. Wang Ge, did you hear that? Zhu Xiaofu stood up from his seat, curiosity piqued. It sounds like someone is calling out. This doesn't feel right. The sense of unease within Wang intensified. It was not safe to linger here. Upon hearing the scream, he felt an inexplicable restlessness surging within him. Without caring whether the supernatural was real or not, he resolved to leave the classroom. It was better to risk being reprimanded by Yin Feng for skipping class than to potentially lose his life to a ghost. Zhu Xiaofu. Su Yujin, come with me. Shi Wang activated his phone's flashlight, his expression grave. The school might be haunted. What? The two called upon were taken aback. Not only them, but every student who overheard Shi Wang was stunned. Wang Ge, you mean ghosts? Come on, that is a bit abstract, I assent it. Laughter erupted around them. The classmates were not mocking Shi Wang, but they all assumed he was just trying to be clever. Given the power outage, the mention of ghosts certainly piqued their interest. In reality, many girls in the class, frightened by Shi Wang's mention of ghosts, huddled together. Wang Ge, what is wrong with you? Zhu Xiaofu looked at Shi Wang with a face full of confusion. In his memory, Shi Wang was anything but abstract and would never make such tedious jokes. Moreover, just moments ago, Shi Wang had been discussing ghosts, and now he brought it up again with such solemnity. This left Zhu Xiaofu thoroughly perplexed. Su Yujin, who had already risen, had known Shi Wang for 2 years. She understood that whenever he spoke in a serious tone, he was typically earnest. Despite her uncertainty regarding the existence of ghosts, she chose to follow Shi Wang. The light from her phone illuminated Shi Wang's face, revealing a pallor that suggested he felt as though he had suddenly found himself in an inescapable predicament. Now was not the time for explanations. Shi Wang was internally anxious. During their conversation, he sensed the return of the nightmare ghost that had vanished days prior. It seemed as though it had never truly left. The agitation of the nightmare ghost was provoked by the presence of other malevolent spirits nearby. There was no time to waste. If they did not leave now, he would have to burn paper offerings for them later. Shi Wang seized Zhu Xiaofu and then reached for Su Yujin, pulling them insistently toward the classroom exit. They moved as though they were puppets being dragged toward the door. Although they were filled with questions, neither resisted. They did not necessarily believe in the presence of ghosts. Rather, they suspected Shi Wang had been subjected to some form of distress. As friends, they felt compelled to support him. Everyone was stunned to see Shi Wang, phone in hand, hurriedly making his way toward the classroom door. Was he truly so engrossed? Shi Wang, this is self-study time. You cannot leave. Li Hua blocked the doorway, attempting to snatch Shi Wang's phone while reprimanding him. Students are not allowed to bring phones into school. I will inform the homeroom teacher. Without hesitation, Shi Wang shoved Li Hua aside. Li Hua, feeling both humiliated and enraged, attempted to confront him again. Shi Wang showed no mercy and kicked out, sending Li Hua crashing into a desk, scattering books everywhere. The turmoil within him, stirred by the nightmare ghost, convinced Shi Wang that ghosts were indeed present. Shi Wang had never held any fondness for Li Hua, who frequently pried into classmates' internet usage only to report back to the homeroom teacher. Shi Wang, you hit me. I will definitely tell the homeroom teacher and get you punished. Li Hua, lying on the ground and clutching where he had been kicked, continued to threaten Shi Wang. I do not wish to waste time on you. Shi Wang glanced back at the classroom and addressed the others. Classmates, I must warn you, there are ghosts nearby. Someone may have already perished. If you choose to believe me, find a way to leave quickly. If you wait too long, you may find it impossible to escape. With that, Shi Wang led the two out of the classroom. He had done what he could. Shi Wang understood the nature of malevolent spirits all too well. He had no intention of wasting breath on others, delaying their escape. However, after Shi Wang departed, not a single student followed him out. Years of ingrained knowledge made them skeptical of the existence of ghosts. Shi Wang could only sigh in resignation, relinquishing his desire to assist and allowing others to determine their own fates. At that moment, he merely hoped he would still have time to flee. Upon reaching the corridor outside the classroom, the world had plunged into darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. It seemed as though only the glow of Shi Wang's phone illuminated the surroundings. The oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin's spines. Shi Wang, what do you mean there are ghosts around? Zhu Xiaofu nervously surveyed the area. Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. Su Yujin, equally terrified but attempting to appear composed, chimed in. Look at your little courage, getting scared by Shi Wang. I am not trying to scare you, Shi Wang replied, preparing to head toward the stairs when he noticed a shadow in the corridor ahead. He immediately shone his phone's light in that direction. A figure clad in a checkered shirt, suit trousers, and black sandals stood before them. It's the homeroom teacher. Zhu Xiaofu sighed in relief upon recognizing the attire. In such an eerie environment, seeing an unmoving shadow in the corridor was indeed unsettling. Yet before Zhu Xiaofu could voice his next thought, the shadow abruptly turned. In the next instant, both Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin widened their eyes in shock, instinctively retreating 2 steps and seeking refuge behind Shi Wang. Upon turning, the shadow revealed not the face of Yin Feng, but rather the back of his head. This homeroom teacher had no front. Chapter 18. Shi Wang. Do you have any solutions? Shi Wang. Did you see that? Zhu Xiaofu nearly stammered. Why is it that when the person turns around, it's still just the back of their head? Am I seeing things? Wang remained silent, adopting a posture of utmost vigilance. Zhu Xiaofu was not mistaken. The figure he saw, Yin Feng, also lacked a face. A human cannot be faceless. This entity before them was not human. As Wang deduced Yin Feng's bizarre identity, he began to slowly retreat. But just then, the classroom beside them erupted in chaos as students poured out, all fleeing in terror. Help! Someone's dead. There are ghosts. Run. Everyone run. The students from class 15, oblivious to what had transpired, screamed in fright as they rushed outside. The cacophony of their cries and the clattering of overturned desks echoed through the darkness. Wang swallowed hard and directed the light of his phone towards class 15's door. Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin, hiding behind Wang, cautiously peeked out in the direction of the light. They witnessed a student in uniform frantically burst from the classroom, followed by another, then a third, and a fourth. Yet, at the moment the fourth student emerged, they abruptly vanished, their screams coming to an abrupt halt. Goodness! Zhu Xiaofu's eyes widened as he watched the fourth person disappear as if erased from existence. Where did everyone go? Before Zhu Xiaofu could finish, yet another group of 4 students emerged from class 15, only to similarly vanish into thin air. Is this even reasonable? Su Yujin's face drained of color. First, she had seen 2 figures with their backs to her, and now she witnessed people seemingly disappearing before her eyes. The surrounding darkness further convinced her that she was trapped in a nightmare. This must be another malevolent spirit. Wang had not anticipated such misfortune. Encountering a malevolent spirit on the very first day of school, he began to doubt Wang Gang's previous assertions. Within a mere 10 days, Wang had encountered 2 incidents involving malevolent spirits. Was this truly a rare occurrence? Let us retreat through the other side, Wang whispered to the 2 behind him. Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin held their breath and silently began to withdraw. They were starting to believe Wang's words. There are indeed ghosts. The world truly held such entities. But how had Wang discerned their presence? Before they could ponder further, another disturbance erupted. As the trio quietly retreated, Yin Feng, now just a few meters away, began to approach them. Oh! Zhu Xiaofu, witnessing Yin Feng drawing near, lost his ability to speak in sheer terror. Run! Wang's expression shifted dramatically. At this moment, he could not afford to hesitate. He turned to flee down the corridor with the 2 in tow. However, just as he turned, a pale-faced Su Yujin grasped him firmly. Wang, be careful! Su Yujin clutched Wang tightly, her phone's flashlight illuminating the corridor of class 17. There are more here. Bathed in light, a woman in a dress appeared in Wang's line of sight, her silhouette graceful and slender. It was unmistakably the beautiful English teacher of class 17, who also served as their homeroom teacher. Zhu Xiaofu, whose timid nature was well known, glanced around with a look of despair and exclaimed, Wang, we are caught in a pincer attack. 2 ghosts. Wang's eyes widened in shock. But he soon regained his composure. No, they were not true specters, merely the transformed spirits of those who had been slain by malevolent forces. Having experienced a supernatural event himself, Wang quickly surmised that Yin Feng and the English teacher from class 15 had met with a tragic fate. We must retreat to the classroom. He recalled the chilling scene of students from class 15 vanishing after approaching Yin Feng and dared not confront the 2 spirits blocking their path. Jumping from the 4th floor was not an option. The likelihood of survival was exceedingly slim. Clattering footsteps echoed as the 3 hastily returned to class 16. Once inside, Zhu Xiaofu promptly shut the door and shouted to his classmates, quickly, help me move the desks to barricade the door. Su Yujin immediately dragged a desk to the entrance, securing it behind the door. Their frantic behavior, coupled with the screams from the adjacent classroom, instilled a sense of unease among the students of class 16. Many retrieved their concealed phones, activating their flashlights. The once pitch-black classroom was suddenly illuminated, yet the atmosphere remained tense, especially upon observing Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin's pallid faces. Wow, I can't believe so many of you have phones. Just wait, I'll inform the homeroom teacher later. Li Hu's foolish remark drew a sharp rebuke from Su Yujin. Idiot. However, before she could elaborate, a girl seated by the window aimed her phone outside. Ah! A piercing scream caused every heartbeat in the classroom to skip a beat. Ma Jiaqing, what are you screaming about? Someone nearby muttered irritably. In such a tense atmosphere, a sudden shout was as jarring as a ghost leaping from a horror film. There's a ghost outside. Ma Jiaqing panicked, fleeing her seat and running in the opposite direction. Ghost? The collective anxiety surged. Why was the mention of ghosts resurfacing? Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin could be excused for their antics, but Ma Jiaqing had no reason to join the fray. Moreover, The cries for help from the neighboring class grew louder. Could it be that there truly were spirits lurking outside? As someone voiced this thought, the darkness surrounding them felt increasingly sinister, prompting the students to huddle together in small groups. Among them, a braver male student, grappling with his fear, directed his phone's light toward the window to discern what Ma Jiaqing had seen. However, as the beam illuminated the glass, he spotted a shadow passing by, resembling Yin Feng but devoid of a face. Holy cow, there's a ghost. Yin Feng has turned into a ghost, and he's out in the corridor. Several students, having witnessed the apparition, erupted in terrified screams. From the initial shock of Wang to Ma Jiaqing, and then several others confirming. Even the staunchest skeptics began to tremble with fear. Quiet down. Are you trying to alert the ghosts to our presence? Su Yujin's furious command silenced the room. Although many remained tearful and terrified at the sight of Yin Feng, none dared to utter a sound. Even those on the brink of breaking down pressed their hands to their mouths in disbelief at what awaited them if the specters breached their sanctuary. Pale and trembling, Su Yujin quickly regained her composure. She turned to Wang, who was engrossed in his phone, and quietly asked, Wang, do you have any ideas? Chapter 19. How did you know there's a ghost on me? In an instant, all eyes fixated on Wang. They recalled that he was the first to discern the presence of spirits, even having warned them earlier. Regrettably, no one had taken him seriously, and now, as reality unfolded as he had predicted, escape seemed impossible. At that moment, Wang was attempting to contact Wang Gang, having exchanged numbers previously. Earlier, his phone had signal in the corridor, but upon entering the classroom, it had vanished, preventing him from relaying their dire situation. We must find a way to endure, Wang stated, lowering his phone and gazing somberly at the door. The state has a specialized military unit for containing malevolent spirits. We can only await their rescue. A military unit for containment? There is hope. The anxious students sighed with relief upon hearing of the potential rescue. Yet, Su Yujin noticed Wang's troubled expression and suddenly recalled something. Wang, when will help arrive? He raised his phone, speaking slowly, under the influence of these malevolent spirits. The phone has lost its signal. This means we can no longer communicate with the outside world. The arrival of aid depends on when they recognize something is amiss. His gaze fixed on the shadow moving outside. His words plunged the students back into silence. The prospect of awaiting aid hinged on whether anyone outside would notice the disturbance. No, I refuse to believe this is real. A girl collapsed to the ground, realizing her phone had indeed lost signal. Is this a dream? Or an elaborate prank? A dare? Please, whatever it is, let it end. No one responded. Each individual clung to the hope that everything happening was merely an illusion. Yet the tangible pain they felt served as a stark reminder of their grim reality. They huddled together in the center of the classroom, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Thud, 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 footsteps approached from outside the window. The timid among them squeezed their eyes shut, trembling uncontrollably. Soon, the footsteps halted just outside the classroom door. Zhu Xiaofu, barricading the entrance, instinctively distanced himself and jumped behind Wang at the podium. Su Yujin also leaned anxiously against him. Bang! A heavy knock echoed, resonating like a drumbeat in their hearts. Instantly, the classroom fell silent, every breath held in anticipation. Was the ghost about to enter? Among the crowd, some students turned off their phone flashlights. Shut them off. Don't let the ghost see us. Realizing the wisdom in this, the others quickly extinguished their lights, plunging the room into darkness. The trio at the podium remained conspicuously illuminated. Wang. Su Yujin tapped his shoulder. Before she could continue, Wang shook his head. Keep the lights on. Dimming them does not hinder a ghost's vision, but it significantly impairs ours. Ghosts operate under certain rules. Any violation of these rules leads to death, regardless of whether the lights are on or off. Conversely, in darkness, ordinary individuals become as blind as bats, increasing the likelihood of triggering those deadly rules. Bang, bang, bang. Yin Feng continued to knock outside. So polite. Wang furrowed his brow. Having faced the spectral entity before, he knew their strength was far beyond that of humans. Even barricading the door with several desks would not deter a ghost. If memory served, there were currently 2 spirits outside, both having transformed into vassal ghosts after their demise. The true malevolent spirit remains elusive. Knock, knock, knock. I am Yin Feng, let me in. I am Yin Feng, let me in. After a while of knocking, the ghostly presence outside spoke. However, its tone was chilling and rigid, resembling a mechanical repetition of the same phrase. The students within the classroom were gripped by terror. How could a faceless entity produce sound? Even more horrifying was the sudden shift in voice, now a youthful tone declaring, I am Zheng Tao, let me in. I am Zheng Tao, let me in. Zheng Tao? Zhu Xiaofu uttered in surprise. Wang quietly inquired, "Do you know him?" Zhu Xiaofu replied in a hushed tone, "There's someone named Zheng Tao in class 15. I'm not certain if it's him." However, among the students who rushed out from class 15, one seemed to be Zheng Tao. Upon hearing this, Wang's expression shifted. Could it be that Zheng Tao had perished, with the spirit assuming his identity? The ghost outside continued to call for a full 2 minutes, yet showed no intention of entering. The students of class 16 felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed the specter could not breach their sanctuary. How wonderful. Perhaps we shall not meet our demise after all. Damn it, I thought ghosts were formidable. But they appear to be quite mundane. It's a relief they cannot enter. We can just wait here, and surely rescue will arrive. The atmosphere remained tense. Yet many began to relax. Initially, fear gripped them, but the ghost's inability to enter alleviated their terror. Yet, was the situation truly as simple as it appeared? Wang remained vigilant, contemplating the ghost's modus operandi. The initial disturbances had originated from other classes. Upon hearing the screams, Yanfeng had been the first to venture out. By the time Wang and the others followed, Yanfeng had already met his demise. Furthermore, there had been fatalities within the classroom of class 15. Those who fled in panic had vanished in waves. If I were among the first to experience the supernatural occurrences, perhaps I could glean more information. Upon uttering this thought, Wang shook his head. Were that the case, he might have already vanished like the silent students of class 15. Wang, how did you know there was a ghost? After some relaxation, Li Hua turned towards Wang, his tone accusatory. Is this spirit something you summoned? Wang shot Li Hua a disdainful glance, muttering under his breath, "Fool." Li Hua felt ignored. As class monitor, he sensed his authority was being belittled by Wang. He straightened his neck defiantly. "You were the first to notice the ghost. If it weren't for you, how would you know of its existence? Normal people don't believe in such things. In my opinion, this ghost must have been brought to school by you." Before Wang could respond, Su Yujin interjected, "Having a brain is a gift, but not everyone possesses one." The ghost evidently began appearing in other classes. How could you possibly implicate Wang? Li Hua acknowledged the illogical nature of his assumptions, yet persisted in his stance. Then how do you explain his knowledge of the ghost? If he remains silent, it implies he harbors secrets. Many in the class harbored disdain for Li Hua. Yet they found merit in his argument. How indeed had Wang come to know of the ghost? As Li Hua listened to the murmurs of speculation, he adjusted his glasses. Convinced his reasoning was sound, Su Yujin was about to unleash a torrent of words when Wang raised a hand to halt her. Wang, tilting his head to fixate on Li Hua, suddenly uttered a chilling statement that sent shivers down everyone's spine. "How do you know there's a ghost within me?" Silence. Li Hua stared at Wang's faint smile, feeling an eerie chill envelop him. What did it mean to have a ghost within? Was it possible that Wang himself had transformed into a specter? Wang, observing Li Hua as he stepped back, reiterated, "Li Hua, there is a malevolent spirit threatening us outside. I have no desire to engage with you, but should you continue to obstruct my efforts, do not expect my kindness. You can devise a plan?" Someone noted Wang's words with surprise. "Wang, can you truly formulate a strategy?" Wang nodded. 3 heads are better than 1. I intend to share the 3 fundamental laws governing malevolent spirits." A group began speculating about the ghost's patterns of violence, which was preferable to his solitary contemplation. To be concise, I encountered a supernatural event during the summer and came across a military unit dedicated to handling such matters. They imparted to me insights regarding the behavioral patterns of ghosts. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder Wang had been able to detect the ghost before it manifested. After witnessing the specter, he managed to maintain his composure. It seemed he had experienced the supernatural before. If Wang had survived such an encounter, did that not imply they too had a significant chance of survival? However, had they known that only 2 out of hundreds had survived the construction site incident, they might not have felt so optimistic. Wang addressed the group, stating, "Ghosts adhere to patterns of violence. In other words, as long as we do not trigger these patterns, the specter shall not harm us." Among the crowd, a perceptive individual grasped the situation immediately. "Our current safety indicates that we have yet to provoke the ghost's violent tendencies?" Precisely. Wang illuminated the speaker with his flashlight, revealing it to be Wang Qian, the representative for the Chinese language class. She was quite attractive and one of the few girls maintaining her composure. Yet, present safety was not absolute. Thus we must devise a method to ascertain the ghost's patterns to survive. Otherwise Wang did not finish his sentence. But the implication was clear. "Knock, knock, knock. I am Lu Chuang, let me in. I am Lu Chuang, let me in." The ghost outside continued to alter its identity. Zhu Xiaofu, familiar with students from other classes, paled and said to Wang, "Lu Chuang is from class 17. Su Yujin appeared puzzled. "First it was from class 15. Now it's class 17. Why does the ghost persist in using students' names to deceive us? Wang's brow furrowed, casting a shadow over his face. These individuals have likely been slain by the ghost. Whether Jing Tao or now Lu Chuang, they all had friends in class 16. Wang's words sent a tremor through their hearts. Wang Qian clenched her fists, the ghost's relentless knocking instilling profound fear. Yet she recognized that terror would not aid in their escape. Wang's composure was what everyone should aspire to emulate. As a classmate, Wang Qian had some understanding of Wang. He was charming, easygoing, calm under pressure, and academically gifted. Alongside Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin, they formed a well-known trio in class 16. Beyond that, she knew little of him. Their interactions were limited to nods of acknowledgement. However, from the confrontation between Wang and Li Hua today, it was evident that Wang possessed considerable authority. Wang, since ghosts adhere to patterns of violence, our current safety signifies that we have not triggered their violent tendencies. Henceforth, we must remain still and maintain our current state for safety. Seeing Wang nod, Wang Qian continued. However, to hypothesize the ghost's violent patterns, we must understand its movements. Currently, we lack any intelligence on the ghost. All we know is that a specter, continuously changing names, is knocking at the door, presumably in the guise of our former teacher. With insufficient information, we cannot formulate any predictions. I do have some information. Wang regarded Wang Qian and recounted the events he encountered upon stepping outside. His revelations deepened the group's terror. Not only had the former teacher transformed into a ghost, but the English teacher from class 17 had also become one. As the students of class 15 screamed and fled, another batch suddenly vanished. The surrounding sounds began to fade, leaving us to ponder whether our class was the last remaining in the entire school. After a moment of terror, some began to contemplate the situation, seeking patterns in this terrifying phenomenon. Even Zhu Xiaofu, who typically scored below 300 in practice exams, was racking his brain to decipher the killing patterns of the ghost. Understanding these patterns might allow us to evade its wrath. If we brainstorm together, perhaps we could uncover a solution. This was the hope for the survival of the 40 students from class 16. As the entire class was led by Wang, a sense of resentment welled up within Li Hua, the class monitor. What kind of killing pattern could there possibly be? Did the ghost provide guidelines for its killings? Was everyone losing their minds? The ghost outside could not enter. It would eventually leave to search for others in the school, presenting us with an opportunity to escape. Wang must not be waiting for that moment to toy with us, thinking we're oblivious. Just as Li Hua finished his thought, he was sharply reprimanded by Wang Qian, who was deep in contemplation. Hadn't Wang just stated that there were no living individuals aside from the homeroom teacher and the English teacher from class 17? There was not just one ghost outside. Could one safely escape by merely running out? If you cannot contribute anything useful, then kindly keep your mouth shut. Wang was the first to notice the vengeful spirit and had alerted all the students. Li Hua, a notorious snitch who often reported to the homeroom teacher, was already disliked by many. Wang Qian, unwilling to coddle him, expressed her disdain. On the podium, Su Yujin scoffed. I now understand why characters in horror films often behave so foolishly. Art imitates reality, does it not? Li Hua, do you know what you are? You're nothing but a fool, trash. If you utter one more word, I swear I'll summon Lu Haizhu to possess you. Li Hua trembled at Su Yujin's biting words, his complexion turning pale. Until now, he had enjoyed the protection of the homeroom teacher and had always been a figure of authority within the class. But now, he felt ostracized, his body shaking with indignation. He chose to distance himself from the collective, retreating to a corner while mumbling, if the ghost can't get in, you can all listen to Wang's nonsense. I'll wait for it to leave and escape myself. Wang Qian, noticing Li Hua's voice fading as he walked away, quickly raised her head. Seeing him move toward the corner of the classroom, she frowned and called out, Li Hua, stop. She had just begun to urge everyone to remain still when she suddenly covered her mouth, terror-stricken as she looked at Li Hua's shadow cast by the light. The others followed her gaze, frozen in shock. Now, trust in Wang had grown among the group. He turned on his phone's flashlight, prompting everyone to follow suit. For light could dispel the darkness of fear. As Li Hua reached the corner, illuminated by the beams from their phones, he appeared unperturbed. Yet, the shadow on the wall revealed something alarming. It seemed as if someone was clinging to Li Hua's back. Li Hua, someone called out. But Wang Qian restrained them with a hand, her face pale with dread. The ghost had appeared. This was the unspoken thought of everyone present, while Li Hua remained oblivious to the unfolding horror. Foolish. If you wish to follow Wang, then do so. I refuse to associate with you. Your foolishness won't drag me down. With that, he made his way to a corner farthest from the door. Meanwhile, the rest of the class watched in horror as the shadow behind Li Hua stretched out, hands reaching for his head. A loud crash echoed as Li Hua kicked a chair and turned to sit down. However, at the very moment he turned, the shadow on the wall did not follow his movement. Consequently, as Li Hua spun around, he faced that which could only be seen in the light, the shadow that mirrored his back. Yet, to everyone else, the ghostly figure remained invisible. What sent chills down their spines was that, upon Li Hua's turn, they did not see his face, but his back instead, frozen in place. Li Hua stood in the corner, while the rest of the students widened their eyes, the air thick with a foul stench. Wang on the podium also turned pale. Though he did not comprehend what had transpired, he knew that Li Hua had triggered the ghost's killing pattern. The balance had been shattered. Knock, knock, knock. Outside. Yin Feng continued to pound on the door, but his words had changed. I am Li Hua. I have entered. The chilling proclamation sent shivers down everyone's spines. Previously, the ghost had merely requested to be let in, but now it asserted its presence, claiming to have entered. Li Hua had become the ghost. Ma Jiaqing screamed and retreated behind the others. Her outburst sent the group into a frenzy. The ghost, having breached the classroom and now sharing the same space with them, sent them into a panic. Especially as Li Hua, devoid of a face, approached them, their sanity began to unravel. Ma Jiaqing and several others dashed toward the back door, exclaiming, "We're doomed." Wang Qian was bumped by those fleeing, but she paid little heed to it. Li Hua had disrupted the equilibrium, allowing the vengeful spirit to enter the classroom. Fear had overwhelmed their rationality. The fleeing students faced a high probability of death. Wang Qian chose not to flee with the others, but instead observed Wang's actions. On the podium, Zhu Xiaofu erupted in frustration. That damn Li Hua. What an idiot. We told him not to move, yet he insisted on doing so. If he wants to die, he shouldn't drag us down with him. Su Yujin echoed his sentiment, cursing. Li Hua, I could curse you 100 times over. Wang muttered a low curse, calling him a pig teammate. Previously, when watching horror films, they would deride the characters for their foolishness. Yet here, in reality, there were indeed self-important fools among them. What do we do now, Wang? Su Yujin asked, gripping a chair as if preparing to confront the ghost directly. In this moment, she placed her trust solely in Wang. Refusing to follow the others out the back door, Zhu Xiaofu, seeing Li Hua approach, pressed against Wang. Wang, say something. Typically, the trio operated with Wang devising the plan, Zhu Xiaofu executing it, and Su Yujin taking action. Wang scrutinized the shadows of the three, confirming there were no anomalies, and his mind raced. As Li Hua moved to the corner, an abnormality appeared in his shadow. When he turned, he transformed into a faceless ghost. Before, Wang had not discerned whether Yin Feng's shadow exhibited any peculiarities, but it seemed he too lost his face upon turning. Wang began to compare the transformations of the two into ghosts. Was it the act of turning? No, that was incorrect. Li Hua had clearly been targeted by the ghost before he turned. His shadow had already displayed the ghost clinging to his back. Why had the ghost chosen Li Hua? Why? Just as Wang pondered, a strange occurrence unfolded in the room. The students, in a state of panic, rushed toward the back door. Pushing aside the stacked desks and chairs that blocked the door, they surged out into the open. Yet, just a few steps beyond the threshold, those who had exited suddenly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, figures appeared in each corner of classroom 16. As the next wave of 4 dashed out, another person materialized in each corner. Students vanished in successive groups, and it was only then that the remaining individuals realized something was amiss. Don't go out. Don't anyone go out. There are ghosts outside. I saw Yu Zihan disappear right before my eyes. With several classmates urging caution, the remaining students refrained from rushing outside. As silence fell, they noticed that each corner of the classroom was occupied by a person. Where am I? How did I end up here? Mama, I want to go home. Please, Ghost Grandpa, spare me. I'm not tasty, I beg you. Wang, where are you? Help me. In each corner, 6 individuals huddled together, crying and pleading for mercy. This scene appeared exceedingly bizarre to Wang and his companions, particularly the boy who was calling for Wang's help. Standing just 2 meters from him at the podium, Wang could see the glow of their phones. Yet, the boy seemed oblivious to Wang's presence, his hands groping aimlessly around him. What is happening? Su Yujin was taken aback by the surreal sight before her. We are standing right in front of you. Why do you all appear as if you cannot see or hear us? And didn't you run out of the classroom? How did you suddenly reappear in the corners? The others, too, were hesitant to make any rash movements. What seemed like an escape route now resembled a gateway to hell. The students who had rushed out were now trapped in the corners, deprived of their vision. However, attention soon shifted from the students in the corners to Li Hua, who remained in the classroom. All 16 pairs of eyes were fixated on him. Under their scrutiny, Li Hua moved with a rigid gait towards the corner by the classroom's entrance, tapping a boy on the shoulder. I'm Li Hua, what is your name? The boy, upon whom Li Hua had tapped, was named Zhang Jie. Wang noticed that Zhang Jie visibly trembled. The other 5 individuals in the same corner seemed to sense Li Hua's presence. Upon hearing his voice, they immediately huddled together in fear. After a brief moment of confusion, Zhang Jie shouted and turned around, as if prepared to confront Li Hua. Yet, in that instant, the front of Zhang Jie vanished. Hiss! Wang widened his eyes in disbelief. Zhang Jie's disappearance was seamless, devoid of any transitional phase, as though he had always possessed only 2 backsides. But this was not the end of the ordeal. Li Hua stood in Zhang Jie's former position, while the transformed Zhang Jie, now a ghost, turned stiffly around and began to walk towards Wang, feeling along the wall. Wang, Zhu Xiaofu stammered, his tongue trembling. He had witnessed Zhang Jie's transformation into a faceless ghost up close, nearly losing his wits in terror. Wang swallowed hard, glancing back at the corner behind him, then at Zhang Jie, who was now navigating the room with his hands on the wall, seemingly understanding the situation. He pulled Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin back a couple of steps from the podium. Shouldn't we retreat further? Zhu Xiaofu's legs were shaking uncontrollably. I don't think so. Upon hearing Wang's last 3 words, Zhu Xiaofu felt tears welling up. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Wang. As Zhang Jie approached, the distance between them shrank to a mere 2 meters. Wang held his breath, while Su Yujin raised a chair defensively. Zhu Xiaofu trembled all over, then suddenly squeezed his legs together in fear. The others in the middle of the classroom, including Wang Qian, were equally tense. Facing a ghost at such close range could terrify even those with a stronger constitution. However, if they remained unharmed, it would validate Wang's assertion that ghosts followed a particular set of rules. As long as one did not violate these rules, they would not be harmed. In an instant, Ghost Zhang Jie did not linger before Wang. Instead, he moved towards the next corner. He randomly chose a girl who was sobbing on the ground and tapped her shoulder. I'm Zhang Jie, what is your name? Zhang Jie. I'm Yu Zihan. Yu Zihan was completely unaware that Zhang Jie had transformed into a ghost behind her. Upon hearing the voice, she instinctively turned around, as Wang had anticipated. The moment she turned, her body stiffened, and her front vanished. Wang quickly instructed the 2 beside him. Remember, under no circumstances should you turn around if someone taps your shoulder. No, even if no one taps you, absolutely do not turn around. Wang had discerned a pattern. Although Yin Feng was unclear, Li Hua, Zhang Jie, and Yu Zihan had all transformed into ghosts the moment they turned. This indicated that turning was an absolute taboo in their current predicament. Su Yujin also grasped the situation. She looked anxiously at Zhu Xiaofu and emphasized, little fatty. Did you hear that? Even if your parents tell you to turn around, don't do it. Zhu Xiaofu's face turned pale. What if you 2 tell me to turn around? Then you absolutely cannot turn around. Wang reassured him, concerned that Zhu Xiaofu might inadvertently break the taboo. We will never ask you to turn around. You can consider anything that urges you to turn as a ghost. Do you understand? Zhu Xiaofu nodded vigorously. Got it. Wang, isn't this a bit off? Wang Qian inquired from behind. If turning around is part of the ghost's killing pattern, didn't you just turn around? She referred to the moment Wang had turned to look at the corner behind him while at the podium. And many of us turned around after the students ran out, but nothing happened. Wang Qian had observed closely. I know, Wang replied without looking back. There might be another taboo before the act of turning. But based on the current situation, turning seems to trigger the final action of the ghost's killing. So from now on, to survive, do not turn around. If you unwittingly meet that unknown condition, turning will lead to death. Wang Qian found Wang's reasoning compelling. Given how he had just advised Zhu Xiaofu, it was clear that Wang was responsible for those around him. Staying close to Wang increased the likelihood of survival. Wang, I want. Wang Qian began to move closer to Wang, hoping to stay by his side and find a way to survive. However, just as she took 2 steps, darkness suddenly enveloped her. It was an utter void, despite the sensation of her phone in hand. Not a single ray of light could be seen. It felt as if her eyes had been gouged out, rendering her blind. Her body struggled to maintain balance, nearly causing her to fall. As she leaned against the nearby wall, she heard the desperate cries that had always been present but had gone unnoticed due to her blindness. The voice sounded like Ma Jiaqing. Wang Qian felt a surge of curiosity. But hadn't Ma Jiaqing run out of the classroom only to reappear at the back door? She should have been getting farther away from Wang's location. Why did it feel as though she were crying right beside her? Lost in thought, Wang Qian suddenly heard stiff footsteps halt beside her. Then, Someone tapped her shoulder and posed a question that sent chills down her spine. I'm Yuzihan. What is your name? The remaining 12 students gazed in shock as Wang, Zhu Xiaofu, Su Yujin, and Wang Qian vanished from sight, each reappearing in a different corner, instantly succumbing to despair. Chapter 22. The Four-Corner Game. Clockwise. What is this? Upon realizing he was in pitch darkness, Wang's heart began to race instinctively. As he reached out to touch the wall beside him, he discovered it was the only thing in proximity. Low murmurs echoed around him. Is Li Hua still here? Zhang Jia has fallen silent too. Could they be dead? Uncertain, he pondered whose footsteps had departed moments ago. This place is utterly devoid of visibility. We must not wander aimlessly. It appears that only 5 of us remain from Class 16, and we must survive. Wang lowered his head in contemplation. Have I arrived at the corner? What could be the reason? Just moments ago, he and Zhu Xiaofu, Su Yujin had not moved at all. However, Wang Qian seemed to have shifted. Wang was still unclear about the taboo they had breached. He extended his hands to feel his surroundings. Recalling that Zhang Jia was positioned near a wall close to the door, the wall he was touching was on his right. This indicated that by moving to his left, he could exit the corner and reach the center of the classroom. Yet, reality proved otherwise. Wang attempted to shift left a few steps, only to find the wall still at his side. I am merely pacing in place. At this moment, Wang understood why those who had been seen at the corner outside remained stationary. It was not that they did not wish to move, but rather that moving served no purpose. The rules here seemed to dictate that one could only traverse along the wall. Stopping, Wang mused, for corners, movement. Suddenly, he recalled a widely known ghostly game, the Four-Corner Game. This game requires 4 participants to enter a rectangular area devoid of light. Each player stands in a separate corner. When the game commences, A navigates the wall to reach B's position and taps the ladder on the shoulder. Subsequently, B proceeds to C's position, replicating A's action. As A has already reached B during the first round, when D arrives at A's original position, it is unoccupied. D must then cough to signal that no one is present before continuing toward A's current location to repeat the tapping motion. The four-corner game involves 4 participants. Since one person must move, only 3 corners will be occupied. However, as the game progresses, at a certain juncture, the sound of coughing will cease. This signifies that each corner now houses an individual, while one person continues to move, before a 5th participant appears. Those involved may choose to exit together if fear overcomes them. Yet, if a 5th individual does materialize, the game will persist indefinitely. Should anyone halt their movement, unspeakable horrors will ensue. Could this ghost be summoned by the four-corner game? Wang believed he might grasp the ghost's rules. They were not merely 4 individuals participating in the game. Rather, they were 4 groups. Zhang Jia and Yu Zihan would only be slain by the ghost if they turned upon being tapped on the shoulder, transforming into a ghost with only their backs remaining. The correct course of action was to continue walking along the wall after being tapped, proceeding to find the next person. For safety's sake, one must also respond to the inquiries of the individual behind them, stating their name. "Can you all hear me?" Wang called out, gauging his position relative to the others. "It's Wang." Upon hearing his voice, the 5 became instantly animated. "If we wish to survive, heed my words. First, remember, no matter what happens, do not turn around. Turning means death. Secondly, if someone taps your shoulder, do not turn. After answering, proceed like a relay baton along the wall until you reach the person ahead, then tap their shoulder." In the darkness, several voices responded in unison. "Wang. We believe in you." Others echoed, "I trust you, Wang. How can we escape? I'm scared. Wang, please help me." Wang chose to disregard the voices behind him. He was uncertain if he could even survive himself. To live, one could hardly rely on others continuously. He was not their guardian. After a period of anxious waiting, the sound of stiff footsteps echoed once more, and the atmosphere grew distinctly colder. Wang held his breath, attuning himself to the sounds around him. Snap! Someone's shoulder was tapped. "I'm Lu Yang. What is your name?" The rigid voice carried a frigid breath. Undeniably, Lu Yang was deceased. A ghost had come. "I am Lu Peng." Following Wang's instructions, Lu Peng responded and began moving along the wall, and indeed, he encountered no incident. As he passed by others, he managed to maneuver around them. When Lu Peng reached Wang, he exclaimed joyfully into the darkness, "Wang, I'm unharmed." Yet, before he could finish, a short, shrill cry escaped his lips. A second later, Wang felt an icy presence beside him. Dead. Wang paused for a moment. This sensation was akin to the chilling aura emanating from Li Hua. Wang called out Lu Peng's name, but received no reply. With a grim expression, Wang quickly advised those behind him, "Remember, once the cycle begins, Refrain from speaking at all times except at the start and end. Lu Peng had uttered a word and perished. Clearly, speaking during the four-corner game was also a taboo. Though Lu Peng was gone, his demise confirmed Shi Wang's suspicions. The ghost's rules indeed adhered to the principles of the four-corner game. As long as the rules were followed, nothing untoward would occur. However, before Shi Wang could devise a strategy to escape the four-corner game, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Li Hua, what is your name? In an instant, perspiration beaded on Shi Wang's forehead. It was not the tap itself that caused his distress, but the realization that Li Hua had tapped him from the front, whereas Shi Wang was accustomed to being tapped on the shoulder from behind. What is happening? Is it possible to initiate 2 rounds of the game simultaneously? But why was it from the front? Instinctively, Shi Wang lifted his foot but hesitated to place it down. After a swift contemplation, he decided against retracing his steps in the counterclockwise direction. Instead, he opted for a clockwise approach. Shi Wang. Step by step. Shi Wang retreated without turning around. 1 step, 2 steps, nothing occurred. His heart eased. He had not perished, which meant he had guessed correctly. Retreating was the right path. Moving forward would mean colliding with Li Hua. The consequences of encountering a ghost were an experience Shi Wang wished to avoid at all costs. Those lacking composure would likely have become the new faceless victims by now. Shi Wang, what is going on? As he retreated past the others, Shi Wang heard their puzzled voices. A frown crossed his face. He had already declared Shi Wang, indicating that he had entered the cycle. Why were they still questioning him at this point? Were they eager to hasten his demise? Shi Wang chose to ignore them. He doubted these classmates possessed the intellect to survive many rounds. It was a matter of surrendering to fate. Shi Wang sighed, taking a few more steps back, when suddenly, the sounds around him faded, leaving only silence. He wondered where Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin were. He hoped they remained safe. A sense of concern enveloped him. If they encountered a ghost tapping their shoulders from the front, would they recognize the correct rules? As Shi Wang continued his clockwise retreat, the ghost that was Lu Peng had already reached the next corner. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaofu, hiding in her corner, trembled uncontrollably. In the corner where Wang Qian stood, someone, overwhelmed by excessive terror, forgot the warning against turning around and silently transformed into a ghost. Meanwhile, Su Yujin was searching for a weapon. Life and death were regarded with indifference. If one refused to yield, then one must fight. No matter how skilled one was, a kitchen knife could instill fear. Lacking a knife, a bench would suffice. Li Hua, I curse you 100 times. Chapter 23. The Betrayal of the Nightmare Ghost in the Pitch-Black Environment. Shi Wang was retreating with trepidation. He felt that the 4 corners might belong to a peculiar space. As he had barely taken a few steps when the sounds of discussion from others faded into silence. The classroom was not expansive, under normal circumstances. He should have heard the voices of those in the other corners, yet only an eerie silence enveloped him. In such a terrifying atmosphere, retreating was a daunting task. Even Shi Wang dared not hasten his pace. The pressure was mounting. No, something felt amiss. Suddenly, he realized that walking had become increasingly laborious. It felt as if something heavy had attached itself to him, and the weight was intensifying. There is something on my back. Fear gripped Shi Wang's eyes. When did the ghost latch onto him? Had he violated a taboo? No. If he had breached the ghost's rules of killing, he would have been dead by now. Yet, why did he feel the presence of a ghost on him? Having encountered ghosts before, Shi Wang was acutely aware of their terror. He had to find a way to rid himself of the ghost. His pace gradually slowed, but the weight on his back increased rapidly. From just a few kilograms to 30 or 40. In mere seconds, he found himself hunched over. In desperation, he quickened his steps. The ghost has ceased to grow heavier? Upon this realization, Shi Wang understood. His slowing pace might have invoked a taboo, inviting the ghost to cling to him. The longer he took, the heavier it would become. The inevitable conclusion was death. He couldn't stop. He had to accelerate. Daring not to linger, Shi Wang pressed on. Moments later, he heard a woman's soft sobbing. Simultaneously, a familiar voice scolded nearby. What good is crying? Can't you think of a solution? Guidan, aren't you the class representative? Do you have any new conclusions? Su Yujin's voice was unmistakable. The girl named Guidan replied, sounding aggrieved in the darkness. I'm not Shi Wang. I can't think of anything. Shi Wang's ears perked up. Guidan seemed to be just 2 or 3 meters behind him. He raised his left hand from below, continuing to retreat. Soon, he felt something soft. Instinctively, he squeezed it, instantly realizing what he had touched. In the pitch-black space, Guidan could never have anticipated such an unwelcome surprise. During this time, those in the corner had been engaged in discussion. Guidan remembered that no one stood in front of her. Suddenly, footsteps and a hand appeared. Heaven knows how she felt at that moment. She clamped her mouth shut. Too terrified to utter a sound, feeling the hand creep up her chest. Just as Guidan was on the verge of breaking down, Wang managed to awkwardly grasp her shoulder from behind. I'm Wang, what is your name? Wang. Guidan did not respond. But Su Yujin's puzzled voice soon followed. However, she quickly reacted. Hurry, respond. I'm Guidan. In that moment, as Guidan replied, Wang completed his task in their circular process. Yet, the weight on him showed no sign of diminishing. Guidan, step back, but do not turn around. We must move in a clockwise direction. Also, do not speak. Talking before completing the exchange will trigger the ghost's killing rules. Wang spoke rapidly. Fearing Guidan might not comprehend, he repeated himself twice. If she spoke, he feared Guidan would be killed by the ghost. Fortunately, Guidan was quick to respond. Her right foot, initially poised to step forward, swiftly shifted backward. Silently, she began to step away from the corner. Wang, how did you get here? How did we end up in this place? Su Yujin's voice was filled with surprise. Wang did not approach her, worried that the ghost on him might affect her. The weight on his back had not increased, but it had not lightened either. It still bore down on him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he gasped. I suspect it's Wang Qian's influence. Do you remember the scene where we saw Class 15 students flee the classroom? I now believe one of the ghost's rules is that when 4 people are isolated, they engage in a 4-corner game. Su Yujin responded with surprise. The 4-corner game? I've heard of it. Could it be that Wang Qian approaching us turned our trio into a quartet, thus arranging us in the corners? Damn. Why did Wang Qian come over here? After venting her frustrations, Su Yujin suddenly heard Wang's labored breathing. Wang, what's wrong? Su Yujin's concern was palpable. I feel something is not right. Wang himself was unclear about what was happening. He merely felt the presence of the nightmare ghost intensifying within him. Previously, the nightmare ghost had only stirred slightly, but now it seemed to be awakening. What is happening? Wang's expression shifted dramatically. The weight on his back was perilous enough. If the nightmare ghost emerged now, he would be unable to withstand it. The students in the class would perish within moments. His eyelids felt heavy. Although he could see nothing with his eyes open, he knew that closing them would unleash the nightmare ghost, which sought to occupy his body. Wang struggled fiercely, but his eyes involuntarily closed. In that fleeting moment, he felt black mist beginning to pour out of his body. Damn it, retract it. Wang cursed, forcing his eyelids open with his fingers, yet his eyeballs rolled back uncontrollably. He contended with the pressure from the unknown ghost behind him while battling the nightmare ghost within. Wang, what's wrong? Su Yujin's footsteps drew closer. Don't come any closer, Wang shouted, straining to keep his eyes open. This was not merely a physical act. It was a mental struggle between him and the nightmare ghost. However, the nightmare ghost seemed not to have fully awakened. Wang's willpower appeared to suppress it. When Wang opened his eyes, he discovered a connection between himself and the dissipating black mist. It felt as though he could control the mist. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity to envelop the ghost with the remaining black mist. Once the mist fully vanished, Wang sensed the weight on his back lift. Feeling lighter, he sank to his knees. I did it. Wang's back was drenched with sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. He gasped for breath. Yet the relief of survival eluded him. The nightmare ghost had not been vanquished. It was very much alive within him. This time, it had failed to seize his body. But it had awakened. Wang could feel the ghost's presence growing stronger, albeit subtly. Perhaps next time, he could conquer the nightmare ghost. In the subsequent encounter, he might also triumph. But what of the 4th, the 5th, or the 6th times? Ghosts cannot be killed. In the relentless pursuit of the malevolent spirit, Wang is destined to meet his demise one day. Wang, where are you? The voice of Su Yujin carries a hint of sorrow. Please don't frighten me, speak to me. Suddenly, a hand clutches her calf. Su Yujin stiffens, poised to fight back, yet a frail voice reaches her ears. It's me. Wang. Crouch down, feeling someone kneel beside him. Wang is enveloped in a comforting embrace. You scoundrel, what happened to you earlier? Why did you remain silent? Do you have any idea how worried I was? Su Yujin leans against Wang's shoulder, her body trembling slightly. Despite not being frightened to tears by the vengeful spirit, 2 streams of tears escape her eyes. Wang senses a pressure behind him, yet it is entirely different from the weight of the ghost that had previously oppressed him. This pressure is bearable. Su Yujin, I have devised a way for us to escape. His voice is barely a whisper, audible only to Su Yujin, who kneels beside him. A way out? Su Yujin's eyes widen in disbelief. In a place where movement is limited to the walls, and any misstep could trigger a lethal cycle of death, the notion of an escape is astonishing. Wang nods. Zhu Xiaofu must be in one of the remaining corners. Who has passed by your side recently? And who has departed? Su Yujin responds immediately. Ma Jiaqing was here, but she is likely dead. Liang was patted on the shoulder by Ma Jiaqing and went to the corner where you were previously. Then there's Guidan, whom you tapped on the shoulder. She is now heading to where Ma Jiaqing used to be. Before Wang Qian approached, Shi Wang and the others. The first round of the four-corner game commenced with the ghost Li Hua moving to point A, Shi Wang's original position, to tap Zhang Jie's shoulder. The ghost Zhang Jie then moved to point B, tapping Yu Zihan's shoulder, and the ghost Yu Zihan proceeded to point C. It was at this moment, due to Wang Qian's movement, that Shi Wang and the others entered the four-corner game. Dead. Shi Wang sighed. He wanted to inquire if Zhu Xiaofu was at point C. Knowing the exact location might enable him to make a desperate attempt to rescue him. However, without clarity on the location, a first attempt could result in all three of them perishing. Let us see if we can escape first. The method Shi Wang conceived to escape is not guaranteed to succeed. He took a moment to rest, regaining his strength. Su Yujin, I'm here. No matter what happens, do not close your eyes for more than 5 seconds. Do you understand? I understand. Hold my hand. All right. Su Yujin grasped Shi Wang's hand tightly. Yet, in the next moment, the warmth of his hand turned frigid and eerie. Su Yujin felt as if she were gripping the hand of a lifeless being. A wave of concern washed over her. What had happened to Shi Wang? At that moment, Shi Wang had closed his eyes, and the dormant nightmare spirit within him began to stir. A dense black mist erupted from his body, enveloping both him and Su Yujin. Simultaneously, Shi Wang sensed the nightmare spirit's desire to dominate his being. If he allowed the black mist to expand further, he might succumb to the backlash of the nightmare spirit. I do not comprehend why you are trapped within me, but I will not be easily vanquished. With a fierce shout, Shi Wang took a step forward. The swirling black mist followed him, moving through the pitch-black surroundings. During his initial confrontation with the nightmare spirit, he had utilized the black mist to encase the ghost behind him. Once the mist dissipated, the specter was dealt with. An idea sparked in Shi Wang's mind. If the black mist of the nightmare spirit was so formidable, perhaps he could harness its power to escape the classroom and the school itself. Yet, this method harbors considerable risk. The nightmare spirit now lurked within Shi Wang, awakening continuously. Employing its power would hasten its emergence. In other words, Shi Wang's strategy could result in the nightmare spirit seizing control of his body. Nevertheless, he found himself with no alternative. He had deduced most of the lethal patterns of the malevolent spirits within the school. Had they not entered the four-corner game, there might have been a chance for survival. Yet, once ensnared in the game, exiting alive was an impossibility. Whether clockwise or counterclockwise, the unending cycle would leave no one unscathed. Death is the sole outcome. Thus, despite knowing it would accelerate the awakening of the nightmare spirit, Shi Wang chose to wield its power. Now, use your strength to shatter the realm of the specter before us. Shi Wang's hand brushed against the wall as he charged forward. An incredible scene unfolded. The wall, which should have obstructed Shi Wang's progress, now felt as insubstantial as air. Cloaked in black mist, Shi Wang and Su Yujin passed through unimpeded. As they traversed the wall, the all-encompassing darkness dissipated. Shi Wang could discern everything within the swirling mist, even without light. This was the realm of the specter. This marked Shi Wang's second utilization of the realm. However, as he sensed the presence of the nightmare spirit within him intensifying, he hastily forced his eyes open and retracted the black mist. Su Yujin, oblivious to the events transpiring, felt an immediate lift in the oppressive atmosphere as they penetrated the wall. She quickly retrieved her phone. Shi Wang, I can see light. Oh, my phone still has signal. A wave of joy illuminated Su Yujin's face upon seeing the signal on her phone. Yet, before she could dial for help, Shi Wang suddenly collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Shi Wang, what's wrong? Realizing Shi Wang's distress, Su Yujin understood that escaping from the realm of spirits had come at a significant cost to him. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yujin heard footsteps and swiftly directed her phone's light in that direction. A checkered shirt, loose trousers, black plastic sandals. Yan Feng. Upon seeing Yan Feng, who appeared to be retreating, Su Yujin's momentary delight froze. She rose, her trembling hands clenched into fists, positioning herself protectively in front of Shi Wang. 3 meters. 2 meters. Facing the advancing Yan Feng, Su Yujin's body quaked with fear. Just as she prepared to strike, Shi Wang grasped her hand and pulled her away. Run. The only beings capable of confronting ghosts are ghosts themselves. Wang Gang's words echoed in Shi Wang's mind as they burst through the wall. He understood that Yan Feng had been transformed into a malevolent spirit after being slain. Yet, he also knew that this was beyond human strength to combat. Are you all right? Su Yujin, being dragged away by Shi Wang, felt a surge of exhilaration. Just moments ago, she had thought they were destined to perish there. I'm fine. Shi Wang's voice was hoarse. The struggle against the nightmare spirit had drained him of considerable energy, leaving him utterly fatigued. Based on his estimates, he could use the nightmare spirit's power perhaps 4 or 5 more times before losing control of his body. However, those were concerns for another time. The immediate priority was to escape the school. Yet, just as they neared the staircase, 2 phantoms emerged unexpectedly from around the corner. Wang halted abruptly. Turning to glance back, Su Yujin hurriedly directed her phone's light behind them. In the dim corridor, 2 dark figures approached. Besides Feng, there was also the English teacher from class 15. With one pair of ghosts blocking their path and another pursuing from behind, Su Yujin whispered, "Should we try to rush past them? Their movements appear quite stiff." "No, absolutely not." Wang's expression shifted dramatically upon counting the ghosts. "We cannot approach them. Otherwise, we are likely to return to the four-corner game. Whether forward or backward, we are confronted by 2 specters. Both Wang and Su Yujin are but 2 individuals. In the four-corner game, the specters can also participate. Li Hua, Zhang Jie, Lu Yang, and Lu Peng, who were slain by the specters, continue to cycle through the game. Do they not? Wang fears that merely approaching a specter will complete the quartet. Should they be drawn back into the four-corner game, his recent efforts would be in vain. The four-corner game. Upon being reminded, Su Yujin also noticed the number of specters. What shall we do? The specters are drawing near. What is the defined range for the quartet? Cursed fate. Why must we return after our arduous escape? Wang glanced at the corridor's walls. The darkness obscured their height. Yet the 4th floor was approximately 10 meters from the ground. Gritting his teeth, Wang declared, "Jump." Su Yujin was momentarily taken aback. "Jump? From the 4th floor?" Chapter 25. Wang comes to the rescue with 2 specters at both the front and back, regardless of their chosen direction. Wang and Su Yujin would inevitably form a quartet. Wang considered separating, but quickly dismissed the thought. The number of specters within the teaching building was undoubtedly substantial. Who could say if a 3rd specter lurked behind the 2? If they separated, they could be cornered by a 3rd specter, leading them back into the four-corner game. Therefore, the most prudent course of action was to leap from the building. The sensation of weightlessness as they fell caused Su Yujin to scream, her arms clinging desperately to Wang. They had truly jumped from the 4th floor. Su Yujin felt as though she were losing her mind. Had it been anyone else, she would have called them mad. The 4th floor was high, yet the descent was swift. At a height of 10 meters, the iron ball experiment takes just over a second. Thus, as Su Yujin first felt the sensation of weightlessness, the subsequent pressure from deceleration hit her anew. Wang gasped heavily, having exhausted himself from repeatedly utilizing the powers of the nightmare specter, feeling an overwhelming urge to sleep. Yet he knew that succumbing to slumber would spell disaster. Su Yujin's feet touched the ground, imparting a surreal sensation. She looked up, and the entire teaching building seemed cloaked in shadow, rendering everything invisible. "What should we do now, Wang?" Su Yujin steadied herself against him, scanning their surroundings. "We must leave the school." As Wang walked, he retrieved his phone and located the contact information left by Wang Gang. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. "Hello, this is Wang Gang. I am Wang. We are encountering supernatural events at Hangzhou Experimental High School No. 3, and many faculty and students are in peril." Wang quickly conveyed the situation at the school. The voice on the other end turned serious. "First, find a way to protect yourselves. I will come immediately." In a certain part of Hangzhou, Wang Gang, wearing sunglasses, surveyed the fog-laden street and commanded, "Immediately secure the surrounding area and evacuate residents. Do not allow anyone to approach." Liang Ruo, the short-haired female assistant, inquired, "What is it?" Wang just called. "There are supernatural occurrences at Hangzhou Experimental High School No. 3. Arrange for the Supernatural Containment Special Operations team to proceed at once." "I'll go ahead." After giving his orders, Wang Gang mounted a nearby motorcycle, its engine roaring as he sped away. A few seconds later, Wang Gang heard his assistant Liang Ruo's voice through his earpiece. "Commissioner Wang, the Wang you mentioned, is he a survivor of the 822 Black Fog Spectre incident?" "Yes." "How has he found himself in another supernatural event and still managed to contact you during it?" "What do you mean?" "Commissioner Wang, as you know, most supernatural events make it difficult to reach the outside world. I advise you to exercise caution." While writing, a faint smile appeared on Wang Gang's lips. "Do you doubt the authenticity of this call? Do not underestimate Wang, though he is but a child. Surviving supernatural events is no small feat. I am aware of your concerns. Rest assured, I will investigate thoroughly before proceeding." Wang Gang replied, revving the throttle once more. The motorcycle roared. Nearby drivers stared wide-eyed, witnessing a motorcycle darting like a phantom, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At every intersection the motorcycle passed, Traffic lights turned green. Special events warrant special treatment. Liang Ruo had already notified the traffic control department to manage the green lights according to Wang's route. As a member of the Supernatural Containment Special Operations Team, PCSD, such authority was within their purview. Wang was originally over 10 kilometers away from the school. Yet, in less than 5 minutes, he arrived at Hangzhou Experimental High School No. 3. Upon arrival, he felt an oppressive atmosphere. The nearby high-rises gleamed with light. Yet all the teaching buildings of the school were engulfed in utter darkness. From a distance, it appeared as if patches of space had been erased, revealing a pitch-black backdrop, strikingly bizarre. Merely witnessing the commotion, Wang understood that the specter they faced was a significant threat. This specter was no less terrifying than the Black Fog Specter. At the very least, it was a B-class entity. Wang withdrew his gaze to observe the two figures standing at the entrance of the school. Shi Wang, must you always venture out without consulting the calendar? Each encounter seems to be with formidable foes. Upon approaching the school gate, Wang spotted Shi Wang and Su Yujin. To ease Shi Wang's trepidation, he began with a jest. Seeing Wang arrive so promptly, Shi Wang marveled at his efficiency. Sir, the specter at the school is quite powerful. Which specter hasn't he been? Wang stepped closer to Shi Wang, assessing his condition before solemnly stating, "This is my line of work." Su Yujin gazed at the peculiar figure enveloping himself entirely, puzzled. Shi Wang had mentioned contacting a national special department. Su Yujin had expected a team clad in military attire with specialized equipment, yet instead, a strange figure had arrived. Would any normal person bundle themselves so tightly on a summer night? Just then, Wang suddenly lunged forward, seizing Shi Wang by the neck. "What are you doing?" Su Yujin cried out in alarm, swinging her fist at Wang. However, he effortlessly blocked her attack with his other hand. Why? Shi Wang felt a wave of suffocation. Filled with bewilderment, Wang chuckled. "Two specter thralls, do you truly believe you can deceive me? I have dealt with 2 B-class supernatural incidents. My observational skills are commendable. Your disguise is insufficient." With that, Wang prepared to strike down the specter thralls before him. Specters cannot be killed. When a person is slain by a specter and becomes contaminated by the supernatural, they turn into specter thralls. Such entities can revert to normal corpses once the supernatural contamination is resolved. Just like the workers who perished in the Black Fog Specter incident. To Shi Wang, they were formidable corpse specters, yet stripped of their supernatural residue, they would revert to ordinary corpses. However, just as Wang was about to eliminate the 2 specter thralls, a surge of black mist erupted from Shi Wang. As the mist appeared, Wang felt a chill run down his spine. Within the black mist, something formidable seemed to stir. He quickly released his grip and recoiled. Coughing, Shi Wang freed himself from Wang grasp and swiftly caught Su Yujin, who was nearly toppled. "Wang, we are not specters." Shi Wang's voice brimmed with fury. After narrowly escaping the teaching building, he had managed to relay the message to Wang only to find himself nearly killed by the latter. Wang observed Shi Wang's reaction, momentarily taken aback. Just now, Shi Wang seemed to have harnessed the power of a vengeful spirit. Yet it was not purely that of a vengeful spirit. "Have you become a spirit tamer?" "A spirit tamer?" Shi Wang was perplexed by Wang words, his anger still palpable. It became apparent that Wang had grasped something significant. He shook his head and apologized to Shi Wang, saying, "I regret the misunderstanding. Had you mentioned earlier that you are a spirit master, we could have avoided this confusion. Yet, I must admit, you are indeed rather unfortunate. Shi Wang, before you let your anger take over, consider your shadow." Shi Wang, intrigued yet confused, turned to observe his shadow, which was cast behind him due to the streetlight ahead. Upon glancing back, his pupils constricted sharply. No wonder Wang mistook them for ghostly servants. His shadow bore an unusual feature. A peculiar entity seemed to be perched upon his shoulder. The same peculiar circumstance was evident with Su Yujin's shadow. Unbeknownst to them, Wang had lit a cigarette, exhaling slowly as he remarked, "There is a ghost upon you." Chapter 26. Spirit Master lost in contemplation, Shi Wang pondered the implications of a ghost residing within him, perhaps having latched on during a clockwise cycle. With the subsequent dark mist of the nightmare ghost not entirely dispelled. Yet, how had the specter attached itself to Su Yujin? How could it be eradicated? Pointing towards their shadows, Shi Wang turned to Wang, who shrugged while biting his cigarette. "I've yet to lay eyes upon that ghost. So how could I know how to deal with it? However, even if it is not a ghost, it is certainly a curse of some sort. You have drawn the attention of a ghost. Sooner or later, it will seek you out. The only solution now is to confront the source of the problem." Noticing Shi Wang's grim demeanor, Wang expelled a puff of smoke. "I intend to capture that ghost. Since you've escaped from within, You should have discerned the killing patterns of the malevolent spirit. Share with me what you observed inside. He added, this information is crucial for me. Potentially a matter of life and death. Please do not withhold any details. Wang had initially thought escaping the school with Su Yujin would suffice. But he was taken aback to find that a ghost had cast a curse upon him. The prospect of Wang confronting the ghost piqued his curiosity. Are you going to face the ghost alone? Wang chuckled lightly at the question. Discarding his nearly extinguished cigarette underfoot, he extended his right hand to Wang. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wang, an officer of the Paranormal Containment Special Operations Team, Hangzhou Division. I am known among my peers as the Ghost Tailor. Wang hesitated, staring at Wang's outstretched hand. Previously, during Wang's assault with the dark mist, Wang's glove had been torn, revealing the hand beneath. It was a sight that sent chills down his spine, covered in a myriad of stitching scars, each patch of skin a different hue, resembling a grotesque assembly. A foul stench emanated from it. Why you? Wang stumbled back, pulling Su Yujin with him, eyeing Wang warily. What are you, human or ghost? Wang remained unfazed by Wang's retreat. He patiently explained, at the very least, I am human for now. Did I not mention before that only ghosts can confront ghosts? A ghost would never assist a human against its own kind. Fortunately, there are individuals like us. Pointing at Wang, he continued, those who survive encounters with malevolent spirits and can control them are known as spirit masters. Judging by your earlier display, you appear to have tamed the dark mist ghost, while my own is a tailor ghost. Control a malevolent spirit. Wang was astonished to learn that Wang also wielded such power. Coupled with the mention of the Paranormal Containment Special Operations Team, it suggested that spirit masters could be part of a larger collective. Do not overthink it. Our kind is scarce. Wang seemed to sense Wang's thoughts, clarifying. Few emerge alive from encounters with malevolent spirits. Even if one can control a spirit, they must contend with the risk of that spirit reviving within them. Individuals like me, who need to resolve paranormal incidents and confront various ghosts, face even greater dangers. Thus, this field is always in need of more hands. I am glad you have become a spirit master. After all, you are also from Hangzhou. Now, please share what you know about the ghost situation at the school. The longer we wait, the more perilous the situation becomes for the survivors inside. As Wang spoke, military vehicles began to arrive. Soldiers pouring out to encircle the school and establish a perimeter. Wang, despite his multitude of questions, recognized the urgency of the moment and promptly relayed everything he knew. If the deceased were ghostly servants, then there are many within the school, characterized by their inability to turn around without facing death. The four-corner game determines that if 4 individuals are within a certain area, they will be forced to participate in the game. Entering the game means certain death. Additionally, I am not entirely certain, but it is highly likely that if there is only one person in the ghost determination zone, they will also perish. Wang recalled the scene of Li Hua's demise. Warning, when Li Hua was with the others, everything seemed normal. However, when he moved to a corner alone, his shadow exhibited anomalies. My shadow behaved oddly but did not act, while Li Hua's shadow bore a ghostly figure that seemed to embrace him. Perhaps even if Li Hua had not turned, he would still have been slain by the malevolent spirit. Upon hearing Wang's account, Wang's breath grew heavy. If what you say is true, then the terror of this ghost exceeds my expectations, particularly your last observation. The ghost's patterns are absolute. Death is inevitable. Even as a spirit master, I cannot defy the ghost's killing rules. The other members of the Special Operations Team are ordinary humans, limited to support and containment tasks. In the face of a malevolent spirit, they are no different from regular individuals. Entering alone would leave me isolated, and I could very well meet my end, resulting in 2 spirits haunting the school. Wang did not conceal his apprehension regarding the malevolent spirit within the school. Just as Wang thought Wang might abandon the mission, he unexpectedly pulled him aside to avoid Su Yujin and issued an invitation. Wang, I require your assistance. The likelihood of us both capturing the malevolent spirit increases significantly if we enter the school together as spirit masters. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at himself. Me? Yes, Wang affirmed. If you refuse, I must report the situation here and request reinforcements. However, the number of officers is limited, and there is no guarantee anyone will be available. This ghost may take a considerable amount of time to handle. Wang was not misleading him. In the face of an insurmountable malevolent spirit, spirit masters could not recklessly charge in without a strategy. Should a spirit master perish and the malevolent spirit revive within them, it would lead to the emergence of 2 spirits, complicating the situation further. Wang fell silent. Having narrowly escaped the school, he felt a deep reluctance to return. Yet, Wang Gang's desire to confront the spirit made the odds of success slim if he acted alone. Furthermore, he had acknowledged his inability to withstand the ghost's lethal patterns. Shi Wang was not one to meddle unnecessarily. But the ghost had already placed a curse upon him and Su Yujin's shadows. Their survival thus far might have been due to their togetherness. Perhaps this curse was merely a mark, yet eventually, the ghost would seek them out. If the school's specter remained uncontained, Shi Wang would forever linger in danger. Even for his own sake, he felt compelled to re-enter the school. The fate of others mattered little, but Zhu Xiaofu was still inside. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. What do you need me to do? Chapter 27. Wang Gang is a good man in the realm of the ghost tamers. Shi Wang was merely a novice, lacking experience in confronting malevolent spirits. Rather than facing the specters alone later, it was wiser to collaborate with Wang Gang while he was present. I recall that the Black Mist ghost possesses a domain of Black Mist. Given your recent resistance, it appears you have learned to wield such power. If we find ourselves in peril, unleash the Black Mist domain as a safeguard for our safety. Wang Gang invited Shi Wang because he was aware of Shi Wang's mastery over the realms of malevolent spirits. Otherwise, he would have preferred to wait for other specialists to be dispatched by higher authorities. I understand. Shi Wang nodded. Wang Gang was merely requesting him to ensure safety, indicating that he would handle the combat. This indicated Wang Gang's consideration for him. After 2 encounters, Shi Wang sensed that Wang Gang was indeed a good person. That's your classmate, right? Go bid farewell to her first. I will arrange for someone to accompany her, Wang Gang stated before moving towards nearby soldiers to organize matters. Shi Wang approached Su Yujin, who was already in a state of agitation. What did that seamstress call you over for? What exactly are ghost tamers? Is your body all right? Su Yujin seemed unconcerned about the abnormality of the shadow, solely focused on Shi Wang's well-being. Shi Wang patted Su Yujin's shoulder and smiled. I'm fine for now. However, we must address this issue, so I plan to go to the school with Wang Gang to contain that ghost. Su Yujin's eyes widened in immediate opposition. No way. It's too terrifying in there. We just escaped from it. You can't go back in. Didn't you say the state has a dedicated department for handling supernatural events? They have experience. Let them handle it. I won't allow you to go. Su Yujin bit her lip, gripping Shi Wang's arm tightly. Afraid that he would leave the moment she loosened her hold. You know that malevolent spirits are terrifying. Containing them is perilous. We cannot watch while others risk their lives for our survival. Plus, Xiao Pang is still inside the school. Shi Wang promised Su Yujin, don't worry, you know my abilities. If danger arises, I will certainly be the first to escape. Despite Shi Wang's assurances, Su Yujin remained anxious. Can you please not go? Hearing this, Shi Wang frowned. Su Yujin, do not be willful. Upon seeing Shi Wang's irritation, Su Yujin nervously released her grip, but repeatedly urged, you must be careful. If there's a chance, bring Xiao Pang out. If not, he won't blame you for not being able to. If you encounter danger, make sure to escape at the first opportunity. If time is critical, ignore that seamstress. Your life is more important. Once arrangements were made, Wang Gang, waiting nearby, remarked with a hint of annoyance. Could you refrain from discussing such matters in my presence? Upon hearing this, Su Yujin strode up to Wang Gang, her demeanor fierce. What is your badge number? If anything happens to Shi Wang, I will definitely file a complaint against you. If I find out you used Shi Wang as cannon fodder, I swear even in death, I won't spare you. Wang Gang gasped, watching Su Yujin, who appeared like a battle-ready rooster, get dragged away by Shi Wang. When Shi Wang returned, Wang Gang chuckled teasingly. She cares for you. Is she your girlfriend? Shi Wang shook his head. She's a friend. He added, a close friend. Wang Gang shrugged. Nonetheless, I must remind you to advise your close friend to temper her temper. Not all ghost tamers are as amiable as I am. As I mentioned before, ghost tamers face the risk of malevolent spirits' resurgence. Many are tormented by these spirits during this process, leading their minds to become distorted. There are indeed ghost tamers who resort to violence at the slightest disagreement, and many of them. Shi Wang understood that Wang Gang's warnings were well-intentioned and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding. I will ensure she moderates her demeanor. Wang Gang nodded. The two stood at the entrance of the school, gazing up at the teaching building shrouded in darkness. Clad in a black trench coat, enveloping himself completely, Wang Gang's voice turned solemn. Are you ready? Ready. With such resolve, let us proceed. As they stepped through the gates of the school, the soldiers outside heightened their vigilance. Wang Gang's assistant, Liang Ruo, arrived on the scene to take over Wang Gang's directive. Sanzhong is a fine school. Students who attend are indeed promising. It is unfortunate that so many of the nation's blossoms are facing supernatural occurrences. Wang Gang, standing before the teaching building, glanced up and inquired. Did you escape from this building? Shi Wang nodded. The school was enveloped in darkness, with many buildings affected. Unsure of where the true ghost might be hiding, Wang chose to explore the familiar teaching building with Shi Wang. Can you shoot? Wang pulled out a small golden pistol from his waist and handed it to Shi Wang. Here, take this. I've never shot a gun before. Upon receiving it, Shi Wang noted its substantial weight. Shi Wang examined it closely. This can't be made entirely of gold, can it? A pistol crafted from gold is extravagant. The essence of ghosts remains a mystery, and humanity's strongest firearms are utterly ineffective against them. The Paranormal Research Institute studied various elements on Earth and discovered that ghosts cannot affect substances with the atomic number 79, which is gold. They also found that ultraviolet light has a suppressive effect on supernatural entities, though not as potent as gold. If you encounter ghostly attacks, you can retaliate with this golden pistol, Wang elucidated. Although ghost tamers can harness the powers of malevolent spirits, it is best to avoid doing so unless absolutely necessary. Each use risks accelerating the resurgence of the spirits. Remember, this is merely a loan for your current mission, and you must return it afterward. Upon hearing Wang's explanation, Shi Wang understood the significance of the golden pistol in this context. It enabled ordinary individuals to contend with supernatural forces. Wang was indeed a commendable officer. Shi Wang felt it might be prudent to discuss his concerns with him. Wang, I have always felt that the black mist ghost within me is about to emerge. Is this not what you refer to as the resurgence of malevolent spirits? Shi Wang refrained from correcting the name of the nightmare ghost. Wang frowned upon hearing this. You experienced a malevolent spirit incident less than 2 weeks ago. Is it possible that signs of resurgence are manifesting so soon? Have you utilized the powers of malevolent spirits frequently during this time? After a moment of silence, Shi Wang replied, Not before, but I used it 4 times today. 4 times. Wang's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Chapter 28. Re-entering the teaching building. You are reckless. Has no one educated you on this matter? Wang began to share crucial information about ghost tamers with Shi Wang. Remember, ghost tamers are not powerful heroes. On the contrary, many view us as sources of societal instability. The malevolent spirits within us gradually resurface. Each time we harness their power, we hasten their resurgence. And once they do, ghost tamers meet their demise, while the revived spirits commence their slaughter, resulting in supernatural incidents. Therefore, ghost tamers refrain from utilizing the powers of malevolent spirits in their daily lives. After hearing Wang's explanation, Shi Wang broke into a cold sweat. His first use of malevolent spirit power was to eliminate the ghost behind him. The second was during his escape from the Four Corners game with Su Yujin. The third was when he jumped off the building, using the domain to negate the effects of gravity. The fourth was just now, when he was attacked by Wang. No wonder he felt the nightmare ghost within him becoming increasingly active. It turned out to be a consequence of his excessive use of malevolent spirit power. In this context, each utilization of ghostly powers signifies a step closer to death. Henceforth, it would be prudent to refrain from harnessing the might of malevolent spirits. Upon hearing this, Wang chuckled. Shi Wang, if such issues were easily resolved, practitioners of spirit taming would not be deemed a societal instability by certain factions. Even if they abstain from employing the powers of vengeful spirits, the specters will inevitably continue to resurrect, and the time frame for this is not extensive. Supernatural occurrences commenced merely 6 months ago, and I have heard that many among the first cohort of spirit tamers have already faced the resurgence of malevolent entities, including those who have never invoked such powers. With a sigh, Wang turned to Shi Wang and remarked, Thus, practitioners of spirit taming are often short-lived. Any association with the supernatural invariably leads to dire outcomes. While it may seem cruel to share such truths with Shi Wang, Wang felt it was essential for him, as a spirit tamer, to possess the requisite awareness. Shi Wang was indeed taken aback by the information Wang divulged. To become a spirit tamer meant he had but 6 months to live, even without resorting to the powers of malevolent spirits. In essence, his time was limited. A shadow crossed Shi Wang's face. What would happen to his mother if he were to perish? Yet, he swiftly set aside these troubling thoughts. The paramount concern now was to address the spirits haunting the school. Otherwise, with the mark upon him, he would be unable to return home. Commissioner Wang, I will fully cooperate with this operation, and I earnestly request that you contain this vengeful spirit. Shi Wang's tone was imbued with sincerity. Wang had been observing Shi Wang closely. He had anticipated a significant emotional upheaval, yet was surprised to find him remarkably composed. You are quite calm. Wang offered a high compliment. At your age, you are the most composed individual I have encountered. No, I am not calm. I simply have no desire to die. Shi Wang replied flatly. However, Since this is the reality I face, I wish to prolong my life as much as possible. If the spirits in the school remain unchecked, I am in constant jeopardy of death. Should I contain the spirit, I would have time to prepare for my eventual demise and arrange matters for my family. Wang gazed at Shi Wang for a moment, recalling the details within his file. A single-parent household, a mother battling early-stage cancer, which is treatable. A child raised in such circumstances often possesses remarkable independence and maturity. It is good that you can think this way. Enough of this idle chatter, we must proceed. Wang retrieved a flashlight and stepped into the darkness of the classroom building. Shi Wang followed closely, brandishing a golden pistol, and inquired, "What shall we do?" "We will start from the first floor." As Wang entered the teaching building, he immediately sensed a drop in temperature. However, the spirits had minimal influence over the hallway. At least the lights and mobile signals remained unaffected. Wang directed the flashlight into a classroom on the first floor, illuminating the dim interior. Yet, the scene within sent shivers down their spines. The classroom lay in utter disarray, desks and books strewn about. There were no signs of life in the corners. But in the center of the room, figures stood huddled together, their backs turned toward Shi Wang. Most donned school uniforms, and the one in casual attire was presumably the homeroom teacher. These figures appeared rigid, devoid of any vitality, resembling lifeless corpses. They were all dead. Without hesitation, Wang retracted the flashlight and proceeded to the next classroom. Shi Wang's mind lingered on the disheartening sight of the first classroom, silently urging, "Stay strong, Xiaopeng." Just after their departure, an unsettling movement occurred within the once quiet classroom. The heads of all the corpses simultaneously swayed slightly, as if peering towards the outside. Wang and Shi Wang traversed all the classrooms on the first floor, yet not a single survivor was discovered. The murderous patterns of this spirit were too numerous. Wang muttered under his breath, "Even someone as astute as you requires the use of domains to survive. For ordinary students, the chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Have you found any clues regarding the spirit?" Shi Wang inquired. "The spirits within the classrooms are merely ghostly minions. Our target is the spirit responsible for the supernatural events." "Not yet," Wang replied, ascending the staircase as he spoke. "Since it is a spirit from the four-corner game, we shall designate it as the fifth person for our investigation. Generally speaking, a spirit must establish a connection to commit murder. To transform a victim into a ghostly minion, the spirit must manifest near them. However, all individuals here have already been killed. The fifth person is not among them. If luck is on our side, we may find it in the next classroom. If not, we might have to wait until the spirit's murderous patterns are triggered to encounter it. The triggering of such patterns would place both of them in peril. Let us proceed to the fourth floor." Shi Wang suddenly suggested, "Let us go to class 16. Before Wang could inquire further, Shi Wang elaborated. "I have discussed certain aspects of the spirit's murderous patterns with others. Comparatively, they may endure for a longer duration." Wang nodded in agreement. "Then we shall head to class 16. The two ascended the staircase to the fourth floor. They were no longer alone, nor were they trapped in the four-corner game. Turning around did not activate the murderous patterns. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Shi Wang spotted a shadowy figure without a discernible face lurking at the staircase's bend. This ghostly minion seemed to sense their presence and approached with a stiff gait. In the pitch-black environment, an indistinct figure drew closer. An ordinary person might have succumbed to madness at the sight, but both Wang and Shi Wang were far from ordinary. "Be cautious," Shi Wang warned. "The four-person game may not necessitate four individuals. Ghostly minions likely count as one." Wang gaze sharpened, yet his pace did not falter. Instead, he quickened his steps. To Shi Wang's disbelief, Wang extended his hand, seemingly stitched from remnants of flesh, and seized the approaching ghostly minion. The minion reached out, attempting to embrace him. But Wang acted swiftly, casting the minion down the stairs. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground resonated. Wang scoffed. "The source spirit may be terrifying, but these mere ghostly minions are nothing to fear." Having made his point, Wang seemed wary of Shi Wang emulating him and added, "Shi Wang, each spirit tamer is unique. Do not attempt to imitate my actions. What I can handle may lead to dire consequences for you. If a ghostly minion approaches, prioritize using your golden pistol." Shi Wang nodded in understanding. However, he was curious about the abilities of Wang spirit, which allowed him to engage directly with ghostly minions. They continued forward, and predictably encountered several more ghostly minions, including the English teacher from the adjacent class. Due to their numbers, the two opted to use their golden pistols to eliminate the threat, wary of triggering the four-corner game. Wang produced another golden pistol and began shooting in rapid succession. The bullets, forged from gold, struck the ghostly minions, causing them to collapse and decay rapidly. Yet, the corpses did not revert to their normal state, remaining faceless. Wang, lacking in marksmanship, refrained from firing, instead trailing closely behind Wang. Soon, they arrived outside Class 16. Wang shone the flashlight inside, and Wang's heart sank. Chapter 29. I am Wang. I have come to rescue you. Upon entering the four-corner game, Wang recalled that there were still a dozen individuals outside. When he escaped, he had been too hurried to notice the classroom's condition. If those individuals had not acted recklessly, they should have been safe. Yet now, the center of the classroom was crowded with faceless, ghostly minions. This indicated that the remaining individuals were also in peril. Among the throng of ghostly minions, he recognized the silhouette of Yin Feng. However, as Wang followed the beam of light towards the corner, his eyes brightened. There was hope. Someone was still alive. He spotted Zhu Xiaofu huddled in the corner. Zhu Xiaofu was not dead, and this filled Wang with joy. Wang also noticed the survivor. He surveyed the classroom situation, weighing the pros and cons in his mind before deciding to enter and rescue the person. First, he needed to lure the ghostly servants outside. Wang approached the door and kicked it open with force. The classroom door swung wide, and the ghostly servants inside turned in unison. However, they were covered in hair. Completely faceless. Yin Feng, dressed in a checked shirt, was the first to step towards the entrance, followed closely by students in school uniforms marching in formation. Wang quickly scanned the classroom and realized that the ongoing game of four corners was unaffected by the obstacles within. For instance, just behind the door he had just opened, someone was hiding in the corner, yet the door seemed to overlap with their body, as if dividing them in two. It appeared as though the person and the door occupied the same space, but in reality, those engaged in the game had transcended to another realm. Did this ghost possess its own territory? Wang found the situation quite tricky, facing the ghostly servants that had rushed towards them. Wang and Wang swiftly retreated from the classroom. Step back, he instructed. Once Wang had distanced himself by a couple of strides, Wang seized two of the advancing ghostly servants. Down you go, he shouted, hurling the faceless entities off the balcony behind him. Thud, thud. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground echoed behind him. Wang continued this method, tossing every ghostly servant that emerged from the classroom down below. Wang watched in astonishment. Was this the true power of a ghost master? It was astonishing. The ghostly servants were like mere toys in his hands. In less than a minute, all the ghostly servants from Class 16 had been disposed of. Quick, go in and save them, Wang urged. Slightly out of breath after the ordeal, encountering the ghostly servants was not as simple as he had claimed. However, Wang did not voice his concerns and led Wang back into the classroom. Wang remained vigilant, silently following Wang. The classroom was originally shrouded in darkness, but as the two entered, the beam from their flashlight illuminated the interior. Those engaged in the game of four corners were oblivious to the external circumstances. Yet, standing inside the classroom, one could witness the ongoing game. As Wang discerned the scene within, he realized that there were scarcely any living souls left in the four corners. Zhu Xiaofu, who had been cowering in the corner, was one of the few. There was also Wang Qian, who was moving, along with another classmate. The student who had previously communicated with Wang, Guidan, had likely transformed into a faceless entity by now. However, they all wore school uniforms and were facing away, making it impossible to distinguish their identities. Was this truly the game of four corners? Wang surveyed the room and immediately addressed Wang. Wang, the game of four corners exists within the ghost's domain. I cannot retrieve them. Since you managed to exit the game using your domain before, you should also be able to enter and rescue them now. Of course, since we have yet to encounter the fifth person, you may choose to refrain from saving anyone to conserve your strength. Wang final statement was not mere pleasantry. The life of a ghost master was far more valuable than that of an ordinary person. Sacrificing 3 lives could potentially save many more. Although Wang yearned to save the trapped individuals, he was also acutely aware of the circumstances. Wang had already utilized the power of malevolent spirits numerous times that day, and Wang was concerned for his health. Should Wang's powers revive before they encountered the fifth person, Wang might also be forced to remain behind. At that point, they might not save anyone at all. Of course, I must save them, Wang declared resolutely upon seeing Zhu Xiaofu still alive. He had never considered abandoning him. I have to save him. The bond between the two was far more profound than mere classmates. When Wang's mother was short of funds for her surgery, it was Zhu Xiaofu who provided the last crucial amount. Although Wang had not disclosed his family's plight to his classmates, Zhu Xiaofu somehow learned of it. One Saturday, he approached Wang and handed him 100,000 yuan, claiming it was a prize from a scratch card, stating that as a high school student, he had no need for such a sum and that it could help Xu Wang cover the surgery costs. Zhu Xiaofu was remarkably lucky. Whenever he went out to buy something, he never returned empty-handed if there was a prize. Yet, Xu Wang found it hard to believe that Zhu Xiaofu could win so much from a scratch card. Nevertheless, he genuinely needed the money. In the realm of the Four Corners game, Zhu Xiaofu felt death approaching. Initially, there had been voices from others around him, but as the game progressed through its rounds, the voices dwindled. At some point, he could no longer hear anyone speaking. Am I deaf? Why has everyone stopped talking? Pressing his back against the wall, Zhu Xiaofu trembled uncontrollably. The individuals who had once stood nearby had likely transformed into ghosts. Perhaps they were now encircling him, staring intently. The more he thought, the more frightened he became, and the more he feared, the more he thought. He dreaded the next moment when someone would tap his shoulder and ask, I am Li Hua, what is your name? To hell with Li Hua. After spending so long in the darkness, Zhu Xiaofu felt his sanity slipping away. Damn it. Why didn't I just kill you earlier? A kick was too lenient. I told you not to move, and yet you insisted. Did you want to show off your prowess? You're nothing but a single page in the household register, yet you've led everyone to their doom. In the end, Zhu Xiaofu murmured, Wang, where are you? If you don't come save me soon, I might truly die. Even if I were to end my own life. I refuse to become one of those ghostly things. With that, he reached for his own neck. After a moment of pressure, unable to bear it any longer, he released his grip. I'll bite my tongue to death. He tried but found it too painful. Terrified of pain, Zhu Xiaofu relinquished the idea. Wang, if you escape, please don't come looking for me. I just hope that after this is all over, you can find my phone and delete my browsing history. And while you're at it, help me change my underwear. Even if I'm leaving, I want to do so with a clear conscience. Wang, you haven't died, have you? By the end, Zhu Xiaofu was no longer aware of what he was mumbling. He crouched on the floor, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had already departed. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby. This time, there were two sets of footsteps approaching from different directions. Zhu Xiaofu's heart tightened, and he clutched himself tighter. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. He was unaware that the game of Four Corners had both clockwise and counterclockwise directions. However, during this time, he had heard footsteps coming from both sides. Yet, encountering footsteps approaching simultaneously from both directions was a first. The footsteps grew closer, seemingly directed towards Zhu Xiaofu. After all, he was positioned at the corner where the wall curved. Why was there still sound coming from behind him? Why? It's all right. I've always had good luck throughout my life. The fortune teller said I am destined for great wealth. No one has ever tapped my shoulder before. This time will be no different. As the footsteps halted beside Zhu Xiaofu, he trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, a hand descended upon his shoulder from behind. I am Wang Qian, what is your name? Before Zhu Xiaofu could react, another hand reached around from the front and rested on his other shoulder. I am Li Weidong, what is your name? The voice trembled, seemingly struggling against the fear within. Zhu Xiaofu felt two hands patting his shoulder in succession, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. Alas, it's all over for me. Both hands pressed down on him, and no matter which direction he chose to flee, it seemed certain doom awaited. Yet, Zhu Xiaofu's intellect failed to grasp this grim reality. He merely understood that he was cornered, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Just as he placed his phone on the ground, preparing to embrace his fate, another hand rested on his shoulder. I am Xu Wang, little fatty. Follow me. Chapter 30. Surrounded by ghost slaves, little fatty. This money is for Auntie's surgery. Please don't spout nonsense, Xu Wang remarked, his gaze fixed on the substantial sum in his hand. Utterly astonished that the portly figure across from him could amass such wealth. This was not merely 100 or 1,000 yuan. It amounted to a staggering 100,000. Noticing Xu Wang's silence, Zhu Xiaofu frowned and inquired, is it insufficient? Should I buy a lottery ticket? I'm not bragging. With my luck, I'd bring home the grand prize. We could fill a sack with cash. Xu Wang took a deep breath and replied slowly, it's enough? More than enough. Little fatty, you've rendered me a great service. Zhu Xiaofu ruffled his buzz cut and chuckled, Wang, I expected you to echo the dramatic lines from television, promising to repay this kindness 100-fold once you've achieved great success. Xu Wang laughed heartily. Wrapping an arm around Zhu Xiaofu's shoulder, what if I never achieve success? What then? Zhu Xiaofu grinned widely. Oh, that is of no concern. With my good fortune, I'm bound to become wealthy and prosperous in the future. I'll look out for you. In that moment of despair, Zhu Xiaofu almost mistook Xu Wang's voice for an illusion. However, instinct compelled him to follow Xu Wang away from danger. Even if it meant trailing behind a ghost, he would choose to accompany Xu Wang. Unbeknownst to Zhu Xiaofu, a dark mist emanated from Xu Wang, enveloping him and the two others. A mere few seconds later, Light appeared before them. It felt as though he had transitioned from a dark corner to the corridor outside the classroom. Wang believed that the classroom was a confined space, fraught with potential peril, and thus chose to lead them to the safety of the corridor. Upon recognizing Wang, Zhu Xiaofu lunged forward, exclaiming, "Wang Ge, you finally arrived. I was so frightened. It was pitch black inside. I nearly wet myself. If you hadn't come, I might have contemplated ending it all in there." Li Weidong, also rescued, wore an expression of joy, unable to believe he had emerged alive. In contrast, Wang Qian remained impassive, surveying their surroundings. Wang Gang quickly pulled Zhu Xiaofu aside, cautioning, "Are you trying to strangle Wang? He exerted tremendous energy to save you. Let him catch his breath." Wang Gang eyed Zhu Xiaofu curiously, wondering why the boy emitted an unpleasant odor. Zhu Xiaofu, equally perplexed, glanced at the masked figure nearby, but soon redirected his attention to Wang. Wang was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, reminiscent of a high school student who had just completed a grueling 3,000-meter run. "Wang Ge, what's wrong? Please don't scare me," Zhu Xiaofu implored. Sensing Wang's condition was dire, Wang waved a hand weakly, assuring him, "I'm fine. This marks the 5th time I've invoked the nightmare Ghost's domain today." He felt his eyelids grow heavy, requiring him to concentrate on keeping them open. If he blinked, he might struggle to reopen them. The resurgence of malevolent spirits exceeded his expectations, but he harbored no regrets about saving Zhu Xiaofu. Who could care for his mother after Wang's demise? As for Li Weidong and Wang Qian, they were mere collateral. Had they not been in the same predicament as Zhu Xiaofu, he would not have risked confronting the revived spirits to save them. "Wang Gang, before we proceed, let us escort them outside." Wang intended to team up with Wang Gang to confront the 5th person, wishing to keep Zhu Xiaofu at a distance. Wang Gang scrutinized Wang for a few moments before nodding silently. "However, we must devise a way to descend first." He shone his flashlight down the corridor, revealing a throng of flickering figures. These entities moved with rigid steps, their backs turned to the group, appearing as though they were retreating. Yet a closer look at their feet revealed they were advancing. So many ghosts. Zhu Xiaofu's face turned ashen at the sight ahead. The corridor was completely blocked by ghost slaves, with more approaching from behind, extending towards the stairwell on either side, a veritable sea of them, at least several hundred in number. At that moment, all the ghost slaves in the building surged forth like a tidal wave. Wang watched the scene unfold with mounting anxiety. Could Wang Gang handle such a multitude? If he resorted to his domain? No, that was unfeasible. The area affected by his domain would be far too extensive, hastening the revival of the vengeful spirits. Moreover, he had only just recovered from his last invocation. The odds of catastrophe were too high. Most critically, he still needed to contend with the 5th person. Wang Gang deduced Wang's precarious situation. "Wang, hold off for now. I'll handle this." With that, he removed his trench coat, hat, and mask. "Ghost." Zhu Xiaofu instinctively recoiled, pulling back with Wang. Li Weidong nearly fled, but the sight of Wang Qian remaining still kept him in place. Wang Gang's appearance was utterly unearthly. Even Wang stared at him in disbelief. Beneath his clothing, Wang Gang's form was gaunt, his face marred by stitches. His head seemed a patchwork of flesh, with varying shades and some areas even rotting. Disturbingly, his neck bore the same gruesome signs, extending down to where his long sleeves concealed the rest. One could only imagine the horror hidden beneath. It was clear why he always cloaked himself so thoroughly. If his true visage were revealed, even those he aimed to save might perish from sheer fright. "Little fatty, no need for alarm. I'll clear the way. Support Wang and follow closely behind." As he spoke, Wang Gang reached into the gaping seam of flesh on his chest, producing a ghastly object with a sickening squelch. With a swift motion, he brandished a 20-centimeter rib bone, darkened with blood. In Wang's astonished gaze, Wang Gang glided his hand along the rib, transforming it into a needle-like weapon. "Are you ready?" Without granting anyone a moment to absorb the shock, Wang Gang strode forward. "Charge with me." Chapter 31, The Ghost Tailor. Wang Gang, is this the combat style of a ghost master? Wang marveled at Wang Gang's approach, soon realizing it was not the method of a ghost master, but rather the unique fighting technique of the ghost tailor, Wang Gang. He handed his flashlight to Zhu Xiaofu and proceeded onward. Zhu Xiaofu felt a twinge of fear towards Wang Gang. However, he noticed that Wang and Wang Gang were acquainted, and the latter was also striving to rescue everyone, so he supported Wang and followed suit, his flashlight illuminating the path ahead to assist Wang Gang's visibility. Behind them, Li Weidong and Wang Qian quickly joined the fray. Wang Gang gripped a bone needle tightly in his right hand, striding forward with purpose. The advancing, ghostly servants extended their stiff arms toward him. But Wang Gang swiftly seized one with his left hand and hurled it off the balcony. After casting off several ghostly servants, more began to crowd in front of him. The sheer number of them made it challenging for Wang Gang to defend the 2-meter-wide corridor. However, once he employed the bone needle in his right hand, the tide swiftly turned. With a series of piercing sounds, any faceless ghostly servant struck by the needle lost all strength, their bodies beginning to decay rapidly, as if the supernatural force sustaining their movement had been expelled. Wang Gang moved with remarkable speed, his right hand slicing through the air, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The ghostly apparitions surrounding him quickly fell in droves. Zhu Xiaofu, trailing behind, gazed in terror at the corpses of the ghostly servants strewn across the ground. "Do not linger. Hurry forward," Shi Wang urged, prompting Zhu Xiaofu to keep pace with Wang Gang. He too remained vigilant, constantly assessing the surroundings for any signs of the mysterious fifth entity. Zhu Xiaofu suppressed his fear, stepping over the decaying bodies with Shi Wang's support as they followed Wang Gang. Li Weidong and Wang Qian also pressed on, aware that a throng of ghostly servants was hot on their heels. Wang Gang forged ahead, dispatching foes with relentless ferocity until they reached the staircase. Yet, at the staircase, they faced an onslaught of ghostly servants both ascending from the 3rd floor and descending from the 5th. The corner, a junction of chaos, presented threats from both directions. While Wang Gang cleared a path ahead without danger, the others risked being ensnared by the ghostly servants if they faltered. "Big brother, please, think of something," Zhu Xiaofu implored, gazing at the encroaching ghostly servants above and below, nearly crying out for Wang Gang's guidance on how to descend. Li Weidong was equally frantic. Aware that the ghostly servants were advancing steadily with their stiff movements, the sound of their footsteps drawing perilously close, only 5 or 6 meters away. He was nearly glued to Wang Gang's back, terrified of being seized from behind. After a moment of heavy breathing, Wang Gang gritted his teeth, breaking a rib from his chest to fashion another bone needle, infusing it with ghostly energy. After extracting 2 ribs, his chest visibly caved in, and his aura somewhat diminished. With a bone needle in each hand, he cautioned the others, "Stay close." Then, he increased his pace, rapidly swinging the needles, which became 2 white streaks weaving through the ghostly servants. The rigid specters fell one after another. Seizing the moment before the ghostly servants from the 5th floor could fill the gaps, Wang Gang descended fiercely toward the 3rd floor. Li Weidong was the first to follow. Zhu Xiaofu, supporting Shi Wang, trailed behind, remarking, "Wang Qian is quite reliable, always covering our rear." Shi Wang acknowledged her presence, but was too preoccupied to elaborate further. Wang Gang, tirelessly battling, struggled to catch his breath. His body, a patchwork of injuries, had not succumbed to exhaustion. Rather, he was suppressing the specter within him. As a ghost master, he faced the constant risk of the ghost within resurrecting. He wielded the ghost's power in combat, and though he had slain many ghostly servants, it hastened the ghost's resurgence. "It's hard to believe I haven't even faced a true specter yet. Just a horde of ghostly servants has put me in such a predicament." The overwhelming number of ghostly servants, coupled with his lack of means to eliminate them en masse, made the prolonged battle increasingly arduous. Yet, in the depths of his mind, Wang Gang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had discovered the situation in time. Otherwise, if the 5th entity continued its games in Hangzhou, the number of ghostly servants could swell into the thousands, perhaps even more terrifying figures. Who could possibly stand against that? The entire city of Hangzhou could be overrun by vengeful spirits. In Wang Gang's estimation, the terror of this specter had surpassed the previously anticipated B-level threat, reaching an A-level capable of decimating cities. He resolved to contain this entity before it could fully mature. Unbeknownst to Wang Gang, who was focused ahead, Shi Wang, though merely a novice ghost master, possessed remarkable potential. With a calm demeanor, swift judgment, and mastery over his ghostly domain, Wang Gang felt assured in trusting their rear to Shi Wang. As Wang Gang charged forward, the group descended the stairs with increasing speed, leaving behind the rigid, ghostly servants trailing at a distance. However, Shi Wang's heart began to race. The golden pistol Wang Gang had lent him was gripped tightly in his hand. "Shi Wang, we're almost to the 1st floor," Wang Gang shouted from the front. Excitement and joy illuminated the faces of Li Weidong and Zhu Xiaofu. They were on the verge of escape. Who could have imagined that a mundane school could have nearly cost them their lives? Who would have believed in the existence of ghosts? Or in beings that were neither human nor ghost, battling against them? They approached the final stretch of stairs. The number of ghostly servants below had dwindled, while those above had yet to catch up. Just then, Wang Qian, who had remained silent since being rescued, suddenly quickened her pace. Reaching out to tap Shi Wang on the shoulder, Zhu Xiaofu, supporting Shi Wang, remained oblivious to this action. The impending joy of escape blinded him to what was happening behind them. Closer, closer. Wang Qian's hand was now a mere 20 centimeters from Shi Wang's shoulder. If Shi Wang paused even slightly, he would feel the tap. Just as Wang Gang cleared the ghostly servants near the first-floor staircase, he heard Liang Ruo's voice crackling through his earpiece. Officer Wang. The drone has detected a significant number of faceless ghostly entities heading toward the classroom building where you are located. Do you require assistance? The school was not limited to just one senior classroom. The second and first-year classrooms, along with the faculty offices, had also succumbed to darkness prior to Wang Gang's arrival. Now, the students and staff transformed into ghostly servants were converging on his location. Do not approach. The level of terror from these ghosts exceeds your imagination. Anyone who enters may not return. Wang Gang swiftly declined Liang Ruo's offer for assistance. Upon hearing Wang Gang's response, Liang Ruo's expression shifted. Even without his warning, she understood the dire circumstances within the school. The sheer number of ghostly servants was overwhelming, and those commanding them possessed domains. Ordinary individuals faced with such entities would perish in droves. What manner of malevolence lay within the school? Liang Ruo, not daring to delay, promptly dialed another number. Hello. This is Liang Ruo, assistant of the Hangzhou Paranormal Containment Special Forces. We are experiencing a suspected A-level ghost incident and request immediate support. After hanging up, Liang Ruo gazed at the campus before her, directing the soldiers to expand the perimeter. A premonition gripped her. If this incident was not handled properly, the entire city of Hangzhou could fall victim to the resurrection of vengeful spirits. Compared to the resurgence of these ghosts, humanity's strength appeared woefully inadequate. Chapter 32. A timed bomb. As Wang Gang reached the bottom of the stairs, Wang Qian, who had been silent, suddenly engaged in an inexplicable action. She extended her hand to tap Shi Wang on the shoulder ahead of her. In an environment where many reside, the act of tapping someone on the shoulder is typically associated with the fifth entity or a ghostly servant. Under normal circumstances, the few survivors would refrain from committing this taboo gesture. A careful observation of Wang Qian would reveal her beautiful visage marked by a rigid expression and lifeless eyes, akin to that of a marionette. Just as Wang Qian was about to reach for Shi Wang, he suddenly pivoted, raising his arm. With a resounding thud, his outstretched arm was swiftly deflected. I had suspected something was amiss. You could no longer restrain yourself. Grasping the golden handgun firmly, Shi Wang aimed it at Wang Qian's hand, which he had previously struck as if it were a mere brick. Wang Qian appeared oblivious to Shi Wang's words. Extending her hand once more, bang! The gun fired, startling Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong into near hysteria. They had yet to comprehend why Shi Wang had suddenly turned hostile towards Wang Qian. Only after the shot was fired did Shi Wang feel the recoil of the weapon. However, he was well prepared, maintaining a steady grip on the handgun. The distance between Shi Wang and Wang Qian was nearly intimate. Even if it were Shi Wang's first experience firing a gun, there was little chance of missing. The golden bullet, propelled by immense kinetic energy, penetrated Wang Qian's shoulder, causing her body to tremble before collapsing helplessly to the ground. As she fell, her face vanished, replaced by cascading hair, and her once prominent chest deflated in an instant. A faceless ghost, Zhu Xiaofu, witnessing Wang Qian transform into a ghostly servant, leaped into action, urging Shi Wang to flee down the staircase. Shi Wang, how did you discern that something was wrong with Wang Qian? Upon reaching the lower level, Li Weidong still felt the lingering dread. The ghostly servants in the teaching building were all faceless. Who could have anticipated that Wang Qian, maintaining her normal appearance, was also a ghostly servant? Had it not been for Shi Wang's timely intervention, others might have faced death at the hands of the ghost just as they were about to escape. It was during the rescue that I realized the truth, Shi Wang explained succinctly. Earlier, he had utilized his domain to extract Zhu Xiaofu, Li Weidong, and Wang Qian from the confines of the four-corner game space. However, once he enveloped the three within the space, he sensed something was off with Wang Qian. In the domain, Shi Wang exerted remarkable control over its occupants. The disparity between Wang Qian, now a ghost, and ordinary individuals became glaringly apparent. Initially, Shi Wang hesitated to confirm his suspicions. Yet, after releasing the trio into the corridor, when Wang Gang illuminated them with a flashlight, he noticed Wang Qian's shadow markedly differed from the others, particularly in the head region, which cast a significantly larger silhouette. It appeared as though something were perched upon Wang Qian's shoulder, enveloping her head. Wang Gang had also perceived this anomaly and was ready to take action. Such an unusual ghostly servant could very well be the fifth entity of the four-corner game. Sensing Wang Gang's intent, Shi Wang quickly interjected. urging Wang Gang to hold his actions. Wang Gang, before proceeding further, let us first escort them outside. Though they had only met twice, their unspoken understanding reached an unparalleled peak in that moment. First, they would ensure Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong's safety to prevent any inadvertent harm. Secondly, they needed to ascertain whether this ghost indeed was the fifth entity. Wang Gang acquiesced to Shi Wang's suggestion. Is it resolved? Shi Wang inquired, glancing at the ghostly servant. Wang Qian sprawled on the ground, uncertain. She seems no different from the other ghostly servants now. Perhaps she was unique before, but now she is merely an ordinary ghostly servant. Wang Gang retracted his gaze, surveying the multitude of approaching ghostly servants, and sighed. It must have escaped. Shi Wang was taken aback. Escaped? Did you not assert that gold is the bane of ghosts? Wang Gang shook his head. While effective against ghostly servants, gold alone is insufficient to subdue true ghosts. The golden handgun wielded by a ghost master does not pose a lethal threat to malevolent spirits, nor can it seal them. Typically, gold-crafted bags or boxes are employed for such containment. Now that the threat posed by Wang Qian had been neutralized, Shi Wang ceased feigning a limp and approached Wang Gang with purpose. Following the light and observing the advancing faceless ghostly servants, Shi Wang queried Wang Gang. Is an escape possible? With enough determination, it is not unfeasible. However, Wang Gang glanced at the two bone needles in his hand and spoke slowly. If we do not eliminate the fifth entity now, Hang City will effectively be sitting atop a ticking time bomb. Once it detonates, the entire city will suffer catastrophic consequences. Moreover, I fear that it may explode tonight or even within hours. The four-corner game can unfold across several teaching buildings and countless rooms. This signifies that as long as one remains within the fifth entity's sphere of influence and meets the necessary conditions, regardless of how many individuals are present, the four-corner game will commence simultaneously. The encroaching darkness upon the campus indicated that the fifth entity's supernatural influence was also expanding. Even if they departed at this moment, Wang Gang would remain unsettled throughout the night. Furthermore, Shi Wang, marked by the vengeful spirit, would find no peace. He and Su Yujin could be targeted at any moment, with the grim possibility of not surviving the night. Yet, the number of ghostly servants on campus had surpassed 1,000. Such overwhelming numbers were beyond Shi Wang's capacity to confront, and even Wang Gang would struggle against them, unless they could accurately identify the fifth entity hidden among the ghostly servants and seal it away. However, from Wang Qian's condition, it seemed the fifth entity could inhabit any ghostly servant at will, capable of evading capture at any moment. With 1,000 ghostly servants, it possessed 1,000 opportunities. As Wang Gang spoke these words, he too felt a tremor of uncertainty. Reason urged him to withdraw, yet duty compelled him to seize the final opportunity to seal the fifth entity, should the adversary acquire more ghostly servants. Even the elite agents dispatched from headquarters might struggle to contend with them. While Wang Gang wrestled with his thoughts, Shi Wang engaged in contemplation. Among those present, only he and Wang Gang understood the true horror of the fifth entity. Wang Gang, if you encounter the fifth entity, do you possess a means to contain it? Wang Gang replied confidently, of course, that is my line of work, provided I can see its true form. Shi Wang inhaled deeply and addressed Wang Gang. I have a rather perilous plan, but it necessitates that you first escort Zhu Xiaofu and the others to safety. The sound of hurried footsteps reverberated through the campus. A multitude of faceless, ghostly servants appeared to sense the presence of the living, converging upon the four of them. They remained silent, their bodies swaying as they advanced. Outside the campus, Liang Ruo intently observed the footage transmitted by the drone, displaying Wang Gang leading the group through the encirclement of ghostly servants, her face etched with terror. Assistant Liang, let the brothers charge forth. One soldier implored. We fear not death, but we must rescue Commissioner Wang, even if it costs us our lives. It is worth it. The other soldiers immediately echoed their sentiments. They feared not for their lives, but rather for their inability to assist. Liang Ruo scanned the group and commanded, Commissioner Wang has ordered no one to enter. With so many ghostly servants, the Supernatural Containment Task Force cannot possibly breach their ranks. A reckless charge would only increase casualties and potentially complicate matters for Commissioner Wang. Our task now is to trust in Commissioner Wang. Liang Ruo, her face a mask of concern, added, be prepared for the supernatural expansion. She had already notified the Supernatural Containment Headquarters, and upon receiving the news, they dispatched an agent. However, it would take at least 2 hours for them to arrive. Chapter 33. The four-corner game commences, confronting the fifth entity. Within the campus, Shi Wang and his companions remained but a mere 100 meters from the still glowing gate, yet they found themselves ensnared within the encirclement of ghostly servants. Wang Gang was fiercely battling the ghostly servants that surged around him. Initially, he believed the supernatural occurrences at Hangzhou were merely a B-level incident. However, as he learned more about the fifth person, he gradually reclassified it as an A-level event. Now, witnessing the dark influence of Hangzhou school spreading outward, he noted that a nearby residential building had already succumbed to the darkness, with faint screams echoing from within. Wang Gang realized that the situation was spiraling out of control. Hangzhou was on the brink of an S-level supernatural incident. An A-level event posed a threat to the entire city, while an S-level incident could easily annihilate it and threaten the nation as a whole. It was imperative to intervene. Bang! Bang! Wang Gang used his bone needles to dispatch the ghostly servants ahead of him, then charged toward Wang. Wang, I can no longer prioritize the safety of your classmates. The safety of millions in Hangzhou is at stake. I see no reason to evacuate your friends first. We must draw out the true ghost as you suggested. Initially, Wang Gang had planned to follow Wang's advice, escorting Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong to safety before confronting the fifth person together. However, faced with the tide of ghostly servants and the expanding supernatural influence, he felt urgency. As a representative of Hangzhou, he could not allow the situation to deteriorate further. Wang had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events. Perhaps the supernatural had been spreading all along, but it was only when it reached the residential building outside the school, creating a four-cornered space, that it became manifest. Wang understood exactly what was transpiring in the suddenly darkened building. At this moment, countless individuals were likely experiencing terror and death. Yet, Wang was inherently selfish. If given the choice, he would choose Zhu Xiaofu over strangers in that building. However, Wang Gang clearly did not share this sentiment. Aware that containing the malevolent spirits depended on Wang Gang, Wang had no choice but to acquiesce. I will cooperate with you. He pointed to a classroom on the first floor and said solemnly, we will enter, initiate the four-corner game, and confront the fifth person directly. This was Wang's proposed risky plan. Initially, he intended to wait until Zhu Xiaofu reached a safe location before entering the school with Wang Gang, seeking a confined room to ensnare two ghostly servants and commence the four-corner game. But now, Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong were merely collateral. Zhu Xiaofu's face turned pale with fear at Wang's plan. Enter the four-corner game? No one wished to experience that place a second time. Yet, as it was Wang's plan, Zhu Xiaofu, though trembling, did not refuse. At worst, he would wet his pants again. However, Li Weidong was more reluctant. No way. I won't go. He shook his head fervently. I don't want to go. I'd rather die than enter there. It's too terrifying. I'm scared, I want to go home. Tears streamed from Li Weidong's eyes as he pleaded. Wang Gang paid no heed to Li Weidong's protests. He swiftly altered his course, charging towards the classroom. Fortunately, he had not ventured far, and was now merely a dozen meters from the classroom door. Clearing a path ahead, Wang Gang forged onward, with Wang armed and following closely behind. Zhu Xiaofu was responsible for the lighting. The surrounding ghostly servants had pressed in close, their countless arms reaching out towards the four of them. In his haste to advance, Wang Gang could not afford to clear a larger area, and the ghostly servants maintained a distance of about a meter from Wang and the others. Several times, the arms of the ghostly servants nearly brushed against Wang. A few that Wang Gang overlooked nearly knocked Zhu Xiaofu down. Fortunately, Wang's golden pistol enabled him to shoot down the ghostly servants in time. Li Weidong was reluctant to follow, but he dared not halt. Even by closely following Wang Gang, a momentary lapse could lead to being dragged away by the ghostly servants. The four of them felt as if they stood upon a bamboo raft, precariously afloat on a stormy sea. The waves loomed large, and a moment's inattention would spell death. Yet, just 5 meters from the classroom door, Wang noticed Wang Gang's pace gradually slowing, almost to a standstill. What is happening? He thought, alarmed. The group's situation was dire. If they halted, they would be overwhelmed by the ghostly servants within mere seconds. Damn it, the bone needle shattered. Wang Gang's bone needle was crafted from his own rib. 2 months prior, during a B-level incident, he had utilized a single rib. Now, before even encountering the fifth person, he had already shattered 2 needles. Without hesitation, he plunged both hands into his chest, screaming as he broke 2 more ribs to form new bone needles through supernatural power. Simultaneously, a section of his chest caved in. His fractured body began to exhibit abnormalities. Numerous sutures suddenly burst open, as if his form might collapse into countless fragments at any moment. The fluid seeping from the ruptures was not blood, but a foul-smelling ichor. An even colder aura emanated from Wang Gang, causing Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong to shudder involuntarily. Due to the frequent use of ghostly power, the malevolent spirit within Wang Gang was awakening. The ghosts are closing in. The ghosts are closing in. Li Weidong nearly broke down as he witnessed the approaching ghostly servants. With Wang Gang neglecting to clear the area, the ghostly servants were about to press against their faces. Damn it! Now you choose to awaken? Did I consent to this? Wang Gang roared, and his previously rigid body suddenly sprang to life. He frantically attacked the surrounding ghostly servants, carving out a space, and then continued charging toward the classroom door a few meters away. Wang noticed that Wang Gang's condition had deteriorated significantly compared to before. Each movement he made was accompanied by a foul smear of liquid. Are you still able to go on? Enough of the chatter, Wang. I command you. In my capacity as a Special Operations Officer for Hangzhou's Supernatural Containment Team, Wang Gang nearly lost his mind, his tone much harsher. You must give me 1000% of your focus. The moment we enter the four-corner space, immediately use your abilities to capture the fifth person. I know it's a daunting task, and the opportunity is fleeting, but you must make it happen. Do you hear me? It is imperative. According to Wang's conjecture, the instant they entered the four-corner space, the ghost would undoubtedly manifest. Wang Gang acknowledged this. After all, the four-corner space was the domain of the fifth person. Its appearance was intended to draw everyone into that space. However, with so many four-corner games occurring simultaneously within the domain, it was highly likely that the ghost would only appear for a fleeting moment. Where it would materialize next was anyone's guess. The most challenging aspect of confronting a ghost with a domain was precisely this uncertainty. If they could not seize the opportunity, encountering the fifth person after entering the four-corner space would depend on sheer luck. After all, the ghostly servants could also participate in the four-corner game. Should the fifth person send a ghostly servant to accompany Wang and the others in their game, their plan would be utterly thwarted. The likelihood of this occurring was substantial. For the time being, the fifth person was most likely in the new residential building affected by the supernatural force, where initially there were no ghostly servants. The fifth person needed to enter to initiate the first four-corner game. Chapter 34, The Fifth Person. Wang offered no response to Wang Gang's orders, but he understood that the situation had escalated to a critical level. This was not only for the sake of others, but also for his own survival. Wang held his breath, observing his surroundings to prevent an ambush by the ghostly servants while remaining acutely aware of the distance to the classroom door. In the fleeting moment when all four individuals burst into the classroom, he must unleash his domain to ensnare the fifth person. If he activates it too early, Wang, trapped in the nightmare ghost domain, may find it impossible to enter the four-corner space. If he delays, the fifth person will vanish. The opportunity is but a fleeting instant. As Wang Gang aptly stated, this plan requires Wang to muster an unprecedented level of focus. Should he falter, the plan will collapse. Even if Wang risks the revival of malevolent spirits to extricate everyone from the four-corner space, he cannot contend with the ghostly minions that surge around them. Moreover, Wang senses that Wang Gang is nearing his limit. The malevolent spirit within him is stirring ominously. Wang Gang's urgency stems from his fear of the supernatural spreading uncontrollably. To be isolated and touched on the shoulder would be fatal. In a confined rectangular space, the presence of four individuals will trigger the deadly game of the four corners. Even with only 2 or 3, safety is not guaranteed. Ghostly minions can also participate. And once they gather 4, the game begins. Faced with such terrifying specters, it is no wonder that even the adept ghost master Wang Gang only agreed to enter after Wang offered to assist. Lacking a domain of his own, he is ill-equipped to confront the fifth person who possesses one. Although Wang has a domain, he lacks offensive capabilities. The rules of the nightmare ghost dictate that closing one's eyes for more than 5 seconds results in being marked, while making eye contact with the nightmare ghost guarantees death. However, these actions must occur within the domain. Presently, Wang can only maintain his domain for a maximum of 5 seconds, and its range is limited to 2 or 3 square meters. Focus, concentrate. Wang takes a deep breath, the cacophony around him gradually fading. He is merely 3 meters from the classroom door. Based on his current pace, he estimates he needs another 7 or 8 seconds. Through the reflection in the classroom window, he observes the encroaching darkness. The light in the reflection is dissipating, and the entire campus is descending into utter darkness. Any building engulfed in darkness, provided it has a rectangular space, can trigger the four-corner game. This is the domain of the fifth person. Wait. Wang's gaze fixates on the vanishing light in the reflection of the campus gate, and a sudden realization strikes him. This is bad. He recalls a crucial detail that he had overlooked. In that instant, a chill runs down his spine, and the hairs on his body stand on end. Wang Gang. Wang barely manages to call out a name before the light at the campus gate extinguishes completely. Almost simultaneously, a phantom materializes on his shoulder, as if something is perched there. Yet at the same moment, a torrent of black mist erupts from Shi Wang's 7 orifices, rapidly spreading. It is chilling, oppressive, lethal, fearsome. As he releases his domain, Shi Wang feels an incredibly terrifying presence on his shoulder. He is certain that a ghost is there. This pressure is no ordinary ghostly minion. It is the 5th person, suspected to be an S-class malevolent spirit responsible for the tragic incidents. In the instant the 5th person appears, Shi Wang seizes the opportunity to pull them into his domain. However, upon entry, he feels himself being suppressed instead. With the domain, Shi Wang could even phase through walls or leap from heights. Yet now, his body is utterly immobilized. He senses that his domain and the 5th person are locked in a stalemate. Any movement on his part would allow the 5th person to regain their agency, with a high likelihood of resulting in his demise. Shi Wang is uncertain how long he can endure, but he cannot move. Unfortunately, circumstances take a turn for the worse. During this standoff, Shi Wang's body remains frozen, and his eyelids suddenly close involuntarily. The nightmare ghost is awakening. As Shi Wang and the 5th person exert mutual pressure, the nightmare ghost within him seizes an opportunity. An overwhelming surge of black mist begins to escape, not just from his 7 orifices, but from every pore of his body. The nightmare ghost seeks to commandeer Shi Wang's form. At this moment, Shi Wang finds himself completely on the defensive. Yet he does not surrender. Just as his eyes are about to close completely, he internally screams, "Wang! Gang!" Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 pale bone needles suddenly dart forth from the black mist. The needles do not pierce the 5th person's body. Instead, they circle around them incessantly. Wang Gang has arrived. He was merely a meter or 2 from the classroom door, preparing to remind Shi Wang once more when he heard Shi Wang calling his name. He then finds himself enveloped in a pitch-black misty space. Silence reigns around him. Not a glimmer of light is visible. Yet Wang Gang senses a terrifying aura behind him. Before he can react, another fearsome presence seems to grow stronger. It is Shi Wang. This is Shi Wang's domain. Wang Gang quickly comprehends the situation. Shi Wang has inexplicably activated his domain in an attempt to trap the 5th person. He immediately grasps 2 bone needles and stealthily approaches the source of the terrifying aura. Simultaneously, he grits his teeth and tears off 2 strips of flesh from his back, each about the thickness of his fingers and over 30 centimeters long. Blood gushing from the wound. The flesh on his back is among the last remnants of healthy tissue he possesses, not mere stitched-up necrotic chunks. The excruciating pain causes beads of sweat to form on Wang Gang's forehead, yet he endures. He places the torn flesh onto the bone needles. The flesh appears to possess a life of its own, automatically threading through the needles. Moreover, the flesh at the tips of the 2 needles entwines together, as if they are bound by a strand of meat. Shi Wang, I am coming. Wang Gang is acutely aware that Shi Wang is in grave danger. The other increasingly potent terrifying aura must be the black mist ghost within Shi Wang. Wang Gang approaches Shi Wang while wielding the 2 bone needles, continuously weaving the needles in and out around the source of the terrifying aura, the 5th person. As he moves, the flesh between the needles stretches like elastic, wrapping around the 5th person. Gush! 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 The blood from Wang Gang's stitched-up wounds begins to seep out like a broken faucet. But he dares not pause his actions. If there were light, one would see that the 5th person, entangled by the elongating strands of flesh, is gradually cocooned. As the 5th person becomes ensnared, it seems to be suppressed, and the terrifying aura begins to wane. Below, Shi Wang suddenly feels an incredible lightness. He no longer needs to confront the 5th person and regains his ability to move. The moment Shi Wang regains consciousness, he tears open his closed eyelids, forcefully retracting the surrounding black mist. As the black mist recedes, the domain dissipates, and Shi Wang and Wang Gang once again materialize on the campus grounds. Beside them are Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong, who have also emerged from the black mist domain, their faces still etched with fear, confusion, and uncertainty. They remain unaware of the events that transpired. With a swift motion, Wang Gang removes the cocoon of flesh that had been entwined around Shi Wang's shoulder and drives the stark, white bone needles directly into the 5th person's body. The gathered ghostly minions, stripped of their supernatural powers, collapse like a line of dominoes before the 4 of them. The surrounding lights are no longer under supernatural influence. The entire campus suddenly brightens. Liang Ruo, the malevolent spirit, has been contained. Come in and provide support. Remember to bring the containment devices. After issuing his orders to Liang Ruo, Wang Gang turns his attention to Shi Wang. Wang Gang appears unwell. This battle has left him teetering on the brink of malevolent spirit revival. However, He felt that Shi Wang's condition was likely not very good either. Shi Wang, how are you? Bang. Just as Wang Gang finished asking this question, a gunshot rang out. Zhu Xiaofu, who was about to help Shi Wang up, stared blankly at him. Brother Wang, what? Chapter 35. The Tailor Ghost Stitching TikTok. Blood dripped down from Shi Wang's palm. Everyone was shocked, watching as Shi Wang trembled in pain. Just moments ago, he had shot himself in the palm. Brother Wang, what happened? Please, don't scare me. Zhu Xiaofu rushed forward, snatching the golden pistol from Shi Wang's hand and tossing it aside, anxiously cradling Shi Wang's bleeding hand. He turned to Wang Gang, pleading, Big brother, you must come and see what happened to Brother Wang. Is that ghost still not dealt with? Is it trying to make him commit suicide? Before Wang Gang could respond, Zhu Xiaofu heard Shi Wang's pained voice. I'm fine, just a bit too sleepy, almost dozed off. What? Zhu Xiaofu was taken aback. Big brother, you shot yourself because you were too sleepy? This is bad. Brother Wang must be under the ghost's control. He's talking nonsense. Wang Gang, observing Shi Wang's condition, quickly understood. Is it the vengeful spirit within you that has become uncontrollable? Shi Wang nodded. It has awakened. The moment I fall asleep, it will emerge. Wang Gang furrowed his brow. If it emerges upon your slumber, then the vengeful spirit within Shi Wang is indeed troublesome. This means he must remain awake in the coming days. Currently, Shi Wang is using the pain in his body to stay conscious, but how will he maintain that in the future? Moreover, Shi Wang's condition is dire. The repeated use of the vengeful spirit's power, coupled with his confrontation with the fifth person, has significantly accelerated the revival of the spirit within him. Based on my experience, Shi Wang has less than 6 months left, at most 1 or 2 months. Perhaps even less. After all, his physical condition has deteriorated to the extent that he can no longer sleep or rest. I'm sorry. This time, I misjudged the situation. Wang Gang's expression was filled with regret. I miscalculated the terrifying level of the fifth person, which nearly cost us all our lives. However, we successfully contained the fifth person, which can be said to have saved countless lives. I will accurately report your contributions, and the Special Operations Headquarters will surely seek solutions to your issues. At the very least, Wang Gang lowered his head, pondering for a moment, and slowly said, at the very least, after you leave, they will make arrangements for your family. Shi Wang remained silent. Zhu Xiaofu was once again stunned. He couldn't comprehend what was meant by waking up, falling asleep, or emerging. However, he could tell that Wang Gang was not saying anything positive. Hey, don't think that just because you saved us today, you can speak carelessly. If you dare to curse Brother Wang again, don't blame me, Zhu Xiaofu, for being rude. Li Weidong, standing beside Zhu Xiaofu, averted his gaze but quietly positioned himself next to Zhu Xiaofu. Compared to Wang Gang, Shi Wang was indeed a familiar face. Though Shi Wang's condition was somewhat off, Wang Gang appeared less than human. Who could have a body covered in stitched flesh, oozing foul liquid? Wang Gang observed their reactions and shook his head in resignation. Zhu Xiaofu's response was similar to Su Yujin's. No wonder you took the risk to save him. It seems you have quite good friends. As Wang Gang finished speaking, a troop of soldiers rushed over. Liang Ruo, accompanied by 2 soldiers carrying boxes, was at the forefront. Upon reaching the group, Liang Ruo's gaze swept across, and she was taken aback by Wang Gang's miserable state. Although everyone had been concerned about Shi Wang, Wang Gang's appearance was far worse. In this supernatural incident, Wang Gang had lost 4 ribs and substantial flesh from his back. Like Shi Wang, the tailor ghost within Wang Gang was also stirring. Once the last of the flesh and blood from his ribs and back was depleted, the tailor ghost would fully revive. Wang Gang's current state was perilously close to that of revival. It was possible that he might revive even before Shi Wang. Commissioner Wang, how are you feeling now? Can you hold on? Liang Ruo approached Wang Gang with a worried expression. Wang Gang gasped for breath, pointing to the fifth person, now entangled into a half-meter-high ball. My methods cannot suppress the ghost for long. Quickly put it into the containment device and treat Shi Wang's wounds. The accompanying medic immediately rushed to Shi Wang's side, beginning to administer basic treatment for his gunshot wound. Shi Wang grimaced in pain, but he needed that pain to stimulate himself and prevent drowsiness. He watched as 2 soldiers opened a box and carefully retrieved a golden bag. They then cautiously placed the fifth person into the bag. The 2 seemed experienced, completely avoiding contact with the flesh threads during the process. While the bone needles and flesh threads restrained the fifth person, they were also objects of the vengeful spirit. For an ordinary person, contact with such items would bring only harm. Once the flesh ball was secured, someone nearby produced a device that used high temperatures to seal the bag's opening. The containment bag was specially crafted from gold. Other materials could not effectively contain the ghost. As I mentioned before, Only the gold element is unaffected by the vengeful spirit's supernatural influence and can permanently contain the ghost, Wang Gang explained to Shi Wang. Now I understand, Shi Wang replied, looking enlightened. The golden pistol and the golden containment bag, dealing with vengeful spirits, indeed required considerable resources. Just as Wang Gang was about to pose a question to Shi Wang, his expression suddenly changed, and he let out a scream of agony. As if enduring immense suffering, Wang Gang pushed Liang Ruo aside and began rolling on the ground. His chest, marred by rotting flesh, began to bulge, forming the outline of hands. It appeared that a hand was attempting to emerge from his chest cavity. Fall back. Liang Ruo immediately directed the surrounding soldiers to retreat. Shi Wang and the others were also pulled away by the soldiers. The golden containment bag for the fifth person was quickly transported to an alley, locked up, and taken away. What just happened? Shi Wang looked at Liang Ruo, who was biting her lip in distress, and asked, could it be the vengeful spirit is reviving? Liang Ruo shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Commissioner Wang is injured. The tailor ghost is going to stitch him up. Shi Wang was filled with confusion upon hearing this. The vengeful spirit can stitch and heal the injured ghost master? Before long, Shi Wang understood what the tailor ghost's stitching entailed. Wang Gang, who was howling in agony, clawed at the ground, leaving trails of blood. His chest was being pushed outward by the ghostly hand, extending nearly half a meter. The flesh threads between the stitched sections were taut. Shi Wang could even glimpse a few internal organs through the gaps in the stitching. The sight was truly one that would leave a lasting shadow in one's mind. Beside him, Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong had already shut their eyes in fear. Yet the tailor ghost had only just begun its work. The ghostly hands beneath Wang Gang's skin crawled beside the corpse of a faceless ghost slave. Wang Gang, like a puppet, could only watch the tailor ghost in action. With a ripping sound, the tailor ghost effortlessly tore a piece of flesh from the ghost slave's body and extracted 2 ribs to fashion into bone needles. The tailor ghost then began stitching the rotting flesh onto Wang Gang's back wound. With every stitch, Wang Gang let out a heart-wrenching scream. The back was one of the few areas of healthy flesh on him, but now it was being filled with decaying meat. At that moment, Shi Wang finally understood why Wang Gang's body was covered in stitched scars. They were not his flesh, but rather the meat sewn onto him by the tailor ghost. After half a minute, the tailor ghost finished stitching the wound. Wang Gang's abnormality returned to normal, yet he lay motionless on the ground, emitting painful groans. Chapter 36. You choose death or great death. Approximately 5 minutes had passed when Wang finally began to regain his composure. With Liang Ruo assisting him, he sat on the ground facing Shi Wang, his expression calm as he spoke. It is excruciating. At times, I even contemplate whether it would be better to simply die. Upon hearing these words, Liang Ruo turned away, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. The Special Forces soldiers around them, who were currently moving the corpses, also shed tears. Clearly, their experiences alongside Wang in dealing with supernatural events had made them witnesses to the torment inflicted by the tailor ghost on Wang more than once. Wang gently touched his back and continued, in the past, while handling a paranormal incident, I rescued a boy. He witnessed my process of containing the supernatural, and later, with excitement, expressed his desire to possess powers like mine, to contain the supernatural and save others, to become a hero. How cool that would be. Wang's smile was bittersweet. Yet, Shi Wang understood the underlying sorrow in Wang's laughter. The role of the ghost controller, thus, containing the supernatural, enclosing malevolent spirits. It all sounded exhilarating. But what was the reality? The boy was unaware that my bones were gradually diminishing, nor did he know that my flesh had begun to rot, requiring me to wrap myself entirely to appear before ordinary people. When my body no longer contained anything of my own, that would also be the moment of my disappearance. The conclusion of being a ghost controller is the resurrection of malevolent spirits, transforming into one myself. Wang gazed up at the night sky, his voice heavy with sorrow. He had never shared his innermost thoughts with others, for those around him were ordinary people. Even Liang Ruo and the other Special Forces members could not truly fathom Wang's feelings. However, with Shi Wang's presence, who had directly shot himself to stimulate his spirit in resistance against the nightmare ghost, the understanding deepened between them. Is it necessary for a ghost controller to contain malevolent spirits? Shi Wang posed his question. No, Wang shook his head. A ghost controller is already unfortunate enough. Containing malevolent spirits is the duty of the supernatural containment special forces, not the responsibility of a ghost controller. Shi Wang looked at Wang in surprise. Having assumed that Wang's desperate attempts to contain the fifth entity were a compulsory obligation, Wang, without reservation, clarified, most ghost controllers are merely unfortunate individuals possessed by malevolent spirits. They can wield the power of these spirits, but risk their own resurrection at any moment. In other words, a ghost controller could easily become a ghost, inciting a supernatural incident. Faced with such a group, no one would compel them to act. At most, there would be some restrictions. Wang grasped this understanding. No one forces ghost controllers to do anything. There is a concern that they might develop a strong aversion. If provoked, it could lead to dire consequences. What if a ghost controller were to resurrect right there? It would spell trouble. So, you voluntarily joined the Supernatural Containment Special Forces? Wang asked Wang. Why? If you refrained from engaging in supernatural incidents, you might endure longer. Would it not be better to spend your final days with your family? Every time Wang utilized the power of malevolent spirits, he endured immense pain. He himself had expressed a desire for death. Why then did he choose to join the special forces? Why did he exert himself so fiercely when containing malevolent spirits? Without hesitation, Wang answered, because my family resides in this city. Protecting this city means safeguarding my family. This response, though seemingly selfish, echoed Wang's unvarnished truth, devoid of any pretense. Wang, you have experienced supernatural incidents. Your two classmates have too. You all understand the despair that arises when facing malevolent spirits. In those moments, you must have wondered who could come to your rescue. Wang's tone softened as he looked at Wang. I am 33 years old, with a loving wife and a 5-year-old daughter. My wife is virtuous, and my daughter is delightful. I do not wish for the supernatural to harm them. Even if I die, with my achievements, they will receive preferential treatment. After Wang spoke, an extended silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sounds of Special Forces members transporting the bodies. Their conversation had not escaped the attention of others. Zhu Xiaofu and Li Weidong had also heard much of it. At that moment, both looked at Wang with complex emotions. In the confines of the four-corner space, Zhu Xiaofu felt an unparalleled despair when both Li Weidong and Wang Qian patted his shoulder. Deep down, he longed for someone to save him. It was then that Wang pulled him from the jaws of certain death. When he heard Wang's voice, Zhu Xiaofu felt that having Wang as a good friend in this lifetime was worth it. In contrast to Zhu Xiaofu, Li Weidong's thoughts aligned more with that of an ordinary bystander. Initially, he was saved by Wang and watched as Wang wreaked havoc among the ghostly throngs. Yearning to be as powerful as Wang, much like the boy Wang had mentioned, who sought strength after being rescued from a supernatural incident. However, witnessing Wang shoot himself to suppress a malevolent spirit's resurrection and seeing Wang tormented by the tailor ghost left Li Weidong in turmoil. He desired power, yet wished to escape the accompanying pain. Weighing all aspects, he concluded that it was better to avoid the powers of a ghost controller. Wang, however, contemplated even more deeply. He realized that Wang's extensive discourse was essentially presenting him with choices. As a ghost controller, he could either continue to masquerade as an ordinary person, lingering by his family's side, quietly awaiting the resurrection of malevolent spirits, or he could join the Supernatural Containment Special Forces, tackle supernatural incidents, contain malevolent spirits, and ultimately perish in the struggle against their resurgence. Both paths as a ghost controller led to death. The difference lay in the fact that pretending to be an ordinary person would require him to refrain from utilizing the power of malevolent spirits, allowing for a slightly extended life, albeit without any preferential treatment for his family. Conversely, joining the special forces would compel him to engage in containment during supernatural incidents, potentially leading to his demise at any moment. Yet, should he perish, his family would receive preferential treatment. Wang felt a sense of resentment. At merely 18 years of age, his mother had yet to fully recover from surgery, and his grandmother was aging. As the sole man in the family, he aspired to attend a prestigious university, secure a good job, earn substantial money, and honor his elders. Yet, fate had thrust upon him the mantle of a ghost controller. Commissioner Wang, is there truly no solution to the resurrection of malevolent spirits? Wang's eyes glimmered with a hint of hope. Wang met Wang's gaze and sighed. The first supernatural incident within the borders of Huagua occurred 6 months ago. It was then that the Supernatural Containment Special Forces and the Supernatural Research Institute were established. The resurrection of malevolent spirits is the foremost topic of research at the Institute. Yet, there have been no breakthroughs thus far. Thus, Wang understood. Wang did not claim that the resurrection of malevolent spirits was insurmountable. Humanity simply had yet to grasp the necessary methods. 6 months had passed without any progress. Wang's current situation would not allow him to last much longer even without employing the power of malevolent spirits. He would certainly not be able to wait. Consequently, the path laid before Wang became singular. He inhaled deeply, turning to Wang. Commissioner Wang, what is the salary like for the Supernatural Containment Special Forces? Chapter 37. True Brotherhood 202591. A supernatural incident erupted during Experiment 3, the Fifth Entity. The supernatural spread affected a residential building off campus. Number of survivors, 4. On the return journey, Liang Ruo discreetly glanced at Wang in the passenger seat. Commissioner Wang, how are you faring? Having re-wrapped himself, Wang replied gloomily, not well. I sense the Taylor Ghost's desire to emerge is growing stronger. Perhaps a month, perhaps half a month, or perhaps merely a week. It shall emerge to shatter the remaining bones of my being, to tear away the flesh from my back and stitch it with decaying sinew. The seamstress ghost does not only mend when Wang Gang is injured, utilizing the power of malevolent spirits to a certain extent. Even if Wang Gang does not rend his own flesh to suppress the ghost, the seamstress will inevitably emerge to personally tear away his good flesh. Wang Gang senses that his time is drawing near. Yet, he harbors other concerns within. The recent surge of supernatural occurrences in Hangzhou has been alarmingly frequent. Just 2 or 3 months ago, he dealt with one incident. Now, the Black Fog Ghost incident and the fifth person incident are separated by a mere 10 days. Furthermore, prior to addressing the fifth person incident, another supernatural phenomenon had manifested nearby, a misty street beside a residential area. Anyone who ventures into the misty street has not returned. Wang Gang observed the area for a while, barely able to hear the faint sound of gongs emanating from within. As the misty street has yet to expand, Wang Gang ordered the special forces to cordon off the vicinity and evacuate residents to minimize harm. However, supernatural events cannot be neglected. The seemingly innocuous misty street poses unknown dangers once the supernatural erupts. After all, initially, Wang Gang regarded the fifth person as a B-level incident, not anticipating it would nearly escalate to an A-level incident with the potential to become S-level. The misty street is undoubtedly a domain of the ghost. Confronting a ghost with such a domain places me at a disadvantage. Moreover, given my current situation, if I attempt to handle the misty street, there is a 90% chance I would awaken a vengeful spirit within. Wang Gang does not overestimate his abilities. However, he holds high hopes for Shi Wang. Yet, Shi Wang's ghost possesses a domain. Perhaps he has the capacity to manage the misty street. Liang Ruo harbors some doubts. Even if he is a ghost master, he is merely a newly adult high school student. Does he possess the ability to contain vengeful spirits? Wang Gang corrected Liang Ruo. He is not just a newly adult high school student. During the Black Fog Ghost incident, he survived and became a ghost master. In today's fifth-person incident, he not only managed to escape with others, but also conveyed a considerable amount of intelligence to me. Moreover, do you recall my question to Shi Wang earlier, and his response? Liang Ruo furrowed her brow. Reminiscing, you asked why Shi Wang activated his domain early when confronting the fifth person and successfully suppressed it? Precisely. Wang Gang recounted the circumstances and plans to Liang Ruo. Then continued, at that moment, I was merely focused on entering the classroom to initiate the four-corner game. Yet, Shi Wang, noticing the lights at the school gate extinguished, deduced that the ghost's influence had expanded. In such a situation, he was still able to conceptualize the entire school as a rectangle. Wang Gang felt a lingering trepidation. Had Shi Wang not grasped this point, both he and Shi Wang would likely have perished by now. 3 ghosts would have appeared nearby. The escalation of the fifth person into an A-level city annihilation incident would have accelerated. After listening to Wang Gang's analysis, Liang Ruo could not help but feel a chill run down her spine. She had originally thought Wang Gang had utilized the seamstress ghost's ability to capture the fifth person. However, it now appears that the pivotal figure is Shi Wang. This boy remains remarkably composed at all times. His potential is immense. Wang Gang praised Shi Wang profusely. Liang Ruo sighed in response. Regrettably, he did not choose to join the special forces. Regarding this matter, Wang Gang also sighed. In truth, Shi Wang has only a few days left to live. Wang Gang insinuated that Shi Wang joining the special forces would be his best option at present. Yet, he never anticipated that a classmate named Zhu Xiaofu would ultimately sway Shi Wang's decision. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaofu suggested that Shi Wang's family be treated as his own, urging him to be unburdened and spend his final days with his family. Liang Ruo shook her head. Even more surprising is that Shi Wang actually believed him. Wang Gang seemed weary. Yawning, he instructed the brothers guarding Shi Wang to remain vigilant. Should Shi Wang exhibit any signs of revival, report to me immediately. Additionally, the subsequent matters concerning the third middle school will be entrusted to you. Wang Gu, it's getting late. I shall return home first. Tomorrow, I will come find you, and we shall visit your house together. I shall recognize Annie as my godmother. Zhu Xiaofu's chubby face was filled with sincerity. Had it not been for Shi Wang's selfless rescue, he would have perished at school. Now that Shi Wang faces the risk of a vengeful spirit's revival, death could strike at any moment. Zhu Xiaofu, as Shi Wang's brother, feels it is his duty to care for Shi Wang's family. Shi Wang, however, believes that rather than having his family receive special care, it would be better for Zhu Xiaofu to look after them. He trusts the latter's character. Meanwhile, Su Yujin, still unaware of the unfolding events, had been stationed outside the school. Before exiting, Shi Wang had instructed Zhu Xiaofu not to divulge too much. When she learned that Zhu Xiaofu intended to recognize Shi Wang's mother as his godmother, she momentarily froze. Zhu Xiaofu turned to Su Yujin and suddenly spoke. Su Yujin, why don't you also recognize Annie as your godmother? We, the Iron Triangle, have always referred to each other as brothers. If we recognize godmothers, we will truly be brothers. Su Yujin's expression darkened at his words. Who wants to be your true brother? Seeing Su Yujin's reluctance, Zhu Xiaofu tilted his head to the side and sighed heavily. Su Yujin, what else with the sigh? Although I've always been carefree. Can't you see I have 2 melons hanging on my chest? I'm a girl. She stole a glance at Shi Wang, thinking to herself, if we become siblings, how would she? Suddenly, Su Yujin recalled the challenges Shi Wang must face. Although she was unaware of the imminent revival of the vengeful spirit within him, she knew that Shi Wang has always been at risk. If this issue is not resolved, Shi Wang's lifespan. All right, you all should head back now. Shi Wang waved his hand. Rest well, we shall discuss matters tomorrow. He watched as several individuals boarded military vehicles, escorted home by the Special Forces. He then accompanied a few soldiers in another vehicle to the Special Forces Division. This was a suggestion initiated by Shi Wang, had he not proposed it. Wang Gang would have. The unrest caused by the vengeful spirit's revival is too intense. Shi Wang fears that returning home might affect his family. Observing the situation overnight at the division, he can decide whether to emerge afterward. Burdened with thoughts, Shi Wang gazed out the window in a daze as he sat in the vehicle. It wasn't until he arrived at the Special Forces Division and entered the isolation chamber that he exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. Is there truly no solution to the revival of vengeful spirits? Shi Wang does not share this belief. If vengeful spirits can be sealed, why can't their revival be contained? Chapter 38. Su Yujin, you have become unfamiliar to me. Slap. 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 Within the isolation chamber, a youth intermittently slapped his thigh. As the hour grew late, Shi Wang's drowsiness intensified. Today's containment of the 5th person had drained him of considerable physical strength and energy. Once his spirit relaxed, even though the gunshot wound in his left hand still throbbed painfully, fatigue began to consume him. If he did not slap himself to ward off sleep, he feared he might doze off at any moment. No, Shi Wang shook his head. He cannot sleep. Once he succumbs to slumber, he may not awaken. Standing up, he took a deep breath. This motion, however, caught the attention of the soldier stationed nearby. The soldier was well aware of the youth's identity. He appeared to be merely a high school student, yet in reality, he was a ghost master. Are you feeling drowsy? A soldier asked Shi Wang. Shall I have someone bring you something to invigorate you? Wang Gang had previously instructed that Shi Wang must not be allowed to sleep. This is not punishment or mistreatment. Rather, it is essential for Shi Wang's condition to remain awake. Tonight, the likelihood of Shi Wang's malevolent spirit awakening is at its peak, having drawn upon its power numerous times. After today, the chances will diminish slightly. To avert potential casualties from the resurgence of this spirit, Wang Gang is currently resting at the branch. It's quite troubling. Shi Wang indeed requires a stimulant. Shortly after, a soldier enters with a large bag containing Red Bull, cigarettes, betel nuts, and even some medications. He suggests starting with the ordinary stimulant. If that proves ineffective, then resort to medication for stimulation. Upon hearing the soldier's explanation, Shi Wang silently gazes at the items before him, selecting a bottle of Red Bull, a pack of cigarettes, and a lighter. Although he has never smoked before, finding it rather harsh, it serves as a suitable pick-me-up now. Staying awake for a night is manageable. Medication is unnecessary for the time being. Shi Wang recalls late nights spent with Zhu Xiaofu, gaming until dawn. The challenge now lies in maintaining vigilance. So, how to remain alert? Firstly, one must not idle. Especially the mind, it must remain engaged. This is a perfect opportunity to reflect on recent events and identify areas for improvement. For a while, soldiers outside the guardroom can hear Shi Wang muttering to himself. They refrain from commenting. After all, spirit tamers are a peculiar breed, each unique in their own right. Their task is simply to monitor Shi Wang and ensure he does not fall asleep, transitioning from self-questioning to ultimately opening his phone to use the Pomodoro technique. Shi Wang paces back and forth whenever fatigue sets in. The night drags on slowly, but in the end, he perseveres. The following morning, Wang Gang arrives at the guardroom to greet Shi Wang. You've made it through the most arduous night, he acknowledges, observing Shi Wang's weary countenance, his eyes bloodshot. With a sigh, Wang Gang cautions, this does not guarantee your safety. You may feel slightly better in the coming days, but the spirit will soon resurface. Spend some quality time with your family. When you sense the spirit's resurgence, you must inform us in advance. We cannot allow a repeat of the Black Mist incident. Given Shi Wang's choice to be with his family, Wang Gang no longer insists on him joining the Special Forces. After all, Shi Wang is already on the brink of death. Joining the Special Forces would hardly yield any merit. As for coercing spirit tamers, it is one of the most foolish approaches. The official stance of Huagua has always favored voluntariness. It is important to remember that the original supernatural containment special forces comprised ordinary soldiers who, undaunted by death, uncovered the three fundamental principles governing spirits, providing invaluable assistance to research institutions. Thank you for the reminder. Shi Wang expresses genuine respect for Wang Gang. Such a responsible spirit tamer is a boon for the residents of Hangzhou. You may return now. Wang Gang gestures towards several plainclothes soldiers behind him. I will arrange for a few individuals to discreetly follow you. Should any issues arise, we will be able to respond promptly. Shi Wang remains silent for a few seconds, offering no objection. Very well. Upon arriving home, Shi Wang steps inside. Last night, he had told his family he was resting at Zhu Xiaofu's house. However, he did not expect to find his grandmother already awake and cooking. My dear grandson, you've returned so early, his grandmother exclaims, rushing over to embrace him. Why do you look so pale? Didn't you go to your classmate's house to rest? Why didn't you sleep well last night? She continues, it's strange. I was quite anxious when you didn't come home. I had a feeling something was amiss. Thankfully, it was just my imagination. Wait, the porridge will be ready soon. I'll serve you some. After you finish, go rest for a bit. I'll have your mother call your teacher for a leave. Listening to his grandmother's concern, a wave of melancholy washes over Shi Wang. If he were to die, it would be a heartbreaking farewell for both his grandmother and mother. Grandma, please sit. I'll serve the rice, he replies. There's no need for school. Something came up, and the holiday has been extended. The news of the 4 survivors from the 3rd middle school last night is bound to be significant. However, Shi Wang wishes to spare his elders from worry. Hearing the commotion, Xia Min emerges from her room. Mom. Upon seeing Xia Min, Shi Wang's exhaustion dissipates completely. After breakfast, he takes Xia Min for a stroll. On their way back, they encounter Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin, who arrive bearing gifts. Auntie. Zhu Xiaofu greets Xia Min, momentarily ignoring Shi Wang, his face lighting up with a hearty smile. Come in, come in. Xia Min, who is already acquainted with her son's good friend, welcomes them warmly. However, her attention is primarily on Su Yujin. Typically, Su Yujin wears little makeup, yet today, her subtle enhancements elevate her beauty, and her voice takes on a charming lilt. Hello. Auntie, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Su Yujin, also a friend of Shi Wang's. I didn't expect you to be so young and beautiful. No wonder Shi Wang is so handsome. Su Yujin beams a sweet smile at Xia Min before glancing at Shi Wang, who is awkwardly rubbing his arms. Xia Min, observing Su Yujin, seems to grasp something, and her face lights up with joy. Xiao Jin, come inside quickly. I often hear Shi Wang speak highly of you, saying you're beautiful and lovely. Meeting you today is indeed just as he described. Zhu Xiaofu, watching the two enter hand in hand, turns to Shi Wang in disbelief. You often mention Su Yujin to Mom at home. Before the godmother can be acknowledged, Zhu Xiaofu has already addressed her. Shi Wang shoots Zhu Xiaofu a sidelong glance, retorting, do you think that's likely? Zhu Xiaofu's eyes dart around as if struck by a thought. Mom wouldn't be thinking. What could she be thinking? Shi Wang takes the gifts from Zhu Xiaofu's hands, exasperatedly saying, if you don't come in, I'll close the door. Upon entering the living room, they find Su Yujin, Xia Min, and Shi Wang's grandmother engaged in lively conversation. Their chatter flows without pause, especially Su Yujin, whose tone is entirely different from the one Shi Wang is accustomed to. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Xiaofu raps on the table, capturing their attention. With a serious expression, he points at Su Yujin, declaring, Su Yujin, you've changed to the point where I hardly recognize you. Speak. Has a spirit possessed you? No matter who you are. Get away from my brother. Su Yujin's forehead instantly breaks into a sweat. But upon noticing Xia Min's puzzled gaze, she swiftly alters her words. Isn't your mother right in front of you? Why not acknowledge your godmother? Acknowledge a godmother? Shi Wang's grandmother looks bewildered. Yet Xia Min glances at Zhu Xiaofu. Earlier, during their walk, Shi Wang mentioned Zhu Xiaofu's desire to have a godmother. Initially hesitant, Xia Min is acutely aware of their family's circumstances and feels unworthy of Zhu Xiaofu's request. Just as she is about to decline, Zhu Xiaofu kneels down, bowing his head repeatedly. Godmother, From this day forth, you shall be my godmother. Wang is my biological brother. Henceforth, whatever happens in our family, we shall face it together. You may consider me your own son. And grandma, you can think of me as your new plump grandson. Chapter 39, Earning Money. Despite Zhu Xiaofu's persistent pleading, Xiaomin ultimately agrees. There are no formalities, just a few bows. Zhu Xiaofu's parents are absent, and Xiaomin regards it as mere child's play. Outside the community, the three friends continue their stroll. Wang, you look quite unwell. How are you faring now? Just moments ago at home, Su Yujin dared not inquire. Now, outside, she could no longer contain her curiosity, her eyes laden with concern. For the time being, all seemed well. Perhaps they had weathered the most arduous period, or perhaps it was the invigorating company of Zhu Xiaofu and the others that had activated Wang's mind. Though his complexion was pallid, his spirit was undeniably vibrant. Brother Wang, I have already begun my investigation into the supernatural events and the information regarding spirit tamers since I returned last night, Zhu Xiaofu said with a grave expression. I will inform you immediately of any intelligence regarding the suppression of malevolent spirits. Upon hearing this, Wang smiled and shook his head. Wang Gang is a member of the Special Operations Team for Supernatural Containment. If there were truly a solution, he wouldn't be facing the risk of a spirit's resurgence. Wang was confident that the state had allocated substantial resources to the research institute focused on the supernatural. If the institute had any breakthroughs, they would undoubtedly be first applied to the spirit tamers of the Special Operations Team. If even Wang Gang was at a loss, the likelihood of finding answers online was negligible. The atmosphere among the three grew heavy as they broached the subject of malevolent spirits. Su Yujin feared that Wang had only a few months left to live. However, Zhu Xiaofu was aware that Wang might have merely a handful of days, if not just a few. Observing the furrowed brows of his companions, Wang chuckled as he patted their shoulders. By the way, what did you two discuss after returning home yesterday? Did you inform your families about the supernatural events? When Wang raised the topic, Zhu Xiaofu seemed to recall something. Visibly vexed. Don't even mention it. My father thought I had done something wrong at school and was expelled by the teachers. He called my homeroom teacher, but couldn't get through. When I told him that there were spirits at school and that teachers and students had perished, he dismissed it as a good story and told me to write it up on Tamed. Zhu Xiaofu looked utterly disheartened. Clearly, we narrowly escaped death. After finally returning home, I was met with a beating from my father. Same here, Su Yujin sighed. If it weren't for personal experience, who would believe that ghosts exist in this world? When the situation at school first arose last night, Wang told them there were spirits, yet they didn't believe him either. I noticed that the class group chat has been muted. It must have been arranged by Wang Gang. With so many day students not returning home last night, the parents who cannot reach their children or teachers must be frantic. I wonder how Wang Gang plans to handle this to cover it up. Regarding the supernatural events, the prevailing thought from above was to keep the information under wraps for the time being, whether through scholarly discussions or AI model computations. A consensus emerged. If news of the existence of spirits were to be made public, it could likely incite societal unrest. There could be apocalyptic rhetoric and a surge in various crimes, resulting in consequences far worse than the resurgence of spirits themselves. As those who had personally experienced supernatural events, Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin naturally wished to prepare their families. But therein lay the issue, no one would believe them. Old Zhu still wants me to attend class today. It's laughable, the school is gone. What class am I supposed to attend? Zhu Xiaofu vented, turning his gaze to Wang. Brother Wang, what do you plan to do next? Su Yujin also looked at Wang. I wish to earn money. Wang raised his head, gazing at the sky, and exhaled deeply. Before I depart this world, I wish to earn some money to buy my mother more gold. Buy gold? Su Yujin asked, puzzled. The price of gold has soared. Purchasing it now would be at a peak. Wang, what do you intend to do with that? Since Su Yujin had not returned to school, she had not witnessed the soldiers using gold bags to contain malevolent spirits. However, Zhu Xiaofu understood. I see. Gold can harm spirits, but spirits cannot affect gold. You wish to prepare some gold for your godmother as protection. What could you possibly do? Are you planning to create a golden handgun? Your godmother wouldn't know how to use it. Wang explained, last night, I conversed with soldiers from the Special Operations Team and obtained a wealth of information. The room I stayed in last night actually had a thin layer of gold sandwiched within its walls. While delicate, once the door is closed, it becomes a solid entity. This is precisely why Wang Gang assigned ordinary soldiers to guard me. Even if a malevolent spirit were to revive, it would not create significant chaos. Thus, I wish to use gold to construct a simple refuge for my mother. A refuge? Zhu Xiaofu's eyes lit up, but he quickly shook his head. But Brother Wang, gold is exceedingly expensive. How much gold would one need to create a refuge? Although old Zhu has some skills, I estimate that even if we drained him dry, we could only scrape together 1,000,000 or 2. That amount wouldn't suffice for purchasing gold. Furthermore, from what I read on Tamed, constructing a refuge requires numerous supporting materials, which we cannot procure. Zhu Xiaofu's family situation was the most favorable among the three. Poor old Zhu would be distressed to know that Zhu Xiaofu was already contemplating how to extract funds from him. He might as well have begun practicing a side hustle that very night. Unable to contain herself, Su Yujin interjected, "Xiaopeng, do you realize what your most pressing task is right now?" Huh. Zhu Xiaofu wore an expression of anticipation, eager for Su Yujin's next words. "First, uninstall tomato." Wang coughed awkwardly at the remark. "Let us not delve into that right now. The refuge is merely an ideal I aspire to. I must first earn some money. However, you might also consider acquiring gold. Should we encounter another supernatural event, it might save your life. Even if it goes unused, with the current resurgence of malevolent spirits, gold as a unique substance will undoubtedly appreciate in value. It would not be a loss as an investment." Su Yujin furrowed her brows. She understood that Wang would not speak without preparation. But how could a student amass substantial funds in such a short time? "Do you have any ideas?" "Indeed." Wang nodded. Upon leaving the Special Operations Team's division, he had received an invitation from Wang. Typically, when spirit tamers arrange for a fallback plan for their families, they aim to accumulate funds. Some even resorted to illegal activities utilizing the power of malevolent spirits. However, spirit tamers who break the law are criminals, equally on our wanted list, and are prioritized for action. Wang observed Wang, who paused momentarily, aware that Wang would not engage in such activities. Yet, he felt the need to convey some information. "Wang, I have reported your accomplishments from last night accurately. The higher-ups have granted you a reward for assisting the Special Operations Team in containing malevolent spirits, a bravery bonus. Based on the terror level of the fifth man, I estimate this sum will not be less than 5,000,000. Unfortunately, if you were a spirit tamer within the Special Operations Team, this amount would be even greater." Wang felt regretful that Wang had not joined the Special Operations Team. "If you believe this sum insufficient to ensure your family lives without financial worries, I have another task for you. There is a supernatural occurrence in Hang City. Though no malevolent spirits have yet emerged, it remains a risk. Originally, a special agent was assigned to Hang City, but upon hearing that the situation had resolved, he returned to his own city, which is now experiencing supernatural phenomena. You have experienced 2 supernatural events, and not only do you possess rich experience, but you also have exceptional judgment. If you could assist me in investigating the supernatural occurrences, the Special Operations Team could offer you a reward. Given that the supernatural event is tentatively classified as Level C, the remuneration can only be 3,000,000. I am aware that utilizing the power of malevolent spirits will accelerate their resurgence, so I will not require you to do so. If you encounter any danger or anomalies during the exploration, you may leave at any time. Are you interested? Given the circumstances of your body being possessed by malevolent spirits, even if you wish to undertake this task after these 2 days, I shall not permit you to proceed." Frankly speaking, Wang was momentarily daunted by the 5,000,000 yuan reward for heroism. After toiling for nearly 2 months at the construction site during summer, he had only earned a mere 10,000. However, upon reflection, he realized that capturing vengeful spirits was a matter of life and death. The role of a spirit wielder was fraught with peril. In such a context, 5,000,000 was not an exorbitant sum. In an era of resurrected spirits, ensuring a comfortable life for his mother and grandmother would require far more than 5,000,000. Determined, Wang lifted his gaze to meet Wang's eyes. "I am available tonight, but can you still capture the spirits?" A faint smile graced Wang's lips. Chapter 40. There are spirits in the domain of the nightmare ghost. "Mom, I'm heading out." That evening, after dinner with his family, Wang stepped outside. Xiaomin seemed inclined to say something, but ultimately only cautioned, "Don't play too much. Get some rest." His grandmother sighed, remarking, "What's wrong with Wang today? He seems off. And isn't school starting today? Why are he and those 2 children not attending?" "Min, could you check with their teacher?" Xiaomin nodded but did not respond, her gaze vacant as it lingered on the closed door. Beep. No sooner had Wang exited the community than he heard a car horn from the roadside. "How are you?" he inquired as he climbed into Wang's vehicle. Wang had endured torment from the seamstress ghost during their encounter with the 5th individual the previous night. Although he appeared emotionally stable, Wang immediately detected a pungent stench upon entering the car. Wang's body bore the marks of many wounds, stitched flesh oozing with putrid fluids. Were it not for their shared experience with the supernatural events the night prior, Wang might have mistaken Wang for a ghost. Rest assured, as long as I refrain from utilizing the powers of the malevolent spirits, I can survive for a while longer. Despite my appearance, sleeping is not an issue. Unlike you, who cannot even sleep. Wang gestured as he drove. After several explanations, they had become somewhat familiar. I received the reward. Thank you. Wang had received the 5 million yuan payment that afternoon, a speed that surprised him. Wang laughed heartily. Though 5 million is a substantial sum. For the special operations team specializing in supernatural containment, it is merely a small amount. I facilitated a special channel to expedite the transfer today, merely to put your mind at ease. Wang's prompt receipt of the reward was largely due to Wang's influence. Normally, the process would take several days, but Wang had accelerated it. The intention behind providing you with this money is to alleviate some of your concerns. If tonight's endeavor is successful, you could earn another sum, 8 million, a fortune that most ordinary individuals could never amass in a lifetime. Sufficient for your family to enjoy a secure life after your passing. Wang recognized the truth in Wang's words. Had he known of the resurrection of malevolent spirits beforehand, leaving 8 million for his family would have brought him peace. Yet now, he found himself unsatisfied with that amount. After a moment of contemplation, Wang spoke gravely. Let us discuss today a subjective. Wang, upon hearing this, immediately shifted into a serious demeanor. The details of the current malevolent spirit remained unclear. All they had was a fog-laden street, likely a manifestation of the spirit's domain. I initially intended to confront this spirit yesterday, but your situation posed a greater threat, so I had it temporarily sealed. Fortunately, it has remained stationary. However, Wang hesitated before continuing. While observing from outside, I heard the sound of a gong being struck. Wang paused, pressing for clarification. What sound? Wang reiterated. The sound of a gong, accompanied by drums. Wang's brow furrowed in contemplation. He recalled the sound of gongs during his encounter with the nightmare ghost, which had accompanied the release of his dark mist. Not only the sound of gongs, but also flute music and the rhythmic footfalls. These sounds had receded as they emerged from the nightmare ghost's mist. Wang pondered the connection between the gong sounds Wang mentioned and the sounds he had encountered. Reflecting on the nightmare ghost, he recalled numerous incidents. The headless ghost. During his confrontation with the nightmare ghost, Wang and Zheng Shuren had taken refuge in a coffin. Subsequently, upon touching the jade pillow inside, he inexplicably entered the nightmare of the nightmare ghost. Within that dream, he found himself traversing the fog that lined the roads, inadvertently trespassing into the territory of the headless ghost. Had Wang not discerned the killing patterns of the nightmare ghost and lured it away at a critical moment, he would have perished at the hands of the headless ghost. The conflict between the headless ghost and the nightmare ghost suggested that the former was not merely an illusion conjured by the latter. Yet, why would the headless ghost appear in the nightmare of the nightmare ghost? Not only the headless ghost. Wang's eyes narrowed. In such an environment, the sounds of gongs, flutes, and dancing feet undoubtedly signified malevolent spirits. They, too, must have emerged from the mist. Did this imply that these spirits had previously lingered within the nightmare of the nightmare ghost? Wang recalled the chilling mist that had surrounded the roads in the nightmare. Perhaps within that fog lay malevolent spirits. The more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became. If that were the case, it would mean that he harbored more than one malevolent spirit within him. At the very least, aside from the nightmare ghost, there was also the headless ghost. The sense of oppression and fear that the headless ghost had instilled in Wang surpassed even that of the fifth individual. In the face of the fifth individual, Wang had the domain of the nightmare ghost to rely upon for avoiding danger. However, when he had been submerged in the blood pool of the headless ghost, awaiting its blade, he had felt nothing but terror and helplessness. The nightmare was the realm of the nightmare ghost. The headless ghost was likely not voluntarily trapped within the nightmare ghost's domain. Yet, the fact that such a terrifying entity had been ensnared by the nightmare ghost indicated that the nightmare ghost was far more complex than Wang had previously comprehended. Furthermore, it might be harboring other malevolent spirits within its nightmare. If the malevolent spirits were to awaken, it would certainly not be limited to just one. All of Wang's current thoughts were conjectures. It was no wonder that the speed of his spirit's awakening was so rapid. While others experienced this phenomenon over several months, or even half a year, he had reached the brink of awakening in just over 10 days. Even with his repeated use of the malevolent spirit's powers yesterday, it should not have progressed so swiftly. However, to ascertain whether other malevolent spirits resided within the nightmare realm of the nightmare ghost, Wang might need to sleep and enter the nightmare. Yet, given Wang's current condition, doing so would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. Wang lifted his head, gazing at Wang, who was driving. Commissioner Wang, I have a question I would like to ask you. Wang Gang smiled. Go ahead, speak freely. When two spirits encounter one another, what might that scenario entail? Would they form an alliance? Or would they harbor animosity towards each other? If one spirit triggers the killing pattern of the other, would it take action? Yet, spirits cannot be killed. Under such circumstances, what would transpire between the two? Wang presented one question but unleashed a series of inquiries. Upon hearing them, Wang Gang felt a chill run down his spine. You are remarkably composed. I did not expect you to notice this issue so swiftly. Chapter 41. The Wrong Direction? First, let me address what occurs when two spirits meet. Wang Gang offered no concealment from Wang. Before we proceed, you must understand that spirits can be likened to machines governed by a set of established rules. Having undergone two supernatural events, you should have recognized that malevolent spirits possess no emotions. Their code of conduct is singular, to eliminate anyone who triggers their murderous instincts. In such circumstances, when two spirits encounter each other, they will maintain their distance as long as they do not infringe upon each other's lethal rules. However, should one party provoke the murderous instinct of the other, the spirit will indeed take action. Yet, spirits cannot truly perish. Thus, the one that is struck does not die but merely goes dormant, only to revive after a time. Wang nodded upon hearing this. Wang Gang's explanation closely mirrored his own experiences. Previously, when the nightmare spirit was struck by the headless spirit, it appeared injured and refrained from attacking Wang, while the headless spirit seemed equally restrained by the nightmare spirit, also sparing Wang. Seizing this opportunity, Wang escaped the realm of the headless spirit. Wang Gang continued, stating that there is no inherent hierarchy among spirits. If one considers the spirit controllers as spirits themselves, everything becomes clear. When confronting the fifth entity, we were always cautious not to breach its murderous instincts. However, once the fifth entity manifested, my Taylor spirit could suppress it for a limited time. The terror of a spirit is contingent upon whether you provoke its murderous instinct. After Wang Gang concluded his explanation, Wang suddenly inquired, have you ever seen a spirit controller with two spirits? Wang Gang cast a sidelong glance at Wang, incredulous. One powerful spirit can drive a person to madness. Would anyone dare to host two? That would be akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. From Wang Gang's tone, Wang discerned that controlling two spirits seemed an impossible feat. Nevertheless, he pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. Wang Gang, noticing Wang's unwavering curiosity, affirmed, no. Though I have only interacted briefly with other spirit controllers during training, I am certain no such individual exists. Wang, undeterred, muttered, not having seen one does not imply their non-existence. Wang Gang, puzzled by Wang's fixation on this matter, questioned, what exactly are you pondering, Wang? Commissioner Wang, I am contemplating whether the revival of a powerful spirit can be effectively managed by controlling a second one. Wang articulated his hypothesis. If powerful spirits engage in conflict, might we not use their mutual restraint to halt the revival of a singular spirit? The vehicle drifted across the road, leaving tire marks in its wake. Wang Gang, exhilarated, slammed the brakes, casting a fervent glance at Wang. What is the matter? Wang, startled by Wang Gang's abrupt stop, received a response filled with excitement. What you said seems quite plausible. If we could control two powerful spirits and have them restrain each other, it might indeed delay their revival. This audacious speculation invigorated Wang Gang, who felt a surge of hope for his impending revival. Wait for me, Wang. Wang Gang retrieved his phone and dialed the number. Shortly, a gentle, melodious voice answered on the other end. Wang Gang, what prompted you to call me? The voice belonged to Feng Ro. I heard you handled an A-level supernatural incident yesterday. Everyone in the circle is abuzz with curiosity. How did you manage it? By sheer determination, Wang Gang replied dismissively before steering the conversation back on track. Feng Ro, I remember you have connections with the Supernatural Research Institute. Can you assist me in contacting someone there? The Institute? Feng Ro's brow furrowed. What do you need from them? Those individuals are not easy to deal with. Unless you are facing a particularly troublesome issue, I would advise against reaching out. It's urgent. Very urgent. Wang Gang exclaimed, pounding the steering wheel with excitement. I believe I have conceived a method to address the revival of powerful spirits. Feng Ro's incredulity was palpable. You? Wang Gang's expression darkened. What is wrong with me? I have contained an A-level spirit, albeit with Wang's assistance. He played a significant role, clearing his throat. Wang Gang divulged Wang's idea of controlling two spirits. Controlling two spirits? Feng Ro's voice conveyed skepticism. Everyone avoids powerful spirits. How can you think of managing a second one? I advise against wasting your efforts. If a powerful spirit revives, you should focus on handling the aftermath. Why? Wang Gang asked, perplexed. Because this path is futile. Fang Rou elucidated. Friends at the Research Institute have mentioned this matter. Attempts to control two spirits have been made. Yet none have succeeded thus far. She echoed Wang Gang's earlier words. If one powerful spirit's revival is beyond the capacity of a spirit controller, how could one possibly manage two? If you recklessly venture down this path and meet your demise, do not blame me for not warning you. In a high-rise office within Jin City, a voluptuous woman clad in a fitted dress ended a phone call from her executive chair. Shi Wang. Is he the high school student who assisted Wang Gang in resolving the A-level supernatural incident? He has only recently entered the realm of spirit controllers, and yet is already contemplating this. Quite impressive. Fang Rou promptly instructed her assistant to gather information on Shi Wang. Having experienced two supernatural events with commendable results piqued her interest. However, her enthusiasm waned upon reviewing Shi Wang's danger assessment. On the brink of powerful spirit revival. What? It's already nearing revival? Could it be due to exerting too much effort during the Fifth Infinity incident? Disheartened, she tossed Shi Wang's file onto her desk. What a pity. She had originally intended to recruit Shi Wang to become an operative in Jin City, but now she reconsidered. Fang Rou swiveled her chair to gaze out at the night skyline. Beneath the inky darkness, oblivious individuals continued to strive for a better life. Inside the car, Wang Gang turned to Shi Wang. It seemed this avenue was unviable. Their hopes had been in vain. Wang Gang and Fang Rou were classmates and shared a decent rapport. Since she claimed it was impossible, he was inclined to believe her. Had all experiments failed? Shi Wang was not surprised that the Research Institute had been investigating this topic. It was natural for brilliant minds within an institution created with national resources to contemplate such matters. However, Shi Wang's spirit remained unyielding. Perhaps the direction was correct. They simply had yet to discover the right methodology. He sensed that should he manage to contain the foggy street, he might unearth a clue. As night fell, they made their way to Foggy Street. Upon arrival, Shi Wang observed the cordoned-off area ahead, with police stationed around. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the eerie stillness. The nearby residential buildings were devoid of light, cloaked in darkness. The cause of this desolation was the fog enveloping the street ahead. Shi Wang stood transfixed, studying the foggy street. Unlike the nightmare spirit's dark mist, this fog was white, reminiscent of a typical foggy day. Were it dark, ordinary people would sense something amiss. Yet, if the foggy street were unsealed, many would likely wander in. Wang Gang approached Shi Wang. Currently, the area covered by the foggy street spanned only a 100-meter-long alley. There was no movement, nor were any spirit servants emerging from within. The terror of powerful spirits was uncertain, but their classification could be considered C-level according to the standards. Based on the guidelines provided by the Supernatural Containment Research Institute, D-level spirits could only kill one at a time and were incapable of autonomous movement. Even the terrifying specters that could induce instant demise upon a mere glance present a relatively low threat when they meet the aforementioned criteria. The Class C specters, however, are capable of moving within a limited area to commit acts of murder, posing a significant danger. Currently, the resurgence of specters predominantly involves those of this classification. Class B specters are comparatively rare, yet their mere actions can effortlessly result in the annihilation of hundreds, possessing a degree of roaming capability that, if left unchecked, could endanger an entire city. Thus, they are a considerable threat. Class A specters, known as city-destroying entities, pose a grave risk to entire urban areas and are the primary targets for containment by specialized task forces. These specters are exceedingly fearsome. Presently, there are 2 Class A specter dossiers in Huagua, which agents like Wang Gang are not yet authorized to access. Were it not for the timely containment efforts of Wang Gang and Shi Wang regarding the 5th-person incident, Huagua might have faced the emergence of a 3rd Class A specter dossier. Is there anything above Class A? Shi Wang inquires, curiosity evident in his gaze. Indeed. Wang Gang affirms with a nod. Class S specters represent the pinnacle of terror. Their mere appearance conjures nightmares for humanity. The ghost tamers stand no chance against them. Class S specters are deemed uncontainable horrors by ghost tamers. Wang Gang exhales deeply, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, S-class specters have manifested in the Federal Empire rather than in Huagua. I've heard they nearly obliterated an entire state. This information was entirely new to Shi Wang. Specters are categorized into the S, A, B, C, and D levels. Within Huagua's Supernatural Containment Task Force, ghost tamers are also ranked. For instance, seasoned professionals like Wang Gang are designated as agents, typically handling B-level and lower supernatural incidents, with the ability to manage A-level events when necessary. New recruits are classified as operatives, tasked with addressing C and D-level incidents. Should Shi Wang join the task force, he would assume the role of an operative. Above the agents, there are special agents. Wang has mentioned that these special agents possess formidable abilities and are dispatched wherever A-level supernatural incidents arise. During the fifth-person event, headquarters sent a special agent to assist, but upon learning the situation had been resolved, the agent returned midway. I've heard there are very few special agents nationwide. They are all seasoned veterans in handling supernatural incidents, each having resolved at least 3 B-level cases. The resources at their disposal are beyond imagination. Based on my qualifications, had it not been for the resurgence of specters, I could have attempted to apply for the position of special agent. Wang noted Wang's evident admiration for the role of special agents. However, if given the choice, even with the capability to become a special agent, he would refrain from applying. Being a special agent implies frequent encounters with Class A specters, and facing such entities, capable of obliterating cities, poses an inevitable risk of failure. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a faint gong sound resonated through the fog-laden street. Did you hear that? The gong only sounds after 9 o'clock, with the last chime at 5 in the morning, Wang observed, glancing at Wang. Wang nodded, sensing an ominous premonition. I have a feeling this gong is not a harbinger of good fortune. Indeed, Wang had already deduced. What good could ghostly gongs signify? Nonetheless, my team has been monitoring the situation closely. The gong sounds in a regular pattern, striking thrice every 2 hours. Wang quickly grasped the implication. Our operation must remain within a 2-hour window? Precisely, Wang affirmed. Having conversed with Wang outside the fog-laden street in anticipation of the gong's sound, he checked the time, 9 o'clock at night. We must emerge before 11. Before entering, Wang once again assessed Wang's state. You're not feeling drowsy, are you? I'm quite alert and invigorated. Wang replied honestly. Having experienced supernatural events passively in the past, this time he was proactively engaging with the supernatural, aiming for containment. At that moment, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Then let us proceed. Remember, do not utilize your specter abilities unless absolutely necessary. Remain vigilant and strive to discern the specter's patterns. Additionally, Wang tossed a yellow object to Wang. Upon inspection, Wang realized it was a golden pistol. Your marksmanship displayed last time was impressive. I've reloaded the bullets for you. Thank you. Wang accepted it gratefully, finding it immensely valuable. After Wang briefed his assistant Liang Ruo and the other soldiers left outside, they entered together once the third gong sounded. As they stepped into the mist, Wang immediately sensed a drop in temperature. Shivering, he rubbed his arms. After a few strides, he noticed an unusual sensation beneath his feet. He crouched down and illuminated the ground with his flashlight. Wang, standing nearby, glanced over and noticed the peculiarity. The ground was paved with bluestone. While the misty area was composed of bluestone, the outer alley was made of concrete. This indicated that they had entered a specter's domain. Wang rose to his feet. Specters with domains typically possess the ability to move, yet this one seemed to remain stationary in the alley, appearing non-threatening. This was precisely why Wang had assessed the misty street as a Class C threat. The danger level of specters does not always correlate with their inherent terror. Wang, remain acutely aware of your surroundings. Do not let death catch you unaware. Walking side by side, Wang responded, understood. The two cautiously ventured deeper into the mist. Visibility was limited to merely a meter or two, and although the outer alley was only 100 meters long, within the specter's domain, the actual space could extend far beyond that. Exploring this area within 2 hours would prove challenging. However, as they progressed, they encountered no abnormalities. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of their footsteps on the bluestone. After 10 minutes, Wang abruptly noticed a human silhouette emerging from the mist ahead. He came to an immediate halt. Agent Wang, there's something ahead. He intended to alert Wang, but upon turning around, he was startled to find that the space beside him was occupied by another human silhouette, a misty figure. When did that happen? Wang's heart raced. Operative Ghost Dream. Chapter 43, The Gong Sounds. Prologue. Selfishness is human nature. It is precisely because of this that selflessness appears so magnificent. Yet, I am destined to be far removed from greatness. Operative Ghost Dream. Wang swiftly turned, eyeing the misty figure warily. He was certain that the human silhouette was not Wang. Wang would not remain motionless to frighten his comrades. Since entering the misty street, Wang had maintained heightened alertness. Having experienced 2 supernatural events, he had garnered some experience, while Wang, as an agent, possessed even greater knowledge. Given the poor visibility in the misty surroundings, it was impossible for them to distance themselves and act independently. Wang had been walking closely alongside Wang. In observing their surroundings, Wang could always catch glimpses of Wang Gang from the corner of his eye. Yet, the moment he turned to glance at another position and looked back, he discovered Wang Gang was no longer beside him. Have the ghosts emerged? He thought nervously, casting wary glances at the two human silhouettes in the mist. However, he quickly regained his composure. I am not currently under attack by a specter, indicating that I have not triggered the specter's murderous pattern. Wang's gaze sharpened as he began to scrutinize his surroundings meticulously. The apparition of a suspected specter has emerged, necessitating utmost caution in the ensuing actions. This endeavor differs significantly from the previous two. At the construction site, numerous workers fell victim to a vengeful spirit, and through their demise, Wang deduced the murderous patterns of the nightmare specter. Similarly, within the school, other students inadvertently triggered lethal patterns, leading Wang to infer the multiple murder patterns of the fifth victim. However, now only Wang and Wang Gang venture into the mist-laden street. To unravel the killing patterns of the malevolent spirit, Wang must rely solely on his own insights. He gazed at the humanoid mist for a moment, preparing to circumvent it and gradually retreat in the direction from which he came. Encountering a humanoid mist in the fog-laden street is an eerie phenomenon. Unless absolutely necessary, Wang would not engage with anything that appears to be associated with the supernatural. As for calling out Wang Gang's name, Wang would not take such reckless actions. The gong demon is inherently linked to sound. Who knows if a loud call in the mist would summon the gong demon? Losing contact with Wang Gang was unexpected. It is prudent to retreat and regroup outside to strategize. Wang believed Wang Gang would arrive at the same conclusion. The objective of entering the mist-laden street was not necessarily to contain the malevolent spirit. Gathering intelligence was paramount. Yet, with the two now separated, exiting the mist-laden street and reconvening outside to discuss countermeasures is the most prudent choice. However, the mist-laden street is, after all, the domain of the vengeful spirit. Entering is easy, but exiting proves to be a formidable challenge. As Wang retraced his steps, he remained focused on the bluestone slabs beneath his feet, ensuring he maintained a straight trajectory. Upon discovering the bluestone slabs upon entry, he had adhered to a linear path ever since. Theoretically, retracing that same line should lead him back. Yet, as he observed his watch, indicating that a quarter of an hour had elapsed, his brow furrowed with increasing intensity. The return journey should have been swifter than the initial approach, yet he had not reached the original starting point. It was indeed not so simple to escape. The scenario he most dreaded had come to pass. Even retracing his steps, he could not exit the mist-laden street. The realm of the vengeful spirit is not easily traversed. Only the territory of another spirit could provide a means of escape. However, Wang would not risk the revival of the vengeful spirit by employing his domain at this moment. Moreover, he had mentally prepared for such a situation before entering the mist-laden street. If they do not permit my exit, then I shall thoroughly explore this place. Taking a deep breath, Wang surveyed his surroundings and ultimately chose to proceed to the right. He had traversed this bluestone path for nearly half an hour, encountering only two humanoid mists and nothing else of note. With that in mind, he resolved to investigate what lay on either side. The alley outside the mist-laden street is less than 10 meters wide, but inside, it was quite different. After walking over 100 steps, he still had not reached the end. The silence was only broken by the sound of his footsteps, which echoed eerily as if something were trailing behind him. The cold, damp mist enveloped him, shrouding him in a layer of moisture. Yet, this oppressive atmosphere heightened Wang's awareness, banishing any sense of drowsiness. However, after a while, he still found nothing. The surroundings remained shrouded in mist. Even the humanoid forms had vanished. Could it be that the mist-laden street merely serves to disorient those who enter? As time marched on, impatience began to gnaw at Wang. Outside, he could hear the striking of the gong every 2 hours. He surmised that when the gong sounded, there would surely be a change within the mist. The sound of the gong might very well correlate to the spirit's murderous pattern. Thus, Wang quickened his pace through the fog, opting for a straight path without deviation. If 2 hours passed without discovering an exit, he would have no choice but to employ his domain. Initially, Wang had no intention of using his domain, as it would hasten the revival of the nightmare spirit. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. After walking for several more minutes, his expression grew increasingly grim. He had entered at 9 o'clock, and now, an hour later, there was still no sign of progress. Although the vengeful spirit had not yet attacked him, the feeling of being eternally trapped was becoming unbearable. This is not right. I must regain my composure. Stopping in his tracks, Wang began to contemplate. From the outset, the environment of the mist-laden street had remained largely unchanged. Apart from a few humanoid mists suggestive of a supernatural presence, no spirit had manifested. It felt as though he was ensnared in a void. Was it possible that merely stepping into the mist-laden street had already ensnared him in the spirit's murderous pattern? If so, the method of killing would be to leave individuals lost within the fog. Wang stroked his chin, slowly shaking his head. While a spirit's domain can be vast, it should not be boundless. The mist-laden street likely possesses the ability to disorient, which is why he felt perpetually unable to escape. But if that were the case, had those ordinary individuals who mistakenly wandered into the mist-laden street met their demise? Surely, the humanoid mists could not be the transformations of the deceased? The gong. The humanoid mist, Wang murmured to himself. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the mist ahead. I cannot discern anything. The information is too scant. I must utilize my domain to exit the mist-laden street. But if I have resolved to employ my domain, why not wait for the opportunity to leave when the gong sounds? After a day of waiting, the agitation of the nightmare spirit had diminished somewhat, yet it still progressed steadily toward revival. However, according to Wang's estimations, his domain could be activated several more times. He had decided to use his domain to escape the mist-laden street, yet he did not wish to gather absolutely no information. Since he must use his domain, it would be prudent to do so when the gong sounds, as it might yield some intelligence. Wang stood still, attempting to contact Wang via his phone, but failed to establish a connection. Disheartened, he set his phone aside and began to wait in silence. Time ticked away, and soon it was nearing 11 o'clock at night. It is almost time. Wang's gaze remained fixed on the clock, vigilant and prepared to activate his domain. 57, 58, 59, 11 o'clock. As the clock struck 11, a powerful gong echoed through the dense fog. To Wang's astonishment, the surrounding mist gradually began to dissipate. The environment became clearer, revealing the bluestone slabs beneath his feet extending into the darkness ahead. In the dim moonlight, Wang observed rows of houses flanking the road. Yet, these structures were peculiar. Unlike the modern buildings outside the mist, they resembled ancient architecture. Wang now found himself seemingly trapped in an ancient city, clad in modern attire. An anachronism in this setting. The dissipation of the mist did not return him to the normal world. Wang's expression shifted. Where has this gong led me? As he surveyed his surroundings, a shadow suddenly appeared at the far end of the street. The figure strode down the center of the road, hands seemingly clutching something. A spirit has manifested. Upon spotting the entity, Wang instinctively shivered, his eyelids growing heavy. The nightmare spirit within him seemed to sense something, its revival intensifying. Damn it! What is the connection between this spirit and the nightmare specter? Wang drew his golden pistol, gripping it firmly while biting down on his tongue to maintain clarity. In such dire moments, one must not allow the nightmare specter to gain the upper hand. Just as Wang aimed at the shadow across from him, he observed that the figure raised its right hand high before bringing it down forcefully. Bang! Another resonant gong echoed, reverberating through Wang's heart and sending a shiver coursing through his body. At that moment, he realized that the entity wielded a gong, the gong spirit. With the second chime, Wang was astounded to witness a drastic transformation in his surroundings. The once pristine ancient architecture suddenly appeared as though it had endured decades, if not centuries, of decay, with most structures collapsing significantly. A chill ran down Wang's spine as he felt his own strength waning. Under the dim light, he noticed unsightly spots emerging on his skin, accompanied by a putrid odor. Could it be corpse spots? Wang's expression shifted dramatically. The sound of the gong seemed intent on sealing his fate. The terror of death enveloped him instantly. He sensed that if the gong spirit struck a third time, his life would be forfeit. The gong spirit did not remain stationary. It had been advancing towards Wang since its appearance. He could not allow it to sound the third gong. Gritting his teeth, Wang resolved to approach the gong spirit rather than retreat. He had not seen Wang. Perhaps his battered form could not withstand even the second chime and had succumbed to some other malevolent force. Wang dismissed the notion of relying on anyone else. The intervals between the two strikes were nearly half a minute. He needed to reach the gong spirit before it sounded the third gong. Time ticked by, and Wang drew ever closer to the gong spirit. As he watched the spirit's right hand rise once more, Wang surged forward to confront it. At such proximity, he finally beheld the gong spirit's visage. Clad in ancient garments, its body was drenched in blood, and its face was a grotesque mask of decay. A bloodied eyeball dangled from its face, tethered by a thin strand of flesh. The chin was devoid of flesh, exposing chilling white bones. Its rotting left hand clutched a rope from which hung a blood-soaked gong, while its skeletal right hand grasped a darkened bone. The sight of this horror in the desolate street was enough to drive any sane individual to madness. Shi Wang understood that should the bones sound the blood gong, madness would be the least of his concerns. Death was imminent. Faced with an entity of unknown terror, Shi Wang quickly assessed his options. Shooting? No. He had little faith in his marksmanship, especially given his current state. With a decisive motion, Shi Wang seized the barrel of his golden handgun and swung it towards the gong spirit's raised right hand. Rather than relying on gunfire, he trusted in the simplicity of a physical assault. Contact with the malevolent spirit could yield bizarre repercussions. Thus, he chose the golden handgun, impervious to such influences. As his weapon, the strike sent the bone flying from the gong spirit's grasp, causing it to stagger momentarily. Shi Wang could not discern any expression on its decayed face, but from his experience, spirits acted on instinct, devoid of emotion. It had worked. Seeing the bone tumble onto the bluestone path, Shi Wang felt a surge of relief. The third gong would not sound. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the gong spirit continued to bring its right hand down, as if the dislodged bone were inconsequential. Damn it, could it still strike the gong with its bony hand? Shi Wang had not anticipated that his risky maneuver would only delay the spirit for 2 seconds. At such close range, should the spirit sound the third gong, he would undoubtedly perish. The level of terror exuded by this spirit could rival that of the fifth man. In a moment of urgency, Shi Wang closed his eyes and willingly released a shroud of black mist. It enveloped his body instantaneously, exuding an aura of fear and decay akin to the gong spirit. However, his consciousness remained intact. Although he was on the verge of succumbing to the spirit's influence, he still possessed a measure of resilience. The realm of the nightmare spirit was Shi Wang's last resort. As the black mist enveloped him, he sensed a path to escape. If he wished, he could utilize his domain to exit the gong spirit's territory and return to the streets shrouded in fog. At that moment, a memory surfaced in Shi Wang's mind, the headless spirit striking the nightmare spirit with its blade. A bold idea surged from the depths of his being. Even if he escaped, how many more days could he live under the threat of the awakening spirits? To control 2 spirits, he needed a second one to command. Fortunately, a second spirit was present, and it possessed formidable terror. Perhaps the gong spirit could stand against the nightmare spirit. After all, 500,000 had already been transferred to his mother's account. He had done all he could. If he did not resolve the issue of the awakening spirits, the significance of a few extra days of companionship would be negligible. This was a gamble. Shi Wang appeared to have an option for escape, yet in truth, he had none. The moment he conceived this strategy, his heart had already made its choice. However, he had not arrived at this conclusion lightly. The gong spirit had likely been trapped within the nightmare spirit's domain. Yet, after the headless spirit struck it, the gong spirit's revival had weakened somewhat. When Shi Wang became a spirit master, he inadvertently released the domain, allowing the gong spirit and the 2 others to break free. Although the nightmare spirit had begun to awaken within Shi Wang, this location was the domain of the gong spirit. And now, the gong spirit was about to sound the third gong. The terror of the gong spirit, having only struck twice, might not be less than that of the awakening nightmare spirit, perhaps even greater. With determination, Shi Wang felt the black mist intensifying around him. Its reach expanded exponentially, far exceeding the usual range he had previously commanded. The dilapidated buildings on either side flickered ominously under the mist's encroachment. Simultaneously, some strange phenomena began to manifest within the black mist. Shadows of a construction site emerged, overlapping with the ancient structures around them. He was on the brink of collapse. The overexertion of the spirit's power accelerated the revival of the nightmare spirit beyond Shi Wang's expectations. Initially fearful of the gong spirit striking the gong, Shi Wang now perceived the spirit's movements as sluggish. Time passed, and the third gong remained unstruck. Soon, Shi Wang noticed that the gong spirit seemed to be suppressed by the awakening nightmare spirit. The distance between its bony hand and the gong was barely 3 centimeters. Yet it remained ensnared by the black mist, halted. This indicated that the gong spirit's terror, having only struck twice, was lesser than that of the nightmare spirit on the verge of awakening. Damn it, just strike already. With the last vestiges of his sanity, Shi Wang thrust forth his mist-enshrouded hand, aiding the gong spirit in sounding the third gong. Bang! The moment the third gong resonated, the swirling black mist around Shi Wang erupted violently. Chapter 45. You are a ghost, and I am no human either. Bang! The sound of the gong thundered in Shi Wang's ears like summer lightning. The fog surrounding them, belonging to the domain of the nightmare spirit, shattered like glass under the strain. The construction site within the domain dissipated into tendrils of black smoke. leaving only a layer of unstable black mist clinging to Shi Wang. He was uncertain whether the third gong was inherently terrifying or if the proximity played a role. What he did know was that the third gong had a profoundly negative impact on the nightmare spirit. With his body enveloped in black mist, Shi Wang found himself frozen in place, as though ensnared by a binding spell. However, it was not only the nightmare ghost that was affected, but also Shi Wang. The sound of the gong struck Shi Wang's consciousness, leaving him momentarily blank. Had it not been for the nightmare ghost's domain obstructing the resonance of the gong, his awareness would have vanished in an instant upon its echo. The current situation was equally dire. His consciousness hazy, he was invaded by the nightmare ghost. Was this the nightmare ghost's realm? Shi Wang gazed around the familiar construction site and the adjacent coffin pit, his spirit instantly tensing. Through recent exploration, he learned that the nightmare ghost's domain consists of 2 layers. The first layer is an ordinary black mist domain. Those ensnared within will plunge into darkness, unable to see the light. If one closes their eyes for 5 seconds within the black mist, it triggers the nightmare ghost's lethal pattern, suddenly appearing before the person who activated it. If the latter meets the nightmare ghost's gaze, they will perish instantaneously. The deceased will transform into ghostly slaves, relentlessly attacking others within the black mist. Furthermore, the nightmare ghost possesses a deeper layer known as the nightmare domain. Within this realm, a unique form of ghost emerges. These entities, while not as powerful as ghostly slaves, remain immortal. Initially, they may engage in conversation with the living, luring them to sleep. Even those who have not been slain by the nightmare ghost can manifest in the nightmare domain. Zheng Shuren had once appeared there. Once revealed, they shed their disguise and seized their victims. Shi Wang was uncertain what fate awaited those captured. Additionally, the nightmare domain serves as a prison for headless ghosts, gong-striking ghosts, and other malevolent spirits. However, when Shi Wang first arrived here, he had utilized a jade pillow that sealed the nightmare ghost. He also relied on the jade pillow to exit the nightmare domain. Now, with the jade pillow having lost its supernatural essence, Shi Wang was unsure if it still resided within the nightmare domain. He immediately leaped into the deep pit and began to search within the coffin. To his dismay, the jade pillow was absent. How could he escape? Shi Wang knew he could not linger in this place. Otherwise, more and more ghosts would emerge. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a familiar voice from above the pit. Shi Wang, what are you doing here? He looked up to find Zheng Shuren standing nearby. The latter jumped down while saying, Did I not tell you to leave the construction site tomorrow and rest well tonight? Why are you still standing here? Hurry back to the dormitory. The tone and expression of Zheng Shuren were entirely consistent with Shi Wang's recollection of him. For a fleeting moment, Shi Wang doubted his own reality, wondering if he had become ensnared in a delusion while working at the site. The authenticity of this nightmare was genuinely terrifying. If one's mind is not steadfast, they might easily be deceived by these ghosts and become lost here until death. Shi Wang's expression turned cold as he deftly evaded Zheng Shuren and made his way up, hastening towards the construction site's exit. Shi Wang, where are you going? Come back and sleep. Zheng Shuren followed him up, rushing towards Shi Wang. The sight sent a jolt of anxiety through Shi Wang. Could he run? The last time these ghosts moved with such rigidity. Was it due to the awakening of the nightmare ghost? Shi Wang quickly increased his pace towards the site's entrance. The plan to have the nightmare ghost and the gong-striking ghost influence each other in an attempt to control the second ghost appeared to have failed. He needed to devise a means of escaping the nightmare domain. If Shi Wang's plan had succeeded, perhaps he could have mitigated his own ghostly revival. However, the terror of the gong-striking ghost's third strike had escalated exponentially. Shi Wang had failed. The nightmare ghost was affected. Shi Wang was similarly impacted. Now, having returned to the nightmare domain, if he did not swiftly locate the headless ghost, he might perish at the hands of the nightmare ghost. The manifestation in the external world indicated that Shi Wang's ghostly revival had commenced. Compared to the first time, he now found himself devoid of an escape route. Yet, Shi Wang refused to succumb to despair. The fact that he still retained consciousness indicated that the nightmare ghost had not fully awakened. As long as he was alive, there remained hope. He must urgently find the headless ghost. Shi Wang's objective was clear this time, to once again utilize the headless ghost's power to weaken the nightmare ghost. Shi Wang, where are you going? It's time to sleep. The voice behind him grew increasingly close. Zheng Shuren was sprinting at an alarming speed, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. Shi Wang cast a glance backward. Damn! Upon realizing that Zheng Shuren was now less than 3 meters away, Shi Wang could not help but curse. No, calm down. This was not the time to panic. Shi Wang maintained his speed, carefully navigating his path while contemplating strategies in his mind. The Zheng Shuren pursuing him was a creation of the nightmare ghost. It was a ghostly supernatural force that could not be vanquished. Moreover, as time progressed, the number of these ghosts would only multiply. Being chased by numerous ghosts felt like a nightmare. The accumulation of supernatural forces birthed more nightmares. Suddenly, Wang had a revelation. The nightmare ghost was a ghost, wielding supernatural power. Yet, I am no longer human. I too possess supernatural power. The pressure exerted by the nightmare ghost upon Wang was immense. In this realm, he had almost forgotten that he was a ghost master. The balance of control was about to shift. If the nightmare ghost could create ghosts here, then surely, so could he. Wang began to allocate a portion of his focus to various attempts. Zheng Shuren was closing in fast. In mere seconds, he had reduced the distance to about a meter behind Wang. If Wang paused even slightly, he would be seized by Zheng Shuren. Wang, it's time to sleep. Zheng Shuren's voice was now laced with fury, seemingly displeased with Wang's disobedience. As Wang approached the construction site's entrance, Zheng Shuren's speed surged once more. Wang was caught up. Zheng Shuren's hand was nearly upon him. Yet, at that moment, a shadow formed from black mist suddenly surged forth, tackling Zheng Shuren. As the black mist swirled, the figure became increasingly distinct. Soon, a person clad in a trench coat, entirely shrouded, emerged. Wang Gang. Chapter 46. The Nightmare Ghost Sleeps. Success. Wang noticed the situation behind him, his heart swelling with joy. After numerous attempts, he had indeed created a Wang Gang within the nightmare domain. Even those who had not been killed could still manifest here. Nightmares are, after all, dreams. In the realm of dreams, I can conjure whatever I desire. As Wang Gang tackled Zheng Shuren, the latter extended a hand toward the direction where Wang had fled, repeatedly uttering, Wang, it's time to sleep. Meanwhile, Wang Gang firmly restrained Zheng Shuren, incessantly proclaiming, not sleeping. It's time to sleep. Not sleeping. Wang felt as though he had uncovered yet another ability of the nightmare ghost. However, before he could revel in his discovery, several tendrils of black mist suddenly emerged before the construction site's entrance. Zhu Xiaofu. What the hell, Wang Gu? Why aren't you sleeping this late? Su Yujin. Wang, it's time to go home and sleep. Liang Ruo. Wang, return to sleep immediately. Xia Min. Son, it's time to rest. A new beginning awaits when you awaken. As Wang beheld the multitude of familiar faces, his pupils constricted with alarm. I had harnessed the power of the nightmare ghost to create Wang Gang in the dream, only for the nightmare ghost to subsequently conjure so many spirits. The extent of the nightmare ghost's revival had escalated further. Wang's expression darkened. This was not mere conjecture, but a rational deduction based on his internal awareness of the nightmare ghost's condition. Now he finds himself in a predicament. Without employing the power of the vengeful spirits, he cannot halt the apparitions obstructing his path. However, if he utilizes their force, the nightmare spirit will awaken more swiftly, resulting in an even greater multitude of ghosts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang gritted his teeth and charged towards the construction site's entrance. The ghosts surrounding the gate surged towards him. At the very instant of their impending clash, Wang conjured a horde of Wang Gang to impede the oncoming spirits. The summoned Wang Gang lacked the power of a ghost master, and thus could not wield the abilities of the Tailor Ghost. Consequently, they could only engage the ghosts birthed by the nightmare spirit one-on-one. Moreover, creating such a vast number of Wang Gang at once left Wang feeling dizzy, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. It seemed as though a peculiar force was supplanting his awareness. His eyelids felt too heavy to lift unaided. The nightmare spirit was on the verge of revival. With clenched teeth, Wang seized the moment amidst the struggle between the Wang Gang and the multitude of phantoms to escape the construction site, re-emerging onto the illuminated road. Yet ahead, a thick black mist began to coalesce into numerous figures, numbering at least a couple of hundred. This was the backlash of utilizing the nightmare spirit's power. The sheer volume instilled a sense of despair within Wang. Just moments ago, summoning a mere dozen Wang Gang had nearly obliterated his consciousness. If he were to conjure over 100, he might very well succumb to immediate revival. The sole piece of good news was that these spirits materialized in front of him, seemingly intent on obstructing his path. However, Wang had no intention of following the road. Instead, he accelerated towards the crimson mist in the forest's periphery. The throng of ghosts swiftly pursued him, their running resembling that of bizarre creatures, yet their speed was astonishing. The distance between them and Wang diminished rapidly. As they ran, they chanted his name in unison. Wang, sprinting ahead, felt a tingle at the back of his neck and his heart raced. Faster, he urged himself. The speed of the vengeful spirits was overwhelming. Initially, there had been a 50-meter gap, but after merely a few dozen meters, the spectral horde had closed in on him. Gazing at the misty forest just within reach, Wang clenched his jaw and shut his eyes, unleashing all his latent potential as he lunged into the fog. I've got you now. A ghost bearing the visage of Wang's mother grinned eerily, reaching out to seize his shoulder. A wave of icy dread surged into Wang's being, and he felt death looming. Yet the next moment, the crimson mist enveloped him entirely, extending to the ghost as well. In the final instant, most of Wang's body plunged into the red haze. Bang! The moment the red mist engulfed Xiamin, her body stiffened, before dissipating into black fog. The sound of numerous footsteps ceased at the edge of the crimson forest. Once Wang entered the mist, the expressions on the faces of all the ghosts turned numb and vacant, their hollow gazes fixated on the crimson forest, resembling lifelike wax figures in a museum. Meanwhile, Wang once again plunged into the blood pool of the headless ghost. The sound of blades being sharpened echoed in his ears. Upon entering, Wang sensed the vengeful spirit within him stirring to life. As he rushed into the mist, he ceased to struggle and simply closed his eyes, intending to hasten the revival of the nightmare spirit to avoid being instantly annihilated upon entering the headless ghost's domain. Everything transpired as Wang had anticipated. The timing was impeccable. Unlike the first time, when he entered the blood pool, the nightmare spirit erupted from within Wang this time, rather than from the outside. Moreover, having kept his eyes shut for too long, his consciousness had begun to fragment, leaving him unaware of his actions. He felt an overwhelming sleepiness wash over him. Just let it be, he thought. His brain incessantly signaled him to succumb to slumber. No, hold on a bit longer, even if just for a second. Wang was oblivious to his current situation, yet his subconscious persisted. 1 second, then another, perhaps several seconds passed, or maybe just a fraction of a second. Just as Wang's awareness was on the brink of being supplanted by the nightmare spirit, a multitude of bloodied hands from the pool grasped him tightly. Thick, viscous blood dripped from the hands, quickly saturating Wang's entire being. Even the emerging nightmare spirit was affected, the black mist faintly tinged with crimson. Soon after, shackles of blood manifested around Wang, and a wooden board inscribed with the word decapitate appeared behind him, akin to the execution of a condemned prisoner in ancient times. The sound of footsteps echoed as the headless ghost approached Wang, who was now enveloped in the black mist of the nightmare spirit, raising its ghostly blade to deliver a fatal strike. Whoosh! In a daze, Wang felt a heavy blow to his neck, his body collapsing into the blood pool. The foul stench of decaying heads mingled in the pool, completely submerging Wang's head. A jolt of intense stimulation roused Wang from his stupor. What happened? What was going on? It was as if he had been forcibly awakened from a deep slumber, utterly bewildered. He plunged his hands into the blood pool for support and abruptly lifted his head. Upon surveying his surroundings, realization struck him like lightning. I succeeded. Wang's eyes widened as he beheld the standoff between the headless ghost and the nightmare spirit, his face reflecting a profound relief. Beside him, the nightmare spirit, coalesced from black mist, bore a ghostly blade embedded in its neck. The blade had penetrated partially, lodged firmly within the spirit. It was this very strike that had momentarily halted the nightmare spirit's revival, allowing Wang to reclaim his last vestige of consciousness. No, it was more than just a pause. Wang felt an exhilarating lightness coursing through him, as if he had returned to the moment when he first mastered the nightmare spirit. The nightmare spirit's revival had been severed by the headless ghost's blade. Indeed, the beheading possessed an uncanny power to diminish the terror of vengeful spirits. Wang merely glanced before. In the next instant, he was enveloped in black mist, retreating from the headless ghost's territory and emerging into the forest's embrace. After Wang's departure, the nightmare spirit before the headless ghost also dissipated. The towering headless ghost sheathed its blade, standing amidst the blood pool littered with severed heads. This time, it did not resume its sharpening. The headless ghost took steps forward, its heavy feet occasionally crushing a skull beneath them. It continued onward, seemingly intent on venturing outside in search of Wang. Yet it ultimately remained within the blood pool, unable to break free. Chapter 47. Victorious once outside, Wang exhaled heavily. The multitude of spirits beyond the forest had all transformed into dissipating black fog. He surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his lips, laughter escaping him in waves. In the end, I have triumphed. The nightmare spirit had been thrust back into slumber by a single strike. Perhaps due to this, Wang had now seized control of the nightmare spirit's second domain. At this moment, he was no longer constrained by the nightmare spirit. He could freely navigate in and out of the dream realm. Shi Wang also discerned the characteristics of this nightmarish domain. Anyone who fell asleep within the black mist would find their consciousness transported to an even more horrifying nightmare realm. The longer one lingered in this nightmarish domain, the more terrifying the illusory dreams would become. Moreover, the spirits conjured by the supernatural would pursue their targets relentlessly. Even ghost masters entering the nightmare realm would become mere prey, subject to Shi Wang's whims. If one were to perish within the domain, their physical body outside would meet the same fate. However, such formidable supernatural powers come at a cost. Utilizing the nightmare realm would accelerate the revival of vengeful spirits exponentially. Shi Wang could only regard this ability as a last resort. Concerning the nightmare realm, he had also uncovered a shocking phenomenon. The flow of time within the domain was twice as fast as that of the outside world. As the outside world elapsed 1 minute, 2 minutes had already passed in the realm of nightmares. Upon emerging from this eerie domain, Shi Wang conversed with Zheng Shuren and immediately sensed the temporal dissonance between the two realms. Now, he had finally uncovered the reason for this anomaly. If harnessed effectively, this knowledge might yield unforeseen advantages. Although the nightmare specter lay dormant, it would be premature to celebrate. Shi Wang suppressed his smile and murmured to himself, "The specter cannot be vanquished. It will inevitably revive. Should I wield the power of the vengeful spirits, their resurgence would be hastened. The issue of their revival remains unresolved. It has merely been postponed." Shi Wang was acutely aware of the risks associated with this endeavor. However, given the extreme level of the spirit's revival he had witnessed, he realized he had little time left. This compelled him to take a gamble. Ultimately, he found himself bested in his confrontation with the gong, the specter of the bell. Fortunately, just as the vengeful spirits were about to awaken, he encountered the headless specter. With a single stroke, the headless specter could plunge the impending nightmare specter back into slumber, its terrifying nature likely surpassing his imagination. The gong was equally fearsome. It was unlikely that any spirit master could withstand its third strike of the bell. All these formidable spirits had once been ensnared within the realm of nightmares by the nightmare specter itself. Shi Wang understood that it was not solely the gong that had escaped from this nightmarish domain. Were the other spirits equally as terrifying? Yet, their prolonged absence suggested that they, like the gong, were of a high level of terror, but posed a relatively lower threat. They could likely claim only a single life, or fewer, at a time, remaining undetected for now. However, the nightmare specter's ability to confine these spirits within its realm indicated a chilling truth. Should the nightmare specter fully revive, the consequences would be dire. Turning, Shi Wang cast a deep glance at the blood mist forest behind him. Having gained control over the realm of nightmares, he sensed that only the headless specter remained. No other spirits lingered. When the nightmare specter and Shi Wang became one, a flaw appeared in the realm, allowing 3 spirits to escape. Only the headless specter remained confined. Should the vengeful spirits awaken again, he could still seek assistance from the headless specter. While dangerous, the headless specter was also invaluable, at least until the problem of the spirit's revival was resolved. It was time to depart. After mentally preparing himself, Shi Wang exited the realm of nightmares. The surrounding environment shifted instantaneously, and the ancient architecture around him returned to normal. Furthermore, the once dispersed mist once again enveloped the entire street, resembling the very conditions he had encountered upon his initial entry. It was as if everything had reset. Where had the gong gone? Shi Wang scanned the area, but found no trace of the specter. His gaze lingered on a nearby slab of blue stone, the very spot where the gong's bone mallet had fallen. Yet now, that place was utterly vacant. Was it already 11:10? It seemed the specter had departed. Shi Wang understood that the gong would not continuously strike the bell. Outside the misty street, it would strike thrice every 2 hours, perfectly aligning with the 3 strikes he had witnessed earlier. The next appearance of the gong would likely be in 1 hour and 50 minutes, or around 1 o'clock in the morning. Remaining within the gong's territory posed significant risks. He needed to vacate the area promptly. Shi Wang had made considerable progress in addressing his own issues and had a contingency plan in the form of the headless specter for the vengeful spirit's revival. Thus, he could deem his mission a qualified success. Staying in the misty street would be a fool's errand. Yet, he did not leave immediately. After all, he had entered with Wang. Before the gong launched its next supernatural assault, he still had time to search for Wang. However, after an hour of searching through the mist, Shi Wang found no trace of him. "Wang, I've done my best," he sighed. Truthfully, Shi Wang held little hope for Wang's survival. The revival level of his tailor spirit was equally high. Not to mention, the gong's second strike could potentially hasten Wang's revival. Recognizing that further searching would yield no results, he resolved to depart. Dark energy emanated from Shi Wang's body, causing the surrounding white mist to recoil. The blue stone slab beneath his feet vanished, replaced by a concrete road. The revival of the nightmare specter seemed unaffected. Contemplating, Shi Wang decided to test the limits of the black mist spread. He continued to release the dark haze, which quickly expanded. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters. It reached a diameter of 50 meters before Shi Wang sensed a discernible acceleration in the revival of the nightmare specter, causing his eyelids to grow heavy. The surrounding white mist had been forced out, with a clear demarcation between the black and white mists. He could expand further, but that would hasten the nightmare specter's revival. However, as long as he kept it within limits, the acceleration of revival was nearly negligible. For the first time, Shi Wang focused deeply on the black mist domain. Here, if anyone closed their eyes for 5 seconds, he could mark them. The instant they opened their eyes and met his gaze, they would perish in an instant. After ceasing the expansion of the black mist, he began to test its duration. The good news was that the black mist domain could be sustained for 3 minutes. Beyond that, it too would accelerate the revival of the nightmare specter. Yet 3 minutes was sufficiently long. Confrontations with vengeful spirits would culminate swiftly. No one engaged in a protracted battle, except perhaps Wang. While Shi Wang could not stem the nightmare specter's normal revival rate, as long as he refrained from accelerating it while using the spirit's powers, he was quite content. With the black mist domain in place, the misty street posed no threat to Shi Wang's perception. He chose a direction at random and, after a minute of walking, emerged from the misty street into the reality beyond. However, just as he retracted the black mist, he found himself facing a group of soldiers, guns drawn. This was not the entrance through which he had entered, and he had not seen his assistant, Liang Rua. Your guns aren't meant for your own people. Shi Wang raised his gaze and calmly addressed the soldiers ahead. Moreover, do conventional firearms have any efficacy against a spirit master? Upon hearing Shi Wang speak, the soldiers visibly relaxed. All of them promptly lowered their weapons, and the leading squad leader even offered an apology. I apologize. The commotion when you exited was quite significant, and we feared it was a vengeful spirit. Anyone who witnessed a cloud of black mist 50 meters in diameter emerging from the misty street would naturally be on edge, especially members of the supernatural containment task force. Mr. Shi Wang, had you not emerged soon, Commissioner Wang was preparing to re-enter to search for you. After the soldier's apology, one added a statement that astonished Shi Wang. Since you have come out, you should go look for Commissioner Wang. Shi Wang raised an eyebrow. If memory served him correctly, Wang Gang's Taylor spirit did not possess a spirit domain. How had he managed to escape? Was the Wang Gang that had emerged truly him? Chapter 48. The dissipation of the misty street. Shi Wang, is that you? Wang Gang rushed over upon receiving news. However, upon seeing Shi Wang, he did not immediately rush forward. Shi Wang understood Wang Gang's concerns, mirroring his own internal anxieties. Then, are you truly Wang Gang? His inquiry rendered Wang Gang momentarily speechless. The soldiers of the special task force nearby felt a chill run down their spines. What was happening? Were any of them real? Or were they all imposters? Upon hearing Shi Wang's words, Assistant Liang Rua's face turned ashen. What had transpired in the misty street that led to such doubts about each other's identities? In truth, Shi Wang believed both were on the verge of revival by vengeful spirits, having separated after entering the misty street. Given the terrifying nature of the bell-drumming ghost, it is inconceivable that Wang Gang could have escaped unscathed. He emerged from that ordeal by the narrowest of margins. Yet, Wang Gang shared a similar sentiment. I am indeed Wang Gang, he thought to himself. After fixating on Shi Wang for a moment, he exhaled deeply, stating, the emotions of ghosts are not as complex as one might believe. Your expression does not resemble that of a vengeful spirit. I am convinced you are Shi Wang. But let us reconcile our accounts first. What transpired after our separation? Shi Wang furrowed his brow as he regarded Wang Gang. Indeed, the emotions of the ghosts he encountered were predominantly devoid of expression. However, the nightmares conjured by the nightmare ghost did exhibit expressions and even emotions. Shi Wang opined that one could not hastily conclude that all ghosts lacked expression simply because the ones he had encountered thus far were non-expressive. Nevertheless, he readily agreed to reconcile their accounts. I shall recount my experience first, Wang Gang began. After entering the misty street, I walked for a while, and in the brief moment I turned around, you had vanished. In your place was a humanoid fog mass. I attempted to call out to the fog entity, but it did not respond. Wang Gang fixed his gaze on Shi Wang, asserting, given your character, you would not joke with me at that moment, especially since your fog was black. Therefore, I deduced that the humanoid fog was not you, but most likely a ghost. I made the decisive choice to approach the vengeful spirit and prepare for sealing it. Upon hearing this, Shi Wang's eyelids twitched. The very thing he had initially sought to evade inside was what Wang was recklessly attempting to seal. However, recalling the abilities of the Tailor Ghost, Wang felt a sense of relief. Wang's current form was already in a state of disrepair, surviving solely due to the supernatural powers of the Tailor Ghost. Wang's body could even make direct contact with the vengeful spirit, but Wang could not. When I touched the humanoid fog, I discovered it concealed a rigid corpse. The body was severely decayed, as if it had been dead for a long time. It was shrouded in mist, which allowed it to remain upright. However, upon my touch, the mist dissipated, and the corpse collapsed into ash. Wang sighed, remarking, that entity was not a true ghost. It must have been an ordinary person who wandered in. I had initially planned to withdraw from the misty forest and regroup with you outside, but I had not anticipated that the misty realm would be impossible to exit. Subsequently, I encountered several such entities, but none were genuine ghosts. Until the clock struck 11. Wang's gaze sharpened as he exclaimed, "The gong has sounded." Indeed, the gong has sounded. Wang's face contorted with fear, as if he held a deep aversion to what had transpired at the sound of the first gong. The mist dispersed, revealing the ancient street. But with the second gong, the stitched flesh on my body began to fall away. My consciousness nearly faded away. As he spoke, Wang opened his coat, lifting his shirt. Wang noted 2 blood holes on his chest, from which several finger bones protruded, grasping at the surrounding flesh. It appeared as if something within him was about to emerge. The sound of that gong was truly terrifying. It not only affected the supernatural abilities of the Tailor Ghost within me, but also threatened my consciousness. During the moments when my awareness was on the brink of collapse, the Tailor Ghost accelerated its revival. The nearly fully revived Tailor Ghost was more fearsome than I had anticipated. It extracted a rib from my body and fashioned it into a bone needle, which tore through the misty street realm, allowing me to escape. Wang glared at Wang, his expression somber as he cautioned, "Wang, this is the advanced capability of the Tailor Ghost upon its revival. I had no idea it could emerge from the realm. A bone needle tearing through the realm?" Wang observed the bony hands that were about to emerge from Wang's chest, feeling a wave of unease. If that were the case, the Tailor Ghost was indeed unbound by the confines of the realm, posing a significant challenge to a ghost master like Wang, who possessed a realm of his own. If that is so, why are you still alive? Shouldn't you have succumbed? At this juncture, Wang had confirmed that Wang was indeed Wang. However, how had he survived? Wang offered a wry smile, removing his shirt and turning around. At that moment, his back bore only a small patch of healthy flesh. The rest had decayed into putrid meat, stitched together with dense seams. The Tailor Ghost is rather unique. After I was injured, it utilized my bones and flesh to mend my body. I initially lost consciousness, but was awakened by the pain. Now, although I am still alive, one could say I am effectively dead. Only a final remnant of flesh remains, and within me, only one rib persists. Unless I draw upon the powers of the vengeful spirit, I cannot last more than a week. The Tailor Ghost is reviving, yet it also heals me. Thus, I remain alive, but merely hanging by a thread. My life is on the brink of conclusion. Wang sighed, and proceeded to recount his experiences to Wang. However, he refrained from discussing his entry into the nightmare realm or his encounters with the nightmare ghost and the headless ghost. He mentioned only that he had concealed himself within the black mist realm to evade the terrifying gong attacks. As for the bell-drumming ghost, it had vanished after 3 strikes. Upon hearing this, Wang gasped. "What? You actually confronted the bell-drumming ghost head-on? And you evaded the 2nd and 3rd strikes while in the realm? No wonder. Under the circumstances, yours was the only method to survive." Wang held no doubts. He lacked a realm, yet he understood its might. There was an exaggerated rumor among ghost masters. Those possessing a realm were akin to sovereigns within it. While somewhat embellished, it held a kernel of truth. As for the expansion of the black mist realm upon Wang's emergence, Wang could deduce the reason without asking. What other explanation could there be? The revival of vengeful spirits had intensified. Yet, Wang was aware that Wang, like himself, was teetering on the edge of peril, facing imminent death. Encountering the bell-drumming ghost and surviving was already a stroke of fortune. Wang turned his gaze toward the mist, sighing, "However, I am ill-equipped to contend with the bell-drumming ghost. I can only await the arrival of the next specialist." Wang raised an eyebrow, preparing to inquire further, only to find Wang abruptly pointing behind him. Wang quickly turned and retreated. However, there was no danger lurking behind him. Instead, the misty street was dissipating. Had the bell-drumming ghost departed? Chapter 49. The gong-drumming ghost. Rated A. As the misty street faded away, Liang Ruo and the surrounding special forces soldiers displayed expressions of joy. Wang Gang regarded Shi Wang with an enigmatic gaze. Shi Wang understood the implication behind that look. This is not my doing. I nearly perished under the third strike of the bell-drumming ghost. I have no knowledge of what transpired. Indeed, Shi Wang was oblivious to the events that unfolded within. However, the departure of the bell-drumming ghost was not what Shi Wang desired to witness. Considering both his and Wang Gang's experiences, the killing patterns of the bell-drumming ghost might align with those of the nightmare ghost. The first strike of the gong merely allowed those within to perceive their surroundings, while the second strike plunged Wang Gang into slumber. Yet, ghost masters were a collection of entities with a myriad of strange abilities, neither wholly human nor entirely specter. The second strike could instantaneously slay an ordinary person, yet it would not necessarily spell doom for a ghost master. Wang Gang had survived, albeit with his consciousness diminished, and Shi Wang had also managed to endure. However, if the second strike were to be employed in conjunction with the black mist realm of the nightmare ghost, even a slumbering Wang Gang would be drawn into the nightmare realm. The Tailor ghost, even if it escaped the realm, would not be able to save Wang Gang. Upon exiting, the vengeful spirit would revive immediately. According to Shi Wang's conjecture, as long as the second strike of the gong rang out within the black mist realm, those trapped by Shi Wang would surely meet their demise. Thus, it could be surmised that the nightmare ghost previously confined the bell-drumming ghost within the nightmare realm in hopes of merging the latter's killing patterns. Shi Wang had long contemplated mastering a second ghost in order to exert control over the resurgence of malevolent spirits. The gong striker ghost presented itself as a remarkably suitable candidate. He intended to deepen his grasp of the nightmare ghost's powers before seeking the gong striker. However, unexpectedly, the fog-laden streets that spanned such a vast area dissipated, leaving behind a dilapidated concrete surface corroded by time. On this surface lay 7 dark, human-shaped imprints, indicating the presence of the mobile gong striker ghost. Wang Gang's tone was noticeably urgent as he instructed Liang Ruo beside him. Immediately contact headquarters to report on the gong striker's abilities. Its gong can kill. It possesses a domain, and it is capable of movement. I recommend a hazard level classification of A, codename the Night Watchman. Upon hearing Wang Gang name the gong striker as the Night Watchman, Shi Wang mused inwardly. Has he made the same connection? The gong striker strikes its gong at night, ringing 3 times every 2 hours. The designated times are 9 p.m., 11 p.m., 1 a.m., 3 a.m., and 5 a.m., aligning with the ancient hours of the night. Hi. Z, Shou In, and Mao. Just as the ancient watchman of your would announce the hour. Yet now, it is not a human who announces the time, but a ghost. Shi Wang assumed that Wang Gang had arrived at this realization independently. In truth, it was the analyst from the Special Operations Team who had deduced this from the rear. The Special Operations Team was not merely following Wang Gang to seal off supernatural territories. They were also analyzing the intelligence regarding malevolent spirits to assist the ghost wardens. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Wang decided to request Wang Gang's assistance. He pulled Wang Gang aside and spoke earnestly. Commissioner Wang, if you obtain any information regarding the Night Watchman, please be sure to inform me. Currently, Shi Wang had no influence and was incapable of tracking down the Night Watchman's whereabouts. However, behind Wang Gang stood the Special Operations Team for supernatural containment. You wish to pursue information on the Night Watchman? Wang Gang remarked, observing Shi Wang with a hint of curiosity. You, a man on the brink of death. What do you intend? Surely, you do not wish to master a second ghost? It was no surprise that Wang Gang could deduce Shi Wang's intentions. He was not a fool. Shi Wang had previously discussed the idea of mastering a second ghost to combat the resurgence of malevolent spirits. Those who conceive such ideas rarely abandon them without validation, especially someone like Shi Wang, who was on the verge of death. Shi Wang's silence prompted Wang Gang to fall silent as well. The latter produced a cigarette, offered it to Shi Wang, and lit one for himself. The Tailor ghost is about to revive. I am no longer fit to serve as the commissioner of Hang City. As Wang Gang uttered this, his eyes clouded over. No one could fathom what this man, who had devoted himself to eradicating supernatural phenomena in Hang City, was truly contemplating. The smoke Wang Gang inhaled emerged from the wound in his chest, prompting him to glance down and curse. How can this be good for the lungs? Useless. With that, he flicked the cigarette to the ground. Yet, 2 seconds later, he picked it up, relit it, and took a deep drag. The headquarters would likely dispatch a new commissioner to oversee Hang City. As for me, I shall return to headquarters, await the revival of malevolent spirits, and then be contained. Shi Wang, I can assist you. However, the condition is that I remain the commissioner of Hang City. My current state is highly unstable, and I may be summoned back at any moment. Wang initially thought that Wang Gang would refuse after hearing his lengthy explanation. To his surprise, Wang Gang ultimately acquiesced. Thank you. Wang could not help but inquire. But why? I previously declined to join the Special Operations team. What has changed? Wang Gang surveyed his surroundings, gazing at the distant lights illuminating the city, and murmured, Indeed, why? I have a family and children. Yet you, young man, have only just come of age. At your age, you should be seated in a classroom, studying. Yet now, if you truly succeed, it would be considered a blessing from above. Wang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Gang's response would be one of pity, even contemplating Wang's potential success in mastering a second ghost. Commissioner Wang Gang, you are a good person. This was not the first time Wang had entertained such a thought, but it was the first time he voiced it in Wang Gang's presence. The latter let out a hearty laugh, taking a deep drag from the cigarette pressed to his lips and exhaling through his nostrils. Now that feels invigorating. In the dead of night, the dossier on the night watchman was established. Headquarters accepted the recommendation, classifying it as A, and disseminated the information regarding the night watchman to ghost wardens in various locales. In Hangzhou City, a burly man wearing sunglasses stood atop a high-rise rooftop, surveying the city below with arms crossed. Another A-level malevolent spirit dossier. The situation is growing increasingly dire. I must find a breakthrough. In Wu City, a commissioner awakened by his assistant listened to briefings and promptly ordered the Special Operations Team soldiers to remain vigilant for any supernatural occurrences within the city. A-level malevolent spirit. The night watchman. The fifth A-level malevolent spirit. The commissioner of Hangzhou City is indeed difficult to eliminate. In Jin City, Feng Ro, donned in silk pajamas, sat on her bed, perusing intelligence reports. After a prolonged moment, she set down her tablet, rubbed her temples, and sighed. That fellow Wang Gang should be nearing his limit. Another of my contemporaries is about to be lost. In a dark alley of a certain city, a man clad in a hooded sweatshirt bowed his head and stated, Hangzhou City has already encountered 2 A-level malevolent spirits. Codename, the fifth man has been contained. While codename, the night watchman has vanished. Nearby, a man squatting at the corner of the alley scoffed. Hangzhou City has only one commissioner. How terrifying can an A-level malevolent spirit be that can be contained by a commissioner? It was probably just a stroke of luck. Encountering a spirit with a high hazard level but low terror level. The fifth man sounds unimpressive. As soon as the man finished speaking, a raspy voice echoed from above. We cannot ascertain the details of the malevolent spirit dossier. We are uncertain of its strength. However, a spirit classified as A-level is undoubtedly not to be trifled with. I have summoned you here because I have received word that the Special Operations Team for Supernatural Containment is preparing to dispatch a new commissioner to Hangzhou. At this revelation, the man crouching in the corner and the one in the hooded sweatshirt both revealed faint smiles. Understood, Wang Gang is nearing his end. This is a prime opportunity to execute a plan in Hangzhou City. Chapter 50. Another day survived. Wang did not return home. Although the revival of the nightmare ghost had lessened, Wang Gang's revival had intensified. The tailor ghost's hands had already emerged from Wang Gang's chest. Fearing that Wang Gang could revive at any moment, Wang returned to the Special Operations Team for Supernatural Containment. To be candid, had it not been for Wang Gang's heartfelt words, Wang would not have concerned himself with Wang Gang's fate. Even though Wang Gang had previously aided him, Wang would likely have only felt a moment of regret after Wang Gang's revival. However, now Wang believed that Wang Gang would not want to see Hangzhou City, which he had so diligently protected, be compromised upon his revival. Before the next commissioner dispatched by headquarters arrived, he intended to keep a watchful eye on Wang Gang. Of course, Wang did not articulate this intention outright. After all, in Wang Gang's eyes, he too was a person on the verge of malevolent spirit revival. Wang Gang even suspected that Wang's revival was more imminent than his own. Wang Gang had initially intended for Wang to reside within the Special Operations Team, not wanting him to return home where, upon revival, he might endanger his family. The containment room was not large, measuring only about 6 square meters and standing 2 meters high. Very well, let us both sleep in this containment room tonight. Wang Gang had just lain down on the cot when he suddenly sat up, staring at Wang with alarm. No, that's not acceptable. Anyone can sleep, but this lad cannot. If Wang were to fall asleep, Wang Gang believed he would be doomed as well. With this thought, he pondered whether it was somewhat perilous for him to share a room with Wang. However, the Special Operations Team's containment facilities were limited to just this one room. The golden bag for containing malevolent spirits was available, but Wang Gang could hardly crawl inside to sleep. Do not worry, I will not sleep. Wang pointed to the various stimulating items prepared nearby. I am not particularly tired either. Despite the significant reduction in the resurgence of the vengeful spirit, Wang still considered sleep a perilous endeavor. With his eyes closed for an extended period, he remained acutely aware that the nightmare spirit could hasten its revival. Wang Gang, skeptical, observed Wang, who had gone without sleep for 2 days and 1 night. After confronting the Class A spirit, the 5th of its kind, last night, and facing the Class A spirit known as the Drum Ghost tonight, it seemed implausible that Wang could endure. Youth truly is a blessing. Wang Gang, though physically beyond exhaustion, felt mentally drained from the torment inflicted by the Tailor Ghost. Consequently, he soon succumbed to slumber. At around 3 a.m., Wang felt a pang of hunger. As he consumed the provisions prepared by the Special Operations Team, he cast a glance at Wang Gang. The Tailor Ghost within Wang Gang's body could not confine its domain, and should it revive, Wang would have to utilize the golden bags set aside for containment. After finishing his meal, Wang Gang began to snore, while Wang embarked on a meditative journey. He could withstand a single night of insomnia, but after 2 consecutive nights, his spirit began to wane. Near dawn, Wang found himself nodding off, yet the burgeoning aura of the nightmare spirit jolted him awake. To maintain his alertness, he resorted to inflicting pain upon himself. The following day, a knock echoed from beyond the isolation door. With bloodshot eyes, Wang lifted his gaze toward the entrance. Wang Gang, who had been snoring, awakened as if a switch had been flipped. Liang Ruo had arrived. Wang nudged the still-dazed Wang Gang. "Oh." Wang Gang rubbed his face, glanced at Wang, stretched, and chuckled. Another day survived. At this moment, he was truly counting down the days. The two ventured out together for breakfast. In the absence of supernatural occurrences, Wang Gang found himself quite leisurely. He believed it prudent to broaden Wang's horizons before the latter's demise, and thus guided him through some non-confidential areas of the Supernatural Special Operations Team. The personnel within the Special Operations Team were relatively few. Numbers proved inconsequential in combating vengeful spirits. Aside from the spirit tamers, the rest served primarily in supportive roles. Upon seeing Wang, the other members of the Special Operations Team expressed curiosity, for the recent discussions had predominantly centered around Hang City's new spirit tamer, a high school student of 18, soon to face the resurgence of vengeful spirits. It was indeed a lamentable situation. Nevertheless, Wang discerned a glimmer of fear and trepidation in their eyes. It was only natural. Both he and Wang Gang were on the precipice of encountering the resurgence of vengeful spirits. Even though Wang Gang had once commanded respect as an esteemed spirit tamer and officer, the impending resurgence posed a threat to all lives. However, neither Wang Gang nor Wang seemed bothered by this. Through Wang Gang's introduction, Wang gained a general understanding of the Special Operations Team's workings. During their conversation, Wang Gang even made a video call to his family. Wang noted that Wang Gang's wife was quite beautiful, and their child was well-mannered. "Wang, have you made arrangements for your family?" Wang Gang inquired after disconnecting the call. Wang nodded affirmatively. Wang Gang unlocked his phone to gaze at his family's photos. His expression tinged with melancholy. "I've set aside a substantial sum for them, enough to ensure a comfortable life. Those like us are fated to be unable to fulfill the roles of good sons, husbands, and fathers. Yet, before departing, it is a man's responsibility to arrange everything as best as he can." Upon mentioning finances, Wang promptly asked, "How will last night's remuneration be handled?" While camaraderie was one matter, business was another, and he, too, wished to prepare a financial cushion for his family. Wang Gang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Rest assured, you shan't be shortchanged. There are processes to follow. Although the spirit wasn't contained, we gathered substantial intelligence. The higher-ups would certainly not withhold this payment, if only to appease your emotions. What if a disgruntled spirit tamer were to cause a revival amidst a crowd?" Having been there for quite some time, Wang decided to head home. Wang Gang promptly offered to see him off. "Do visit often." He waved to Wang's retreating figure, murmuring, "If only I were to remain." Dingling. The phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wang Gang's expression shifted, and he swiftly answered. "Officer Wang Gang, considering your resurgence assessment report is nearing the brink of revival, please return to headquarters tomorrow. A replacement officer is en route. Thank you for your contributions." Chapter 51. Do you want to undertake a major job? On his way home, Wang observed the bustling crowd around him, reflecting on the extravagance of his former life. Sleep, gaming, and leisure had consumed vast swathes of time, rendering him oblivious to its value. Now, as he counted the days, he felt the weight of many unaccomplished endeavors. However, he quickly dismissed these regrets, prioritizing the arrangements for his family's well-being. Upon returning home, he shared a meal with his family, engaged in casual conversation, and enjoyed a stroll. Xiamin, noticing Shi Wang's unusual demeanor, sat down on a bench during their walk. My son, what have you been concealing from me these past 2 days? She asked, her tone calm, yet her gaze piercing. Having raised Shi Wang alone since her husband's passing 10 years ago, she was keenly aware of her son's character. Shi Wang had matured beyond his years, consistently demonstrating a capacity for responsibility that often eased her worries. Yet, this very maturity caused her concern, as his recent behavior had been alarmingly abnormal. Just yesterday, he had deposited 5 million into her account, a sum far from insignificant, leaving her in disbelief about its origin. Shi Wang, tell me the truth. Where did that 5 million come from? Xiamin's expression was serious as she fixed her gaze on him. In response, Shi Wang revealed the carefully concocted explanation he had prepared. 2 days ago, I delivered an unconscious individual to the hospital, saving his life. He was quite wealthy and insisted on rewarding me with 5 million. As he spoke, he dialed Wang Gang's number to assuage his mother's concerns. After hanging up, noticing Xiamin's lingering skepticism, he added, all right, Mom. I mentioned I didn't want it, but Wang Gang insisted on transferring the money, even bringing cash to our home. While 5 million was a substantial amount to them, for others, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Xiamin pondered this and, shaking her head, remarked, if 5 million is just a drop in the bucket, how wealthy must that person be? Shi Wang, you must have encountered a benevolent soul. Shi Wang nodded, indeed. I believe he is a good person. Relieved that her concerns were momentarily appeased, Shi Wang felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The previous day, while handling the drum ghost with Wang Gang, he had feared an unfortunate turn of events, prompting him to transfer the money to Xiamin before departing, which now required explanation. Fortunately, he had communicated with Wang Gang in advance. Buzz, a notification chimed from his phone. Shi Wang glanced down to see a message from Wang Gang. I will be returning to headquarters tomorrow. The newly assigned officer is named Xiao Junjie and is expected to arrive by noon. Considering your resurgent situation, he may come to see you. Shi Wang stared at the chat window, unsure of how to respond. He understood that Wang Gang's departure signaled a grim fate. Thus, he chose not to reply. Mom, it's getting late. We should head home. Shi Wang was also curious about the new officer. To gather intelligence on the drum ghost, he needed to establish a good rapport with the newcomer. Upon returning home, Shi Wang wandered alone through the neighborhood. His current state does not allow him to remain still. Otherwise, he would succumb to overwhelming drowsiness. Even so, as he walks, Shi Wang often finds himself dozing off. He must quickly master the second ghost. His eyes, already watery from fatigue, began to well up. After yawning, he muttered to himself, if I don't awaken the fierce ghost, I might just perish. He truly feared falling asleep. Once his eyes closed, it would hasten the resurrection of nightmares. If he were to sleep for just a few hours, he might never awaken. Are you Shi Wang? Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. At first, he thought he misheard. It wasn't until the voice called out again that he turned to see a man shrouded in a hood, hands tucked into his pockets, head bowed, obscuring his features. This individual did not resemble anyone Shi Wang recognized. Furrowing his brow, he replied without hesitation, I am Wang Gang. You must have mistaken me. The hooded man hesitated. His next words caught in his throat, unsure of how to respond. After a few moments of silence, he observed Shi Wang yawning and turning to leave, prompting him to speak. Wang Gang is an officer of the Paranormal Containment Special Operations Team in Hangzhou City. You are not Wang Gang. You are Shi Wang. You are a senior from the 3rd high school, one of the survivors of the 5th-person paranormal incident, and also a ghost master. Shi Wang halted in his tracks. He ceased yawning, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the hooded figure, and asked in a low voice, Who are you to know so much about me? It was evident that this person had come prepared, clearly part of the ghost master community. Initially, Shi Wang thought it might be the new officer Xiao Junjie from Hangzhou City, but he quickly dismissed that idea. Xiao Junjie was not due to arrive until the following day, coinciding with Wang Gang's departure. Even if Xiao Junjie had arrived early, he would likely seek out Wang Gang, not Shi Wang. The hooded man noticed Shi Wang's wary expression and sneered ominously, not a bad kid. No wonder you've managed to survive despite Wang Gang's many deceptions. It seems you possess some capability. Whether I possess capability is uncertain, but my patience is limited. Shi Wang retorted, placing his hands in his pockets. I'll give you 3 seconds to reveal your identity and intentions. Otherwise, I will take action. Take action? The hooded man was taken aback. I've only spoken 2 sentences, and you're ready to act? Are you bragging? Can a ghost master act at will? A single action could lead to a fierce ghost's resurrection. Do you dare to act in your current state? With no one around. His words were free from the ears of passers-by. Yet, as he finished speaking, he saw Shi Wang draw a golden object from his pocket, aiming it at him. 1. Shi Wang, with an expression of indifference, pointed a golden pistol at the hooded man. His finger curled as if ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Goodness! Are you insane? The hooded man exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender. Calm down, I mean no harm. 2. Wang was determined not to be targeted by a stranger, especially one who had come seeking him. If the intent was malicious, he must act decisively. When Wenjing heard Wang call out 2, his finger was already poised to pull the trigger, prompting him to concede. All right, you win. My name is Wenjing. As he spoke, he removed his hood, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged man. Golden bullets cannot kill ghosts, but they are remarkably effective against ghost masters. Since ghost masters are part ghost and part human, a direct hit from a golden bullet to a vital area would leave the ghost unable to assist its host, resulting in actual death. I am here on behalf of the Cooperative Association. I wonder if you would be interested in a significant undertaking. Chapter 52. The Invitation of the Cooperative Association. The Cooperative Association? Wang furrowed his brow. The unfamiliar name sounded like that of an organization. Noticing that Wang had yet to lower his weapon, Wenjing cursed inwardly but maintained a smile. It's an organization formed by ghost masters banding together. You've interacted with Wang Gang, so you should understand that the Special Operations Team requires ghost masters to contain fierce ghosts. Whenever paranormal events arise within their jurisdiction, they must be on the front lines. However, the inherently short-lived ghost masters face accelerated ghost resurrection from dealing with such events, leading them to inevitable doom. Thus, many are reluctant to join the Special Operations Team. At this point, Wenjing flashed a smile at Wang. As far as I know, you have not joined the Special Operations Team. Choosing to live longer is a wise decision. Yet, Wang Gang probably thinks that as a high school student, you are naive and easy to manipulate, dragging you into paranormal events. The merits of containing fierce ghosts are his, while you bear the repercussions of resurrection. Simply put, he is exploiting you, taking advantage of your lack of power and influence. In Wenjing's words, Wang Gang had transformed into a villain who preyed upon the vulnerable. Seeing Wang remain silent, Wenjing continued. If you had a force that even the Special Operations Team feared backing you, no one would dare bully you. The Cooperative Association, composed of numerous powerful ghost masters, is the best choice for independent ghost masters. By joining us, not only will you access our information-sharing network, but you will also receive assistance in times of trouble. Even if the fierce ghost does resurrect, your family will be cared for by other members of the Cooperative Association. I am here to extend an invitation for you to join. Wenjing delivered his lengthy pitch, believing his words would resonate with the inexperienced high school student before him. To his surprise, Wang regarded him coolly before outright refusing. I'm not interested. Not interested? Wenjing was momentarily taken aback. This foolish high school student was not responding as he had anticipated. If Wang Gang could deceive Wang so easily, how could his enticing offer fail? Wang, did you not understand? We, the Cooperative Association. Before Wenjing could finish, Wang interrupted. Given your furtive appearance, this Cooperative Association must not be officially recognized. Wenjing narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Wang continued. And with so many powerful ghost masters, your Cooperative Association probably consists of only a handful of individuals, right? Perhaps just a few people gathered together for self-indulgence? You claim that if a fierce ghost resurrects, our families will be cared for. How? With your empty promises. Wenjing's expression darkened further. He gazed at Wang in disbelief. How do you know our organization consists of only a few individuals? Have you heard of the Cooperative Association before? Wang rubbed his forehead and replied slowly. It was a hypothesis before, but now it's confirmed. Wenjing's forehead throbbed with fury. You little brat, to be outsmarted by a high school student. He felt humiliated, yet he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was still on the receiving end of a gun, wasn't he? Wang, it seems we underestimated you. However, your cleverness is commendable. I extend a sincere invitation on behalf of the Cooperative Association. If you choose to join us and complete our tasks, you could earn several million as a reward. Enough to secure your future. Wenjing was confident that the allure of several million would tempt Wang. Yet, what kind of tasks could a group of ghost masters, operating outside official recognition, undertake to earn such wealth? After calmly analyzing the situation, Wang shook his head. I cannot fathom such tasks. Let me reiterate, I will not join. With that, he prepared to leave. He was not well versed in the workings of independent ghost master organizations and had no intention of joining one, especially one that initially concealed its members' identities, appearing far from trustworthy. Tian Wenjing discreetly let out a sigh of relief as he observed Wang Xiang stow away his firearm. However, he was still intent on persuading Xiang to participate in the mission of the Assistance Society. Xiang, I have heard that the vengeful spirits are on the verge of awakening. Perhaps within the next couple of days. Don't you wish to earn some extra money to ensure a stable life for your family? Wang Xiang turned back, casting a puzzled glance at Tian Wenjing. Who told you that I would be experiencing the awakening of vengeful spirits in the next few days? Tian Wenjing scoffed derisively. Still trying to deceive me? Someone who has been confined in the Special Operations Team's detention room for 2 consecutive days would not suddenly awaken without raising my suspicions. Recently, Wang Gang has been quite active, and everyone has noticed your proximity to him. So spare me the charade. You must be on the brink of awakening, right? Join the Assistance Society, complete the task, and I can guarantee you a minimum payout of 20 million. Curiosity piqued, Wang Xiang inquired, what is this task? You'll learn more once you join the Assistance Society and act alongside us. Tian Wenjing responded, hopeful that Xiang had taken the bait. However, before his smile could fully bloom, he watched as Wang Xiang turned and walked away. I'm not interested anymore. Leave me be. If you continue to bother me, I might interpret it as an ulterior motive. And I won't hesitate to take action. As Tian Wenjing observed Wang Xiang's departing figure, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, steely gaze. Such arrogance. Clearly, he has not faced the harsh realities of society. Very well. I shall wait until we complete our mission, and then I will teach him a lesson. With that, Tian Wenjing donned his hood and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Xiang had already dialed Wang Gang's number. A self-proclaimed member of the Assistance Society just approached me. What exactly is this Assistance Society? After pondering for a moment, Wang Gang replied, the Assistance Society? I haven't heard of it. The number of spirit tamers is quite limited, most of whom have joined the Special Operations Team, leaving few in the civilian sector. This Assistance Society is unfamiliar to me. What did they want from you? Wang Xiang recounted Tian Wenjing's words. I sensed he wasn't a good person, so I turned him down. However, the task they mentioned might warrant attention. Wang Gang's expression shifted to one of concern. Understood. I will have Liang Ruo investigate this individual immediately. Additionally, I will inform Xiao Junjie about this matter. He paused, adding, do not engage in any conflict with them. While most civilian spirit tamers are honest, there are some who are nefarious. Many of these individuals are on the verge of awakening vengeful spirits and act recklessly without regard for the consequences. Exercise caution in the coming days. I will dispatch personnel to monitor your vicinity and screen any suspicious individuals. Chapter 53. The Commissioner is dead. Tian Wenjing was the first unofficial spirit tamer Wang Xiang had encountered, and his impression was far from favorable. There was an unmistakable aura of lawlessness about him, who approaches others with a gun right off the bat. Perhaps it was time to consider joining the Special Operations Team. Wang Xiang had greater faith in official organizations. He had previously declined Wang Gang's invitation due to his impending awakening, but now that the Nightmare Spirit's awakening had been postponed, joining the Special Operations Team would allow him to access their resources and obtain information about the Night Watcher as swiftly as possible. Wang Gang was set to return to headquarters tomorrow, and the new spirit tamers may not be easy to deal with. Wang Xiang continued to wander outside for a while, during which he received a call from Zheng Shuren. Wang Xiang, how is your health? I'm all right for now, no major issues. That's good to hear. Zheng Shuren breathed a sigh of relief. I just heard that there was an incident at Sanzhong. It seems both teachers and students are in dire straits. This matter has been suppressed and hasn't spread widely, so I wanted to check on you. Wang Xiang did not conceal the truth from Zheng Shuren. A ghost appeared at Sanzhong, including myself. Only 4 of us survived. However, the ghost has been contained by Wang Gang. Zheng Shuren gasped audibly on the other end. Encountering that thing again? What is happening in the world? Wang Xiang, should we leave Hangzhou? If all else fails, we could return to the countryside. Zheng Shuren was well aware of the terror posed by ghosts. The helplessness he felt in the face of such entities still made him shudder at the thought. He longed for a place with fewer people, wishing to avoid any further encounters with such horrors. Leave Hangzhou? Wang Xiang was hesitant. Uncle Zheng, vengeful spirits are awakening all over the place. Leaving Hangzhou might not spare us from the same fate elsewhere. Moreover, the number of spirit tamers is already limited, most of whom are stationed in urban areas. The more remote the location, the slower the support from spirit tamers, which ironically diminishes the chances of survival. Upon hearing Wang Xiang's analysis, Zheng Shuren found it reasonable. All right, I suppose I'll stay in Hangzhou then. Will you be home tomorrow? I'd like to visit your mother with your aunt. Zheng Shuren wanted to see Wang Xiang in person to ascertain whether he was truly all right. Wang Xiang was unaware of Zheng Shuren's intentions, interpreting his visit as a genuine concern for his mother's well-being. My mother will be pleased to know Aunt Fong is coming. They are good friends from school, and Aunt Fong helped a lot during my mother's illness. After hanging up, Wang Xiang headed to the market to buy some ingredients in preparation for the next day. Upon returning home, he discovered that Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin were already present. Seeing Wang Xiang approach, Xie Min waved him over. Come here, your classmate has arrived. I was just about to call you back. Zhu Xiaofu lounged on the sofa, munching on oranges, completely at ease in his surroundings. Of course, he was no longer an outsider, having recognized Xie Min as his godmother. Although he often sensed that Xie Min was more animated around Su Yujin. As soon as Wang Xiang entered, the two women were engaged in lively conversation. Wang Gu, where have you been? Zhu Xiaofu sprang from the sofa, instantly losing interest upon seeing Wang Xiang. Why did you buy so many groceries? Just grab a snack. It's not necessary to go all out. Oh, and some hairy crabs. I know how to steam those. Seeing Zhu Xiaofu dash into the kitchen with the crabs, Wang Xiang chuckled in exasperation. Are you planning to stay for dinner, or what? You're really overstepping. Of course not. Zhu Xiaofu called back from the kitchen. My dad seems to have caught wind of the trouble at school, but doesn't know the specifics. I explained that there was a ghost causing chaos and nearly everyone was in danger. He didn't believe me and suggested transferring me to another school. Wang Gu, I'm terrified of school now. If I encounter another ghost without you around, wouldn't that be a death sentence? Moreover, he believed that the world would only grow more chaotic. Zhu Xiaofu glanced at Xie Min in the living room and lowered his voice. With the vengeful spirits awakening. By the time we graduate, who knows what kind of havoc the world will be in. I've made up my mind. I'm not going to school anymore. I'm going to start a business. Start a business? Wang Xiang exclaimed in disbelief, scrutinizing Zhu Xiaofu from head to toe. What is going on with you, Zhu Xiaofu? Zhu Xiaofu felt a bit uncomfortable under Wang Xiang's gaze. Wang Ge, just wait and see. In a few days, you'll be amazed. Sure. As long as you can keep it together for a few days, I'm curious to see what you have in store. Wang Xiang began preparing dinner, while Zhu Xiaofu assisted him, sharing some terrifying stories he had found online recently, like the last bus route leading to a funeral home during the night, or the ghost knocking on doors, or the ghost calling out to people on dark roads, and the infamous 13th step that doesn't exist at school, and the last door in the restroom. Wang Ge, you don't know until you search, but once you do, it's absolutely chilling. Do you believe these things truly exist? Shi Wang couldn't help but roll his eyes. If all the supernatural tales online were genuine, how many ghost tamers would the country need? Moreover, the resurgence of the supernatural phenomenon only began in the last 6 months, right? Many of the stories you mention have circulated for quite some time. Zhu Xiaofu, with a serious demeanor, responded, Wang Ge, I now believe they are all real. Once my entrepreneurial venture succeeds, I will purchase gold, an abundance of gold. I will construct a safe house and bring my godmother and my parents inside. Shi Wang couldn't resist giving Zhu Xiaofu a thumbs up. What ambition! After the family finished their meal, Zhu Xiaofu and Su Yujin prepared to head home. Shi Wang, it's getting late. You should escort Xiao Jin, Xie Min suggested, eager to facilitate a connection between Shi Wang and Su Yujin. Shi Wang was aware of Xie Min's intentions, yet he knew such a scenario was improbable. The trio descended to the ground floor, where Shi Wang insisted Zhu Xiaofu take a taxi home, but Zhu insisted on the subway. I fear encountering a ghost taxi at night. I will take the subway. Zhu Xiaofu strode towards the subway station. After Zhu Xiaofu departed, Shi Wang turned to Su Yujin. Shi Wang. Su Yujin noticed Shi Wang's gaze fixed upon her and slowly lowered her head, her small hands nervously fidgeting with her skirt. In recent days, whenever Su Yujin met with Xie Min, she appeared as an obedient girl, her voice softening. She was a stark contrast to the tempestuous girl from their school days. Shi Wang felt a twinge of nostalgia for their past school life, recalling how the three of them would surf the internet, engage in fights, and revel in joy together. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone. But now I am haunted by a vengeful spirit and may not have long to live. Do you understand what I mean? As dawn broke, Wang Gang, having spent the night awake, gathered his belongings and silently exited the confinement room. Outside, Liang Ruo, her eyes red from apparent tears, awaited alongside Wang Gang's loyal subordinates. Wang Gang's gaze swept over the crowd, and he felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. Take care, everyone. He clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, donned the hat Liang Ruo handed him, and promptly exited the Special Operations team. Salute, Liang Ruo commanded, and her colleagues and soldiers saluted Wang Gang's retreating figure. We thank Commissioner Wang for his contributions to Hang City, Liang Ruo called out after him. Once Wang Gang boarded his vehicle and departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Liang Ruo, somewhat dazed, returned to her desk. The thought that a comrade who had sacrificed his life to contain vengeful spirits was about to return to headquarters to await his fate filled her with a profound sense of injustice. Assistant Liang, according to the planned schedule, Commissioner Xiao Junjie is set to join the Special Operations team. Should we prepare for his arrival? Liang Ruo composed herself and replied, "Let us prepare a welcome. Subsequently, we must fully support the new commissioner in our efforts to contain the vengeful spirits." Hours slipped by, and soon it was 11 in the morning. Strange, it has been half an hour past the scheduled arrival time. What is going on? Let us check with the colleagues at the airport. Someone immediately made a call. Moments later, a panicked individual rushed to Liang Ruo, reporting, "Report, Assistant Liang. The newly arrived Commissioner Xiao Junjie. He has died." Chapter 54. Acting Officer what? Liang Ruo's pupils constricted upon hearing this news. What exactly happened? Explain clearly. The staff member promptly replied, "We just received a report from the airport staff. Commissioner Xiao Junjie's flight encountered a supernatural incident. During the crisis, the plane lost control and crashed. According to reports from the scene, there were no survivors." Upon hearing this, the members of the Special Operations team turned pale. The previous commissioner was on the verge of a vengeful spirit's resurgence, preparing to return to headquarters to await his demise. Now, the newly appointed commissioner had perished before even landing due to a supernatural event. This was certainly dire news for Hang City. Ghost tamers are not common commodities. It's not as simple as replacing one with another. Originally, Commissioner Wang had a month left to serve. However, due to the frequent supernatural occurrences, he was forced to retire a month early. As an acting officer, Xiao Junjie was promoted through special channels to join Hang City. With Xiao Junjie's demise, it would be challenging for headquarters to dispatch a new commissioner to Hang City promptly. It would take at least 3 to 5 days, if not longer. Given the current surge in supernatural events and the mysterious disappearance of the Night Watcher, Hang City faced a gap without a stationed ghost tamer. If a supernatural incident were to occur, who would be able to address it? Report to headquarters immediately and urge them to expedite the dispatch of a new commissioner. As the assistant to the ghost tamer, Liang Ruo assumed the role of the highest commander of the Special Operations team in the absence of the ghost tamer. While everyone else might panic, she could not afford to. Until the reassignment was finalized, everyone must fulfill their respective duties. But what if a supernatural event breaks out? Someone inquired. Hang City still has a ghost tamer who could potentially revive at any moment. It was clear to all that the person referred to was Shi Wang. Although Shi Wang was merely a high school student, his vengeful spirit possessed formidable power. According to the Special Operations team's assessment of the 822 Black Mist Ghost incident, if Shi Wang's vengeful spirit were to awaken, it would pose a significant threat. Liang Ruo turned to the questioner, her expression calm, and declared, "All supernatural events fall under the jurisdiction of the Supernatural Containment Special Operations team. If he revives, the Special Operations team will handle the containment." She sensed the fear reflected in the eyes of many. Raising her voice, she asserted, "Comrades, do not forget. The Supernatural Containment Special Operations team was initially established without ghost tamers. The original containment efforts were accomplished by comrades just like us. They succeeded, and so can we. And we must. Can we do it? Yes, yes, yes." The entire Special Operations team stood at attention, responding in unison. At Shi Wang's home, the atmosphere grew lively after Zheng Shuren and Wang Feng arrived. After dinner, Shi Wang and Zheng Shuren descended the stairs. "Shi Wang, you look unwell," Zheng Shuren remarked. Noticing the bloodshot eyes of Shi Wang, his expression filled with concern. "How long has it been since you last slept?" "A few days," Shi Wang replied with a resigned smile. "It's not a big issue. My body seems to be affected by the power of the black mist, even without sleep. It doesn't matter. I just feel mentally exhausted." Not sleeping was not overly burdensome on Shi Wang's body, but the prolonged mental fatigue troubled him greatly. He worried that at any moment, he might lose consciousness, shut down completely. Is there no way to resolve this? Zheng Shuren felt a sense of helplessness, wanting to help yet feeling powerless. Shi Wang smiled reassuringly. "I am currently searching for a solution." Zheng Shuren scratched his head and asked, "What about Commissioner Wang from the Special Operations team? Does he have any solutions?" "He is returning to headquarters this morning, as his vengeful spirit is about to awaken." "Ah." Zheng Shuren was taken aback. Just half a month ago, he seemed perfectly fine. Now, he was facing the resurrection of a vengeful spirit? Having encountered ghosts himself and remaining in contact with Shi Wang, he understood the dire consequences of such an event. After a sigh, Zheng Shuren found himself at a loss for words. Ding ling ling. The phone rang. Shi Wang took out his phone and glanced at the unfamiliar number. "Hello? Is this Shi Wang?" A somewhat familiar voice came through. prompting Shi Wang to frown and ask, "Assistant Liang Ruo?" "It's Liang Ruo." At that moment, Liang Ruo stood before a surveillance monitor, observing the criminals within, and informed Shi Wang, "Commissioner Wang Gang left the Special Operations Team this morning. I know. I didn't see him off, but I did send him a farewell message." Shi Wang found it odd. Surely, the call was not about that. As he suspected, Liang Ruo's subsequent words darkened Shi Wang's expression. The newly appointed Commissioner Xiao encountered a supernatural incident while en route, and there is now concrete evidence confirming the revival of a vengeful spirit. Currently, there is no exorcist stationed in Hangzhou. Following Commissioner Wang Gang's earnest recommendations and assessments from headquarters, it has been decided to appoint Mr. Shi Wang as the acting agent for Hangzhou. The rights of the acting agent are equivalent to those of a full agent, enabling the use of the entire resources of the Hangzhou Supernatural Containment Special Operations Team. Should there be a need for resources from headquarters, requests can be submitted and utilized upon approval. Furthermore, upon becoming an acting agent, Mr. Shi's family will receive special care from the honored family of heroes. Shi Wang, do you agree? After Liang Ruo finished speaking, she fell silent, holding her breath as she awaited a response from the other side. The others behind her were also waiting for news from Shi Wang. Half a minute later, a voice finally emerged from the microphone. What issues is Hangzhou facing? Liang Ruo's eyelids twitched. Indeed, this high school student was as calm and astute as Commissioner Wang Gang had described. Without her stating a word, he had already deduced that there was a problem in Hangzhou. However, upon reflection, it was perhaps precisely this reason that allowed Shi Wang to survive multiple supernatural events. He is an exorcist. Liang Ruo understood that if she did not clarify the situation, he would likely hesitate to agree to become the acting agent. There is an exorcist committing crimes in the city. Chapter 55. No agreement, no discussion for some reason. Upon hearing Liang Ruo mention that an exorcist was committing crimes in Hangzhou, an image of Tian Wenjing flashed through Shi Wang's mind. I wonder if you're interested in pulling off a big job? The tone and content of Tian Wenjing's words had always felt dubious. Shi Wang immediately inquired, "Have you investigated the exorcist who appeared in my neighborhood yesterday? Are you referring to the one who claimed to be from the Assistants Association and tried to recruit you?" Liang Ruo knew who Shi Wang was referring to. It's not him. His appearance and physique don't match. Moreover, this time, it is a gang operation. Shi Wang frowned, his tone slightly displeased. "Assistant Liang, can you please clarify your words?" He had initially thought there was only one person involved, but now Liang Ruo was indicating it was a gang operation. Noticing the change in Shi Wang's tone, Liang Ruo quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to withhold information. The target may have learned from some source that there is currently no exorcist commissioner stationed in Hangzhou, which emboldened them to commit crimes here. Our intention in inviting you as the acting agent is primarily to serve as a deterrent." Liang Ruo understood that if she didn't make things clear, Shi Wang might hang up at any moment. There had been instances in the past where criminals among exorcists had taken advantage of the transition periods between the Special Operations Team's personnel. However, as long as the Special Operations Agent Commissioner stepped forward to assert authority, those wanted criminals would immediately cease their activities. Even wanted exorcists would hesitate to confront the agents of the Special Operations Team. They too feared the revival of vengeful spirits. "I understand," Shi Wang replied, processing Liang Ruo's words, and asked solemnly, "If that is the case, why doesn't your Special Operations Team take direct action against them? Since those exorcists fear the revival of vengeful spirits, wouldn't you be equally at risk?" Liang Ruo sighed. Although they fear the revival of vengeful spirits, they are still exorcists, making it quite easy for them to deal with ordinary people. Even if the Special Operations Team were to mobilize, the losses would be substantial. Even disregarding the consequences of allowing those exorcists to revive vengeful spirits, managing the containment of such spirits afterward would be far more challenging. If you were to become the acting agent for the Hangzhou Special Operations Team, we could avoid the aforementioned situations. Shi Wang was an exorcist on the verge of revival. This fact would amplify his deterrence against other exorcists. Knowing that Shi Wang had only a short time left to live, it was unlikely other exorcists would willingly engage him in a deadly struggle. After Liang Ruo finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the line as Shi Wang weighed the pros and cons. His current condition was not as others perceived. He was not immediately facing revival. After being struck by the headless ghost, the extent of his revival had significantly diminished. As long as he refrained from sleeping and did not excessively utilize the powers of the nightmare ghost, beyond a diameter of 50 meters, he could manage to live for another month or two without issue. However, engaging with other exorcists posed too many uncertainties. Shi Wang would not underestimate any exorcist. Even if they were foolish or insane, The murderous instincts of the vengeful spirits within them were far from naive. Shi Wang did not wish to fall victim to another exorcist. However, the benefits of becoming the acting agent were numerous. He would have access to the full resources of the Hangzhou Supernatural Containment Special Operations Team. Should he require resources from headquarters, requests could be made and utilized upon approval. Not to mention, the authority of the Hangzhou Supernatural Containment Special Operations Team was immense. All departments were obliged to cooperate unconditionally with the operations of the Special Operations Team. Last time, when Wang proposed sealing off the area surrounding Miss Street and evacuating the populace, the Special Operations Team promptly contacted various government departments. The actual implementation of the blockade was carried out by other departments, while the Special Operations Team remained on the front line, observing the situation closely. I want to know, what do I gain by confronting enemies while risking revival? Shi Wang was not like Wang. He belonged to the type that required tangible benefits to be motivated. Merely possessing authority was insufficient to persuade him to act. He needed concrete interests. The right to utilize 50 kilograms of gold. Liang Ruo took a deep breath and continued. In the event of special circumstances, the amount can be increased. Due to the impending revival of vengeful spirits, the current price of gold had skyrocketed. Shi Wang checked the bank's gold bar prices and found they were approximately 694 yuan per gram. 50 kilograms amounted to a staggering 34 million. Is this the treatment afforded to official exorcists? Shi Wang moved his phone away, inhaling deeply under the puzzled gaze of Zheng Shuren. After calming himself, he brought the phone back to his ear and asked gravely, I have one question. How long will I hold the position of acting agent? If he guessed correctly, Liang Ruo was pushing him into a temporary role. Until a new agent or commissioner was appointed in Hangzhou, Shi Wang would serve to deter any malicious exorcists. That 34 million was essentially the Special Operations Team buying Shi Wang's life. According to their assessment of Shi Wang's impending revival, they believed it would occur within the next 3 to 5 days. Yet, Shi Wang did not share this view. If he were to be an agent, he could not be one who could be easily dismissed. Liang Ruo replied solemnly, although the acting agent is a temporary role, the actual authority is equivalent to that of a full agent. Exorcists are already in short supply, and we certainly hope you can continue in this position. While that was what she said, Liang Ruo understood full well that Shi Wang's time was limited. He could only last a few days before the revival would occur. After that, headquarters would have to find a way to assign a new agent to Hangzhou. After a moment of silence, Shi Wang set forth his conditions. First, the right to utilize 100 kilograms of gold. If you don't agree, then let us not discuss this further. Second, my term as acting agent. I cannot be removed as long as I am alive, and any exorcist dispatched afterward must serve as my subordinates. If you don't agree, then let us not discuss this further. Third, command authority over the Special Operations Team. In all matters concerning supernatural incidents, the Special Operations Team must follow my command. If you don't agree, then let us not discuss this further. The first condition was a demand for money, while the second and third were demands for power. Liang Ruo furrowed her brow upon hearing this. 100 kilograms of gold seemed excessively greedy to her. After all, she believed Shi Wang's term would only last 3 to 5 days. As for the second and third conditions, they were quite unreasonable. If a new commissioner or special envoy were to arrive in Hangzhou, were they to remain merely as Shi Wang's subordinates? Moreover, allowing a high school student to lead the Hangzhou Special Operations Team was something that could be ridiculed. Yet, Liang Ruo did not express any opposition. Even the headquarters liaison, who had been closely monitoring the situation, contemplated only the first condition upon hearing Shi Wang's demands. What difference would it make to agree to the second and third conditions when dealing with an exorcist on the verge of revival? This young man truly had the audacity to make such requests. The voice of the contact from headquarters conveyed no discernible tone as it reached Liang Ruo's ears through the headset. 100 kilograms of gold, promise him that. However, you must inform him that these conditions will only be fulfilled after he resolves the current issues at hand. Upon relaying this message to Shi Wang, he abruptly hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound from the receiver, Liang Ruo's mouth fell slightly open in astonishment. The contact at the other end also fell silent. Chapter 56. Agent Shi Wang, what happened? Zheng Shuren inquired after Shi Wang ended the call. Though he had been present, he had not heard the conversation. Only Shi Wang negotiating terms. Nevertheless, Zheng Shuren surmised that personnel from the Special Operations Team were in contact with Shi Wang. With Wang gone, various nefarious entities had emerged. Shi Wang did not hide the truth from Zheng Shuren. The Special Operations Team wanted him to handle a situation. This is unacceptable, Zheng Shuren exclaimed. unsure of the particulars but certain that the matter requiring Shi Wang's intervention involved something sinister. Shi Wang, let us steer clear of perilous tasks. If the sky were to fall, let someone tall bear the brunt of it. Looking at Zheng Shuren's concerned expression, Shi Wang smiled. Uncle Zheng, their approach to me is a sign that I am indeed that tall figure. You young man, Zheng Shuren chided with a glare. It's not the same. There are certainly those above you who can shoulder the burden, so you need not worry. You didn't agree to their terms, did you? Shi Wang tucked his phone into his pocket and sniffed. That depends on whether they agree to my conditions. However, I believe they will. As the special operations personnel are convinced that the time for the malevolent spirits to awaken is imminent. The second and third conditions were inconsequential. As for the 100 kilograms of gold, it merely represented an increased expenditure. For the special operations team, such a sum was not excessive. They were primarily concerned with the value of their investment. Shi Wang was not anxious about the situation, but the special operations team certainly was. Ding ding ding. Liang Rua's phone rang again. Once Shi Wang answered, Liang Rua promptly stated, "We have agreed to all conditions. The 100 kilograms of gold will be delivered to your location upon your arrival. The appointment letter for the agent will include the second and third conditions. If you agree, please arrive at the Daxia Bank on Xingcai Road within 10 minutes. 3 targets are currently trapped inside, and they are threatening the police with the lives of hostages." Shi Wang's eyes narrowed at this information. 3 spirit manipulators robbing a bank? For the gold? The Daxia Bank is a well-known institution in the country, and its Xingcai Road branch houses significant cash and gold reserves. He believed the perpetrators were indeed after the gold. That is correct, Liang Rua affirmed. I understand. Let us assess the situation on site. Shi Wang hung up and prepared to head to the destination. Shi Wang, where are you going? I'll drive you, Zheng Shuren offered, concerned for his safety. No, the upcoming operation involves spirit manipulators and may be dangerous. I cannot allow you to venture into such peril. As he reached the entrance of the community, a vehicle came to a stop in front of him. Agent Shi Wang, I am Lu Yuhang from the Special Operations Team. The burly man stepped out, presented his credentials, and respectfully stated, I will escort you to the Daxia Bank. Let us proceed. Shi Wang glanced at the credentials of the Supernatural Containment Special Operations Team before returning them. Uncle Zheng, you should head back. Shi Wang greeted Zheng Shuren from the car before rolling up the window. Lu Yuhang floored the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward at once. The situation had dragged on long enough. The emotions of the spirit manipulators were volatile, and Lu Yuhang dared not delay. While Shi Wang continued to communicate with Liang Rua, seeking information on the identities of the 3 spirit manipulators, he was disappointed to find no intelligence on malevolent spirits. The 3 spirit manipulators were not registered, leaving their specific abilities unknown. However, one had already displayed malevolent capabilities, able to expel vast amounts of water. Shi Wang sighed upon hearing Liang Rua's explanation. Is the intelligence system of the Special Operations Team truly this inadequate? 3 spirit manipulators, and not a single piece of information? Liang Rua remained silent, offering no reply. Shi Wang furrowed his brow, contemplating how to utilize his own powers to intimidate the trio. As long as the diameter of his dark mist domain remained below 50 meters, he would not accelerate the awakening of malevolent spirits. While rescuing hostages might not be effective, preserving his own life was paramount. Shi Wang still possessed a golden handgun with 6 remaining bullets, left unclaimed after the incident involving the malevolent spirits. This weapon posed a significant threat to spirit manipulators, but could easily provoke intense resistance. If he were to employ it, he would need to ensure a lethal shot. At the Daxia Bank, a major financial institution, the daily influx of clients was considerable. However, those seeking services today might have unwittingly disregarded the omens. The bank's doors had been sealed. Dozens of civilians and bank employees crouched in the hall, hands clasped over their heads, while a masked man wielded an assault rifle stood guard. His gaze swept menacingly over the hostages, as if ready to pull the trigger at the slightest hint of movement. The terrified captives dared not utter a word, and not far away, the bank manager, who had secretly triggered the alarm, lay lifeless, a pool of blood forming around him. Bang! Suddenly, 2 individuals burst from a room, each lugging a full backpack. One of them was drenched, appearing bloated, leaving a trail of water with every step. Boss! The masked man guarding the hostages called out to them. The area is surrounded. We cannot escape. The waterlogged man, upon hearing this, drew his handgun and aimed it at one of the men. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the man fell to the ground. Someone nearby could not suppress a scream. Bang! The scream was abruptly silenced. The waterlogged man gestured toward the 2 bodies on the floor. Throw them out. Relay our demands and clear a path. Although they had other means of escape, they preferred to avoid using their malevolent powers. They were there to make money, not to lose their lives. Otherwise, they would not have emerged when no spirit manipulators were on guard in Hang City. The third member, who had remained silent, looked at the bank manager's corpse and cursed. Damn it, if it weren't for this fool, we wouldn't have been surrounded so quickly. Enough complaining, the waterlogged man retorted. If you were willing to tap into your malevolent abilities, we would have fled by now. The man being addressed changed his expression. I believe it's not necessary at this moment. We are not yet at our breaking point. Utilizing our malevolent powers could awaken the spirits, and that would only create trouble for you, boss. Chapter 57. Is rescue necessary? What are you afraid of, you coward? The waterlogged man scolded, patting the backpack behind him. With this gold, they will reveal to us the means to fully control the malevolent spirits. Once we master that, we shall never have to fear their awakening again. As he spoke, the masked man and the gun-wielding man's eyes brightened with excitement at the prospect. The thought of completely mastering malevolent spirits sent shivers of exhilaration through them. With the abilities of spirit manipulators unrestricted, who could stand in their way? The Special Operations Team? Merely a jest. Boss, I will notify them to clear the way immediately. The gunman, brimming with enthusiasm, dragged the two corpses and opened the bank door. Lu Yuhang raced to the scene with Shi Wang at top speed. The Daxiao Bank was now encircled by law enforcement. Within the confines of the cordoned area stood police officers with grave expressions, while snipers were positioned atop vehicles and other high vantage points. Special police units launched fixed anchor points from adjacent buildings, traversing zip lines to infiltrate the upper echelons of the bank. Armed special police were poised at either side of the bank's entrance. Under such a meticulously orchestrated arrangement, the likelihood of an ordinary robber escaping was virtually non-existent. However, the individuals inside were not mere common criminals, but rather three formidable spirit manipulators. The presence of water stains and blood at the entrance indicated that someone had been injured, or even killed, mere moments before. When Lu Yuhang displayed his special operations credentials and escorted Shi Wang past the police line, the commanding officers at the scene were momentarily taken aback. I am Lu Yuhang, a member of the Special Operations Team, he declared, stepping back with the other team members to introduce Shi Wang. This is our leader, Operator Shi Wang from the Special Operations Unit. The prominent figures present observed Shi Wang with expressions of confusion. Was this truly the individual dispatched by the Special Operations Team to resolve the current crisis? He appeared far too young, resembling a mere high school student. Despite their inner doubts, they maintained a facade of composure. Among them, only Captain Zhang Yang of the Special Police possessed a modicum of understanding regarding spirit manipulators and malevolent spirits. I am the commander on site, Zhang Yang. He introduced himself, his square jaw and prominent brow exuding authority, though his furrowed brow suggested he was deeply troubled. Shi Wang could discern the captain's evident distress regarding the situation. Zhang Yang saluted Shi Wang and gravely stated, Operator Shi Wang, I am here to report the latest developments. He was unconcerned with Shi Wang's youth. The robbers were exceptionally reckless, having already claimed the lives of several hostages and even a few special police officers. As long as Shi Wang could address the current predicament, he was willing to follow his lead without hesitation. Upon receiving the alarm, we promptly arrived on the scene and formed a perimeter. The three robbers are not particularly skilled and have made significant blunders in their actions. Their behavior resembles that of characters from a crime film. Typically, they would not pose a serious threat. Even armed, our special police could neutralize them while ensuring the safety of the hostages. Yet, we underestimated the robbers. As Zhang Yang spoke, his expression darkened. Under my command, our special police initiated an operation. In the instant of action, the three robbers were locked onto by our units and fired upon. Shi Wang raised an eyebrow, interrupting, the robbers were not killed, yet your men encountered an incident. Zhang Yang opened his mouth, eventually articulating, I am certain my soldiers did not miss their targets. He distinctly recalled hearing confirmation of hits through his earpiece from the three squads. Yet, inexplicably, the targets remained unharmed. Reflecting on that moment, Zhang Yang found it utterly perplexing. Moreover, all the special police suddenly began to vomit. The volume of their expulsion was far beyond normal retching. It was as though their bodies were connected to a vast reservoir. Some even expelled rotting flesh and bone. Within mere seconds, the operatives on the scene had perished. As Zhang Yang recounted this, his eyes brimmed with guilt. Had he recognized sooner that these individuals were not ordinary robbers and contacted his special operations colleagues ahead of time, many lives could have been spared, preventing the robbers from executing hostages in retaliation. While listening to Zhang Yang's report, Shi Wang continued to assess the situation around him. The rows of special police bodies laid out on stretchers were dragged back from the entrance of the bank. Shi Wang glanced at them before turning to Zhang Yang, inquiring, How many hostages are still inside? Zhang Yang's expression hardened. At least 40, but I cannot ascertain how many are still alive. Moreover, with the passage of time, we are unaware of the robber's current status. 40, you say? Shi Wang stroked his chin, then looked back at Lu Yuhang. Is it imperative that we rescue these hostages? Huh. Lu Yuhang, sensing the undertone in Shi Wang's voice, broke into a cold sweat. Operator Shi Wang, they must be saved. If we fail to rescue them, how will we account for this to our superiors and the families of the victims? Excellent. Shi Wang produced a golden handgun and handed it to Lu Yuhang. You take a team and rescue the hostages while eliminating the 3 robbers. Lu Yuhang felt his mind go blank. He received the golden handgun, only to point at himself in astonishment moments later. Me? With a swift motion, Liang Ruo approached from behind, snatching the golden handgun from Lu Yuhang's grasp while shooting him an admonishing glare. You lack the capability. Why would you take such a weapon? Liang Ruo, having had prior dealings with Zhang Yang, exchanged nods with him. Zhang Yang seemed poised to ask something, but Liang Ruo stepped in front of Shi Wang before he could speak. Operator Shi Wang, please take care. Shi Wang glanced at the gun but did not immediately accept it. Instead, he reiterated his earlier question. Is it absolutely necessary to rescue the hostages? Liang Ruo took a deep breath, addressing Zhang Yang earnestly. In special circumstances, we must adopt a special approach. Operators may make autonomous decisions as long as they ensure their own safety. Furthermore, you are our highest commander. Your decisions require no consensus from us. She understood Shi Wang's intentions. There were 3 spirit manipulators inside the bank, while Shi Wang was alone. Facing 3 opponents was inherently an extreme disadvantage. Requiring Shi Wang to guarantee the safety of the hostages would be tantamount to sending him to his demise. Even if Wang Gang were present, he could not guarantee the safety of the hostages. Liang Ruo's explanation implied her acceptance of the fact that the hostages might not be salvaged. Captain Zhang Yang, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Had the situation deteriorated to such an extent? Operator Shi Wang, how about I personally lead a team to assist you? Perhaps we could rescue the hostages. Zhang Yang's perspective was different. He was eager to save the hostages. Shi Wang shook his head. Captain Zhang, I understand your concern for the people. However, you are not fully aware of the identities of the 3 inside. If we proceed carelessly, we risk the lives of hundreds, thousands, or even more. Moreover, confronting them carries my own life at stake. Engaging them while encumbered by their safety is no different from courting death. With that, Shi Wang reclaimed the golden handgun and accepted a backpack from a special operations team member behind Liang Ruo, advancing toward the entrance of the bank under the scrutiny of all present. Chapter 58. Instant kill. Zhang Yang instinctively moved to intercept as he witnessed Shi Wang advancing alone. The robbers inside were armed with A-class weaponry. What could Shi Wang's handgun possibly achieve? The gold might even provoke the robbers' malice. Captain Zhang, from this point forward, the special operations team will take command, Liang Ruo interjected, positioning herself between Zhang Yang and Shi Wang. She produced a document and handed it to Zhang Yang. Addressing the nearby special police officers, I hope everyone will cooperate. All subsequent actions will be directed by our special operations team. The nearby special police officers appeared bewildered. Were these special operations personnel truly so formidable? A mere handful had arrived, yet they intended to command all the officers on site. However, upon seeing the document in Liang Ruo's hands, Zhang Yang immediately saluted her. Assistant Liang, we assure you of our cooperation. Yes, Captain Zhang may continue to command. But during critical moments, please adhere to our operator's directives, Liang Ruo replied, shifting her attention back to Shi Wang as he approached the bank's entrance. Zhang Yang understood that the special operations team was an exceptional organization, yet he remained apprehensive as he observed Shi Wang's retreating figure. A group of heavily armed men stood behind, allowing a mere high school student to lead the charge. What sort of madness was this? Little did he know that the situation within the bank was one they truly could not handle. Shi Wang concealed the golden handgun behind his back, simultaneously enveloping himself in a thin layer of dark mist that cloaked his form. Do not be misled by the mere veil of mist. It signifies a domain. Even if someone were to fire upon Shi Wang, they would scarcely land a shot. Shi Wang's audacity to approach the bank's entrance is not without preparation. Without the need to rescue hostages, the focus lies solely on the 3 spirit controllers. Provided the adversary lacks a domain, and if one possesses a domain yet exercises caution, confronting them is not a formidable challenge. Observations indicate a 95% likelihood that the 3 spirit controllers lack a domain. The domain of a vengeful spirit is an insurmountable entity for both ordinary individuals and spirit controllers alike. Once ensnared within a vengeful spirit's domain, Without an equivalent domain to counter or a means to dismantle the domain, one is doomed to perish within its confines. During a conversation with Wang, the latter had remarked that there are few who master the power of vengeful spirits. However, since his debut, Wang has encountered numerous entities, such as the Black Mist Ghost, Headless Ghost, Fifth Person, and Bell Ringer, all of whom possess domains. If the 3 spirit controllers within the bank had a domain, they would have already utilized it to escape. Their objective is gold, not engaging in a cat-and-mouse game with special police. They are likely preoccupied with devising a method to transport the gold. As Wang halted approximately 20 meters from the bank's entrance, the closed bank doors began to rise. Clad in a black-faced mask and adorned with an A around his neck, Sun Yin bore 2 corpses, using his arm to push open the glass door, preparing to discard the bodies. In the blink of an eye, a swirling mass of black mist materialized before him. Before Sun Yin could react, a golden handgun emerged from the mist, pressed against his forehead. Bang! Golden bullets are impervious to supernatural forces, and such forces cannot impede them. Although their lethality against vengeful spirits is limited, they are sufficient to deal with spirit controllers. At present, Wang can utilize the Black Mist domain for a short duration, covering a diameter of 50 meters. His current position, 20 meters from the bank entrance, conveniently falls within this range. Wang harnessed the expanding black mist to instantaneously appear before the masked figure, landing a shot squarely in his forehead. Spirit controllers are merely ordinary individuals endowed with supernatural powers. A bullet to the forehead results in immediate death. In his final moments, Sun Yin remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Although he had become a spirit controller, he lacked substantial combat experience and talent. Wang intended to catch the other 2 spirit controllers off guard with his firearm. However, they managed to react in time. After 2 consecutive misses, Wang holstered his pistol. A single golden bullet costs nearly 100,000. It is quite precious. Having fired 6 bullets, only 3 remain. He would need to seek reimbursement from the organization afterward. Wang initially intended to enter the bank, but upon witnessing a glimmer of gold beside a column inside, he instinctively ducked behind the wall adjacent to the entrance. Bang! A gunshot shattered the glass doors. The presence of a golden handgun weighed heavily on Wang's heart. His adversary also wielded a golden handgun, complicating matters significantly. If he could eliminate a spirit controller with a golden handgun, his enemy could do the same to him. The black mist, formed by supernatural forces, cannot withstand golden bullets. As Wang concealed himself behind the wall, a figure known as Waterstain Man, hiding behind a column in the bank lobby, erupted in expletives. Damn it! Isn't there a lack of spirit controllers in Hang City now? Who was that just now? Everything was meticulously planned, yet there are so many blunders. This is entirely contrary to our expectations. According to his assumptions, a Hang City devoid of spirit controllers resembled a widow's house, with open doors at night. A trio of spirit controllers should be able to enter and exit at will. He could not fathom that the special forces would risk lives for mere tens of millions or billions of gold. Furthermore, the consequences of 3 individuals in the city center during the resurgence of vengeful spirits would also warrant consideration by the special forces. However, Waterstain Man had not anticipated that, at the final moment, a spirit controller would emerge, one who had already claimed a companion's life. Sun Yin was dead. Waterstain Man's accomplice, Tian Wenjing, concealed herself behind another column. If Wang were to see Tian Wenjing, he would notice that she appeared significantly more gaunt compared to the Tian Wenjing who had invited him the previous day. One could hardly discern her identity based on her physique. At this moment, Tian Wenjing's perspective revealed Sun Yin's corpse, which was now trembling incessantly. Moreover, the hair on the corpse was inexplicably growing at an alarming rate. In a brief span, it had covered the entire body and continued to spread outward. This is dire. The ghost within him is about to awaken. Although Sun Yin was killed by the external spirit controller in a single encounter, the vengeful spirit within him is no trifling matter. If it were to fixate on him, even if he survived, the vengeful spirit's awakening would lead to his consumption. Damn it, the external spirit controller has killed Sun Yin. Should we not contain the situation? Waterstain Man, Sun Yao, also observed the state of Sun Yin's corpse, his expression shifting dramatically. Wait, I think I may know who it is out there. Tian Wenjing recalled the black mist from earlier and shouted toward the outside. Wang, is that you out there? Regardless of the situation, you must contain Sun Yin's corpse first. If the hair ghost awakens, we could all be in peril. Let's discuss everything once you've contained the hair ghost, shall we? Chapter 59. Huh? Wang recognized a familiar voice from within. It seemed to belong to the spirit controller, Tian Wenjing, who had sought him out yesterday. Wang unleashed the black mist once more, enveloping Su Nian's corpse at the bank entrance. Black mist even began to infiltrate the lobby. Within the backpack provided by the special forces, there was a golden bag intended for containing vengeful spirits. However, Wang did not rush forward immediately. He had little faith in the spirit controllers inside. As anticipated, Su Miao, hiding within, observed the encroaching black mist, and a glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. Relying on memory, he aimed at the position of Su Nian's corpse and fired several rounds from his golden handgun. Only when the bullets ran out did Su Miao cease firing. "Su, what are you doing?" Tian Wenjing's face paled at this sight. The moment the gunfire erupted, whether it hit or missed, the opportunity for negotiation between them and Wang had evaporated. "Old Tian, we've come this far. Do you intend to give up?" Su Miao retorted sharply. What of Wang? Just a kid. Does he think wielding a vengeful spirit with a domain makes him invincible? He eliminated Su Nian right away, clearly intending to wipe us all out. Do you believe he would show us mercy? Upon hearing Su Miao's analysis, Tian Wenjing was jolted into awareness. The instantaneous execution of Su Nian had left her momentarily stunned. Wang's immediate aggression towards Su Nian undoubtedly indicated that he had no intention of holding back. This little brat. Anger surged within Tian Wenjing. If he seeks our lives, he must possess the capability to do so. Su Miao and Tian Wenjing fixated their gazes on the black mist at the entrance. Outside the bank, Wang activated his earpiece, communicating with Liang Ruo. One of the 3 spirit controllers inside is Tian Wenjing, a member of the Cooperative Society who sought me out yesterday. Did you not notice? What? Liang Ruo was taken aback. Upon discovering the spirit controllers at the bank, she immediately associated them with Tian Wenjing from the Cooperative Society. Given that she had come yesterday and now appeared involved in a bank heist, it was only natural for her to be the prime suspect. Yet their physiques were entirely dissimilar. We compared the body types of the robbers. Tian Wenjing does not match any of the 3 spirit controllers. How could Tian Wenjing be inside? Hearing Liang Ruo's response, Wang furrowed his brow. Is there some supernatural force capable of altering one's form? Wang ceased pondering Tian Wenjing's situation. After the gunfire within subsided, he approached the lifeless body of Su Nian at the bank entrance. Within the realm of the black mist, Wang could clearly observe the happenings outside, while those outside remained oblivious to the circumstances within the black mist. Thus, Su Miao and Tian Wenjing concealed themselves behind the barricade, fearing to reveal themselves. Was it a ghost associated with hair? Wang observed the hair on the corpse lying on the ground, slowly entangling the entire body, and immediately retrieved a golden bag from his backpack. The malevolent spirit was on the verge of revival. It was imperative to contain it at once. He should have secured the body in the golden bag immediately. However, the ghost master within posed a threat with a golden pistol, intent on eliminating Wang. This delay was thus unavoidable. As it was Wang's first encounter with containing a malevolent spirit, he remained exceedingly vigilant. Unlike Wang Gang, who could suppress the spirit, Wang had to guard against sudden attacks. Fortunately, the spirit's revival was rather slow when he managed to envelop the body with the golden bag. The hair ghost did not strike. He succeeded. Cautiously, after securing the corpse in the golden bag, Wang promptly contacted Liang Ruo outside. Liang Ruo quickly dispatched 2 pre-prepared Special Forces soldiers into the black mist. Soon, they emerged dragging the golden bag and proceeded to seal its opening. The nearby SWAT officers were left utterly astonished. The SWAT captain, Zhang Yang, was equally bewildered. Given his position, he grasped some knowledge about matters unknown to ordinary people. For instance, the full name of the Special Forces team was the Supernatural Containment Task Force. Yet, Zhang Yang's understanding was superficial. He was aware of supernatural occurrences, but lacked insight into their specifics or how to contain them. Now he was enlightened. The seemingly ordinary high school student, Wang, was capable of conjuring a cloud of black mist. Was this within the realm of human capability? Assistant Liang, does this bag contain the robber? Zhang Yang, regaining his composure, inquired of Liang Ruo. Do you require our assistance? Liang Ruo shook his head. You cannot assist at this moment, for it contains a ghost. A ghost? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Was it he who had lost his sanity, or was it Liang Ruo? How could a ghost suddenly appear? Yet, upon witnessing Liang Ruo's grave expression and the swirling black mist at the bank's entrance, Zhang Yang understood one thing. It was not he who had lost his mind, nor Liang Ruo. It was the world that had gone mad. At the bank's entrance, after Wang had contained the corpse, he began to manipulate the mist into the bank's lobby. The chilling mist swiftly surged inside. Wang, don't push your luck. Su Miao realized that the bullets had not struck Wang as the mist began to invade the lobby, and the adversary was preparing to enter. Once they stepped into Shi Wang's realm of black mist, their situation would become perilous. But how could Shi Wang heed the enemy's warnings? The more they resisted the entry of the black mist, the faster it spread. Damn it, this fellow was determined to eliminate us. As the black mist approached within mere 5 to 6 meters of Su Miao's hiding place, he exchanged a glance with Tian Wenjing. Let us eliminate him. We are all ghost masters here. Who fears whom? Su Miao's somewhat swollen body trembled, and the water within him increased. Moments later, he opened his mouth. Ugh! With the sound of retching, a torrent of murky water erupted from Su Miao's mouth. His expression was one of agony, for he expelling not only water but also a multitude of twisted seaweed and putrid flesh. As these substances surged from his throat, Su Miao nearly suffocated. The foul water swiftly spread across the floor. A nearby hostage accidentally touched the spreading water and suddenly collapsed into it, clutching his throat in anguish. Soon, his body began to swell, resembling a corpse that had been submerged for days. He then began to vomit as Su Miao had, expelling a deluge of filthy water mixed with decaying fragments of flesh. The sheer volume of vomit clogged his throat, and as the hostage perished, his neck had swollen to twice its size. Ah, a ghost. The other hostages, witnessing this scene, found it hard to maintain their composure. Almost everyone was fleeing in terror. Only a few remained frozen in place, not out of calmness, but sheer shock. Some even lost control of their bladders from sheer fright. The spreading murky water showed no regard for whether people were fleeing in panic or paralyzed with fear. Anyone who made contact with it began to retch. The water in the lobby continued to multiply. Now, half of the lobby, near the entrance, was shrouded in Shi Wang's black mist, while the other half was covered in pools of foul water. Cough, cough. Su Miao, violently coughing as he saw the water encroaching into the black mist, felt a surge of hope. As long as this water reached Shi Wang, it would signal the latter's demise. Tian Wenjing, quickly use your ghost fire to disperse his mist. Chapter 60. Ghost fire resists the domain. The ghost within Su Miao was a drowned spirit, allowing him to expel vast quantities of water from his body. However, with each use of the drowned spirit's power, Su Miao's body was increasingly eroded by the supernatural. Initially, he merely sweated profusely, but now his body perpetually oozed water, becoming swollen. The ghost within Tian Wenjing was ghost fire, which could corrode nearly everything except gold. The bank's vault door, housing gold, decayed rapidly under the assault of the ghost fire. Were it not for Su Miao and Tian Wenjing's inability to carry much gold, they could have emptied the vault of its contents. You little rascal, this is your own doing. With a firm resolve, Tian Wenjing ignited flames in both hands. The flames glowed an eerie green, exuding a chilling aura. The moment the flames appeared, they surged outward. The floor tiles turned ashen at a visible pace, disintegrating into powder under Tian Wenjing's touch. Under her command, the ghost fire swiftly advanced toward the black mist. Upon witnessing the attack, Shi Wang in the black mist furrowed his brow. Su Miao's supernatural power could not penetrate the black mist domain, but Tian Wenjing's ghost fire could scorch it. What kind of fire is this, capable of burning even the domain? Shi Wang's expression darkened as he hastily retreated from the ghost fire. The black mist that was singed revealed the lobby's original form, and the surrounding foul water surged forward. With their combined efforts, Shi Wang was even forced to step back. No, I cannot retreat. Shi Wang noticed that the ghost fire's burning range was limited to a mere dozen meters, and with gritted teeth, he pressed further into the lobby. The black mist, centering around Shi Wang, surged violently into the lobby, instantly cloaking a vast area in darkness. As Shi Wang stepped upon the waterlogged floor, the water did not react. Although he was standing on the water Su Miao had expelled, he was in the space of the black mist domain, overlapping with reality but not intersecting. Thus, the drowned spirit's water could not attack Shi Wang. Damn it, he has entered. Upon realizing that the water within the mist did not assault Shi Wang, Su Miao shouted to Tian Wenjing, your ghost fire counters his black mist. At this point, hold nothing back. Tian Wenjing's face had turned pale, her muscles twitching as if enduring the agony of being burned. The source of the ghost fire consumed her. Each time she wielded the ghost fire, she bore the searing pain, and it even consumed parts of her body. This was why she appeared thinner than the previous day after burning the vault door. Seeing Tian Wenjing still hesitating while Shi Wang's black mist closed in on them, Su Miao shouted again, once we finish this job, those people will reveal to us the method to completely master the malevolent spirits. Then, we won't have to worry about the revival of these spirits. Seemingly to prove he was not a threat to Tian Wenjing, Su Miao once more summoned the power of the malevolent spirit. Instantly, the entire lobby turned cold and damp. Water began to seep down from the ceiling. as if the room were experiencing a rainstorm. The ordinary people who had scattered into the corners moments ago were now drenched in the foul liquid. Soon, they began to collapse to the ground, retching. A few panicked individuals stumbled into Shi Wang's realm of black mist, managing to survive by sheer luck. However, most had avoided the black mist while fleeing, perceiving it as ominous as the water pooling on the floor. They believed that being splashed by the tainted water would unleash supernatural forces upon them. Shi Wang cast a glance, but chose not to dwell on it. Su Miao's supernatural powers were undeniably formidable. If it were Wang Gang, it would have taken considerable effort. Yet for Shi Wang, who possessed a domain, such assaults were futile. His only concern was Tian Wenjing's ghostly flames. Tian Wenjing, what are you waiting for? Su Miao, having overexerted the powers of the vengeful spirit, felt the entity stirring within him. A pale, ghostly hand threatened to emerge from his throat. Su Miao's eyes rolled back, but he summoned every ounce of strength to shove the hand back down. Should it escape his mouth, it would signify his revival. Seeing Su Miao's desperate struggle, Tian Wenjing no longer held back. Burn! With a thunderous roar, the ghostly green flames in Tian Wenjing's grasp erupted as if doused in gasoline, instantly engulfing him. His entire being was cloaked in the flames, his flesh seemingly serving as fuel. You forced me into this. I shall end you. Tian Wenjing charged forth from behind cover, plunging into the black mist. His current state could not be sustained for long. He had to eliminate Shi Wang swiftly. Bang! As soon as Tian Wenjing emerged, a bullet struck him. He glanced down at the wound on his chest, and with a gesture, flames surged forward into the black mist. The bullet had hit, yet it was not fatal. Moreover, for Tian Wenjing, who had already unleashed his supernatural powers, even a fatal injury would not spell his end. Thus, he dared to charge out. Boom! The black mist ignited instantaneously, illuminating a significant portion of the hall's darkness. The ghostly green flames spread rapidly. Die! Die! Tian Wenjing raged, incinerating everything within the hall. Su Miao, wishing to avoid collateral damage, retreated to the back. Under the searing ghost flames, the water in the hall ignited. Damn it! Wasn't it said that Shi Wang was on the verge of reviving the vengeful spirit? How can his black mist domain persist for 1 or 2 minutes? Su Miao pondered in confusion. Shi Wang's current state bore no resemblance to that of a spirit master on the brink of revival. Even the initial control of a vengeful spirit did not last this long. Fortunately, Tian Wenjing's ghost flames countered Shi Wang's black mist domain. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to escape. As Su Miao witnessed the black mist in the hall nearing incineration, a flicker of hope crossed his face. Shi Wang had blocked the stairway with black mist upon entering, leaving Su Miao and his companion with no escape route. Once the black mist dissipated, Shi Wang would appear in reality, impervious to the ghost flames, while the tainted water would swiftly corrode him. Shi Wang was indeed in a precarious situation. The ghost flames countered his domain. However, this only applied to the domain Shi Wang could control. At this moment, even if he wished to flee, Tian Wenjing would likely not permit his escape. Shi Wang's gaze sharpened, and black mist began to surge violently from within him. If so, I shall no longer restrain the powers of the nightmare ghost for a brief period. Indeed, fighting a spirit master without incurring some cost was impossible. The black mist, reduced to mere cubic remnants, suddenly exploded in the center of the hall. The pervasive black mist enveloped the entire space. The overwhelming darkness plunged Su Miao's heart into dread. Tian Wenjing, engulfed in ghost flames, felt a jolt of alarm. What is happening? How can his black mist domain still expand? Has Shi Wang's vengeful spirit revived? Tian Wenjing considered this possibility gravely. According to the intelligence received, Shi Wang's revival was expected within days. Shi Wang was dead, yet his vengeful spirit had awakened. Where are you? We must retreat. Tian Wenjing called back to Su Miao, but received no response. Was it due to the domain's influence? A change washed over Tian Wenjing's face. The domain of a true vengeful spirit was far more potent than that of a spirit master. If they did not exit soon, once Shi Wang's vengeful spirit fully revived, escape would be impossible. Tian Wenjing resolved to abandon Su Miao. With ghost flames blazing around him, he charged toward the bank's entrance. Su Miao, in that moment, wished to flee, but found himself utterly trapped. Shi Wang, risking the revival of the vengeful spirit, expanded the domain's reach. Under the eerie influence of the nightmare ghost, the bodies in the hall began to stir. Some lunged at the fleeing Tian Wenjing, while others pounced upon Su Miao. As Su Miao felt something grip him, his body froze. An inexplicable force rendered him immobile. He hastily expelled the tainted water in a bid for self-preservation. But just as he opened his mouth, a hand from the darkness covered it. Another hand forced his eyelids shut. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a state of terror. Su Miao nearly lost his sanity when he suddenly felt the hand over his eyes withdraw. He immediately opened his eyes, expecting darkness to surround him, only to find a somewhat youthful boy standing before him, arms crossed. Wang. The name flashed in Su Miao's mind before he lost consciousness, his body collapsing to the ground. Chapter 61. Executing orders. Wang had harnessed the nightmare ghost during the construction site incident. Following that, he encountered the school incident involving the fifth person and the Misty Street event with the bell-ringing ghost. However, it was the first time he applied the killing patterns of the nightmare ghost. Ghosts could thwart the killing patterns of other ghosts, but for humans, the ghost's killing patterns were absolute. Once triggered, even a spirit master would meet instant death. Su Miao was unable to resist using the drowned ghost's eerie powers before his demise. The water from the drowned ghost on Su Miao's person was certainly not something to be handled lightly. However, by utilizing the ghostly servants of the nightmare ghost's black mist domain for contact, there was no issue. Wang retrieved another golden bag from his backpack to contain Su Miao's corpse. He sensed that if the drowned ghost were to revive, the terror would be immense. Fortunately, no one interrupted Wang's collection efforts this time. However, the gunfire from outside indicated a confrontation between Tian Wenjing and the special police. Swiftly securing the corpse and tightening the bag's opening, Wang promptly instructed Liang Rua to arrange for the team at the molten bag's opening. Wang, are you alright? Liang Rua expressed surprise upon receiving Wang's directive. I will arrange for people to enter immediately. The black mist within the bank hall had dissipated. Wang had overexerted the powers of the vengeful spirit this time. The black mist domain had expanded, and ghostly servants had been created, triggering the nightmare ghost's killing patterns. The once low revival rate of the nightmare ghost had become restless. Wang even sensed the nightmare ghost attempting to compel him to close his eyes. Although the influence was minor, he could feel it was caused by the nightmare ghost. After the black mist cleared, only 9 hostages who had entered the black mist remained alive. The rest lay lifeless in the hall. Whether it was the powers of the drowned ghost wielded by Su Miao or the ghost flames of Tian Wenjing, neither could be endured by ordinary individuals. When Liang Rua entered with her 2 teammates, the sight of the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, alongside the survivors cowering in the corners, trembling and weeping, sent chills down her spine. The once opulent bank hall now resembled a haunted house, shrouded in an eerie decay. The pungent stench of rot was nearly overwhelming. One of the Special Forces members accompanying Liang Rua nearly retched at the scene, as the condition of the corpses mirrored that of the fallen officer who had succumbed to vomiting. Some bodies had decayed to mere skeletons, their flesh consumed entirely by ghostly flames, leaving behind a skeletal structure that seemed to have struggled in great agony before death. Others lay near Wang. Liang Rua noted that the piled-up, putrid corpses bore a resemblance to those from the construction site incident. Quickly seal the bags of gold, Wang instructed, gesturing towards the bags at his feet, prompting the Special Forces members to spring into action. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang inquired, I heard gunfire earlier. The one wielding ghostly flames is not to be trifled with. What is the extent of the casualties? Liang Rua responded promptly, report, officer. Just now, a ghost master emerged from the black mist, engulfed in eerie green flames. The Special Forces attempted to stop him, but ordinary bullets were ineffective. He destroyed other vehicles with his ghostly flames and made off with one. Approximately 20 Special Forces members were affected by the ghost flames. She continued, golden bullets can pose a threat to ghost masters. However, according to regulations, only the ghost masters of the Special Forces are permitted to wield golden handguns. This is because they are the true frontline personnel who have such a need, and ordinary individuals cannot safeguard a golden handgun. In a scenario like today, if ordinary members of the Special Forces were equipped with golden handguns, they could easily be overpowered by Tian Wenjing, jeopardizing the safety of the ghost masters. After detailing the external situation, Liang Rua opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated. Wang seemed to intuit her unspoken thoughts and remarked as they moved outside. Tian Wenjing's ghost flames can burn through my black mist. Even when risking the awakening of vengeful spirits to expand my domain, he still managed to break free. I cannot contain him. Wang refused to bear the burden of the dead hostages and fallen officers, as long as those around him were unharmed. Everything else was merely a matter of self-interest. Yet, Wang was not so aloof as to neglect the need for clear communication with his future subordinates. Upon hearing his explanation, Liang Rua's expression shifted to one of understanding. The sudden expansion of the black mist had led her to believe that Wang had awakened a vengeful spirit. Now she comprehended that despite Wang's focus on self-interest, he still committed himself fully to his work, even at the risk of awakening vengeful spirits. No wonder Wang Gang had fervently advocated for Shi Wang to become an acting officer. Officer Shi Wang, what shall we do now? Liang Ruo asked, hastening to catch up with him. Under normal circumstances, we need to manage the scene and contain the information to prevent the spread of news regarding the vengeful spirits. Initially, we brought Shi Wang here to intimidate the Ghost Master fugitives so they would retreat. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to contain 2 of the 3 fugitives in one fell swoop. Shi Wang has already exceeded his mission. You can handle the aftermath. This is your forte. I will take care of the fleeing Ghost Master. Since I established conditions upon becoming an officer, I will not leave matters half-finished. Prepare a vehicle for me, maintain communication, and report Tian Wenjing's location at all times. Shi Wang glanced back at Liang Ruo, raising an eyebrow. Don't tell me with such a large target, you will lose track of him. Liang Ruo widened her eyes at Shi Wang. Despite the ghost flames countering Shi Wang's black mist, he still intended to pursue? Such a responsible officer. And yet she had harbored doubts about him. Liang Ruo chastised herself for her earlier misjudgments. Officer Shi Wang, your current situation makes it too perilous to engage Tian Wenjing. Perhaps, Assistant Liang Ruo, carry out the orders. Shi Wang's gaze sharpened, and his voice lowered. Understood. Liang Ruo immediately transitioned into work mode. The Special Forces vehicles had been damaged by the ghost flames. Zhang Yang's bulletproof vehicle had been commandeered by Tian Wenjing. However, vehicles were not scarce in the vicinity. As soldiers requisitioned vehicles from the roadside, Liang Ruo located Zhang Yang, utilizing the police car's GPS to pinpoint Tian Wenjing's location. Simultaneously, she coordinated with other units to monitor via roadside cameras to see if Tian Wenjing attempted to abandon the vehicle or posed a threat to others. Officer Shi Wang, get in the car. Lu Yuhang exclaimed as Shi Wang entered, slamming the gas pedal and propelling the vehicle forward. Zhang Yang, left behind, stared at the departing vehicle, still in disbelief. Assistant Liang Ruo, is the frequency of incidents like today high? Am I entitled to this information? Or what rank must I attain to access detailed information? After a moment of silence, Liang Ruo replied thoughtfully, Captain Zhang, you and we are essentially engaged in the same line of work, are we not? Chapter 62. Encountering spirits seated in the vehicle, Shi Wang attentively listened to the updates in his earpiece. His colleagues in the Special Forces continuously reported Tian Wenjing's location. Lu Yuhang, well acquainted with the roads and an adept driver, maneuvered the car skillfully. Officer Shi Wang, we have organized personnel to set up roadblocks ahead of Tian Wenjing to slow his escape. Liang Ruo's voice resonated in the earpiece. Shi Wang replied nonchalantly, remember to evacuate the crowd, leave no one at the scene. He then inquired, how far am I from Tian Wenjing? A colleague responsible for tracking Tian Wenjing's vehicle promptly responded, 4 kilometers. Shi Wang had spent 2 to 3 minutes sealing the bag after containing the drowned spirit, allowing Tian Wenjing to gain some distance. Furthermore, since he had stolen a special operations vehicle, civilian vehicles dared not impede his path and even yielded the way. 4 kilometers? This distance is neither too far nor too close. The longer this drags on, the more likely Tian Wenjing is to escape and hide. If he evades capture, the situation becomes problematic. Shi Wang resolved to pursue Tian Wenjing, fearing the latter might retaliate from the shadows. An enemy is either non-existent or seeks to eradicate the threat entirely. Shi Wang did not wish for a ghost master to scheme against him covertly. Moreover, Tian Wenjing had already discovered Shi Wang's home address. As long as he was alive, Shi Wang could not find peace. Lost in thought, Shi Wang asked again after a few seconds, what is the straight line distance? Straight line distance? Came the puzzled response from the earpiece, but it was quickly followed by approximately 28 kilometers. Shi Wang then addressed Lu Yuhang, who was driving. Do you know Tian Wenjing's general location? Lu Yuhang affirmed, absolutely clear. Excellent. The shortest path between 2 points is a straight line. From now on, head in the direction of Tian Wenjing's location. Huh, but Officer Shi, there are buildings in the way, we can't drive straight. Lu Yuhang replied, visibly distressed. Just drive, I'll figure out how to navigate, Shi Wang declared, as tendrils of black mist began to emanate from him. Beyond golden material, nothing could withstand the supernatural expansion. Even with the windows of the car tightly sealed, there was no way to prevent the black mist from seeping out. Within mere seconds, the mist enveloped the vehicle entirely. From the outside, a mass of moving darkness suddenly manifested on the road. However, under the control of Shi Wang, Lu Yuhang, seated inside the car, remained unaffected by the chaos. As a member of the Special Operations team, he was well aware of the characteristics of the realm of malevolent spirits. His vehicle was now within Shi Wang's domain, existing on a different plane from the real world. Understanding the situation, Lu Yuhang took a deep breath and floored the accelerator. The engine roared in response. The car, shrouded in black mist, surged forward like a ghost, crashing into the nearby barrier. Wang had undoubtedly fully awakened the vengeful spirit within him. One could only wonder if Su Miao had managed to escape. On another street, Tian Wenjing piloted a stolen special vehicle, recklessly overtaking others. He barreled through red lights without hesitation. Damn it, this was all Wang's fault. Why did that little brat have to stir up trouble for us? Couldn't he just wait at home and accept his fate? Tian Wenjing's curses were unrelenting. Due to the excessive use of ghostly flames, a portion of his flesh had been consumed. Now, he appeared even more gaunt, with his hands and face resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. An unsettling sight indeed. However, upon glancing at the gold bars resting in the passenger seat, his spirits lifted slightly. Sun Yan was dead, and Su Miao would likely meet the same fate, but he was still alive. If he could just bring these gold bars back and contact that individual, he would gain the means to fully command the vengeful spirit. Once the spirit within him was subdued, nothing in this world could stand in his way. Anyone daring to obstruct him would be incinerated without mercy, perhaps due to the revival of the ghostly flames or the excitement from successfully robbing the gold. Tian Wenjing's demeanor turned somewhat deranged. Yet, soon enough, his laughter ceased abruptly. He suddenly noticed that the vehicles around him seemed to dwindle. Although the road had never been particularly congested, it was now alarmingly sparse with only a handful of cars. An unsettling premonition crept into his mind. Before long, Tian Wenjing discovered that a blockade had appeared at the intersection ahead. Attempting to force his way through would result in a collision with the barrier, likely flipping his vehicle. Damn it, were they really going to come after me? Tian Wenjing felt perplexed. Wang housed a vengeful spirit with dominion, and now that the spirit had revived, the special operations team was pursuing him instead of figuring out how to deal with it. Was it worth it for just a bit of gold? Once he fully mastered the ghostly flames, the first thing he would do was burn down the Hangzhou Special Operations Base. Tian Wenjing quickly turned the car around, seeking an alternate escape route. If all else failed, he would have to abandon the vehicle and hide. In an office building on the first floor, a white-collar worker, taking a break to smoke and scroll through his phone, stumbled upon a post about a bank robbery at Dasha Bank. Wow, in this day and age, a bank robbery? It couldn't be clickbait, could it? With a curious mindset, he clicked to read further. However, as soon as the webpage displayed the content, it refreshingly vanished. This post no longer exists. The white-collar worker was taken aback. Before he could ponder further, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed an official number. Not daring to delay, he promptly answered. This is the Hangzhou Traffic Bureau. We have detected that a vehicle with the license plate Hang A is traveling on Kaiyuan Road. Traffic control is in effect ahead. Please slow down and pull over immediately. The white-collar worker was momentarily stunned. Kaiyuan Road was right next to his office. But he wasn't driving. The voice on the other end paused before asking, then who is driving your car? There's a blockade ahead. Failing to stop could be dangerous. A wave of anxiety washed over him as he replied, it might be my wife, she. Before he could finish, the call was abruptly disconnected. The office worker stared at his hung-up phone and, trusting the official warning, decided to alert his wife. However, after 2 attempts, he was met with a busy signal. After a struggle, he finally got through, only to hear his wife's anxious voice. Honey, something strange is happening. The authorities just called to tell me to pull over, and there's a whole line of cars on the side of the road. Just as he was about to respond, his eyes caught sight of a mass of black mist hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. The mist approached too quickly for him to react. In an instant, it was upon him. His heart raced, and it felt as though his vision had blurred. The cacophony of roaring engines filled his ears. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. Honey, what's wrong? I'm talking to you. Say something. The white-collar worker, trembling, flicked the extinguished cigarette to the ground and stammered into the phone. Wife, I think I might have encountered a ghost too. Tian Wenjing, having turned in several directions only to find the roads blocked, began to grow increasingly agitated. Damn it. Cursing, he exited the car, clutching the gold as he prepared to hide. However, just a few meters away, a mass of black mist charged towards him at 180 miles per hour. Upon seeing Tian Wenjing, Wang shouted to Lu Yuhang, I see him. Keep the direction straight and run him down. As Wang commanded the onslaught towards Tian Wenjing, he dissipated the black mist domain. Tian Wenjing felt a shadow swiftly approaching. Bang! At the moment of impact, he felt as if his entire body was about to shatter. He was flung 30 meters into the air, twisting grotesquely before landing with a thud, bouncing another 20 meters across the ground. The frail body, already weakened by the ghostly flames, could not withstand such a force. His limbs shattered into pieces, sent flying several meters away. His neck twisted a full 360 degrees. His eyes wide open, staring blankly at the sky. The gold bars he had clutched fell to the ground, gleaming in the light. Had he utilized the power of the ghostly flames, he might have survived. Yet, the incident had occurred so suddenly. He hadn't had time to react before the speeding vehicle sent him flying. With injuries of this magnitude, survival was impossible. Boom. The overturned vehicle exploded. Yet, Wang had already led Lu Yuhang away from the car, utilizing the domain to navigate safely. Wang, he must be dead now. Lu Yuhang still hadn't recovered from the adrenaline of the high-speed chase. Wang approached Tian Wenjing's lifeless body and remarked gravely, "If he is still alive after this, then he is no longer human." Tian Wenjing was undeniably beyond the realm of the living. As Lu Yuhang approached, his expression was one of disbelief. Since the bizarre resurgence and the emergence of spirit controllers, this was likely the first instance of a spirit controller being killed by a vehicle. This incident reflected a critical truth. Although spirit controllers wielded the power of vengeful spirits, their bodies remained fragile. However, without Wang's assistance, Lu Yuhang would never have been able to bring about Tian Wenjing's demise. "Wang, what is the situation?" Liang Rua's voice came through the earpiece. She had followed in another vehicle, albeit at a slower pace, and was still some distance away from Wang. With Tian Wenjing dead, she was en route to retrieve the equipment for melting gold. Wang, cloaked in black mist, approached the burning vehicle. He yanked out a flaming backpack and extracted a bag filled with gold. The remnants of Tian Wenjing were already igniting in ghostly flames. Wang hurriedly gathered the surrounding debris, placing Tian Wenjing's remains into the gold bag and securing it hastily. Liang Rua was moving quickly. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the scene with the Special Operations team, ensuring the secure containment of the golden bags. Finally, it was over. Upon witnessing the closure of the third golden containment bag, 2 team members responsible for sealing it could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They then turned to Lu Yuhang, who stood nearby, casting a glance at Wang, who remained silent by the roadside. Until today, although they were aware that Wang had participated in 2 supernatural events alongside Wang Gang, where they successfully contained an A-class malevolent spirit, the Special Operations personnel believed that Wang Gang played the pivotal role. After all, Wang was merely a senior high school student. Even when Wang had agreed to become an acting agent, many within the team were skeptical of his abilities. Some even doubted that Wang could intimidate the 3 spirit manipulators. Hiring a high school student on the brink of a malevolent spirit's resurgence at such a high price seemed unwise. Yet now, Wang had silenced all critics with his prowess. None of the 3 spirit manipulators managed to escape. From start to finish, Wang had demonstrated both decisiveness, dispatching the ghost Sun Yan with a single shot, and formidable strength, having slain the drowned ghost, Su Miao, during the supernatural confrontation. Ultimately, he led his team to directly eliminate the ghostly entity, Tian Wenjing. Throughout the ordeal, it appeared as if Wang was effortlessly dominating the 3 opponents. Liang Ruo observed Wang's silhouette and suddenly felt as if the youth's figure was merging with that of Wang Gang. No wonder Wang Gang had been so adamant. Even he might not have anticipated Wang's remarkable strength. Liang Ruo sighed, her expression darkening. With Wang's formidable power, it was highly probable that he was on the verge of resurgence. When Wang Gang's malevolent spirit was about to awaken, it could even tear apart realms with its bony needles. The terror level of a fully awakened malevolent spirit vastly exceeded that of one merely on the brink of awakening. To Liang Ruo, Wang seemed perilously close to that edge now. "Agent Wang," Liang Ruo approached him from behind, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she posed the question, "How long until your resurgence?" Upon hearing the question, Lu Yuhang, who had been gazing at Wang with admiration, paused in surprise. The 2 individuals beside him quickly grasped the implication of her inquiry. Such a powerful Wang was likely fighting at the risk of his own malevolent spirit awakening. Wang turned to find Liang Ruo's face marred by sorrow, her eyes even betraying a hint of pity. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Why do you look as if I am about to die?" "Huh?" Liang Ruo was taken aback. Wasn't that the case? According to her deductions, Wang's degree of malevolent spirit resurgence might now surpass that of Wang Gang, who had left earlier that morning. She even envisioned a scenario where the youth, tormented, would turn to her with a helpless smile, slowly uttering, "Have I finally reached my limit? There are still golden bags left, so put me in one. I'm in good condition. I won't awaken just from a scuffle." Wang, observing Liang Ruo's dazed expression, suddenly comprehended the meaning behind her earlier demeanor. "Wipe that expression off your face. We will have many opportunities to work together in the future." and I do not wish for my subordinates to look at me with such expressions every day. Wang scanned the surroundings. Then, as he entered the car that Liang Ruo had driven, he instructed, I will take the contained malevolent spirits back to the Special Operations Team's base. You can handle the scene and subsequent matters. Upon finishing, Wang exchanged glances with Lu Yuhang and the others. The trio promptly lifted the golden bags into the vehicle, with Lu Yuhang taking the driver's seat as they departed. Liang Ruo glanced at the office buildings lining the road, feeling a headache coming on as she rubbed her forehead. Creating such a commotion meant that resolving the aftermath would not be simple. Online posts, photographs. A 404 error would suffice. However, numerous individuals had witnessed the events unfold, which could not be easily managed. This incident could barely be deemed a perfect resolution. As Liang Ruo observed the arrival of the special police vehicles, she began instructing various departments through her earpiece to manage the aftermath. Wang returned to the Daxiao Bank, bringing back every ounce of gold that Tian Wenjing had seized. While the allure of the gold was undeniable, he had clearly stated his requirements for becoming an acting agent, which included gold as a condition. Yet, Wang was principled. What was his could not be denied by others, and what was not his, he typically would not take. After coordinating with Lu Yuhang and Zhang Yang, Wang led the Special Operations Team members carrying the 3 golden bags containing the malevolent spirits back to the supernatural Containment Special Operations Team base. Upon stepping back into the base, all members had already lined up, welcoming Agent Wang with applause for his triumphant return. Chapter 64, Malevolent Spirit Archives. 3 contained in a 1-on-3 confrontation. Was this not a grand victory? The members of the Hangzhou Special Operations Team had never heard of a spirit manipulator achieving such explosive results. Based solely on Wang's performance today, he could easily be classified among the elite spirit manipulators. If Wang were not on the brink of resurgence, not only would his acting agent status be confirmed, but he might even be exceptionally promoted to a specialist. Observing the applauding crowd, Wang's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, there is no need for such superficial gestures. You all need only to perform your duties and cooperate with me during any supernatural events. It was time for you to manage the aftermath. Disperse. Wang understood that his subordinates were not merely sycophants, whether they were specialists or agents. They were responsible for the safety of an entire city, especially one like Hangzhou, which concerned millions. Initially, the Special Operations Team members were undoubtedly anxious upon learning that a high school student would be their leader. However, Wang did not concern himself with what his subordinates truly thought. He merely needed them to assist in the containment of malevolent spirits. Upon hearing Wang's orders, all personnel immediately returned to their respective posts, not daring to utter a word. Many felt that Wang exuded an aura of authority even stronger than that of Wang Gang. Under Lu Yuhang's guidance, Wang arrived at the office that had previously belonged to Wang Gang, now designated as Agent Wang's office. The contents had yet to be organized. Wang sat in the chair and tossed a golden handgun to Lu Yuhang. I heard from Wang Gang that the golden handgun is an equipment piece for spirit manipulators in the Special Operations Team. This particular handgun belonged to one of the 3 robbers. Can you investigate its origins? Lu Yuhang carefully accepted the handgun, examining it. The serial number had been melted off, and it might take some time to ascertain its origins. Wang nodded. Inform me immediately once you have any updates. The fact that a golden handgun belonging to the Special Operations Team's spirit manipulators had fallen into the hands of civilian spirit manipulators and was used against the acting agent Wang during a terrifying operation was a significant issue. Once Lu Yuhang exited, Wang reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the situation at the bank, lost in thought. He recalled hearing Su Miao, the drowned ghost, shouting at Tian Wenjing during his gradual entry into the bank's main hall. Will those people reveal the method to completely control malevolent spirits? Wang furrowed his brow. Is it true that someone has now attained the ability to fully master malevolent spirits? One could not deny the immense allure of completely mastering malevolent spirits for spirit manipulators. Not only Tian Wenjing and her companions, but even Wang had slowed the rate of the Black Mist's encroachment, wanting to gather more information. Unfortunately, Tian Wenjing and the others did not disclose who had fully mastered the malevolent spirits. However, during subsequent supernatural confrontations, Wang reconsidered the matter. The method to fully master the resurgence of malevolent spirits was invaluable. If this method were shared with the Special Operations Team or other factions, the wealth gained would be substantial. Moreover, the ability to fully control malevolent spirits would imply an unfathomable level of power, at the very least, sufficient for self-preservation against other spirit manipulators. It is truly beyond my imagination that someone who has mastered such a method would incite 3 spirit masters to rob a city that is currently devoid of any spirit master supervision. Wang pondered the events of the day. Wang Gang had returned to headquarters due to the resurgence of malevolent spirits. The newly dispatched officer encountered a supernatural incident mid-flight, resulting in a tragic crash and the awakening of a malevolent spirit. Subsequently, 3 spirit masters engaged in the robbery of the Great Xia Bank. After a moment's reflection, Wang was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. He snapped back to reality, noticing that Liang Ruo had returned. "Agent Wang, I brought you some materials," Liang Ruo announced, fulfilling her role as an assistant, aiding the new agent in quickly acclimatizing to their duties. She bore a hefty stack of documents in her arms. Upon seeing the towering pile of materials, even higher than the textbooks on his high school desk, Wang felt a twinge of anxiety. "Do you truly believe I can digest all this information? Could you perhaps highlight the essentials?" Liang Ruo responded, her expression one of incredulity. "But all of this is essential. It includes introductions to the Special Operations Team, rights and obligations, the responsibilities of agents, and how to assess the terror level of supernatural incidents. Moreover, there is a manual on the use of spirit master abilities, which is crucial. Many new spirit masters overutilize the powers of malevolent spirits, leading to their resurgence." Liang Ruo's words trailed off as she noticed Wang's intense gaze fixed upon her. The habitual thought process of Liang Ruo rendered her somewhat bashful before Wang. Wasn't he the very archetype of someone who overexerts the powers of malevolent spirits? It had only been half a month since he became a spirit master, yet he was already on the brink of a malevolent spirit's revival. Despite Wang's earlier denial, insisting that he was fine, Liang Ruo was unconvinced based on his previous conduct. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Liang Ruo hastily retrieved a file from the mountain of materials and presented it to Wang. This classified malevolent spirit dossier was safeguarded by each spirit master and their assistants from the Special Operations Team. It contained records of various malevolent spirits that had manifested, some of which had been contained, while others, deemed too terrifying, remained uncontained. These records were of utmost importance and should be the primary concern of every agent. However, Liang Ruo felt that Wang might not find this information useful. Even if he were aware of the diverse malevolent spirits documented within, what purpose would it serve? At this moment, Wang should be avoiding the use of malevolent powers, striving to delay their resurgence as much as possible. Nevertheless, Wang was deeply intrigued by the classified dossier on malevolent spirits. The cover bore the ominous title Malevolent Spirit Dossier in blood-red letters, exuding a sense of foreboding, as if warning anyone who dared to open it that one must possess the requisite awareness to do so. So many already. The number of malevolent spirits has grown so vast. Taking a deep breath, Wang opened the dossier. Malevolent Spirit Code. Wall Ghost, Killing Pattern. Likely triggered after midnight when walking alone on dark roads. A lower probability when in pairs. And no triggering occurs with 3 or more individuals. Method of killing. Randomly embedded within a segment of wall in the triggering area. Terror level. A harm level. See Malevolent Spirit Code. Blanket Ghost, Killing Pattern. Lying on one's side in bed at night, covered by a blanket. Method of killing. Emerging from beneath the blanket and pressing against the target's back. Being embraced from behind by the ghost guarantees death. Turning to face the ghost also results in death. Terror level. A harm level. B Malevolent Spirit Code. Television Ghost, Killing Pattern. Watching static on a television screen for over 30 seconds. Method of killing. Being pulled into a black and white television to become part of a new program. Terror level. S harm level. See Malevolent Spirit Code. Phone Ghost, Killing Pattern. Receiving a call at midnight. Method of killing. A skeletal hand extends from the receiver, inserting itself into one ear and emerging from the other. Terror level. S harm level. S case study. In a certain European city, residents received a midnight call, and none survived. Chapter 65. Official Agent. Code Name. Ghost Dream. As Wang perused the dossier on malevolent spirits, his brow furrowed ever deeper. He had not anticipated the severity of the malevolent spirit resurgence. The pages of the dossier in his hands had already exceeded 100. However, the documented malevolent spirits were not categorized by country or region. A staggering 10% of them were classified as terror level S. Many were fatal upon mere encounter. And only the most elite spirit masters had any hope of survival. Yet for the nation, the harm level was of paramount importance. Several malevolent spirits classified as S in harm level, such as the phone ghost, had a track record of slaughtering millions. A moment's negligence could spell the doom of an entire nation, and alarmingly, most of these spirits remained uncontained. These documents were classified as top secret. Liang Ruo patiently awaited Shi Wang's review of the dossier before speaking. Even within the base, only spirit masters and I have the privilege to access this information. Shi Wang nodded in agreement. Such critical information, if disseminated, would undoubtedly lead to chaos. After all, humanity has a tendency to wield powerful weapons against itself. The dossier cataloged the killing patterns and methods of most malevolent spirits. Should ordinary people understand these patterns, they might gain a slender chance of survival against malevolent spirit attacks. While it may seem logical for the dossier to be made public, allowing everyone to know how to avoid malevolent spirit assaults, such an approach is fundamentally flawed. Malevolent spirits harbor no emotions. They adhere strictly to patterns. Once all the killing patterns of malevolent spirits were disclosed, it was inevitable that some would exploit these patterns against humanity. Liang Ruo gazed at Shi Wang in astonishment, surprised that he would articulate such thoughts. Shi Wang, noticing her look of incredulity, understood her line of reasoning. It was not surprising, considering he had once utilized the killing patterns of malevolent spirits to eliminate an individual while confronting the nightmare ghost. The former Shi Wang would have been far less composed in recounting such an event. Perhaps the passage of time as a spirit master had altered his character. Or perhaps it was the recent experience of containing 3 malevolent spirits and witnessing the fates of numerous victims that had led him to appear indifferent to his single life. Of course, this did not extend to his family and friends. Should anyone dare to harm them, he would unleash his full wrath in retaliation. Utilizing the patterns of malevolent spirits to kill, Liang Ruo's voice faltered. As a spirit master, one would not be condemned for taking a life, even under necessary circumstances, but only if one were a member of the Special Operations Team. Shi Wang had committed murder during the 822 Black Mist Ghost incident. Strictly speaking, this constituted a crime. What did he mean by sharing this with me? Was he attempting to gauge my or the Special Operations Team's stance on him? Should I point out his moral failing? Or feign ignorance? Liang Ruo's mind raced with thoughts spurred by Shi Wang's statement. After all, he was now the esteemed individual who had apprehended 3 spirit masters on the run. Shi Wang merely presented the facts to explain why he had made such a statement. He had not anticipated Liang Ruo would overthink it. However, even if she were to realize the truth, he would remain unconcerned. Shi Wang had no intention of explaining that it was Wu Laoxi who had instigated the events that led to his actions. He was merely aware that he was now the acting officer in Hang City. By all rights, Liang Ruo, at her level, had no authority to reproach him. Am I able to contact headquarters now? Shi Wang disregarded Liang Ruo's internal turmoil and pushed the materials aside. I need to get in touch with someone at headquarters. Oh, Liang Ruo suddenly realized that Shi Wang was not testing her, but merely stating a matter of little consequence. Of course, I can connect you with headquarters right away. She promptly exited to establish communication with the personnel at headquarters. 2 minutes later, under Liang Ruo's guidance, Shi Wang entered the conference room. This was to be a video meeting. On the screen projected before him stood a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of a special operations team. Greetings, Agent Shi Wang. This is the headquarters of the Paranormal Containment Special Operations Team. I am the director of the Liaison Bureau, Shi Yongkong. The Liaison Bureau primarily coordinates with Onmyoji and their assistants from across the nation. Shi Yongkong, an ordinary human, was a common sight among the assistants of the Special Operations Team, as Onmyoji often faced the imminent threat of vengeful spirits and could be replaced at any moment. Thus, crucial positions at various bases and the headquarters must be filled by ordinary individuals. If an Onmyoji were to occupy such a position and succumb to a vengeful spirit's resurgence, it would lead to significant complications in their work. Hello, Director Shi. It was Shi Wang's first contact with the headquarters of the Special Operations Team. He held a deep respect for them, considering that in the early days of paranormal resurgence, this group of ordinary soldiers had bravely confronted the supernatural with their flesh and blood. Most of the intelligence regarding vengeful spirits was obtained only after the team had made considerable sacrifices. However, admiration aside, Shi Wang needed to advocate for his own interests. All 3 Onmyoji in Hang City had been contained, and he had fulfilled his earlier commitments. He hoped that the promised rewards would not be disregarded. Shi Yongkong, who had initially smiled in an attempt to make a good impression, suddenly stiffened. Shi Wang had stipulated 3 conditions. The first was the right to use 100 kilograms of gold, which had been delivered in the documentation upon Shi Wang's appointment. Shi Yongkong understood that Shi Wang was now referring to the latter 2 conditions. The second condition stipulated that as long as Shi Wang was alive, his status as an agent could not be revoked, and any subsequent Onmyoji dispatched would only serve as his subordinate. The third condition granted him command of the Special Operations Team, mandating that all actions concerning supernatural incidents must adhere to his directives. The headquarters had agreed to these two conditions, effectively making Shi Wang the head of Hang City. Rest assured, the headquarters will not violate the agreement with the Onmyoji. Shi Yongkang assured, and he genuinely meant it. Due to the unique nature of the Onmyoji, the headquarters nominally governed all of them. However, only a minority, like Wang Gang, diligently fulfilled their duties. A significant portion was less compliant. The Onmyoji had to contend with the resurgence of vengeful spirits within them, leading many to suffer from mental instability. Provoking them could trigger a supernatural incident. Shi Yongkang was particularly courteous to Shi Wang, primarily because he had received advanced reports of Shi Wang's prowess. Shi Wang had demonstrated extraordinary strength, managing to contain 3 Onmyoji simultaneously. Apart from the first one, Gui Fa, who was killed, the other 2 were formidable opponents. Shi Wang's abilities were sufficient to place him among the elite tier of Onmyoji. Moreover, the resurgence of vengeful spirits within Shi Wang was imminent, and the headquarters was keen to ensure he complied with containment protocols prior to that occurrence. Otherwise, only a special envoy would be capable of managing the situation. The headquarters decided to elevate Shi Wang from a provisional agent to a full-fledged agent. Each Onmyoji in the Special Operations team was assigned a unique code name. For instance, Wang Gang was known as the Ghost Tailor. Shi Yongkang, gazing through the screen at Shi Wang, smiled and said, "Agent Shi Wang, you may now choose a code name for yourself." A code name? Without hesitation, Shi Wang declared a name that left both Liang Ruo and Shi Yongkang somewhat perplexed. "Then I shall be known as Ghost Dream." Ghost Dream? Shi Yongkang was taken aback. Typically, Onmyoji select code names connected to the vengeful spirits within them. Often, these names serve as a form of intimidation, capable of instilling fear in the hearts of nefarious individuals. He had anticipated that Shi Wang would choose a name like Ghost Mist, but was surprised by Ghost Dream. What could this signify? Did Shi Wang's black mist have any relation to dreams? The headquarters' understanding of the vengeful spirit within Shi Wang was based entirely on Wang Gang's report concerning the 822 incident, which made no mention of dreams. Suddenly, Shi Yongkang connected the dots. Wang Gang's report relied on information provided by Shi Wang, who must have concealed certain details. This meant that the nature of the vengeful spirit within Shi Wang was not as previously speculated. However, delving into the nature of the vengeful spirits within Onmyoji was a taboo. Shi Yongkang realized that understanding the patterns of the spirit within Shi Wang would require waiting for Shi Wang to reveal more through his actions. Under normal circumstances, newly appointed Onmyoji would undergo basic training at the headquarters. However, given Shi Wang's demonstrated strength in real combat, such training was deemed unnecessary. Moreover, considering his peculiar situation, it was decided that he would remain in Hang City for the time being. Shi Yongkang refrained from directly mentioning Shi Wang's imminent resurgence of the vengeful spirit, but was privately preparing to select a new agent for Hang City. Training? Shi Wang suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious as he looked at Shi Yongkang. "Director Shi, does the headquarters truly have no solutions regarding the resurgence of vengeful spirits among Onmyoji?" Shi Yongkang's smile faded. He perceived that Shi Wang was seeking solutions due to the impending resurgence of his own vengeful spirit. According to Wang Gang's report, Shi Wang had even contemplated controlling 2 vengeful spirits simultaneously. Regrettably, there remained no stable solutions. However, the Paranormal Research Institute continued to conduct related experiments and had made some progress. Once a substantial breakthrough was achieved, the headquarters would promptly inform all Onmyoji nationwide. Upon hearing this, Shi Wang's eyes narrowed. No stable solutions? In other words, there must be unstable methods. Did this imply that someone had successfully overcome the resurgence of vengeful spirits? "Director Shi, do you know the true motive behind the 3 Onmyoji who robbed the bank today?" he inquired. "Wasn't it to steal gold?" Shi Yongkang had yet to receive Liang Ruo's formal report and was only privy to verbal summaries. Moreover, Liang Ruo was still outside and unaware of the events occurring within the bank's lobby. They sought to stabilize the means of controlling vengeful spirits, Shi Wang stated solemnly. Someone promised them that by procuring gold, they would gain access to this method. Impossible. Shi Yongkang immediately dismissed the notion. Globally, no country has a reliable method to control vengeful spirits. Who would dare make such a claim? Shi Wang scrutinized Shi Yongkang. Based on the latter's demeanor and tone, he seemed to be speaking the truth. This aligned with Shi Wang's suspicions as well. In a nation as vast as Huagua, with a cadre of fearless special operations soldiers and a dedicated paranormal research institute, the likelihood of others discovering a reliable means to control vengeful spirits was exceedingly slim. The chances of additional rogue Onmyoji resorting to robbery for gold were even more improbable. I too find this suspicious, Shi Wang agreed, tapping his fingers on the table. Moreover, I believe there is something amiss with this gold robbery. Although Commissioner Wang Gang has departed, the headquarters dispatched an agent for the handover. Agent Xiao Junjie succumbed to a vengeful spirit, and the Hangzhou Special Operations Base received notification only after a period of time. Yet the three Onmyoji appeared to have anticipated that the new agent would encounter trouble, executing the robbery almost simultaneously. I suspect there are ulterior motives at play. Upon hearing Shi Wang's deductions, Shi Yongkong fell into a long silence. If Shi Wang's assessment was accurate, the gold robbery indeed seemed unusual. It was as if someone or some force was leveraging these three individuals to gauge the Special Operations Team's response in the absence of Onmyoji. However, Shi Wang's presence had thwarted the calculations of the forces behind the three. Who would have anticipated that a high school student on the verge of a vengeful spirit's resurgence could be so formidable? Certainly, I possess a piece of evidence. One of the spirit tamers wields a golden pistol. Perhaps you should take the time to investigate this matter thoroughly. Once Shi Wang finished speaking, Shi Yongkong's expression darkened. I will pursue this matter to the end. If there is indeed someone behind the scenes meddling, it is likely to be them. Shi Yongkong seemed to be aware of something, yet he refrained from sharing with Shi Wang. Shi Wang, do you have any further reports to make? If not, I will look into the matter of the golden pistol. Shi Wang shook his head. I have already tasked Liu Yuhang from the Hangzhou Special Operations Team to investigate the golden pistol. You may coordinate with him. Very well. Shi Yongkong waved his hand dismissively toward Shi Wang, courteously stating, Then, Agent Shi Wang, your formal appointment letter and agent identification will be delivered to the Hangzhou Special Operations Team tomorrow. I shall not disturb you further for the time being. As Shi Yongkong prepared to disconnect, Shi Wang reminded him, If you find a solution for the resurgence of vengeful spirits, please notify me at the earliest opportunity. Of course. Shi Yongkong responded before logging off. As the director of the Liaison Bureau, he had a considerable workload. Moreover, the Liaison Bureau's responsibilities in coordinating with spirit tamers extended beyond mere conversation. The matters brought up by Shi Wang required Shi Yongkong to arrange for someone to address them. After leaving the conference room, Shi Wang delegated some tedious tasks to Liang Ruo before departing the base. Contact me if you need anything. I shall return home for a while. Liang Ruo did not impede him. Without any paranormal incidents in Hangzhou, agents would find themselves quite idle. As long as the agents were not idle enough to commit acts of violence, no one would mind what an agent chose to do. A member of the Special Operations Team drove Shi Wang home in a base vehicle. The Research Institute had already devised a strategy to counter the resurgence of vengeful spirits, indicating that such resurrections were indeed not insurmountable. Seated in the back, Shi Wang gazed out at the fleeting scenery, lost in contemplation. However, Shi Yongkong had mentioned that the Institute's plan was not foolproof. If that were the case, perhaps the Institute's approach carried significant risks. Much like my own reliance on the headless ghost's power. Of course, it could also be a matter of my insufficient rank, leading Shi Yongkong to withhold the Institute's latest findings from me. Shi Wang squinted, his mind racing with calculations. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he hung up. Having just reviewed the vengeful spirit files, he now harbored a sense of vigilance toward unfamiliar phone numbers. What if it were the phone ghost calling? However, calls from the phone ghost could not be terminated so easily, yet he had successfully ended this call. Moments later, the phone rang again. After confirming it was not the phone ghost, a wisp of dark energy enveloped him, and he answered the call. I never expected you to eliminate those three useless fools, Agent Shi Wang. Would you be interested in striking a deal? The voice on the other end was distorted, raspy, and low. Shi Wang, upon hearing this, cursed fool, and promptly disconnected the call. Chapter 67. Misunderstanding the notion of making a deal? The caller was clearly the one who had deceived Tian Wenjing and the others. A charlatan harboring malice toward Hangzhou, attempting to hoodwink Shi Wang with a mere phone call? Did they believe I would act out of desperation as the vengeful spirits began to resurface? Shi Wang noted the phone number. Although he suspected the caller would have taken counter-surveillance measures, he still asked Liang Ruo to investigate. Liang Ruo quickly responded. The SIM card used to call Shi Wang was now unreachable, but the last signal was traced back to Hangzhou. Agent Shi, I will arrange for an inspection at that location immediately. Go ahead, though the likelihood of any results is slim. Just as Shi Wang was about to end the call, Liang Ruo mentioned something else. Agent Shi, I just received word from headquarters that Xiao Junjie in his city is unable to contain the resurgence of vengeful spirits. Local agents have sought assistance from headquarters. Director Shi plans to send agents from Jinling City to provide support, but he also wants you to be prepared to assist at any time. If the situation escalates beyond expectations, your help may be required. Among spirit tamers, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The classification of agents, specialists, and appointed personnel at headquarters is based on the number of supernatural incidents handled and their performance. However, the higher the proficiency in controlling vengeful spirits, the stronger the individual, making the management of supernatural occurrences relatively simpler. Based on Shi Wang's achievements, he is regarded as a top-tier spirit tamer. If one must categorize by strength, he is at least a quasi-appointed agent. The spirit tamers in He City and Jinling City had recently undergone a personnel change, with the new spirit tamers all being agents. Together, they might be able to tackle the vengeful spirit resurgence of Xiaojunjia. However, there remains the possibility of failure to contain it. Shi Yongkong had initially not intended for Shi Wang to take action. Yet now, headquarters had no available appointed personnel to dispatch, leaving them with no choice but to rely on Shi Wang. You want me to handle the resurgence of vengeful spirits? Aren't you concerned that I might become overwhelmed during the process? Spirit tamers are wary of the resurgence of vengeful spirits. They would not recklessly utilize the powers of vengeful spirits unless absolutely necessary. However, once a vengeful spirit resurges, it transforms into a true ghost, far more formidable than any spirit tamer. Liang Ruo could clearly discern the underlying dissatisfaction concealed within Shi Wang's calm demeanor. She promptly added, Director Shi instructed that if you find the situation insurmountable upon arrival, you need not engage until the new appointed personnel arrives. Your priority is merely to prevent the situation from worsening. If you believe you can handle it, headquarters has promised an unimaginable reward. Shi Wang chuckled. An unimaginable reward? Do they think my imagination is limited, or did Director Shi withhold information during our earlier conversation? Does he believe I am a dying man unworthy of further knowledge? Now that trouble has arisen, he suddenly remembers me? Liang Ruo felt a shiver run down her spine upon hearing Shi Wang's laughter. In truth, she was entirely unaware of the so-called reward. However, she could sense that Shi Wang was noticeably irked. Informed Shi Yongkong, Shi Wang stated, not even addressing him as director anymore. I am solely responsible for matters in Hangzhou. As for the so-called reward, let it be for those who desire it. After hanging up, Shi Wang furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Although he had stipulated conditions when he became an acting agent, he had indeed assisted Hangzhou in resolving 3 spirit tamer issues. This was a mutually beneficial collaboration. The responsibility of an agent is to address local supernatural occurrences. Shi Wang chose to become an agent and would fulfill his obligations. However, Xiao Junjie's vengeful spirit resurgence in He City was evidently not a matter for Hangzhou. While Shi Wang was not opposed to assisting when headquarters requested it, he found it unacceptable that Shi Yongkong expected him to act first and receive rewards later, without even disclosing what those rewards would be. It was akin to the earlier negotiations when he was made an acting agent. Shi Wang would not be swayed by such tactics. The demeanor Shi Yongkong displayed during the video conference was likely mere politeness. He probably had no intention of utilizing me further. Perhaps he was already preparing to select my successor. Leaning back in his chair, Shi Wang's furrowed brow gradually relaxed as if he had come to a realization. In that case, he would not be blamed for letting the matter linger. After all, he was a person on the verge of a vengeful spirit resurgence. Upon returning home, Shi Wang arranged for 2 teams of special operations soldiers to alternate in guarding the neighborhood where he resided. Given his authority, this was a trivial matter. Shi Wang's intent was merely precautionary, to protect his family. After all, that mysterious call had also originated from Hangzhou. At home, Xiamin no longer urged Shi Wang to focus on his studies. The sudden influx of several million in his bank account had left her astonished. However, when she inquired, Shi Wang evaded by claiming he was engaged in a confidential mission rewarded by the state. Xiamin was naturally skeptical. Yet, as the child grew older, matters he chose not to disclose remained elusive to her. As long as he refrained from engaging in illegal activities, she felt a measure of relief. Observing the deep shadows under Shi Wang's eyes, she was filled with concern. Upon hearing her words, Shi Wang immediately retorted, asserting that his current work focused on combating crime. In the afternoon, he took Xiamin to the hospital for a follow-up examination. He had indeed become a man of means. The 8 million in his account was merely a fraction of his wealth, with 100 kilograms of gold representing the substantial portion. However, Shi Wang was not foolish enough to convert the gold into cash immediately. In this age of awakened specters, gold retained significant value. He directly instructed Liang Ruo to craft 2 containment bags from gold for him. The containment bags required during the task of exorcising spirits would be provided by the base. Yet each bag was serially numbered, necessitating the registration of the spirits contained within. By preparing his own bags, Shi Wang could discreetly capture malevolent spirits. with his target being the night watchman. He also intended to utilize the night watchman to suppress the resurgence of the nightmare spirit within him. Xiaomin's recovery was progressing well, with the doctor stating that after another month or two of rest, she would be fine. Her happiness brought joy to Shi Wang as well. He accompanied his mother for an afternoon of shopping before returning home. As night fell, the bustling city of Hangzhou also found moments of tranquility, while Shi Wang wrestled with fatigue. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed suddenly from a dance studio somewhere in the city. In a dilapidated old apartment complex, an eerie flute melody resonated through the dark stairwell. In a rural village far from the city, a thick fog enveloped the area, revealing ancient streets and the sound of gongs. In a luxurious hotel, a figure stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the city. Ghost dream, Shi Wang, merely a dying man. Keeping him around was a calamity. It would be wiser to resolve this sooner to prevent disruption of our plans. Chapter 68. It seems there is nothing unusual today. As dawn broke, Shi Wang emerged from his room to freshen up. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The youthful visage was marred by pronounced dark circles, which starkly contrasted against the pallor of his skin. Blood vessels crisscrossed the whites of his eyes. The phrase lack of sleep was practically inscribed upon his face. Yet, aside from feeling increasingly fatigued, his body bore no adverse sensations. It appeared that his physical condition had also deteriorated. After washing up, Shi Wang departed. He found himself unable to sleep. Rather than remain at home for his family to discover the dark circles under his eyes and worry, he opted to venture out. Should I consider acquiring a vehicle? At 6:30 in the morning, Shi Wang hailed a cab and headed towards the base. When Liang Ruo arrived at the base for work, she was surprised to find Shi Wang already seated in the lobby, his dark circles evident as he stared at the glass doors. Agent Shi. Liang Ruo felt a pang of anxiety. There was still half an hour until the official start of the workday, and she was not late. Yet she felt as though she had been caught for tardiness. You go ahead and attend to your duties. No need to concern yourself with me, Shi Wang nodded, continuing to sit on the bench in the lobby. As time passed, all the special operations personnel arriving for work were met with the scrutiny of the new leader, casting an air of apprehension over the atmosphere. Agent Shi, an hour later, seeing Shi Wang still sitting in the lobby, Liang Ruo approached with a file to report. They had received word from headquarters that the team tasked with transferring the spirit containment bags had arrived in Hangzhou and would reach the base within 20 minutes. During the handover, your presence is required, and you must sign the transfer documents. The containment bags Liang Ruo referred to contained the spirits of Su Nian, Su Miao, and Tian Wenjing, the hair spirit, the drowning spirit, and the ghost fire. Except for the hair spirit, which had been dealt with before revealing its supernatural abilities. The other two spirits posed considerable challenges, particularly the ghost fire, which was extraordinarily dangerous. However, the cost of employing the ghost fire was also high. Tian Wenjing had barely used it a few times before her body was nearly incinerated. This spirit was one that could easily spiral out of control. Spirits contained could not remain at the base indefinitely. A special escort team would transport the spirits captured by various special operations teams to supernatural containment facilities or other locations. I understand. Please prepare accordingly. Shi Wang had come to the base specifically for the purpose of transferring the spirits. This had been communicated the day prior. Otherwise, he would not have come to work today. Time passed swiftly. A specialized transport vehicle arrived at the base entrance, from which a group of fully armed soldiers disembarked. A tall woman, her complexion pale as if she had been lifeless for ages, emerged from the passenger seat. Yet, her striking features and frosty demeanor were undeniably captivating. Though only to ordinary folk. To Shi Wang, the scent emanating from her was that of decay. The woman led her team into the base and immediately spotted Shi Wang sitting on the lobby bench. As part of the liaison team, she naturally recognized the individual she was to meet. Hello, I am Specialist, Ghost Ice, LV Han. LV Han approached Shi Wang, scrutinizing his dark circles with an impassive expression. I am in charge of this transfer task. Simply hand over the containment bags and sign the transfer documents. Ghost Ice's title clearly indicated her role as an exorcist. However, Shi Wang harbored no interest in Specialist Ghost Ice. He merely wished to complete the handover and fulfill his responsibilities. He instructed Liang Ruo to verify LV Han's identity and documents per protocol, then arranged for Lu Yuhang to transport all 3 containment bags. As the spirits were all contained within, the golden containment bags bore no distinction from body bags. The spirits inside exhibited no signs of disturbance, remaining securely contained. The soldiers behind LV Han were unfazed by the sight, as they lifted the containment bags and carried them to the vehicle. Shi Wang followed to observe. The containment bags were not simply placed into the vehicle. Inside the compartment were 3 rectangular golden boxes. Presumably, these were also made of gold. The containment bags were treated as if they were interred in coffins, placed into the golden boxes, which were then welded shut. It appeared they intended never to open them again. Once the handover was complete, Wang and LV Han pressed their fingerprints onto the documents. After which she hurriedly led her team away. Phew. Once LV Han departed, Wang heard Liang Ruo beside him exhale sharply. "Are you all right?" he inquired, curiosity piqued. Liang Ruo appeared quite frightened by LV Han. She rubbed her hands together, drawing her neck in as she spoke. "Agent Shi, didn't you feel cold standing next to Specialist LV?" "Cold?" Wang was taken aback. The weather in September had no association with coldness whatsoever. He felt no abnormal temperature. However, judging by Liang Ruo's reaction, it seemed that LV Han's presence affected the surrounding temperature, resulting in her discomfort. The uncontrolled leakage of supernatural energy from her body indicated that this specialist spirit was likely at a high level of resurgence. Having completed his task, Wang had no intention of lingering at the base. "Assistant Liang, if any supernatural phenomena are detected within Hangzhou, please inform me immediately. Remember to keep an eye on intel regarding the night watchman nationwide. Any news should be relayed to me without delay. Additionally, be vigilant for any unidentified individuals exhibiting suspicious behavior entering Hangzhou. I suspect the forces behind those 3 exorcist thieves may come to the city." With that, Wang turned his attention back to Lu Yuhang. "Lu Yuhang, you are to assist the headquarters in investigating the golden pistol in Su Miao's possession. But you must also find a way to conduct your own inquiry and see if you can uncover anything." Liang Ruo and Lu Yuhang understood. After issuing the orders, Wang had a special operations soldier drive him around Hang City. With no pertinent intelligence to pursue, Wang found no other tasks to engage in. Patrolling the area could be considered a way to pass the time. In truth, the frequency of supernatural incidents is not exceedingly high, perhaps only one every month. The driver, Wu Ya, attempted to strike up a conversation with Wang to lighten the mood within the vehicle. It appeared that there was nothing unusual today. As lunch approached, he asked, "Shall I take you out for a meal?" No sooner had he spoken than Wang's phone rang. It was Liang Ruo calling. Upon answering, Wang noted a hint of tension in Liang Ruo's voice. "Agent Wang, where are you right now?" "The team assigned to transfer Commissioner Gue Bing has come under attack on the outskirts of Hang City and urgently requires assistance." Wang inhaled deeply, casting a peculiar glance at the soldier beside him, who looked utterly bewildered. "Next time you accompany me, refrain from excessive chatter," Wang admonished before addressing the phone again. "Provide me with the exact location and the identity of the assailants. It appears there are quite a few deranged individuals in this world willing to attack a supernatural task force." Chapter 69. A grave situation between the cities of Hang City. A swirling mass of black mist darted through the buildings like a specter. Many individuals even seemed to overlap with the passing fog. Wang did not draw others into the realm of the supernatural. The 2 parties were not on the same plane. However, those who glimpsed the mist up close heard a thunderous engine roar. Yet, the moment was fleeting. Many, despite seeing and hearing it, dismissed it as a mere trick of the eye. Wu Ya, seated in the car, felt a rush similar to when Lu Yuhang had driven for Wang previously. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Who needed brakes or turns? There was only one directive: charge ahead. The realm of agent, she was truly remarkable. Wu Ya even mused whether the base should acquire a sports car to match Wang's prowess. Wang, however, paid no heed to the excited Wu Ya. He was focused intently on Liang Ruo's report. The incident occurred at the junction between Zhe Province and Anhui Province. The assailant was Commissioner Xiao Junjie, to be precise, the reincarnation of a vengeful spirit. Upon hearing this name, a look of intrigue crossed Wang's face. Wasn't the reincarnation of the vengeful spirit Xiao Junjie supposed to be contained by the spirit tamers of He City and Jinling? Had the containment failed? Liang Ruo responded. According to the latest information, the spirit tamers from He City and Jinling have been out of contact for 10 hours. They are likely trapped by the reincarnated Xiao Junjie. Furthermore, Commissioner Lu Han has also come under attack. Wang's interest in Xiao Junjie piqued. Immediately send me Xiao Junjie's dossier. The fact that Xiao Junjie had resurrected in the territory of other spirit tamers was initially not Wang's concern, and he had not sought to learn about the individual. Yet, he was taken aback that 2 spirit tamer agents had failed to contain him, allowing him to traverse from He City to the border of Zhe and Anhui provinces. If they did not intervene soon, he would inevitably reach Hang City. At this juncture, Wang could not remain passive. The files of the Special Operations Spirit Tamers were classified information, typically not shared with others. However, Given the extraordinary circumstances, the headquarters had opened a special channel for him. I will send you Xiao Junji's dossier immediately. Upon hearing this, Shi Wang ended the call. Liang Ruo acted swiftly, and within seconds, he received the requested document. Agent name, Xiao Junjie. Agent code, Ghost Leader, Gender, Male age, 28. Spirit Control, Headless, Domain, None. Achievements, Resolved 2 C-level incidents, 1 B-level incident. Upon reviewing Xiao Junjie's dossier, Shi Wang furrowed his brow. The contents were devoid of any substantial information. Liang Ruo, is this dossier provided by headquarters sincere? Shi Wang felt a sense of being misled. The document lacked any description of Xiao Junjie's abilities with the vengeful spirit, rendering it utterly devoid of reference value. Liang Ruo hurriedly replied, "This is indeed Commissioner Xiao Junjie's dossier. The headquarters has never mandated that agents who have not yet encountered a vengeful spirit provide details on their spirit control abilities. On one hand, there is concern about provoking the spirit tamers, and on the other, there is fear of intelligence leaks that could pose a threat to them." Commissioner Xiao did not report the information on Headless during his training, believing that ordinary individuals would be of no use and would not accompany the Special Operations team. After his aircraft crash, the vengeful spirit was revived. Hence, no one is aware of his spirit control abilities. Liang Ruo's response darkened Shi Wang's expression. However, he quickly rationalized the situation. If a vengeful spirit had indeed been revived, the headquarters would also lack knowledge about the abilities of the Nightmare Ghost. Shi Wang would not voluntarily disclose the killing patterns and methods of the Nightmare Ghost to the headquarters. Should this information be exposed, any adversaries would be forewarned. Utilizing the patterns for his own advantage would become exceedingly difficult. It was quite troubling to realize how formidable Xiao Junjie truly was. Nevertheless, Shi Wang did not instruct Wei to stop despite the lack of information in Xiao Junjie's dossier. After the revival of Xiao Junjie, his trajectory would inevitably pass through Hang City. The existence that 2 agent-level spirit tamers could not contain had prompted Commissioner Lu Han to issue a distress signal, indicating a formidable threat level. If Lu Han were currently in peril, the incident site could potentially be teeming with 7 vengeful spirits. The revived Xiao Junjie, agents from He City and Jinling, Commissioner Lu Han, and the 3 vengeful spirits in transit. A moment's inattention could ignite a horrific supernatural incident. Shi Wang had family in Hang City. He did not wish for this place to be invaded by malevolent forces. "Agent Shi, good news," Liang Ruo said with a note of relief in her voice. "I just received notification from headquarters that 2 more agents have been dispatched to provide support. Another special agent is also en route. Director Shi has instructed that if possible, we should rescue Commissioner Lu Han first. If difficulties arise, we should refrain from acting upon arrival and await further assistance." Shi Wang took a deep breath. "Assistant Liang, do you believe the arrival of other reinforcements from headquarters is a positive development?" Liang Ruo contemplated for a moment before grasping Shi Wang's implication. Could it be? She felt a cold sweat break out. If this incident were merely a routine support operation, the headquarters would not dispatch so many experts. The 2 additional agents sent for support undoubtedly possessed extensive experience in dealing with the supernatural. The agent from Hang City, Ghost Dream, has a record of capturing 1 against 3, not to mention the arrival of a special agent. Each special agent is among the finest spirit tamers in the country, capable of addressing A-level supernatural incidents. Such a formidable team, to put it bluntly, could contend with an S-level vengeful spirit. Yet, they were all rushing to assist Ghost Ice Lu Han. This situation was likely more complex than Shi Wang had initially surmised. Shi Wang rubbed his temples. Liang Ruo fell silent, fully agreeing with Shi Wang's deduction. "Agent, should you consider retreating for the time being?" Liang Ruo did not forget that Shi Wang was about to experience the revival of a vengeful spirit. If that were to occur while he was handling a supernatural incident, Liang Ruo could hardly fathom the ensuing chaos. "Do you think my imminent revival of a vengeful spirit and possessing the domain of Ghost Dream would make the supernatural incident even more terrifying?" Director Shi must have contemplated this issue. Yet, he still chose to inform me. "Do you know why?" Shi Wang's expression hardened as he gazed at the rapidly receding scenery outside the car, his bloodshot eyes betraying his tension. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "It takes time for other commissioners and special agents to arrive. I need to buy time for others." On the other end of the line, Liang Ruo fell silent. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails pierced her flesh. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice for Shi Wang. For someone on the brink of confronting a vengeful spirit, having just dealt with 3 ghost tamers yesterday and now facing an unknown supernatural threat today, he was merely a high school student. Yet, she thought, it was of little consequence. Suddenly, Shi Wang relaxed in his seat, stating calmly, As long as it poses a threat to Hang City, I cannot afford to turn a blind eye to it, no matter how perilous it may be. After all, I am a field agent of Hang City, Ghost Dream Wang. Chapter 70. The terrifying ballad. Once they exited Hang City, a swirling mass of black fog sped through the desolate fields. Wu pressed the accelerator firmly, his gaze fixed ahead, embodying a fearless resolve. He had overheard Wang's conversation with Liang Ruo. Their destination was undoubtedly a perilous one. Even ghost tamers faced immense danger. And as an ordinary person, Wu's chances of survival in the face of peril were almost negligible. Yet, he felt no desire to retreat, despite the fear of death gnawing at him. Throughout the journey, Wang remained silent, and Wu followed suit. With the power of the domain enhancing their speed, they reached the boundary between Zhejiang and Anhui provinces in just half an hour. They were now only a kilometer away from the source of the distress signal sent by Lu Han. This location was alarmingly close to Hang City, less than 100 kilometers away, which explained Wang's urgency. All right, you should head back, Wang instructed Wu as he brought the car to a halt. He retrieved the containment bag he had brought along and slung it over his shoulder, urging Wu to leave first. Wu hesitated, having prepared himself for sacrifice alongside Wang, only to be told to return. Wu began, but was cut off by Wang. In a situation where Lu Han has requested assistance, your presence would be of no help. With that, Wang exited the vehicle and stepped onto the highway. Lu Han had encountered the vengeful spirit on the expressway, and it was there that the attack had occurred. According to the last transmitted location from Lu Han, he was just a kilometer ahead. Due to Lu Han's predicament, the nearby highway had been sealed off, leaving only Wang's car in the vicinity. Wang glanced up at the glaring sun, the intense rays making him uncomfortable. With a flick of his will, the black fog enveloped him, alleviating his discomfort. Wang Gang had mentioned that ultraviolet rays had a certain effect on vengeful spirits, which is why they often roamed at night. The fact that the vengeful spirit, Xiaojunjia, was active under such a blazing sun indicated its malevolence. It appeared that this would indeed be a fierce battle. Wang took out his phone, attempting to call Lu Han, a number Liang Ruo had provided him. However, he was merely testing his luck, fully aware that the chances of the call connecting were slim, as Lu Han had not been in contact with the Special Operations team for over 20 minutes. Wang could only ascertain Lu Han's location through the phone's signal, and this position had not changed for several minutes. He even speculated that Lu Han might already be dead. To his surprise, the call connected. Wang remained silent, knowing that the surrounding black fog would protect him from immediate danger. However, oddly enough, Lu Han did not respond either. After a few seconds of silence, a voice broke through, not Lu Han's but a man singing in a raspy tone. Drop the head. Gently place it behind him. Don't tell him. Hurry, catch it. Hurry, catch it. Hurry, catch it. As the chilling ballad echoed through the phone, an icy dread coursed through Wang's veins. An inexplicable fear gripped him, and upon the song's conclusion, he sensed something sinister looming behind him, poised to sever his head. Quickly, Wang hung up and turned to look behind him, finding nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he remained on edge. The eerie song might well be a part of the vengeful spirit's modus operandi. Thankfully, Wang had been prudent, activating the black fog domain beforehand, thereby avoiding any harm. Otherwise, he might have already met his demise. What on earth is this? Wang forced himself to calm down, his gaze ahead filled with concern. As he had anticipated, the terror of the vengeful spirit they were facing was formidable. Without direct contact, he had nearly fallen victim. He dialed Liang Ruo's number urgently. Hello? Upon hearing her voice, Wang immediately issued a warning. From this moment on, no one at the base should contact Lu Han, nor should you answer any calls from him. Feeling the need for further caution, he added, not just Lu Han. You must also refrain from contacting agents in Hesh City and Jinling City. Liang Ruo sensed the tension in Wang's tone. Agent Shi, what is happening? Wang replied slowly, I do not know what has transpired, but their calls may carry a curse. Given your capabilities, I estimate you would be unable to withstand it. Fear gripped Liang Ruo at his words. Could it be the phone ghost? This is an S-class vengeful spirit that obliterated a city of millions. I understand. After Wang hung up, Liang Ruo quickly called the headquarters to relay the information Wang had provided. Meanwhile, Wang pondered for a moment before continuing onward. Although the vengeful spirit's ballad was terrifying, the black fog domain of the nightmare ghost could also shield him from attacks. For the time being, he felt a semblance of safety. This must be the vengeful spirit, drop head, residing within, ghost head, Xiaojunjia. He had not anticipated it to be so fearsome. From the site of the incident to the border between the two provinces, The vengeful spirit within Xiao Junjia would not be making its way to Hang City for a new assignment, would it? Wang cursed under his breath, quickening his pace towards the position indicated on his phone. The 50-meter diameter of the black fog domain shifted with his movements. After walking several hundred meters, Wang spotted overturned special vehicles scattered across the road. Several cars obstructed the highway, some already ablaze. Nearby, a group of people stood at the highway's edge, pointing and discussing the flaming vehicles. Wang surmised they were drivers who had entered the highway before it was sealed off, unwittingly caught in this supernatural incident. Luhan had been attacked by drop head, right here. If that were the case, how had these individuals survived? Wang found it illogical. Just minutes before, he had heard the terrifying ballad on Luhan's phone, which meant the spirit was still nearby. Yet, so many people remained here, recording videos and chatting amiably. Entirely unlike those who had succumbed to a vengeful spirit's attack and transformed into ghostly thralls. According to the files, ghost head Xiao Junjia lacked a domain, otherwise, he wouldn't have perished. Hence, he could not command any ghostly thralls, meaning these individuals were still alive. After making his judgment, Wang resolved to approach and uncover the truth. Where could ghost head Xiao Junjia and ghost ice Luhan have gone? Chapter 71. All gone PCSD? Which department's special vehicle is this? How did it come to be involved in an incident here? I have not heard of it, but it appears quite dire. I have already contacted the authorities, and I anticipate that help will arrive shortly. Is there truly no one in that vehicle, with the flames engulfing it? How can there be no sign of life? Could they have perished in the fire? Do you not find it peculiar? Why did these vehicles overturn on the highway? And why are there so many of them? My friend, a little less curiosity could spare you much trouble. A middle-aged man, smoking a cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke and remarked, "This is advice from someone with experience. Once the rescue team arrives to manage the accident and clear the road, we should mind our own business and leave these matters alone." The highway was obstructed, forcing a dozen drivers to exit their vehicles and gather by the roadside to chat. One individual turned to scan the surroundings and suddenly spotted a young man approaching from a distance. Lu Wenshu adjusted his glasses, convinced he was not mistaken. No way. There is someone traversing the highway in this forsaken place. Lu Wenshu did not see a vehicle beside Wang and assumed Wang had walked there. How did this fellow get onto the highway? Lu Wenshu's exclamation drew the attention of others. The crowd by the roadside turned to observe Wang, murmuring among themselves. To assess the situation, Wang had already retracted his domain. He halted several meters away from the onlookers. As they scrutinized him, he too was observing them. They did not appear to be malevolent spirits. Wang shook his head. Malevolent spirits moved with an uncanny rigidity, incapable of such fluid motions. He even witnessed someone offering a cigarette to another and lighting it. Spirits could not perform such actions. Moreover, there were over a dozen individuals present. The number of spirits could not possibly be so vast. As for the spirit masters involved in this incident, only Wang possessed a ghost domain. After confirming that these individuals posed no threat, Wang began inquiring about Lu Han and the others. Have you seen where the occupants of these vehicles have gone? He had scanned the area but found no trace of Lu Han. Upon hearing Wang's question, the gathered crowd exchanged anxious glances, tension evident on their faces. Wang believed that without activating his domain, he was akin to an ordinary person. However, to the others, he was anything but. The pronounced dark circles under his eyes, coupled with bloodshot sclera, gave him an unsettling appearance. Furthermore, Wang had appeared on the highway on foot. Had it not been daylight, they might have thought they encountered a specter. Dressed in a suit, Lu Wenshu adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, swallowed hard, and addressed Wang. "Young man, we too are unaware of the whereabouts of those in the vehicles. However, we have contacted the authorities and called for assistance." Wang immediately shifted his gaze to Lu Wenshu, who felt an inexplicable pressure under Wang's intense stare. Just a teenager, appearing to be merely a high school student. Why such a piercing gaze? Could this fellow truly be human? Contemplating this, Lu Wenshu regretted initiating the conversation. He felt a chill creeping over him and instinctively took a step back from the crowd. Having heard the responses, Wang understood he could glean no further information. He turned towards the burning vehicles, hoping to uncover some clues. "Young man, the vehicle over there is still ablaze and may explode at any moment. You should retreat immediately." Lu Wenshu, unable to bear watching Wang risk himself, hastily cautioned him. Wang glanced back at Lu Wenshu and added, "You should leave this place soon." Without waiting for a response, he continued towards the overturned vehicles. Lu Wenshu frowned at Wang's retreating figure. What does he mean? The road is blocked. I cannot leave even if I wish to. As Wang approached within 10 meters of the vehicles, he felt the oppressive heat of the flames. Despite his furrowed brow, he pressed on. In the driver's seat of the escort vehicle, Wang discovered a charred corpse. What shocked Wang was that the corpse had no head, as if it had been neatly severed. This was not Han. After confirming that the headless corpse was male, Wang proceeded to inspect the other escort vehicles. The drivers of these vehicles had also become headless corpses, with only the first vehicle's passenger seat remaining unoccupied. It appeared this vehicle was indeed the one Han had been in. Wang returned to the front of the first escort vehicle. A dark mist dispersed, forming a protective layer around his body. He then approached the driver's seat through the flames and discovered an official golden badge and a mobile phone in the passenger seat. The name engraved on the badge was Han. Wang understood at a glance that Han had deliberately left this behind. The badge, crafted from gold, was impervious to the influence of malevolent spirits. Its presence here could only mean that Han had intentionally placed it here. She also left her phone behind, perhaps fearing that an incoming call might jeopardize her safety, or she believed that the next location might not have signal reception. So she wanted to leave a phone with tracking capabilities for future assistance to locate her. Wang retrieved Han's badge but refrained from touching the phone. Regardless of Han's intentions for leaving it, the device was now under supernatural influence. He had no desire to hear that haunting melody again. After securing the badge, Wang moved to the back of the vehicle. 3 golden boxes containing the malevolent spirits were all located in the vehicle Han had occupied. The other vehicles contained only soldiers. Wang feared that the 3 spirits might escape. Yet, the rear doors of the compartment stood wide open. Inside, there were neither soldiers tasked with escorting the golden containment boxes nor the boxes themselves. Had they vanished? Wang's expression shifted. Not a single containment box that housed the 3 malevolent spirits remained. This was exceedingly strange. Even amidst terror, the boxes should not be affected. Theoretically, even if Han's escort team had encountered a catastrophic fate, the 3 boxes should remain unscathed. But bizarrely, the vehicle was utterly empty. What had transpired here? Wang pondered, stroking his chin in deep thought. The information was insufficient to draw any conclusions. Yet, he sensed that Han may have faced more than just malevolent spirits. This attack possibly held deeper secrets. Suddenly, Wang seemed to have an epiphany and quickly retrieved Han's official badge. He scrutinized it closely and, to his astonishment, discovered a series of scratches forming the characters Nan on the reverse side. Chapter 72. 2 Spirits? Nan. South. The message Han left was not difficult to decipher. Wang turned to gaze in the direction he had come from. If he used the location of the ambushed convoy as a reference, he had approached from the south. Han had gone south, yet he had not encountered her. Wang gazed towards the area beneath the highway. It was not a desolate wilderness. Many people lived in the vicinity, a cluster of houses connected together. The south did not refer to the highway, but rather to the village below. Having deduced Han's message, Wang prepared to descend. Although this was a highway, for someone with a domain like Wang, jumping off the highway was as simple as walking. Just as Wang was about to leave, he noticed Lu Wenshu's face was pale with fear, his eyes wide, trembling uncontrollably. Not only Lu Wenshu, but others were also looking at Wang with expressions of sheer terror. They all appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Wang instantly sensed something was amiss and swiftly left the spot, his body shrouded in mist. He ran to Lu Wenshu's side and immediately turned to look behind him. The scene behind him sent a shiver down his spine. A charred headless corpse had inexplicably taken the place where Wang once stood, bent over. It clutched a similarly charred and disfigured head. Lu Wenshu and the others first witnessed the headless corpse brandishing the severed head behind Wang, and then beheld a boy transform into a swirling mass of black mist. Unable to contain their fear any longer. What the hell? A ghost? This can't be real, can it? A moving corpse and a figure enveloped in black mist. Truly a sight to behold. Is this some sort of film set? Are we part of a prank show? Where are the cameras? Where's the director? Who would dare to mess with you in this desolate wilderness? Let's get out of here. Reactions varied among the onlookers. Some fled without hesitation. Others remained skeptical of the supernatural, convinced they were being pranked, while a few stood frozen in sheer terror. Wang disregarded the reactions of the ordinary people behind him, his gaze fixated on the headless corpse. From its movements, it appeared the corpse had intended to place the charred head behind Wang. Upon being discovered, the headless corpse clutched the burnt head and retreated into the distance. A vengeful spirit? Wang recalled the chilling nursery rhyme he had heard during his earlier call to Han. One line ominously stating it would be placed behind him. The malevolent spirit was indeed concealed among these headless corpses. Wang's expression turned grim. He had clearly inspected the bodies and should not have missed a vengeful spirit. Fully alert, he felt the rolling black mist begin to spread from within him. The spirit's emergence was silent, he had sensed not the slightest disturbance. Had it not been for the shifting expressions of Lu Wenshu and the others, Wang might have found that charred head resting behind him. He was unsure of the consequences of a head being placed behind him, but he knew it could not bode well. Unexpectedly encountering this here meant he had no choice but to confront it. Wang's gaze hardened, preparing to test the waters. Since the spirit had manifested here, it implied that Lu Han was likely deceased. With his domain at his disposal, escaping was not a significant concern. Furthermore, after being discovered, the headless corpse displayed no further actions. Instead, it distanced itself from Wang, perhaps indicating he had not triggered the spirit's lethal patterns or for other reasons. Nevertheless, Wang's ultimate goal was containment, and action was inevitable. Under his control, the rolling, chilling black mist enveloped the vengeful spirit. The headless corpse moved leisurely, almost as if strolling. The distance between them was merely a few meters. The black mist swiftly engulfed the slowly moving spirit. Once within the realm of the black mist, the headless corpse froze, akin to a robot out of power. Seizing the opportunity, Wang promptly retrieved a golden containment bag and rushed toward the spirit. The spirit seemed to be subdued by Wang's domain, offering no resistance whatsoever. He effortlessly secured the corpse within the bag. Was it really this simple? A look of incredulity crossed Wang's face as he tied off the bag. Was everything unfolding too easily? Lu Han was an agent responsible for escorting vengeful spirits captured from across the nation back to headquarters, renowned for her exceptional abilities in dealing with such entities. The fact that only Lu Han had been dispatched to escort 3 vengeful spirits spoke volumes about her strength. Yet, this formidable spirit was now ensnared in his containment bag. Could it be that the spirit was merely subdued by his domain? Wang pondered, yet he still felt something was amiss. Unable to pinpoint the issue, he retracted the external black mist and stood beside the containment bag, casting a glance back at the panicked crowd. Lu Wenshu and the others noticed Wang re-emerging from the black mist, surveying the surrounding onlookers, their hearts sinking. Why hadn't they checked the omens before venturing out today? They knew well that even in broad daylight, one could encounter spirits on the highway. They would rather not leave the house at all. Huddled in the vehicle, Lu Wenshu cautiously observed Wang's movements. The recent corpse incident had raised alarms. These individuals could very well be problematic as well. Wang called out to the crowd, "I am Wang, an operative of the Hangzhou Paranormal Containment Task Force, specializing in handling supernatural events. You have 1 minute to present yourselves before me. Those who fail to comply will be treated as vengeful spirits." His declaration sent a tremor through the hearts of the ordinary people nearby. What was this Paranormal Containment Task Force? What was an operative? These were unfamiliar terms. However, from Wang's tone, he seemed to exude a sense of righteousness, though doubts lingered about his true nature. "You have 30 seconds left." As he spoke, he brandished a golden handgun. Upon seeing the gleaming weapon, those hiding in various nooks and crannies emerged. Wang glanced at the gun, momentarily taken aback. In the presence of ordinary people, this weapon might prove more effective than any supernatural power. Once the crowd formed 2 lines before him, he began scrutinizing each individual closely. Those under his gaze felt a surge of anxiety. After all, it remained uncertain whether this youth was human or ghostly. Wang remained vigilant, assessing the people before him. Yet, he detected no anomalies. From their expressions, no signs of trouble were apparent. Had he misjudged? Concerned about the possibility of hidden ghostly servants, he recalled that the dossier indicated the vengeful spirit known as Ghost Head Xiao Junjia lacked a domain. Yet what if the entity concealed its true capabilities? Just as Wang prepared to depart with the headless corpse in tow, he suddenly noticed movement at the back of the crowd. A middle-aged man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, sauntered toward the rear with a peculiar smile. He then raised his hands to grasp his own head, as if unplugging a cork, and tossed it behind a burly man in the second row. Wang's eyes widened at the sight, murmuring, "Two ghosts?" Chapter 73. Approaching Ghost Head, Wang was certain he had just contained a headless corpse, the bag still resting at his feet. Yet, a second ghost had emerged from the crowd, detaching its own head and placing it behind another person, reminiscent of a childhood game. Was this the reason for the spirit's codename, Ghost Head? However, Wang gradually retreated, distancing himself from the crowd, perplexed as to how many vengeful spirits Ghost Head truly encompassed. Previously, he had sensed the anomaly from Lu Wenshu and the others' changing expressions. Now, upon witnessing Wang's distressed retreat, they too began to realize something was amiss. As one person turned around, others followed suit. The crowd erupted in screams upon discovering a headless corpse behind them, particularly the burly man in front. He turned, nearly face to face with the headless body. His complexion instantly drained of color, his legs trembling uncontrollably. However, after locking eyes with him, the headless corpse swiftly turned and fled at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the nearby guardrail and leaping off the highway. The elevated highway stood at least 20 meters above ground. Yet, upon jumping, the headless corpse suffered no harm, rising to continue its rapid escape into the distance. I'm fine. The burly man regained his composure, collapsing in shock. He had been thoroughly terrified moments ago. It felt as though he had glimpsed his long-deceased grandmother beckoning him. What in the world was this ghastly entity? The burly man gazed down at the severed head on the ground, instinctively retreating 2 steps. The others scattered in panic, leaving only the head with its eerie grin. Something felt amiss. Wang's expression darkened as he observed the direction in which the headless corpse had departed. It was heading south. Recalling the chilling nursery rhyme, drop, drop. Drop the head. Gently place it behind him. Don't tell him. Quickly, quickly catch it. Quickly, quickly catch it. Quickly, quickly catch it. He understood. A glance at the golden containment bag beside him prompted him to empty the headless, charred body from within. Don't tell him referred to the target receiving the head, while catch it pertained to the entity known as drop the head. Although Wang was still unclear about the precise details of drop the head, he was certain that what he had just contained was not the genuine article. If a head were placed behind the man and drop the head was not promptly apprehended, it would likely trigger its murderous pattern. He cast a sidelong glance at the terrified burly man, sensing that his fate was grim. He was unlikely to catch up with drop the head. With a thud, the emptied headless corpse toppled to the ground, scattering numerous charred fragments. Yet, it remained eerily still. Could one create a ghostly servant without a domain? Without hesitation, Wang unleashed a spreading black mist, enveloping all the surviving individuals nearby. However, none exhibited the same rigidity as the headless corpse. Listen carefully, everyone, Wang addressed Lu Wenshu and the others. From now on, you will form 2 lines facing each other. Should a headless body appear behind anyone, immediately alert them to turn around. Do not let it place the head behind you. If you heed my instructions, you may survive, for help will soon arrive to take you away. Disobey, and your fate will be dire. With that, Wang disregarded the group and transformed into black mist, pursuing the departing headless body. The information left by LV Han was not false. The malevolent spirit dropped the head was likely situated to the south, where the headless corpse would not be heading in that direction. To hasten his journey, Wang teleported directly to the edge of his domain. The domain would automatically shift to center around him, thus relocating along with him. However, as he repeatedly teleported, the speed of his black mist domain was astonishingly rapid. Yet, expanding the domain to 50 meters left him feeling slightly fatigued. It seemed the nightmare ghost was also accelerating its resurgence. Wang attempted to reduce the domain's range from 50 to 30 meters to stabilize the nightmare ghost. This adjustment, however, increased his teleportation frequency, resulting in a relative slowdown. It could not compare to driving within the domain's confines, but it was sufficient to keep pace with the headless corpse running on 2 legs. While tracking the headless corpse, Wang dialed Liang Ruo's number, recounting the recent encounter. We need to keep that group under surveillance. I suspect one of them may be a ghostly servant of Drop the Head. Liang Ruo promptly made arrangements and subsequently reported, Agent Shi. Should we maintain communication during the next operation? Wang, recalling the terrifying nursery rhyme, declined Liang Ruo's suggestion. It's too hazardous. I suspect Drop the Head has multiple murder patterns. Hearing that nursery rhyme may trigger one of them. Moreover, the location I am heading to will likely bring me face to face with Drop the Head. In confronting it, I do not wish to be distracted by your end. Even if we maintained communication, you would be unable to assist me. It could even lead to danger. Should I make a sound, it might expose my position. I understand, Liang Ruo conceded, not pressing further. I will continuously monitor your phone's location signal. The other 2 agents should be approximately an hour away from your position, while the special agent is further and may take longer. Understood. Wang ended the call and turned his gaze towards the headless corpse, now 50 meters to his left, still running and seemingly indifferent to him. When it reached Drop the Head, it would likely mark the end for the burly man. Wang's expression remained unchanged. He could easily use the containment bag to secure the headless corpse, utilizing the golden bag to isolate its supernatural powers, rendering it an ordinary corpse. Much like the previous headless charred body. However, doing so would prevent him from locating the true position of Drop the Head. Sacrificing one life for information was not without merit, yet Wang intended to prevent the headless corpse from approaching Drop the Head if possible. After all, no one knew if the murder pattern would trigger, causing Drop the Head to teleport beside the burly man to claim his life. If that were to occur, Wang's efforts would be in vain. As Wang contemplated the potential scenarios of encountering Drop the Head, he witnessed the headless corpse enter a village. Its speed diminished. Wang's expression changed. He immediately followed. He sensed that Drop the Head was within. Chapter 74. Peaceful Village. The headless corpse exhibited a strong sense of purpose as it dashed into the nearby village, its speed decreasing. This led Wang to conclude that Drop the Head resided within the village. To prevent the burly man on the highway from triggering the murder pattern, Wang swiftly expanded the black mist, enveloping the headless corpse within. Unlike the previous headless charred corpse, the one now caught in the domain did not remain motionless. It began to spin in confusion, akin to an ant that had lost its way. Entering the domain, it had not lost its supernatural essence. A jolt of surprise coursed through Wang. This further solidified his hypothesis that Drop the Head was nearby. The presence of Drop the Head had enhanced the supernatural qualities of the headless corpse, allowing it to remain active. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Wang retrieved the golden containment bag and ensnared the headless corpse within. Lacking eyes, the murder pattern "close your eyes for 5 seconds and kill" could not be triggered, necessitating the use of the golden containment bag. Once the headless corpse was secured and the bag sealed, it became subdued. However, upon reopening, it exhibited signs of activity again. It seemed he could only temporarily contain it in the bag before entering the village to observe the situation. To conceal the headless corpse, Wang attempted to use the black mist to erode the surrounding soil. Apart from the golden bag, only other malevolent spirits could withstand the domain's influence. The soft earth was quickly permeated by the black mist. Utilizing the domain's ability to shift, he dug a deep pit underground. This action was effortless, easily accomplished with the domain's enhancement. The domain possessed many capabilities, but they required gradual development. Wang tossed the containment bag into the pit and covered it with soil once more. Having completed this task, he turned his attention to the village before him. The village comprised only about 30 houses, appearing modest in size. Most were tiled and single-story structures, with only one 3-story building present. While the village seemed somewhat impoverished, the cement roads led directly to each home. Standing on the main cement road leading into the village, Wang noticed a series of ponds on either side. He observed a glimmer of gold on the cement path, squinted to examine it closely, and approached. He picked up a palm-sized golden badge. Inscribed with the words Supernatural Containment Special Operations Team, he's City Agent Lu Hu. So, this agent had not met his demise. Wang tucked away his identification and raised his gaze towards the village, murmuring to himself, "Are the agents from Jinling City also inside, or have they already perished?" He did not rush into the village. Instead, he dialed Liang Rua's number. "Assistant Liang, could you investigate the information regarding the village I'm currently in? How long will it take?" As a member of the Hangzhou Supernatural Containment Special Operations Team, he had the support of a base behind him. Although they could not assist Wang in combating the supernatural, logistical support was assured. Liang Rua promptly replied, 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Hurry. All right, I will begin immediately. Within 2 minutes, Liang Rua had gathered intelligence on the village. Peace Village was quite ordinary, comprising 35 households. With the passage of time, most young people had left the village for work, leaving behind the elderly who were reluctant to depart, around 20 individuals. The village only bustled during the new year, when some young workers returned to reunite with their families. However, a considerable number had settled in larger cities. Agent Shi, that is the information on Peace Village. There are no anomalies. After hearing Liang Rua's report, Wang responded, notify the arriving specialists and commissioners. Losing Face and Lu Han are likely among them. After hanging up the phone, Wang pondered briefly. The reinforcements would take at least 40 to 50 minutes to arrive. The delay concerned him, and he decided to enter the village for reconnaissance, hoping to encounter Lu Han and Lu Hu and bring them out. Wang possessed a domain. If he could find these two, he could rescue them. Should the agents from Jinling City still be alive, they would unite 4 spirit tamers. Coupled with the intelligence obtained after the 3 interacted with Losing Face, they might be able to formulate a plan for direct containment. Had it not been for his mastery of the domain, Wang would have refrained from such recklessness and waited for reinforcements. However, the longer he delayed, the more perilous the situation within the village seemed. If Lu Han and the others had been killed, the number of malevolent spirits would become alarmingly high. Checking his golden pistol, Wang glanced up at the blazing sun and strode towards the village. Upon entering, an inexplicable sense of dissonance enveloped him. He quickly recognized the source of this unease. The village was eerily silent. Where were the people? Wang frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. Liang Rua had mentioned that the village's youth were away working, but surely some elderly residents remained. Was it possible that it was merely nap time? given the sweltering heat. That was not out of the question. No, something felt amiss. Even if it were nap time, the village was far too quiet. The village was adorned with numerous trees, yet not a single sound of insects, barking dogs, or crowing roosters could be heard. Wang licked his lips. It was midday, yet a chill pervaded the air. Lu Han and Lu Hu were not fools. If they were alive, they would have left behind some clues in the village. Taking a deep breath, he glanced back before continuing deeper into the village. Due to the oppressive silence, he feared losing face might appear at any moment. So he unleashed his domain to ensure his safety. A sphere of black mist, 3 meters in diameter, began to drift along the cement path of the village. Soon, Wang approached a dilapidated tile-roofed house. The structure appeared to be at least 20 years old, with many tiles missing from the eaves. There was no courtyard, merely a tree by the entrance beneath which a rocking chair lay, evidence that someone had rested there. Wang enveloped himself in the black mist and entered the room. The furnishings and various household items indicated that people lived there, and the types of clothing suggested the presence of 2 individuals. However, there was no sign of them. Exiting the house, Wang cast a glance at the only 3-story building in the village and decided to head in that direction. Just as he prepared to move, an elderly man with a cane appeared some 10 meters behind him, seemingly startled by the black mist. He let out a terrified scream, dropping his cane and stumbling backward. Chapter 75. The last message left by Wang the old man was on a hard cement surface. If he fell, given his age and physical condition, it would likely be the end for him. In a flash, the black mist transformed into a dark streak that rushed to the old man's side. Wang, enveloped in the mist, first made contact with the old man to ensure he was unharmed before retracting his domain. Sir, please be cautious as you walk. After helping the old man to his feet, he handed back the cane that had fallen nearby. The old man, now leaning on his cane, appeared somewhat dazed. He looked at the smiling Wang, then shuffled sideways a couple of steps to glance behind him. I clearly saw a black mist emerge from my house. Where has it gone? The old man's face still bore a hint of terror as he glanced at Wang. Young man, did you see a black mist? Not at all. Wang replied without skipping a beat. There's nothing here, just me. Just you? Could it be my old eyes deceived me? The old man pondered for a moment before suddenly raising his head to scrutinize Wang, his tone turning wary. Who are you? I must tell you, I don't buy health products or longevity pills. The old man's behavior left Wang perplexed. However, he soon realized that the old man mistook him for a scammer seeking to exploit the village's welfare system. Wang hastily explained that he was merely a visitor wishing to see the village. He learned that the old man's name was Ma Jingsheng. A visitor? What is there to see here? Ma Jingsheng gestured toward the surrounding dilapidated houses with a sigh. Everyone is flocking to the big cities. Yet you young people come to the countryside? Are you trying to endure hardship for no reason? Seeing that Ma Jingsheng was willing to engage in conversation, Wang seized the opportunity to inquire about Lu Han and Lu Hu's whereabouts. Grandpa Ma, here's the thing. I'm actually part of a tour group. Some members have gotten lost, and they didn't bring their phones, so I came out to find them. Have you seen any strangers in the village? One of them is a woman, quite beautiful. He described Lu Han's appearance, adding, she should have arrived in the village about an hour ago. Upon hearing Wang was searching for someone, Ma Jingsheng appeared to relax slightly. I haven't seen anyone from outside. Today, Old Li passed away, and everyone went to pay their respects. A death in the village? Wang's brows furrowed as he immediately inquired, Grandpa Ma, where is this Old Li? Various signs indicated that losing face was indeed in Peace Village. Could Old Li's death be connected to the malevolent spirits? Ma Jingsheng shot Wang a glare. Where else would he be? He asked, lying in a coffin, of course. Listen, young man. It's best you stop asking questions and avoid getting mixed up in any misfortune. Our village is just filled with elderly folks waiting for death. There's nothing to see here. Your friends likely aren't around. Ma Jingsheng's tone had grown somewhat dismissive. Oh, then you should go rest, Grandpa Ma. I'll search the village. If I can't find them, I'll leave. With that, Wang turned away from Ma Jingsheng and continued deeper into the village. Ma Jingsheng stood still, watching Wang depart, his expression gradually becoming neutral, devoid of any emotion. A pair of indifferent eyes fixated intently on Wang's retreating figure. After walking for a while, Wang spotted 2 elderly men seated on chairs at the entrance of a modest dwelling, engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing Wang, they cast him curious glances. Wang approached them, inquiring about Lu Han and Lu Hu, but both elders claimed they had not seen them. They had been conversing at the door after their midday meal, basking in the sun beneath a tree, completely unaware of anyone entering the village. Subsequently, he encountered another elder, who similarly reported no sighting of outsiders entering the village. This was perplexing. Wang retrieved 2 golden credentials from his pocket. The credential belonging to Lu Han pointed him in a certain direction, while Lu Hu's credential indicated they were indeed present. Why had the elders not seen these ghostly agents? Had they perhaps been slain by the vengeful spirits? After pondering this, Wang ventured into the 3-story building in the village, the residence of the village chief. Upon inspection, he found nothing amiss with the chief and his wife. What? Your friend has gone missing in the village? That's quite serious. The 60-year-old village chief immediately took Wang under his wing, beginning to question each household in the village. The number of elders in the village was limited, and some had gathered at old Li's home. They quickly made their rounds outside. Tian Wenjing, has your friend never visited Pingyi village? Should I assist you in filing a report? The village chief was notably enthusiastic. He referred to Wang as Tian Wenjing, a name Wang had intentionally fabricated. Chief, there is one household we haven't inquired about. Wang pointed to a single-story house 3 doors down from the chief's residence, indicating it was there. The chief's expression changed as he looked over. That's old Li's house. He passed away today. Everyone is inside paying their last respects. Your friend cannot be there. Furthermore, our village has a custom that the deceased cannot meet outsiders, as it would disrupt the spirit's reincarnation. I strongly advise against your visiting old Li's home. The chief's tone was resolute. His gaze suggested that if Wang insisted on going to old Li's house, he would not hesitate to intervene. Yet, Wang could not overlook this final location. After surveying the village, it was the only place left unexplored. Perhaps the answer lay within old Li's house. Thank you for your help today, Chief. After expressing his gratitude, Wang pretended to depart. Once the chief returned home, Wang swiftly took a detour back, heading towards old Li's residence. As he ran, Ma Jingxing at the village entrance, the 2 elderly men resting under the tree, and the returning village chief simultaneously turned to observe Wang's direction. Having accompanied the chief around the village for over 20 minutes, Wang had memorized the layout. He quickly arrived at the gate of old Li's courtyard via the side path. There, he immediately spotted the golden credential stuck in the soil beside the gate. He pulled out the credential and glanced at it. Supernatural Containment Special Forces, Jiangning City Operative Yuan Peng, the last of the 3 ghostly agents, lost to contact, had been located. Wang lifted his gaze to the tightly shut courtyard gate, preparing to investigate the situation inside. But at that moment, he felt a chilling presence creeping from behind him. Almost instinctively, he turned around. The sight that met his eyes sent a shiver down his spine. A group of elderly villagers had gathered, their faces twisted with expressions of disdain and malice, standing merely 2 meters behind him. Chapter 76. The 4-person team the villagers had inexplicably gathered behind Wang. What was happening? It felt as though they had suddenly materialized beside him. A tumult of emotions surged within Wang, yet he maintained a facade of calm. He had previously confirmed these individuals' identities using the powers of the nightmare ghost. The elders of Pingyi village should be ordinary folk. However, these grim-faced villagers appeared anything but normal. Although it was unlikely, if they were all vengeful spirits, Wang would have no choice but to flee Pingyi village. Even with his protective domain, he dared not confront a dozen ghosts alone. Who knew if Tian Wenjing's ghost fire had escaped? Were there any ghost fires among these villagers? Tian Wenjing, why are you here? The village chief stood only a few steps away from Wang, his sunken eyes revealing a hint of darkness. Did I not inform you that our village's elders cannot meet with outsiders after they pass? What is your intention? Wang had anticipated the chief would take immediate action. Instead, the chief engaged him in dialogue. Unsure of the villager's true nature, Wang decided to retreat for the time being. I dropped something here. I shall take my leave now. Having spoken, Wang hastily exited the village under the watchful gazes of the chief and the elderly villagers. Upon returning to the village entrance, Wang exhaled deeply. This village was far too strange. Surely it hadn't transformed into a ghost village? He glanced at the time, deciding to wait for reinforcements before re-entering. As he fought off yawns, half an hour swiftly passed. Boom, boom, boom. The distant roar drew Wang's attention. He looked up to see a helicopter approaching. As it hovered above, a rope was lowered, and 3 individuals descended in quick succession, all equipped with backpacks. One of them, a middle-aged man with a square face dressed in military attire, raised his hand to give a thumbs up to the pilot. The pilot seemed to acknowledge the gesture and flew away. The 3 individuals landed and exchanged glances before approaching Wang. The square-faced middle-aged man stepped forward, observing Wang for a few seconds before saying, "You must be the operative, Ghost Dream, Wang from Hang City." The information regarding Ghost Dream and its sleeplessness had circulated widely within the special forces. The dark circles under the young man's eyes clearly indicated that he was the one who had come to investigate the whereabouts of Lu Han and the others. Upon Shi Wang's nod, the middle-aged man introduced himself. "I am Special Forces Delegate Zhong Xinghai." He then introduced the two individuals beside him. One was Zhou Chuani from Chang City, appearing around 25 with an exaggerated hairstyle. And the other was Huang Wenbing from Han City, no older than 30, sporting dyed yellow hair and a pale complexion, exuding an air of fragility. From their appearance alone, Shi Wang couldn't discern their capabilities. However, since they were all delegates, they undoubtedly possessed ample experience in handling supernatural incidents. We encountered each other on the way, so we decided to come together. Although this is our first meeting, we have an urgent task at hand, so let us forego idle chatter. Zhong Xinghai naturally assumed the role of leader for their quartet, with Huang Wenbing and Zhou Chuani offering no objections, and Shi Wang expressing none either. Operative Shi Wang. Assistant Liang Ruo mentioned that you have identified the location of Headless Ghost and conducted preliminary explorations. Have you made any discoveries? The three of them turned their attention to Shi Wang. They did not underestimate him due to his appearance, resembling a high school student who had stayed up late gaming. Just as Shi Wang did not undervalue Huang Wenbing and Zhou Chuani based on their looks. All were ghostly agents who had encountered vengeful spirits. Those lacking capability had perished long ago. Although Pingy Village appeared to be an ordinary village inhabited by elderly residents, the truth was rather eerie. Shi Wang recounted the information he had gathered earlier. Upon hearing the conclusion, both Huang Wenbing and Zhou Chuani's expressions shifted dramatically. The sudden appearance of the elderly villagers behind him, when combined with the terrifying ballad of Headless Ghost and the headless corpse encountered on the highway, left one to ponder. Had Shi Wang not noticed the anomaly behind him, would he have fallen prey to Headless Ghost? Zhong Xinghai frowned as he accepted 3 golden documents from Shi Wang. The malevolent spirits could not affect the golden material, suggesting that these documents were indeed clues left by their previous owners. Given that Yuan Peng's document was found outside the deceased Elder Li's residence, it was imperative that they investigate further. Zhong Xinghai glanced at the trio of Shi Wang, Zhou Chuani, and Huang Wenbing. Shi Wang and Zhou Chuani expressed no objections, but Huang Wenbing furrowed his brow and posed a question. According to Shi Wang, if the elders in this village are all malevolent spirits, have we considered the repercussions of forcibly entering that courtyard? There could potentially be a dozen or more malevolent spirits lurking within the village. If we were to become trapped inside, the resurgence of these spirits might not guarantee our escape. At that moment, Zhong Xinghai and Zhou Chuani turned their gaze toward Shi Wang after Huang Wenbing finished speaking. Shi Wang did not shy away. If danger arises, I will utilize my domain to extract you. However, you must remain within 10 meters of me. Shi Wang intentionally minimized the range of his domain. Shi Wang, I have long heard of your domain, a formidable ability to face 3 opponents. Such a power is quite rare among malevolent spirits. We must witness it today. Zhou Chuani remarked, producing a comb from seemingly nowhere and preening his pompadour. Huang Wenbing, appearing somewhat feeble, smiled at Shi Wang, saying, in that case, we will rely on you in times of peril. Shi Wang certainly did not take their words to heart. Having come to participate in such tasks, one must possess some hidden cards. With that in mind, Zhong Xinghai assigned the tasks. As for combat, that shall be left to the 3 of us. Shi Wang, your responsibility is to maneuver us to safety in times of crisis. After distributing the roles, Zhong Xinghai led the way into the village, with Shi Wang and the others closely following behind. The 4 walked along the concrete path, remaining vigilant to their surroundings. As they passed by the ponds flanking the village entrance, Shi Wang cast a glance at the water, sensing an unsettling disquiet. Shi Wang, do not fall behind. Huang Wenbing cautioned from the front. Shi Wang took a deep look at the pond before hastening to catch up with Zhong Xinghai and the others. However, once the 4 entered the village, the pond beside the concrete path suddenly erupted with splashes. A bloated corpse, covered in bubbles, began to rise from the water. Its pallid eyes glanced at the retreating figures of Shi Wang and the others before slowly sinking back down. Chapter 77. 3 Coffins in Pingy Village. Ma Jingsheng was no longer in the dilapidated house. Not only Ma Jingsheng, but not a single elder was to be found within the village. It was as if, during the half hour that Shi Wang waited, the entire population had vanished. Following Shi Wang's indication, Zhong Xinghai made his way toward the home of the deceased Elder Li. Soon, he halted in his tracks. Hold on. Zhong Xinghai signaled for the group to advance. The flamboyant Zhou Chuani stepped forward to examine the courtyard wall, turning to Shi Wang and asking, is this the place? Indeed, it is, Shi Wang replied, his brow furrowed. The village chief and other villagers who had previously expelled him from the courtyard were nowhere to be found. However, An unsettling atmosphere emanated from within the yard. The four detected the strangeness of the courtyard, realizing that their target likely lay within. Zhong Xinghai fixed his gaze on the wall before him, preparing to charge in. Wait. Shi Wang urgently grasped Zhong Xinghai, frowning. Are you planning to rush in without caution? Zhong Xinghai calmly nodded. For me, locating the trace of the spirits is the most challenging task. Recognizing Zhong Xinghai's confidence, Shi Wang recalled the latter's status as a special envoy. There were no more than 10 such exorcists across the nation. Rest assured, I shall handle the combat, Zhong Xinghai assured Shi Wang, giving a nod. If an exceptionally dangerous situation arises, then you may lead them to safety. With that, Zhong Xinghai approached the courtyard wall and pushed open the gate. Shi Wang did not allow Zhong Xinghai's confidence to ease his vigilance. Zhou Chuanyi and Huang Wenbing appeared indifferent, yet they also maintained a distance from Zhong Xinghai. Although Zhong Xinghai was a special envoy from headquarters, exorcists tended to trust only themselves after long encounters with malevolent spirits. The courtyard was modest in size, merely over 20 square meters. It was filled with figures, including not only elderly individuals, but also several young adults and 2 children around 4 or 5 years old. As the gate swung open, everyone inside simultaneously turned to face them. Zhong Xinghai felt a chill run through him as he met their gaze, his heartbeat nearly halting. This sensation was fleeting, yet undeniably real. Who are you? A few indifferent young men, pale-faced and devoid of vitality, stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of the elders of Pingyi village. With a serious expression, Zhong Xinghai addressed the crowd. I am Zhong Xinghai, a special envoy of the Huagua Paranormal Task Force, here on a special mission. Should you obstruct our task, I shall consider you enemies, and I am authorized to eliminate you. Having said this, Zhong Xinghai advanced toward the crowd. However, his warning did not seem to intimidate those inside. Several young men stepped forward, directly seizing Zhong Xinghai. Meanwhile, Shi Wang, Huang Wenbing, and Zhou Chuanyi remained on high alert, poised to act. Yet, upon seizing Zhong Xinghai, nothing ensued. Instead, Zhong Xinghai gathered his strength and flung the 3 young men to the ground. Thud! As the 3 young men fell, one of their heads rolled away. The headless body on the ground continued to writhe, seemingly attempting to rise. This scene startled the 4 companions. A head had detached, yet the body still moved. What manner of being was this? Ah, a ghost. There are ghosts. The villagers within the courtyard were even more agitated than Shi Wang and his companions. Whether it was the other 2 young men who had just attacked or the surrounding elders, they all shrieked in terror and fled toward the courtyard exit. A few elders, seemingly overwhelmed with fright, collapsed to the ground. It's a headless ghost. Shi Wang evaded the fleeing villagers and cautioned the others. Be careful. That one on the ground is merely a ghostly servant. The true malevolent spirit may be concealed among the crowd, originally intending to block the villagers' escape. Zhou Chuanyi and Huang Wenbing promptly retreated outside the courtyard, standing back to back and vigilantly observing the fleeing villagers. Within less than half a minute, aside from the 4 of them, not a single person remained standing, neither inside nor outside the courtyard. Zhou Chuanyi, having entered the courtyard, gazed at the few elders still writhing on the ground with a bemused expression and remarked to Shi Wang, did you not say there were no ordinary people here? These old men do not seem like ghostly servants controlled by malevolent spirits. Shi Wang wore a grim expression as he replied, with so many people, how am I to discern who poses a threat and who does not? Furthermore, given the current state of this village, do you really believe they are innocent? Enough chatter, quickly look at what's inside the house, Zhong Xinghai interjected, casting only a fleeting glance at the fallen elders before shifting his focus. In the eyes of the special envoy, the mission took precedence above all. The lives they saved far outweighed those who perished because of them. Thus, he cared little for the condition of the elders on the ground. The only thing that piqued Zhong Xinghai's interest was the contents of the house. Coffins, Zhou Chuanyi exclaimed, wide-eyed upon spotting the coffins arranged in the main hall. Could they belong to the late elderly who passed away today? Hearing this, Shi Wang turned his gaze toward the interior, though the courtyard was well lit. The room was engulfed in darkness, as if the very light had been devoured. Sensing this, Shi Wang immediately became alert. The absence of light could indicate the presence of malevolent spirits within. The so-called elderly was likely a headless ghost. As he ventured inside, the likelihood of being besieged by vengeful spirits loomed ominously. Yet, without a trace of hesitation, Zhong Xinghai pressed forward. However, upon reaching the threshold of the door, he abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. Zhong Xinghai's expression shifted. Wasn't he an old Li who had perished? Why were there 3 coffins within the room? No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than a childish voice echoed through the courtyard. Heads, heads, heads. Shi Wang's eyes widened in horror as he beheld 2 toddlers, aged 4 or 5, gleefully cradling the severed head of a young man, bouncing towards the group. A boy and a girl continued to chant a chilling nursery rhyme. Gently place it behind him. Do not let him know. Hurry, hurry, catch it. Hurry, hurry, catch it. Fear gripped Wang as he realized he was rendered immobile. His body feeling as though it were laden with lead, even his eyeballs refusing to budge. He could only hear the children's song wafting from left to right. When the melody concluded, he discerned footsteps departing the courtyard, yet the children's giggles seemed to linger just behind him. Bang! The courtyard gate slammed shut. In that moment, Wang regained control of his body. His first instinct was to turn around. Upon seeing the grinning face of the girl's head behind him, he felt his eyelids flutter. It appeared he was not alone in his plight. Zhou Chuanyi's expression mirrored his unease, clutching the boy's head in his hands, while Huang Wenbing found himself fixated on the initially fallen head of the young man. Only Zhong Xinghai stood unaccompanied by a head. Friends, we must hasten to locate the owners of these heads. I cannot predict what may ensue otherwise. Ignoring the turmoil within the courtyard, Wang strode towards the exit. Chapter 78. It runs. He pursues Zhou Chuanyi, and Huang Wenbing dared not tarry. Although this was their first encounter with the head-throwing nursery rhyme, the content was unmistakably clear. If they failed to capture it, they might inadvertently trigger a deadly sequence. Zhou Chuanyi had never anticipated such an occurrence. He promptly followed Wang out of the courtyard. Huang Wenbing cast a glance back at Zhong Xinghai in the courtyard. You all handle the heads. I will attempt to resolve the issue at its source. Zhong Xinghai showed no inclination to assist. This was not due to negligence, but rather the unsettling nature of the 3 coffins in the room. If the entity behind the nursery rhyme resided within, Zhong Xinghai merely needed to contain it to alleviate the predicament faced by Wang and the others. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenbing also turned to exit the courtyard. Once the others departed, only Zhong Xinghai remained, along with a few elders on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Zhong Xinghai cast a fleeting glance at the elders of Heping village before striding toward the room housing the 3 coffins. As he approached, he suddenly sensed a stirring within the darkness of the room. Zhong Xinghai's pupils constricted. The shadows seemed to writhe, as if attempting to ensnare him within their depths. Upon exiting the courtyard, Wang observed villagers fleeing in panic. Among the crowd, he spotted the headless corpse of the girl darting around a corner, disappearing behind an old house. A dark mist surged from within Wang, spreading outward. The pitch-black cloud raced ahead, and as he pursued, Wang sensed something peculiar. According to previous occurrences, headless bodies would typically converge near the entity associated with the nursery rhyme. Yet, this time, the 3 headless corpses dispersed in 3 different directions. As he exited, Wang also caught sight of the headless bodies of the boy and the young man. Each had taken off in separate directions, compelling Wang, Zhou Chuanyi, and Huang Wenbing to split up. The villagers appeared ordinary, yet trust was a luxury they could not afford. Perhaps ghostly servants of the nursery rhyme lurked among them. The true number of spirits within Heping village remained a mystery to Wang. The horror of the nursery rhyme echoed ominously, amplifying the dread. Upon hearing the song, all 4 ghost masters, including Zhong Xinghai, found themselves unable to move. The danger here surpassed their worst expectations. Other matters could wait. They must first pursue the girl's corpse. Wang turned sharply, entering the old house where the girl had hidden. Inside, huddled in a corner, was a youth trembling uncontrollably, one of the 3 young men from earlier. Wang recognized him but refrained from seeking information, suspecting the villagers' intentions. As he searched the room for the girl, the youth suddenly pointed in a direction and exclaimed, "I saw her run behind." Wang furrowed his brows at the remark, preparing to investigate the back of the house. Yet, an uneasy sensation gnawed at him, one he could not quite articulate. Behind the old house lay a grove of bamboo. Utilizing his abilities to phase through the wall, Wang glimpsed a child's silhouette sprinting at an unnatural speed. To his horror, the child's body was headless. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang seized the girl's head and hastened after the child. The bamboo grove encircled a pond that bordered the village. Upon reaching the pond's edge, the headless corpse of the girl leapt in without hesitation. However, a swirling mass of black mist swiftly enveloped the girl's body before it could submerge. The mist coalesced into a humanoid form at the pond's edge, with the girl's head in his left hand and her headless body in the right. Wang surveyed the pond before him. Was there truly this much water? He recalled the pond's water level had only been half full upon his arrival at the village. Suddenly, he remembered that while waiting for Zhong Xinghai and the others, the water level had appeared to rise. Upon re-entering the village for the second time, he had sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint the issue. Now, everything became clear. Could it be? Wang hastily retreated, avoiding the pond. A chilling realization dawned upon him. The pond, the water, the drowned ghost. Among the 3 vengeful spirits that had been contained and later relocated by Lu Han, one was indeed a drowned ghost. Had it emerged? Wang was initially astonished, then perplexed. How could a ghost escape from the golden coffin? Vengeful spirits possessed supernatural abilities that could not penetrate gold. The entity behind the nursery rhyme could not possibly release a contained ghost unless someone had breached the containment facility from the outside. Surely, Lu Han and the others would not engage in such reckless behavior. Were the villagers involved? Or perhaps there were others concealed within the village. The more information Wang gathered, the more confused he became. He glanced down at the girl's head, placing it back upon her body. The reattached corpse seemed to lose its supernatural essence, rapidly decaying. He hastily discarded the body onto the ground. Witnessing the corpse rot without any movement allowed Wang to breathe a sigh of relief. If the nursery rhyme was indeed a curse, he surmised he had likely lifted it. He turned to regard the pond, refraining from acting impulsively. The fully awakened drowned ghost was far more terrifying than the ghost master Su Miao could ever be. With several allies still at his side, Wang preferred not to take undue risks. The nursery rhyme, the drowned ghost, the hair ghost, and the fire ghost might all be lurking within the village, alongside other potential adversaries. This information needed to be relayed to the others swiftly. While Wang pursued the girl, Zhou Chunyi was also chasing after the boy. Although they followed different paths, the boy's intention mirrored that of the girl. Both aimed to leap into the pond. With a splash, Zhou Chunyi, who had pursued to the water's edge, watched the ripples in the pond gradually subside and gritted his teeth, muttering, "You won't escape this time." The water in the pond was approximately 1.5 meters deep. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chunyi plunged in as well. Standing at a height of 1.75 meters, only his head remained above the surface. He searched underwater for a while, but could not locate the boy's body. Reluctantly, he inhaled deeply and submerged. There it was. Zhou Chunyi spotted the boy's corpse lying at the bottom of the pond. Just as he prepared to retrieve it, something powerful seized his ankle, dragging him downwards. Despite the water reaching only to his neck, Zhou Chunyi found himself sinking for an interminable time. With a tumultuous splash, a drenched figure emerged from the pond. After a brief pause, the figure abruptly returned to the water, extending its hands to grope around and retrieving a severed head. Placing it atop his own bare neck, he pushed aside his long hair, revealing Zhou Chunyi's pallid face, and then made his way toward the village. Chapter 79. The fully revived malevolent spirit. The black mist lingered in the village for a moment before settling before a pallid figure. Under Huang Wenbing's vigilant gaze, Wang gradually emerged from the shadows. Huang Wenbing exhaled in relief, then scrutinized Wang with a faint smile. "Have you so readily harnessed the power of a malevolent spirit?" Rumors suggested that Wang, having participated in numerous high-risk containment missions involving malevolent spirits, was on the brink of resurrection himself. Yet, it appeared to be otherwise. Wang observed the headless corpse of the young man ensnared in a blood-red web beside Huang Wenbing, commending, as expected of the ghost spider, "You've caught it so swiftly." Wang remembered that Huang Wenbing had been the last to emerge. Yet, astonishingly, he had snared the headless body from less than 30 meters away. As he studied the blood-colored web entangling the corpse, he mused, "No wonder he appears so composed. Perhaps he has already ensnared the entire village in a web of traps." Huang Wenbing seemed to sense Wang's thoughts. "Do you think I've managed to control the entire village?" He coughed lightly and chuckled bitterly. "If it were the spirit within me, it could be done. But I am incapable." Wang nodded subtly, leaving Huang Wenbing uncertain whether he believed him. "Why didn't you return the head?" Wang inquired, puzzled. "I feared complications," Huang Wenbing replied, as the first to seize the corpse. He had hesitated to attach the young man's head, wary of unforeseen consequences. "If you return the head, it will decay," Wang elucidated. "This is likely the key to breaking the curse." Huang Wenbing pondered for a moment before realizing. "So that's it. Hurry and catch it means to return things to their rightful owners. Just like a game of handkerchief. If one fails to catch the person who threw it behind them, they risk becoming a ghost themselves. Yet, if they succeed, they remain human." Huang Wenbing's understanding aligned closely with Wang's. Following Wang's instructions, he reattached the young man's head. As expected, the corpse began to decay. "You were right," Huang Wenbing remarked, reaching out to touch the blood-red web. The web seemed alive, weaving around his fingers. Wang's expression sharpened as he deduced the web's material. Blood. Huang Wenbing's blood. No wonder he appeared so weak. His blood was frequently drawn and injected back. Without supernatural aid, he would have perished long ago. "What about Zhou Chunyi?" Huang Wenbing asked, glancing at Shi Wang after reclaiming his blood. I haven't seen him. Shi Wang was about to inform Huang Wenbing that there might be a drowned spirit in the pond at the village's edge when, suddenly, flames erupted in the nearby courtyard. The ethereal green flames illuminated both Shi Wang and Huang Wenbing's faces in an eerie glow. Something's gone awry, they both exclaimed, rushing toward the courtyard. They were already close, arriving in less than 5 seconds. Before they could enter, a figure engulfed in green flames dashed out from the courtyard. It was the envoy Zhong Xinghai. Huang Wenbing's face paled. After their pursuit of the headless corpse, only Zhong Xinghai remained in the courtyard, intending to address the source of the problem. But now, the envoy emerged, engulfed in flames, looking utterly disheveled. The agony from the burning flames was unbearable, and even Zhong Xinghai could not suppress a scream. It's ghost fire. Shi Wang immediately recognized the flames surrounding them and cautioned, "Be careful, ghost fire can even pierce my domain." Huang Wenbing's eyes widened in disbelief. It can pierce your domain? Such a thing exists? Wasn't the ghost fire contained by you? Why is it here? Zhong Xinghai, racked with pain, replied, "Not just ghost fire, there's also the hair ghost. The coffin inside isn't black, it's golden. The darkness comes from the hair ghost's hair overwhelming the room." As Shi Wang observed Zhong Xinghai's skin blistering and peeling from the flames, he urged, "Envoy Zhong, there's a drowned spirit in the pond at the village's entrance. If you jump in, perhaps you can harness the drowned spirit's power to extinguish the ghost fire." Utilizing one ghost's supernatural energy against another may be an unconventional approach. Yet it was a strategy Shi Wang was familiar with. However, this was the first time Zhong Xinghai had heard of such a method. The risk of failure loomed large. He could face the wrath of 2 spirits. Yet, Shi Wang's experience in these matters was significant. The number of spirits within Peace Village was far too great. He could not allow Zhong Xinghai to be consumed by the flames. Otherwise, the issues in Peace Village would remain unresolved, and the spirit population would only grow. Threatening Hang City, Zhong Xinghai, displaying remarkable resolve, charged toward the pond at the village's entrance. Since harnessing the power of malevolent spirits, he had never been successfully attacked by another spirit. This was why he had resolved many intricate supernatural incidents and attained the status of envoy. However, the ghost fire he faced today was uniquely debilitating, even breaking through the ghostly protection that usually shielded him. Will this work? Huang Wenbing expressed his concern. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Shi Wang admitted, unsure how to combat the ghost fire. How did you manage to contain it back then? If it can pierce your domain, you couldn't have trapped it. I contained it after crashing into the ghost master, Shi Wang replied. Impressive. Huang Wenbing gave Shi Wang a thumbs up, but the dire situation around them soon gripped his attention. A mass of black hair began to surge from the courtyard. Simultaneously, a figure ensnared in hair began to rise, supported by the dense strands. Upon sighting the hair ghost, both Huang Wenbing and Shi Wang felt as if their own hair had come to life, growing wildly and swiftly. The rapidly growing strands began to constrict around their necks, tightening relentlessly. It's the hair ghost. Shi Wang's expression shifted dramatically, his body instantly enveloped in black mist as he sought refuge within it. However, the black mist did not entirely shield him from supernatural forces. While his hair ceased to grow, the half-meter strands that had already emerged continued to assault him. They coiled around his throat, arms, and face, with some even burrowing into his flesh, causing blood to seep forth. The fully revived malevolent spirit, whether in the form of ghost fire or the hair ghost, exhibited a terrifying escalation in menace. Even without encountering the severed head, Shi Wang and his companions found themselves ensnared in peril. How infuriating! These strands of hair are utterly unyielding. Shi Wang has been ceaselessly battling against the hair specter within this domain. After a moment's struggle, he relinquished the attempt to confront the supernatural force of the hair specter with his own ethereal abilities. Was there not another entity in the courtyard capable of burning through the domain and rending the ghostly hide? Shi Wang swiftly commanded the surrounding dark mist. Drawing closer to the courtyard. Chapter 80. A ghost indeed. The fully revived hair specter is terrifying beyond measure. Shi Wang found himself ensnared by the uncontrollable strands, quickly succumbing to a sense of suffocation. What had once been a confined area of dark mist rapidly expanded outward. The pervasive black fog infiltrated the courtyard. Yet Shi Wang refrained from allowing the hair specter to enter this realm. He feared that its presence would further influence him with its supernatural force. The only method he could conceive to combat the hair was the ghost fire. If ghost fire could breach the domain, incinerating hair would certainly be a trivial matter. However, this approach bore its own risks. Should he be scorched by the flames, the consequences would be dire. Yet, in this moment, Shi Wang found himself with no other option but to take the gamble. Once the domain expanded, he swiftly began to perceive the situation within the courtyard. Ghost fire by the coffin? Wang was taken aback that the ghost fire had not pursued him. No wonder the courtyard was littered with the hair of the specter. The dark mist surged into the room, encountering considerable resistance upon reaching the 3 coffins. Just as Zhong Xinghai had mentioned, these coffins were crafted from gold. However, Wang had no time to concern himself with the coffins, as he felt the strands tightening around his neck. Aside from the 3 coffins, there was another area ablaze with green flames, impervious to the encroaching dark mist. It was indeed the ghost fire. Yet, upon witnessing the ghost fire, Wang was startled. The flames before him bore no head. The ghost fire, sensing Wang's approach, flared up dramatically, igniting the surrounding black mist. The domain was ablaze. However, Wang did not retreat this time. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, gradually closing the distance to the ghost fire. As he approached, he felt the searing heat. This flame could incinerate me. Upon drawing near to the ghost fire, Wang grasped the true horror it possessed. At this rate, the ghost fire could reduce him to a desiccated corpse within a mere 20 seconds. The nightmare ghost was powerful within the domain, particularly with its dual-layered nature. Yet, this ghost fire could penetrate the realm and was headless. Wang was at a complete loss as to how to counter it. Moreover, under the ghost fire's relentless heat, the nightmare ghost within him seemed to be accelerating towards revival. Not to mention 20 seconds, even 10 seconds of exposure could lead to its immediate resurrection. Fortunately, it was not only Wang who could not endure the heat. The strands of hair, already invaded by the hair specter's supernatural influence, could not withstand it either. As he drew near the ghost fire, those strands fell silent, igniting in green flames within 2 seconds, releasing a foul stench. Wang immediately harnessed the power of the domain to expel the burning hair and retreated from the ghost fire. Despite this, some of his flesh had still been tainted by the ghostly flames. Without hesitation, Wang clenched his teeth and tore away the affected flesh to prevent the fire from spreading further. I had only been scorched for a few seconds. Yet I was not only injured, the malevolent spirit within me began to stir. Zhong Xinghai was engulfed in flames, yet managed to push through, conveying vital information to us. Wang gained a newfound respect for the envoy's strength. He cast a deep glance at the headless ghost fire standing motionless beside the coffin, his brow furrowing in concern. In the next moment, Wang emerged outside the courtyard, finding Huang Wenbing, who had also been drawn into the domain. Both he and Huang Wenbing had suffered supernatural attacks from the hair specter. Wang had not forgotten him as he entered the domain. However, while Wang sought the ghost fire to incinerate the hair on him, Huang Wenbing was exerting his own power to counter the crisis, appearing even worse for wear than Wang. Now, Huang Wenbing bore a complete circle of wounds around his neck, blood pouring forth. Seeing Wang arrive, he pulled out the last remaining strand of bizarre hair wrapped in blood and then retracted the blood. Having completed this arduous task, Huang Wenbing seemed to have expended all his strength. Gasping, I wrapped the encroaching hair in my blood and pulled it out. However, there was simply too much hair. I couldn't assist you. Huang Wenbing had indeed received Wang's aid. Were it not for Wang, he would have long since perished at the hands of the hair specter. His words were merely an explanation, a preemptive measure against any potential misunderstandings. The hair specter outside was terrifying. Without Wang's domain, he would have been utterly powerless to escape Heiping village. I went to find the ghost fire, intending for it to burn away the hair. Wang gestured to his wounds. Huang Wenbing's eyes widened in astonishment, admiration flooding his expression. You are truly brave. Even Zhong Xinghai was forced to seek the drowning ghost for a stroke of luck, yet you dared to employ the ghost fire to eliminate the hair. Huang Wenbing lacked such courage. Wang, what shall we do now? After catching his breath, Huang Wenbing began to contemplate their next course of action. The hair specter, the drowning ghost, and the ghost fire. These 3 entities you have contained have now been released. The shameful head lurks somewhere within the village. Special agents Lu Han, Lu Hu, and Yuan Peng remain unaccounted for. Special envoy Zhong Xinghai has suffered an attack from the ghost fire, and we are uncertain if Zhou Chuanyi is still alive. This operation appears to be a failure. Huang Wenbing's words clearly reflected his thoughts. This plan was too perilous, and now only the 2 of them remained. They needed to flee swiftly. I have a rough idea of the positions of Lu Han and the others. Wang revealed surprising news to Huang Wenbing. If they could secure the assistance of the 3 ghost tamers, perhaps they could endure a little longer. But the question remained, were they alive or dead? Huang Wenbing swallowed hard. He was aware that Heiping village was already infested with spirits. If 3 more appeared, it would become a veritable no-man's land. Agents and special agents alike would perish in droves. Even envoys might not escape unscathed. They are likely alive. Wang pondered the 3 coffins guarded by the ghost fire. Reasoning, I suspect that the 3 containment boxes were opened by Lu Han and her team. While transferring the containment boxes, they may have encountered the shameful head and crossed paths with Lu Hu and Yuan Peng, who were tracking it down. Perhaps they intended to contain the shameful head together, but an error occurred, triggering the murder pattern, leading them to flee to Heping village, hoping to use the villagers to mitigate the risks. In the end, they were cornered by the shameful head within Heping village and were forced to open the containment boxes, releasing the malevolent spirits, ultimately retreating inside. After hearing this, Huang Wenbing's expression shifted several times before he sighed. These 3 have truly courted disaster. Yet their actions are somewhat understandable. After all, if they had perished, Heping village would have gained 3 more spirits. Faced with 3 malevolent spirits, it was wiser to release the contained ones, hiding within and awaiting rescue. Once we deduce this information, we could even release them to bolster our strength. It is a pity they likely have no idea just how terrifying these 3 malevolent spirits have become upon complete revival. Huang Wenbing internally conceded that the mission was a failure. The hair specter outside alone was enough to overwhelm the ghost tamers. They had already suffered attacks from the hair specter, yet remained oblivious to its murder patterns. Perhaps it was proximity, or perhaps it was the hair itself. In a more terrifying scenario, merely glancing at it could trigger a fatal encounter. The crux of the matter was that his body could not withstand multiple assaults from the hair specter. No, we may not be facing just the hair specter and the ghost fire. Wang shook his head, his expression grave as he remarked, from the very beginning. We may have been grappling with a specter. That is the loss of face.